powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Pittsburgh Penguins, they lost to the Seattle Kraken 4-2 yesterday. Penguins now on a 3-game losing streak. And they've also lost 7 of their last 8. Also, Pitt men's basketball. Pitt plays tonight against Florida State at 9 o'clock. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Family Morning Show with me, Nicholas Callis, that's coming up next, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Reason number 52 to choose Diamonds Direct over any other jeweler. Only Diamonds Direct gives you a 110% diamond upgrade guarantee. Let us explain. If you buy a diamond at Diamonds Direct today and decide in the future you want to upgrade to a larger diamond, Diamonds Direct will give you 110% of your original purchase price toward the new stone. For example, let's say you bought her a $5,000 diamond last year, but now she wants to upgrade to a $6,000 diamond. Diamonds Direct will give you $5,500 toward the new one. That's 10% more than you paid the first time. Guaranteed appreciation. Whether that first diamond was $3,000 or $30,000, you get 10% more. Who else does this? And unlike other stores who claim to offer diamond upgrades, at Diamonds Direct, there's no fine print and no minimum purchase requirement. It's 10% more, period. Come and discover real value and buy with confidence. Proud to call the Steel City home. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
There's electricity in the crowd, but when you have electrical problems, you need a family-owned business you can trust. Call Pelman Electric. Pelman Electric has been in business for over 25 years, and their qualified electricians can handle any project. Residential or commercial, outlet repairs in your house, to completing a high-rise office building, Pelman Electric will tackle any job. And if the power goes out, Pelman offers generator installation services. Visit them at pelmanelectric.com. You depend on electricity, depend on Pelman.
The quality of being honest and having strong moral principles. That's the very definition of integrity, and that's how the injury lawyers of Lgkg walk the walk on a daily basis. So when you retain Lgkg as your injury law firm, you have a 90-year reputation of integrity on your side. It's Dan Zangrelli here with my friend Larry Kelly.
In communities like Western PA, if you don't have that integrity, everybody knows it. And when you do, everybody knows it.
That's the power and winning formula when using Lgkg. Visit lgkg.com. Lgkg, your home team.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on SingleCare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to SingleCare.com or download the free app today.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden, and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Hey, Top Dog, I have a question. When you call them insurance companies, what do you say to them? Do you say it's me again? Like, what do you say? Do you tell them you want top dollar? Do you demand the number you want? Or do you just bite them? Like, straight from the rip, just bite them. Like, what do you do? What if they don't want to give you what you want? What do you do then? Do you take them to court? Or do you bite them again until they give you what you want? When you get what you want, what you do? Do you say thank you? Do you shake their hand? Do you smile at them? Do you laugh at them? What you do? How you handle that? Medical malpractice. That's your dog food. Car accidents. That's your dog food. Top Dog Law.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's Nicholas Harry Callis. And I am the gateway to your sports talk day. And that's only because I'm first. Not necessarily because I'm best. But if you think so, hey, thank you. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's cold outside. I'm a little jittery this morning. It's like 8 degrees. Yeah, no precipitation. It's been like that early in the morning. We've had some flurries over the last few days, but this morning it's just cold. Again, there's no precipitation actively falling, but it's 8 degrees, so that's, it's going to make everything a little extra icy for what's already on the ground, and going to make for an unpleasant walk to your car. I'm fortunate enough that my car's close to my house, and my office building's close to the parking space. That's the beauty of being first to work, is that you get to park close to the door because you're here first. Nobody else is here, so that's something. So it's real easy just to get from my car into the office building and get warm real quick. But a fair warning for all you out there. It is cold, and it's getting colder. I think the weather report, too, says it's going to get consistently colder as well. This is going to be some of the worst of it. But right now in Pittsburgh, overall, generally, from what I'm seeing, it's 11 degrees at the moment. And the high is going to reach 24 today. And next week is going to see some chilly temperatures as well. I saw a negative figure in next week's early projections. A negative figure for the low. Yay! Winter's here. Big time. So, prepare. Don't get surprised. Don't slip either. At least I know for me, my yard still a little icy. So, hopefully you got salt down already and shoveled and got prepared. But just be careful out there if you have to walk in the grass or anything. It may be a little extra icy just because it's cold. It's cold outside. All right. Nicholas Harry Callis, how you doing? It's me, and boy, I can't remember a time. I got 26 years of experience, but the feel of Pittsburgh sports is just a little right now. I mean, Pirates haven't made a move in a while. The Penguins have lost 7 of their last 8. Right now they're on a 3-game losing streak after losing to the Seattle Kraken yesterday. Mike Tomlin did not inspire me very much with that press conference yesterday. I mean, it's some newsworthy stuff came out of it, but I'm not overly moved by one thing or the other. It's like, all right, he talked. The big thing for me was if he would have resigned, I'd have been like, that's awesome. That'd have been the thing. Like, we didn't see that coming at all. Maybe he'll just resign. He did not. He's doing the thing. A lot of what, he said you expected. So, there's that. It's rough. It's a rough time around here. And I told you yesterday, this is going to be my week to just kind of decompress from the Steelers' loss because there will be several months that we wait now. And news trickles in, with every day. There's new things to look forward to with the NFL, at the least, the draft, training camp, preseason games. But nothing like playing in the regular season and nothing like striving for a Super Bowl, something the Steelers have not legitimately done in a while. So, while there are several months ahead where we wait for more Steelers football, through the cold of winter, through watching another team celebrate a Super Bowl win, I can take a week to just be like, get all my complaints out, decompress, feel better. And that's what I want you to do as well. 412-928-9370. But I mean, in terms of all Pittsburgh sports, I mean, right now it's not looking great. And typically there's always been, throughout the history that I understand, usually one team struggles and the two others are fine. Right? I mean, way back, the Steelers were the team that struggled. Then the Super Bowl era came around and they became pretty legitimate under Chuck Noll when he revitalized the team. Penguins struggled through the 60s and 70s. Well, the Pirates were World Series winners and the Steelers were winning Super Bowls. And then after the 90s, right, the Pirates started to struggle. They went on a decline. Or I guess early 90s and through. They started to struggle. But the Penguins were really good, and they were winning Stanley Cups. And the Steelers were, I mean, not great at times, but, you know, they competed for a Super Bowl in the 90s. And then through the 2000s, Penguins and Steelers were really good while the Pirates were still struggling. So there's kind of been a trade-off over the years. Like, one team will struggle, but the other two still do good things. I mean, we're in a position right now where the Penguins are doing the same thing. They're not rebuilding. They've kept Mike Sullivan as head coach. And there are little bright spots among just a giant cloud of losing and lack of success. The Steelers continue to keep Mike Tomlin around. Do, like, good things during the regular season, but then do awful things and easily get bounced from in the first round from the playoffs. So they're doing the same thing over and over again. At least they're entertaining because they have a good regular season, but, like, that doesn't matter anymore. I think everybody in Pittsburgh's unified in that. Like, it doesn't matter anymore. There's no point in making the playoffs. And I hate this because there's national people talking about this, and it makes me sick. Oh, well, Mike Tomlin, he did the best that he could with what he had, and that's impressive. I can't. I mean, that's a trigger. It's a trigger phrase. Like, when I hear that, I go nuts. Like, I just want to start screaming at people like, hey, but look at this side of it. He picks who he wants, I'm sure, a lot, based on the tenure that he's been with the Steelers. If he can't help construct the team the way he wants it to, thrive, not just get by with what he has, then he doesn't deserve to have the job at this point. You can have an appreciation for what Mike Tomlin's done. But I'm tired of hearing oh, man, he did the best with what he had, and that's impressive. I guess. But if you're not going to win a Super Bowl, or you're not going to be close to winning a Super Bowl when you get into the playoffs, if teams don't fear you, if teams don't see you as a threat, you barely put up a fight and you just keep going through the motions. Yeah, I don't want that. Nobody would want that. The reason you get to the postseason is so you believe your team can maybe make a deep run. Steelers have limped into the playoffs and not given any inspiration, so I'm tired of that. But that's where the Steelers are. Steelers are doing the same thing over and over again. And at least as it stands right now, not doing much good. Not really giving the effort you'd think a team should have in striving for a championship. And then the Pirates have had just a few rebuild attempts, it looked like. A few, maybe that's an exaggeration, but you get what I mean. They've just struggled. These last couple seasons, they've had, a little bit of success. They've gone on a winning streak early on, and they just couldn't finish out the season. It's a long season, 162 games. It's a long season. Stamina did not prove to be one of their strong suits. By, August-ish, both in 2023 and 2024, they struggled. So that's where we're at right now with Pittsburgh sports. It's tough. It's tough. 412-928-9370 if you want to call. Let me know how you feel. It's nice to hear from you in the mornings here. Especially on a cold day like this. Just cheers me up a little bit to warm up inside and talk to you out there. So give me a call, 412-928-9370. So Mike Tomlin, during his press conference yesterday, his end-of-season press conference, just talked a lot about when he strategized. And I remember one quote in particular. He says that he did the best job he possibly could to give the Steelers a chance to win games. Which I'm getting tired of this too. Like that whole press conference yesterday, it's like nothing happened that I didn't expect to happen. And I'm like bored of that at this point. Like I want something to happen where maybe Tomlin just gets a little more vulnerable and goes, you know what? If I could go back, maybe I'd change this. Maybe I'd change that. Maybe I'm learning from these playoff losses and learning from other teams and how they're able to win games. And I don't think he does. He's just like, I know what we need to do, and we should do it my way. That's just the feel I'm getting from him. And it's annoying. I'm just saying, there is no reason why, you've got to fear that Ravens team enough to understand, maybe we should make the most of our opportunities, especially because other teams that have been successful have taken risks on fourth down to keep possession of the football. Steelers punted a couple times on fourth and short. Is that changing it up? Is that doing anything different? They were just going through the motions. I played for, my high school team. My freshman year of high school, our coach was just very conservative. And the coaching staff would just be like, anytime it was fourth down, punt. We went 2 games out of 9 that year. Had a new coach come in the following year. And he went for it sometimes on fourth downs. He taught the quarterback how to punt so that they could run fakes one way or the other. A strategy that a lot of other teams had picked up on and were implementing in high school football. A practice still used today. Have your quarterback punt. And guess what? We started winning more games. Well, my senior year, the football team was a WPIAL, got to the WPIAL semifinals. These concepts exist. The talent is different, obviously, from high school to the NFL. But there are concepts that still exist that you could use. If you're 4th and inches, do something different and go for it. Try. Anybody could have told you that the Ravens had a strong running game, and if they kept possession of the football, at the very least, they were going to chew out the clock. And the Ravens just happened to score 3 times before halftime. And the Steelers didn't score not once. So if he's going to go into that press conference and say, oh, yeah, no, we tried new things, we're trying things, I really feel like I give the team the best chance to win, I don't subscribe to that. And that's just what's frustrating because we're going through the motions now as fans too, with the media relationship we have with Tomlin. We're going through the motions. Well, we did our best. We tried our best. I'm Tomlin, and I truly believe I give the team the best chance to win. We're constantly striving and looking for new things to implement, new things to do. Don't believe it. Not buying it. 412-928-9370. Got a caller on the line. Good morning. What's your name?
Morning, it's Garrett from Wexford.
Go ahead.
I am in the same situation as you, Cal. It's a little bit older, but just feels like the end of an era here for Pittsburgh sports. And it is truly just depressing to see how this team has no identity whatsoever. Mm-hmm. It's like a bunch of mercenaries going out there, especially on defense. I mean, I played inside linebacker in high school and college, and I watched Patrick Queen, and he is as soft as the thing inside a baby's diaper anytime he's trying to stuff the gap and fill a hole. And it is just sad to see, growing up with the 07-08 defense being on the cover of Sports Illustrated, being the most feared defense, one of the most feared defenses of all time. And, it's like embarrassing to even be a Steelers fan anymore. Thanks for taking the call.
Thank you for calling. 412-928-9370. Yeah, and that's just the thing, too. Like, back in the day, offenses were still just routinely conservative. And so when you have a strong defense, you're going to get to offenses, and you're going to win games. But that's evolved over time. Like, offenses have figured out, okay, let's go for it more often and take more risks, especially because rules have made it now so that wide receivers can thrive. And quarterbacks are much more taken care of by the rules, right? Quarterbacks are sensitive, and the officials in the league has figured that out and has wanted to protect them at all costs because they're big money makers. You've got to evolve with that. But I do miss those times. I remember that's how, Steelers football has been so embedded. Like, I remember the Super Bowl as, I think I was in 4th or 5th grade. I was in 4th grade when they won. Against the Cardinals, Arizona Cardinals. Doesn't feel like that anymore. Even them getting to the Super Bowl against Green Bay. A few years after that. At least they made it to the Super Bowl. At least you thought that they could win that game. And one less fumble by you-know-who could have won them the game. So they were in it, and they made it entertaining. What we're watching from Steeler football right now is not entertaining. It doesn't feel like anything's changing, and that's just a big problem. So, yeah. 412-928-9370. Another caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Tony.
Hi, Tony. What's up?
I wanted to comment on what the Steelers need to do. Well, first of all, we know they're not going to go out and get a Ben Johnson or another head coach. They're going to stick with Tomlin. But, they got to do something. And I think with the quarterback position, they need to just get a stopgap guy for this year. I think like a Tannehill, Ryan Tannehill, Drew Lock, Zach Wilson's going to be out there. Get somebody for the year and then shoot your shot next year in a 2026 draft. Trade up if you got to. Get Garrett Nussmeier, maybe a Quentin Ewers or a Drew Aller. Then get your quarterback. And the other thing is if you get like a Ryan Tannehill or somebody that's strong-armed that can shoot their shot over the middle, because Russell Wilson evidently, he can't do that. So if you get a quarterback that is more like, Tannehill actually played for Arthur Smith for the Titans. So you get somebody that'll fit his system at least for the next year. And then, like I said, it'll be a stopgap. And then for defense, I believe they need to bring in a nose tackle type player like they used to have in Casey Hampton, because they're getting run over. The way the Ravens ran over them in that playoff game was embarrassing. And maybe if you trade like Pickens and Broderick Jones for 2 number 2 picks, for second round picks, increase your odds of, having a better draft or getting more players. Get yourself a nose tackle like a Deion Walker or somebody who's big and stout, and like a Tyleik Williams. Have them sit in there so that you don't have these offensive linemen getting to the second level and taking out your linebackers, and then the running backs just running right down your throat. So that's number one thing. And then they probably, in free agency, maybe pick up like J.T. Reed at cornerback to help opposite of Joey Porter. You could go that route. You could also see if you could trade for Garrett Wilson from the Jets, maybe get a wide receiver and get one in the draft and get rid of Pickens. So, that's just some of my thoughts on what I think.
Yeah, you seem like you've thought about this a lot. You got a whole plan for them. I appreciate the call. Thank you. Yeah, a lot of solid suggestions. I know the morning show Maine, like Crowley and Doran, they were asking, what would you do to fix the Steelers? It's nice that you have all those thoughts. Just to focus on the quarterback situation, you've got to pick one guy, whoever it's going to be. You want to bring Justin Fields back? I'd say get him. If you want to go pick up somebody else, pick up a quarterback that had a lot of potential that they didn't live up to in their career. Zach Wilson, when you said Zach Wilson, that made me think. Maybe. Pick somebody, trade for or sign somebody who has their untapped potential. Who's also not just a straight-up rookie or second-year guy. Get somebody who had a lot of promise that they haven't lived up to quite yet. Like a Justin Fields or Zach Wilson. But when you go into next season, that quarterback is the only quarterback that's going to see the field for the first 11, 12 games of the season. That's what I would say. Give that player enough confidence to say, hey, you know what? You can play for more than half the season. Just try to learn at this point. Just learn. Try to get better. Because one of two things are going to happen when you do that. You're either going to find the untapped potential from said quarterback and you're actually going to win games, or that quarterback is going to struggle, reveal who they truly are as a quarterback. You're going to win anywhere between 3 and 7 games that season, and you're going to have better draft capital. You're going to have a better draft position to where you can go and draft a top-tier quarterback. Because the QB class coming up, the next couple years, it's looking pretty good. Do that. But veteran guys who have had success, who are just trying to find, 1 or 2 last good years of their career, that ain't going to do anything for the Steelers. That's not helpful. There's no value in that anymore. So either find your guy in the bargain bin and stick with him and see how he does. Either does well and there's a surprise benefit, or he does poorly and you get better draft capital coming up. I'm not wavering anymore. I don't care who they sign this year. If they don't sign franchise quarterback-worthy players, don't care. Don't care anymore. I was turned in the offseason last season because they did a lot of unexpected things. But now we're learning this too, that the bargain bin's not good enough anymore. They've got to find players who can create a structure and a cornerstone to take them into this next generation of winning. Because what they're doing right now, it's just not good enough. Great effort, I'd say, for the most part of the regular season, but not good enough to win a Super Bowl. Not good enough to even win a playoff game. Now I say rebuild it. 412-928-9370. Get a phone line. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. Quick break coming up, and then back with more of your phone calls right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Taylor Bisciotti with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The Steelers ended the 2024 season on a 5-game losing streak following their wild-card loss to the Ravens. Head coach Mike Tomlin held his end-of-year press conference Tuesday and said changes are likely coming on a lot of levels. One decision that will need to be made is who will be the quarterback next season. Tomlin added the Steelers are open to considering Russell Wilson and Justin Fields, but the team has a lot of work ahead of them. Wilson, who's 36 and heading towards free agency, said his plan is to return to Pittsburgh next season, adding, quote, "I think we have a great football team. Obviously, it didn't end the way we wanted it to, and I think there's a lot more to do." Meantime, the Browns promoted Tommy Rees to offensive coordinator, according to NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero. Rees, who worked as a passing game specialist and tight ends coach last year, becomes one of the youngest coordinators in the NFL at age 32. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
Lowe's knows how to help make your Super Bowl 59 party a touchdown. Let us help you prep your home to host with top brands like Charbroil, Blackstone, and LG, so you can be the MVP of game day. Plus, use the Lowe's app to find what you need for a seamless shopping run. Or huddle up with our Lowe's Red Vest associates to help make all your game time hosting decisions.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with a sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then, go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
On the roads, there are still some snowy conditions and some icy roadways, so just take it easy this morning. Most of the major roadways, if you're talking about the parkways east, west, north, 28, have been treated, but you still want to take things slow out there for this morning. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDK, I'm Rob Taylor on Sports Radio 93.7 A Fan.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I pull on my jeans and I feel all right. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I pull on my jeans and I feel all right. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray, and I've been helping Pittsburghers for 30 years navigating the legal issues surrounding aging. Get ready for your retirement years and what lies ahead with a no-obligation consultation. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you can try it for free. Simply call us today at 1-800-942-8302 or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, we can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if laser hair therapy is for you. Call now, and KDK listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Hey, Pittsburgh! America's greatest hot rod tradition is back with fun for the whole family. The 64th annual fuel-required classic car dealership World of Wheels, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. January 24th through 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. See the country's hottest customs, hot rods, classics, trucks, and motorcycles, including the Evel Knievel Tribute, featuring the Snake River Trike, the X2 Sky Cycle, and the Formula One Dragster, presented by Motor Mania Media. Make your own music and show your own style. Get your photo with Barbie's pink Cadillac from Disney's Epcot. You've seen her on parade. Now see it in person. Saturday, meet Danny Coker and Kevin Mack from Counts Customs and Counting Cars. Saturday and Sunday, meet Farm Truck and Asian from Street Outlaws. And see their sleeper Chevy Farm Truck Racer. TheFuelRequired.com World of Wheels, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. January 24th through 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Convention Center. Discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Part of the Summit Racing Equipment Show Car Series. See WorldOfWheels.com for more info.
For over 45 years, family-owned Globe Airport Parking has been serving the Pittsburgh airport with friendly service and competitive rates. Forget the hassle of searching for a parking spot and dragging your luggage through the airport lot. Let Globe staff assist you with your luggage. When you return, simply call or text, and they will promptly pick you up and bring you back to your warm car, ready for your journey home. Globe Airport Parking also offers car washing, detailing, oil changes, and more. Visit globeparking.com. That's globeparking.com.
With the new year, you can achieve your goals, change your brain, change your life with Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist, Dan Vitchoff. If you're an athlete, you can develop focus. He's worked with Olympic champions. You can get the same with the PA Hypnosis Center. Call today for a no-obligation consultation, 724-934-8446, 724-934-8446, the PA Hypnosis Center. Call now.
It's 2025, and it's time to get your home zero-resified by calling your cleaning heroes at Zero Res. Take 24% off all services for this month when you call 412-701-1188 or book online anytime at ZeroResPGH.com.
Get your kids up and active at the Heinz History Center's NFL Play 60 training camp on Saturday, February 1st. Test their skills at the football toss, 40-yard dash, and more. It's free for kids thanks to Dick's Sporting Goods. Get your tickets today at HeinzHistoryCenter.org.
Hey, Donnie Football here. Was your goal to lose weight this new year? If so, are you already down 18 pounds? Why not? I dropped 18 pounds in my first 3 weeks with Awaken 180. Motivation to keep going? I'd say it was. Find yours at Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right, I've ran myself out of time, so that's it. My name is Nicholas Callis. This has been the Fan Morning Show pre-show with Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson's next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting rules for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Consult a doctor prior to use.
Wow, you look amazing. What have you been doing?
I'm sure you've heard of Ozempic, Wegovy, and the other GLP-1 medications, right? Well, I found this great company called Zelfie. If you qualify, their providers can prescribe medications like Ozempic and Wegovy and other GLP-1 medications that are 80 to 90% less expensive, all 100% online.
I can get GLP-1 medications for 80 to 90% less and do it all online? No doctor's office or pharmacy?
Yes, Zelfie can provide semaglutide or tirzepatide, the active ingredients in Ozempic and other expensive GLP-1s, but for 80 to 90% less and shipped directly to your door.
How do I get started with Zelfie?
Just send them a text.
Text MIND to 200-300 to get started today with Zelfie. Get the same active ingredients in Wegovy or Ozempic, but for 80 to 90% less and 100% online. Don't wait. Text MIND to 200-300 right now for a link to your exclusive offer. Text MIND to 200-300. That's MIND to 200-300. MIND to 200-300.
And it's a simple word, but in St. Pete, Clearwater, it's an important one. Here, you can sun on America's favorite beaches and kayak through the shade of mangroves, tee off on a PGA course, and enjoy 5 courses of the finest dining. You could get surreal at the Dali Museum and then keep it real watching the sun melt into the Gulf. In St. Pete, Clearwater, the possibilities go on and on. Your trip begins at visitsbc.com.
In 2012, Chad and Jeremy were cracking beers and chatting in a bar in downtown Bozeman, Montana. This profound conversation was the start of the world's most refreshing beer company that gives back to the community while celebrating the outdoors, having fun, and being ridiculously awesome. Montucky Cold Snacks. A snackable light beer that's only 102 calories per 12-ounce serving. On your next outdoor adventure, don't forget the snacks. Montucky Cold Snacks. Available at better beer retailers, taverns, and restaurants. Cheers.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here, and what I'm about to say, well, it's okay to admit it. Most of us guys, especially if you're not as young as you used to be, could probably benefit from a little extra in the bedroom. And Blue Chew can help. You probably know this, but if you didn't already, Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra at a fraction of the cost. And even better, they're in chewable form, so there's no swallowing pills or needing a glass of water nearby. Blue Chew's tablets can give you extra confidence when it's time to perform. And since Blue Chew's an online prescription service, there's no awkward conversations, waiting in line, trip to the doctor's office. It ships right to your front door in discreet packaging. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA, and they ship direct, so it's cheaper than a pharmacy. Trust me on this one. Your partner wants you to do this. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
At PJ Dick, we're breaking ground and building dreams. Since 1979, our firm has provided full-service construction management to build some of Pittsburgh's most iconic buildings. For our local listeners, the Peterson Sports Complex, Peterson Event Center, PPG Paints Arena, and the UPMC Event Center might ring a bell. We're proud to be a family-owned company with world-class expertise. Build big with PJ Dick and visit our website at www.pjdick.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still want to take it slow out there on some of the major roadways. Not everything is crystal clear, but for the most part, the Parkway East, the Parkway West 28, those have definitely been treated and ready to roll this Wednesday morning. Whew, a lot of cold out there. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK, I'm Rob Taylor, Sports Radio 93.7 A Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
And wonderful Studio B, Elzer Chevrolet in Monroeville. It is the Fan Morning Show pre-show. Crowley, Dickerson out on location. Nicholas Harry Callis, like Chewbacca, running the controls on the ones and twos back in our Green Tree Millennium Falcon Studios. I forgot you do a good Chewy. What up, buddy?
What's up?
You good?
Yeah, I'm good. You turn me up just a little bit?
I can't.
Yeah. I said it was good earlier. That's my fault. Is that me?
I don't know. How's that?
Yeah.
Didn't do anything?
No.
How about this? This do anything?
There we go.
There we go. We good?
A little bit.
How about that?
There we go.
How about that?
Perfect. I'm great.
You know, you can do a walkthrough. You could go 1/4 speed. Doesn't mean you're going to play well on Sundays. We did our walkthrough. We tested all the equipment. Now we're in the middle of the game. You got to adjust on the fly.
The lights are on.
It's all good.
Yeah.
Callis, how you doing, buddy?
I'm all right.
All right, very good.
Yeah.
I need to ask you guys a personal question, and it becomes less personal when you bring it up on the air because now there are thousands of people that are going to know about this, but I need the catharsis, and I don't know where the pre-show is going to go. We rarely do, but I'll start it with this, and we can take it in any direction we want. I got bad dandruff right now, real bad. And when I was getting my hair cut, my lady Chelsea, she said, it's not uncommon this time of the year, but I'll tell you what, it's like an avalanche.
That's funny you say that.
Because you've noticed it?
Yeah, and I thought it was snow.
You're kidding me.
I was walking behind you when you walked in, and I was like, oh, yes, and I was going to go wipe it off, and then I got a little closer to about to wipe it off your back, and I was like, I don't know if that's snow. I'm not going to touch it.
It was on my jacket that bad.
It was.
It was bad.
Yeah, it looked like snow.
You know, old people I've found don't really know when they have dandruff. I'm aware of it. I still ain't done nothing about it. I've used the Head and Shoulders. I've gone the Troy Polamalu route. But now, today I'm wearing a hat. My hair looks great. Chelsea doesn't. I get compliments on my hair. It keeps me young. But my God, dude, it's like an avalanche.
It's just from dryness, right?
Yeah, well, and my head is so flippin' itchy.
Oh.
24/7. It's so bad right now.
You got to change your shampoo. I don't know. I don't
Well, I use my wife's shampoo. You think that might have something to do with it?
That might, yeah. Well, yeah.
It smells all fruity and...
Smells good.
Kinda. It smells good on her head.
Yeah.
It's pretty effeminate for me.
Well.
But I'm so lazy. Like, I ran out of Head & Shoulders a month ago.
Does that usually help, though?
I don't know.
Oh.
Probably because I haven't noticed it before. And now it's an issue. Is anybody else having this problem? Please relate. 412-928-9370 on the text line. Someone wants to call in and give their Chewbacca noise. And they asked if they could do that. Sure, why not?
Yeah.
412-928-9370. Callis, be on the lookout on the phones. Tell us you have Chewbacca, and we'll do 5 seconds of Chewbacca with that human being.
Yes.
You know, it would be really inconvenient if Chewbacca had dandruff.
That'd be very bad. Yeah.
100% hair.
All over his body.
Yeah.
How tall was Chewbacca?
Real tall. I'm on it.
I'm going to say he was 7'4". 7'4". I'm trying to think of him next to
7'5", dude.
Oh,
you nailed it. A regular Yao Ming. 7'5". Typically wears only a bandolier and a tool pouch. That's the other thing about Chewbacca. My man's walking around naked.
Naked, yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All the other green creatures, all the goofy ones with all the flailing arms and legs and multiple heads, all those creatures wear clothes. Chewbacca's like, nah, I'm freeballing this.
Yep. Was he, like, tough? Like, what was his, like,
Oh,
MO?
yeah.
What was his MO? Was he, like, a beast? Like,
Oh, dude, he would rip people's arms off.
would he really?
Yeah, he lost a game of cyber chess one time and ripped someone's arm off. Chewbacca did. Texter, you're not supposed to wash your hair every day. Makes dandruff worse. Okay. All right. Noted.
Mm-hmm.
Random person on the internet. We'll see if you're right about that. Texter, shaved head for the win. Just slap some lotion on that, baby. Okay, so I got to go.
Yep.
Wow. I'm so vulnerable here with my dandruff problem that it's leading me to stutter. I don't understand, and I think we've had this conversation, but I still have no understanding of this. So you shave your head, and now all of a sudden your scalp ceases being a scalp, and it's all of a sudden just regular skin?
Mm-hmm. It adapts.
That's what happens?
Probably.
Because you look at, like, Mulsey's dome.
Yes.
It just looks like skin.
Right.
But I got flaky scalp, which doesn't feel like regular skin. So you shave your head, and all of a sudden it ceases being a scalp? Explain this to me.
Well, the sun. I mean, the sun has a lot to do with how we operate, and like you're exposed to the sun. Like, whenever your body's exposed to the sun, it creates that layer on your skin where it's like, okay, like it has to, like, form, I guess. So your head has never been exposed to the sun whenever you have hair. Now you don't have hair, you're exposed to the sun, whether it's cold, whether it's warm. And I think it just adapts. And that's how we live.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
That's a great theory. When I shaved my head way back when for the Feed the Need radiothon, I still had like 1/16, 1/24 of an inch of hair. So I still was scalping.
Yeah, it just adapts. I would assume. I always assume, and I asked this question a while ago, like, do people with bald heads wash their head or do they shampoo their head?
Another great question.
Like,
if it ceases being a scalp, I think you just wash your head.
You just use regular soap or do you use shampoo?
If it's scalpy, I think you use shampoo. But if it's regular skin, then I think you use the soap. Mulsey, text us. Do you use shampoo?
Right.
Craig Riley, you're paid to listen to this radio show. Do you use shampoo? If you're bald, do you use shampoo? 412-928-9370. We go now to the phone lines. Chewbacca, good morning.
Adam, Selson Blue.
Selson Blue?
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Chewy. Take it easy.
That's pretty good. What's Selsun Blue?
Sounds like shampoo.
Oh.
Man, I could write
shampoo.
I could write their ad campaign, Callan. Selsun Blue, great shampoo. Bang, give me $8 million.
For you.
For you. Oh. Regular Dr. deuce over here.
Yeah, we'll split the $8 million. Give me $4 million.
Mm-hmm. Texter, shaved used soap. Oh, there's no way I'm not washing my hair every day. I hate that oily hair feeling. Me too. Gross. It's gross. My wife does this. There's this new trend. She's going to kill me for this. There's this new trend where you pull a really tight in the back ponytail, and your hair's basically flat, and you're not supposed to wash it, so it gets a little grease so it stays in place. She said, "Do I look good?" And she asked it with that intonation. I was like, "Baby, you're always beautiful." I was like, "Do I look good?" No.
You said that? You're saying it now?
Yeah.
You said that to her face?
Yeah. I said it's, you know what I actually said? It's not my favorite.
Ah, that's worse than no.
You do your thing. You do whatever you want to do. I got no control. You look however you want to look. Now, you control me, but I got no, you do what you got to do to feel good about yourself. But it's not my favorite.
Yep. Isn't it amazing, though? Like, whenever Rochelle, like, will go somewhere and she'll try on, like, 8 different outfits, and she'll be like, well, do you like this one? And I'm thinking she wants honesty because you're going out in public.
Yeah, you're buying these things.
Right, and you're buying these things. You want honesty. I'm like, yeah, I'll say something like that. It's not my favorite. And then she'll get mad at me. Like, well, you want me to say, like, you want me to look, you want me to tell you look good and you go out and you look like trash? Like,
seriously, you're trying to put on your
Sunday
Sunday
best.
best. I'm trying to help you out.
And then you ask for my opinion, too. So, like, what do you want from me here?
Right.
You ask me.
Don't ask me then.
Right.
If you don't want my answer, don't ask me. Right. You know what we should do from now on? We should disarm them. Instead of going honesty, instead of giving a Mike Tomlin answer where it's like, oh, I forgot. What was the question again? We should just, hey, how do I look today? Just confuse the hell out of them. Texter, I use body wash all over.
Okay.
Now it's getting sexy up in here. Texter, out of nowhere, top rope like Tim Benz in the press conference yesterday. Tristan Jarry couldn't stop a beach ball if you threw it at him. The Pens need to shop for a goalie. Yeah, no crap.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they outshot Seattle like 28-9 or something in the first 2 periods yesterday.
Yeah.
They gave up 4 goals on their last 17 shots allowed or something like that. It just it's trash.
Yeah. You know, I saw a picture of pregame, and there wasn't that many people there. And I know that the weather was bad
Awful
yesterday,
roads.
but it is it's becoming a trend where people aren't really showing up to those games anymore, which, you know, in our heyday, it was it.
And then apparently Malkin got his Stanley Cup ring stolen. His house got broken into.
Oh, man, that's terrible.
That's no good. Callis, you're going to have to return those. Everyone's on to you now. Right over his head. Yeah, there you go. Or maybe it's just not funny. Columbus Blue Jackets, a team the Penguins lost to embarrassingly the other night. They currently hold the second wild card spot. The Penguins 4 points behind. Columbus has played 2 fewer games than the Penguins. So it's looking bleak.
Mm-hmm.
Going into that Christmas break, things were good.
Yeah.
Since then, 2-5-3. No good. Texter. Bald head here, neither soap or shampoo. Ooh, I'm interested to see where this goes. Leave people hanging here. I use cocoa butter. Shave, then rinse. Dandruff is just dry skin from the winter. Use Elsa Blue or Head & Shoulders. Thank you.
There you go.
Pick some up on my way home. Callis, do you have a dandruff problem? Doran doesn't.
No.
Everything about Doran.
I don't have a dandruff problem, but during the winter, my hands get dry.
They do. You got the dry hands thing. So does my wife. So does my 5-year-old. I wash my hands like a mad person, and my hands never get that dry. I don't know what it is.
My face gets real dry.
You got a dry face?
Mm-hmm.
What do you do for that? You cream it?
Lotion.
You cream your face?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Cream your face.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
That's not really what you want to say.
No.
I got itchy legs. Texter, my favorite is when you say the wife looks great, and then they get mad and say you're lying because they themselves know they don't look good.
Yeah, that too.
That one sucks. When you're having an argument, too, and you tell them exactly how you feel, and then they say, that's not how you feel. All right,
yeah, what are we doing? Oh, my gosh. It's just, we got to coexist.
It's all a game.
It's a game.
It's all a game. You know what Pomp does all the time? He brings his wife flowers a lot. And I think he just juices the scale in his favor. I think that's what he's got going on there. Yes, a romantic guy. Yes, he loves his wife, but you give him all these constant little tiny shows of affection, and that builds up.
For sure.
So then you could do some stupid stuff, and then maybe they forgive more easily.
Yeah. That's a smart tactic.
He's a smart man, that Bob.
Yeah, your bankroll. You got to put the money in the bank, and then you can go on vacation. You got to save up. So
you're building equity.
And he does a lot. So he's never, he's not always home. And she probably was like, why are you doing that? Stay home with me. And he's like, no, I got to do this.
I have to do this.
I have to do this.
Bob can't whisper sweet nothings. Hey, baby.
Hey, baby. Oh, yeah, baby. They have fresh fish.
Oh, no.
And they have fresh fish.
Texter, my wife works with a lady who washes her hair once a week. Man, you guys must kill her then. Like, if you're texting into the radio show talking about someone your wife works with, you be crushing her.
Talking about her
I feel bad, actually, for that lady. Texter, Neutrogena T-Gel. I ain't buying that. I can't spell it. I ain't walking up in there asking for Neutrogena. Head and Shoulders. Texter, after 35 years, my wife knows better than to ask me my opinion because I'll give it to her.
Right.
Congratulations on 35 years.
I thought that's what they wanted, though. Like, I'm like, you want me to be honest?
Meanwhile, Doran, anytime I dress up for something, the first thing I walk out wearing is not the thing I'll walk out the door wearing. Because I'm getting checked at the door every time. Hey, how's this look? It's fine is what I'll get.
Right.
Well,
I'm not doing that.
Right.
I'm changing. I want to look good.
Right.
Yes.
And I'm asking your opinion because I don't know what looks good. Look at me. I have no clue. I need your help. Help me on the front end, not when I squeeze my fat ass into this pair of jeans. Texter, do these pants make my ass look big? Don't blame the pants. But the answer should be yes, and you want it to be yes. No.
Yeah.
We all have different taste. Gallus, do your best Chewbacca.
Oh, my gosh. Wow. Yeah.
You know what, Gallus?
What was that?
It wasn't. I didn't say I was good at it. He just said try.
You said
we put you on the spot. You gave it your best shot. We also all know now what it sounds like when Gallus goes number 2.
Yes.
We do. Texter. Adam, we are men. We fart and have dandruff. You don't need dandruff. We don't need that. We don't need that. You got to fart. Sometimes you got to fart. Sometimes you got to burp. That's life. We're gaseous. But you could do something about the dandruff. And I'm reaching out to you for help.
Did you get your help? You think you got it now? Selsun Blue.
I'm getting some Selsun Blue, and I'm getting Head and Shoulders.
Yeah.
I'm going to squirt them both into my hand. I'm going to double dip.
I think you just got off of your normal shampoo. And
that's probably what happened.
Yeah.
And then it's freezing cold.
It's freezing.
Next week, we got a day, I think Tuesday, high 3.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah.
What are we
3 degrees. Looking forward to that.
The low is actually going to be -3 one of the days next week.
I said the high, you jackass.
I know the high is going to be 3, but I'm just saying low is going to be -3.
That's rough, Callus.
Yes.
That is rough.
Oh, my gosh.
Unrelated, I'll be sick on Tuesday. Not going to be able to make it in. Texter, oh boy, Head and Shoulders, the only thing that works for me. Anything else, it's like the blizzard of 93. Hey, that could be a tagline.
That's all right.
Head and Shoulders, the only thing that works for me. Anything else is like the blizzard of 93. And they have fresh fish. All right, you want to do some sports talk radio?
Yeah, sure.
Let's do some sports talk radio. Mike Tomlin said a lot yesterday. And usually my quip there is he said a lot without saying much of anything. No, I think he got into some stuff yesterday. We'll react to it. Doran already gave the head tilt. We react to Mike Tomlin for 4 straight hours, kind of. Starting in 30 seconds. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's the right ways. We didn't strike the right chords at the right time, particularly down the stretch, and so we've been eliminated from the single elimination tournament. Certainly there's change that comes with this time of year. Certainly there's change that comes when we don't have the desired outcome, and so those are just the realities of the business. I'd imagine there's going to be some things that change around here on a lot of levels, but that's just this game, as I mentioned. I understand that. I'm open to that.
Well, we know that nothing is going to change at the highest level. Mike Tomlin will be the Steelers head coach in 2025, and dare I say, beyond. Mike Tomlin also talked about football justice, and football justice in this instance, Doran, in this circumstance, would be a coach who hasn't won a playoff game in 8 years not coming back, because only 4 coaches in the history of ball have gone that long without winning a playoff game and come back for the 8th season. So that's football justice. We ain't getting that kind of football justice. But based on what he said, and based on conventional wisdom and common sense, there are going to be changes, both with personnel, which we'll get to over the course of the show, but with the coaching staff. Let's start right there. What do you think will happen with this coaching staff? What should happen with this coaching staff? And we'll throw that out to the people, too, at 412-928-9370 on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years.
Well, I'm pretty sure I know 2 of them. There's probably going to be one that sneaks up on us, but it's not going to throw us. We're going to be like, oh, okay, that I guess that makes sense. They're scapegoaters, but one that's not a scapegoater and one that is an actual scapegoater is maybe Pat Meyer. I think that time might be up. They're probably going to go in a different direction with the offensive line coach. You could say it's a scapegoat. You could say that they didn't grow this year. It was a young offensive line. You can make excuses. You could kind of see the writing on the wall with Pat Meyer, right?
Yeah.
But one that's not a scapegoat that he kind of mentioned yesterday that I know is an absolute that will be changed, and I don't know how much it will affect the actual season coming up and really anything, is the strength and conditioning staff.
Oh, buddy.
He brought that up. And soft tissue injuries, they will go in a different direction for sure with that. Too many injuries, too many soft tissue injuries. It wasn't, the big time, fractures or tears of anything. It was hamstrings. It was groin. It was calves all season long. And that
from literally the first pushing of a sled.
Literally. That's not a scapegoat right there. That's a legit, you need to move on and find a better strength and conditioning staff for next year.
That's a great catch by you, Doran, because we all heard him say that, and then he said so many other things, it popped out of my mind.
Right.
But when a head coach brings up the injuries, and the soft tissue injuries in particular, you're right. The strength and conditioning coaches, the staff, I would think that everybody is out there.
Everybody.
And we knew that was going to be an issue coming in. You hire the Boston College guy and the Boston College staff. Why? What the hell was going on there? That also makes me think that Art Rooney II, when he has his interview at the end of the month, he's going to bring up injuries too.
Yes.
Because there are going to be excuses made. And we've knocked this around for the better part of the last couple of days. What's Art Rooney II going to say? I think he's going to blame the end of the season schedule, which Tomlin did not do yesterday. And he's going to blame some of the injuries. Let's drill down on Pat Meyer here. I don't know if Pat Meyer's a good offensive line coach or if he's a bad offensive line coach. Adrian Clem didn't do a good job, and then he left midstream. So you compare Pat Meyer to him, and you think about what happened at the end of last season, and you can make an argument that Meyer was better than the previous guy, than his predecessor. That being said, Broderick Jones, from one year to the next, regressed.
Mm-hmm.
Whether that's because of where they played him or injury or whatever, Broderick Jones was a turnstile this year. Dan Moore Jr. has been at this for a long time. And the first half of the season, you're thinking, wow, this guy made himself some money. And he did one way or the other because teams are desperate for tackles. But in the second half of the year, 2 of the top 4 guys in the league at allowing sacks were your left tackle and your right tackle. Isaac Seumalo has not been what we thought he would be. James Daniels was good, then he got hurt. Can't happen. Not when Andy Weidel comes up in here saying we're going to be the Philadelphia Eagles and we're going to bully people, and then you spend all this draft capital on guys, and you need Zach Frazier to hit. You need McCormick to hit. You need Troy Faltanu to come back healthy next year and hit. I can't allow Pat Meyer to be the guy molding that clay.
Yeah, and it was a tough job. I mean, I'll let people know that it wasn't an easy job whenever you have basically 3 to 4 almost offensive linemen that are in their year 1 or 2. Like, that is tough.
And they didn't play who they wanted to play.
And some guys are out of positions, but, it was a very tough job. And also you're dealing with 2 different quarterbacks and a new offense. So, like Pat Meyer, it's not like he's installing his protections and installing his team blocks and his, blocking schemes. He's learning Arthur Smith's blocking schemes, his protection, and then having to protect that to his offensive line, who are very young. Not making excuses, but these are some of the circumstances. I do wonder, though, and we would have to go back, and maybe somebody does know this, that breaks down some film, like how the offense looked whenever Fields was in there compared to Russ. I feel like they were better with Fields. And maybe he hid some of the issues because he could move.
Yeah, and I think it's easier to run the ball when you have 11 on 11, as Mike Tomlin has said now ad nauseum these last couple of weeks. I think he helps the running game. I was discouraged, though, because the last 2 years I felt like the offensive line, by the end of the season, at least in running the ball, became a strength.
Right.
And this year they never got better.
Mm-hmm.
Never got better. I also want to see, and I would hope that they'll do this. I don't think they will. How about you get a pass game coordinator? How about you get a run game coordinator? More voices, more diversity of thought. I think about, and this is the example I always bring out, and we see this in a lot of college staffs, but you look at Alabama, they got a massive staff. Hello. That's a big deal. You look around the NFL. I just did a casual search last night. I just started typing in random teams and looking at their coaching roster. All these coaching rosters, bigger than the Steelers. Give me a run game coordinator. Give me a pass game coordinator. Get more voices in there. Get diversity of thought. More people looking at film. More people who can be hands-on. That's the way of the NFL world these days. They don't do that. The closest they've come is when it was Mike Munchak as your offensive line coach, and he was also your run game coordinator, and he took some of those responsibilities off of Todd Haley. I like that. More guys is better, not worse. I would like to see that.
That's all well and good whenever your head coach is willing to delegate.
Yeah.
I mean, we talked about it yesterday. I feel like Mike Tomlin didn't have his hands in the offense because Todd Haley wasn't his handpicked guy, and it was probably the voice from up top saying, yeah, Todd's going to run this offense. He's going to run it his way. You figure out, what you got to do as a head coach, and you can kind of middle in the defense a little bit. But, it's all well and good to have, run game coordinators, pass game coordinators, whenever you're actually willing to delegate the work and actually willing to listen to other voices. I think, and this is not an Arthur Smith problem, I don't think. I think this is a Mike Tomlin saying, you guys put all your thoughts on the drawing board, but I'm going to sign off on the drawing board at the end of the day. So none of the thoughts really probably would matter. The run game coordinator can have this great scheme and this great, goal line play or red zone play. And Mike Tomlin comes in I don't think that's right. And then it's gone. I think that's what's going on. That's why I think, I would love to have more voices and more eyes on the offense and defense. But Mike Tomlin has final say. So it's just going to go by the wayside.
Yeah, you're probably right about that. I also think you need to marry personnel with scheme better. I think it's obvious now why Najee Harris didn't get that fifth-year option. He's a gap guy, and Smith wants to run a lot of zone stuff, and you want to run your boots and your waggles, and I just don't think he was a great fit because I don't think, and this is a non-football guy saying this, I don't think he sees things all that well. I will never question Najee Harris's toughness. He will play every game. Apart from the Eagles game, he's not going to fumble the football. You can count on him being there for you every day. There's absolute value in that. And I don't know that could be the case for Jaylen Warren. But you need a running back that fits the scheme. If Arthur Smith's your guy moving forward, he is, unless he takes a head coaching job, and I don't think he will, you need to find a running back that fits. Some other potential changes. And this is whistling by the graveyard, too. And it's exactly what you said about run game coordinator, pass game coordinator. Who's going to listen? Is Mike Tomlin, when he's got final say, even going to care what his staff has to think or has to say? But I can't think of a justification for Terrell Austin keeping his job. Not when the defense down the stretch looked as bad as the Steelers' defense has in a long time, and every time they take the field in the playoffs, they look like the defense of a 5-12 football team. I know he's not calling the shots, but you promised changes. You said changes are coming. I would think, unfortunately for him, he would have to be one of the changes.
Yeah, it's like kind of the only other one, right?
That would be the quote-unquote biggest one.
Mm-hmm.
But it's big in name. Wow, the Steelers fired their defensive coordinator. When they fire and if they fire Pat Meyer, I don't even know if that makes it onto the ticker on ESPN.
Mm-mm.
You fire your defensive coordinator, it does. And then when you hire one, that becomes a big story. But Mike Tomlin's the defensive coordinator.
Right.
So when he says changes, it does need to be in personnel. It does need to be in the coaching staff. It also needs to be in the structure of the way things go. And so a defensive coordinator that would be brought in to replace Terrell Austin should be allowed to run the defense. We don't have any faith in that happening.
No, there's no faith in that happening. And you say you get to marry personnel with scheme, and Mike Tomlin's going to be like, well, this is the personnel we have, and fit my scheme. In his mind, they do. So he's going to probably try to find, if they do fire Terrell Austin, he's going to try to find somebody that's like-minded like him and that will adapt to what he wants to do on defense.
Which I think has become one of the easier defenses to prepare for in the NFL.
Yeah.
You've got two great players, Minka and Watt. And you have Hayward, too, who's an all-pro this year. But you'll understand where I'm going with this. Two great players. I know on every play where TJ Watt's going to be.
Right.
And I know on every play or most plays where Minka Fitzpatrick's going to be. You did not know that with Troy Polamalu.
No.
You didn't. And I'm not saying that Minka's as good as Troy. You didn't know it with Ed Reed. You didn't know it with Brian Dawkins. You look at some of the better defenses in the NFL, they mix things up. Minka's going to be 18 yards off the ball, and TJ Watt's going to be rushing off the right tackle every single play.
Yep.
You just don't. Because I think this defensive roster, well, not perfect because none is good enough to be great. But you got to use them better.
Right.
And when your two best players, every play, hey, we can double team TJ Watt because he's going to be there, and we'll just avoid Minka because we know he's going to be 18 yards off the ball. Pretty easy.
It's pretty easy, man. Like, you go into a game, and, I played the Steelers when I was in Buffalo. I told you this a bunch of times, and just our whole practice was like, we don't know where, like that. And if you have that type of defense like LeBeau did, and you have good players, like that's why that they were what they were, because you didn't know who was who. So we always had to change who the mic point was. Sometimes the mic would be Aaron Smith.
Huh.
Sometimes the mic would be Woodley. And he, and the mic was the kid from Florida State,
Timmons.
But he wasn't. And and if you're not on the same page, then that throws everything off. If TJ Watt's walking around, do you really treat him as a rush end? Do you treat him as a DN, or what do you treat him as? And then you're thinking, and then all of a sudden they have a beat on you. So I see what you're saying.
Well, because I think about Penn State, weirdly here, Doran, and Abdul Carter, and that guy's good. I mean, if he rushed off the right tackle every single play, he'd put up great statistics and have an impact on the game. But what do they do with him? They move his ass around.
Yeah.
And then their defensive coordinator gets hired by Clemson, which you would think is a step down. I'm guessing he got a boatload of money.
Yes.
When you got great players, help them be greater. And we don't see that from the Steelers on the defensive side. We don't see it on the offensive side, but they don't have great players. 412-928-9370. That is the phone number. You can also get in touch with us via the text line. That is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Coming up next, Mike Tomlin said the thing that we say we're not allowed to say on this show anymore. You can't keep doing the same thing and expecting different results. Okay, where has the evolution been for this franchise in the last handful of years? Has there been any? We'll get to that coming up next. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins lost to the Seattle Kraken yesterday, and that now has the Penguins on a 3-game losing streak, and they've lost 7 of their last 8 games. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
It's chilly out, and it's time to call PJ Fitzpatrick for the perfect new roof. I trust PJ Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from PJ Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands, and dealing with PJ Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All our installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, PJ Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The January Fan Beer of the Month is Fire Whistle Brewing's Fire Whistle 139 Engine, a red ale. And the charity is the Parkinson Foundation of Western Pennsylvania.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-431-2715. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-431-2715. 800-431-2715. 800-431-2715.
Breezy with snow today, the high 34.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
That spice is 10 out of 10. Would recommend. Hi, my name is Khadijah, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich is that spicy kick of the chicken. It's just the right amount of heat, and it gets me excited. And then, pro tip, add that cilantro lime sauce. It cools it down. If the sandwich is at 100, the cilantro lime takes it to 200. It makes me want to, tell all my friends and family.
Order a Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich and a Diet Dr. Pepper on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Are you prepared for an emergency or disaster? Because it's not a matter of if, but when. Don't find yourself saying,
I'll trust water bottles and a flashlight to save the day, but I'll be proved wrong.
With a tornado approaching, I'll realize that I lack a wheelchair-accessible shelter.
When the floodwaters rise, I'll be up in the attic with 20 cans of beans. It's a recipe for disaster.
Let's prepare so we all have a better story to tell. Get started at ready.gov/older adults. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Coit. Incredible 50% savings on all Coit cleaning services. Hurry, call Coit now and save 50%.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I believe in the traditional wisdom. Defense wins championships, folks, and the Eagles and Chiefs possess the strongest Ds in their respective conferences. Philly's secondary with 2 standout rookie corners has been a key, but losing linebacker Nakobe Dean last week is a major blow. Meantime, Kansas City defense coordinator Steve Spagnuolo's unit has been money all year long, and then, of course, Patrick Mahomes takes over in the fourth quarter. I'm Boomer Esiason.
What's up, football fans? BetMGM is giving you the chance to win up to $250,000 in bonus bets. It's all part of BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot, where you could be able to split the grand prize with anyone else who bet on the longest touchdown of the week. It's easy to get started. Log into your BetMGM account today and opt into the promo. Then, place an anytime touchdown wager of $10 or more on the player of your choice, up to 1 player per game. If your player scores the longest touchdown of the week, you'll win a share of the $250K. BetMGM lets you go all the way with the longest touchdown jackpot. Make your bets and join the fun with the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older. Pennsylvania only. BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot subject to rules. See BetMGM.com. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Bonus bets are unrestricted reward bonus dollars that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Traffic-wise, still take it easy on some of those side roads that may or may not have been treated so far this Wednesday morning. But the major roadways look pretty good. 28 parkways north, east, west, and, of course, 79. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Rob Taylor on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go on the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for Steak on the Stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Oftentimes throw back at me in jest, but it's true. 2 is a pattern. And I say that because there's an expiration date on adjusting and adapting. I use that phrase to reflect urgency, to reflect how quickly it is we need to adapt and adjust and move. And so we've had similar results. Rest assured that we're not doing the same things hoping for a different result. We have adapted. We have altered our approach, and we will continue because we're not getting what we seek. And that's the confetti game, is to be world champs. Our goals are really clear. It's also really clear that we're falling short of it and falling short of it in a consistent way. And so we're still going to continue to be open to adapting our behavior, our program, the structure of what it is that we do, to turn over every stone in an effort to get what we desire. That's just the appropriate and mature way to approach it.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. We are live at Studio B, Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville. Doran, they did the Einstein. He did the Einstein definition of insanity. I'm just wondering why he feels like they've changed. How specifically he feels like they've changed. Obviously, they got rid of the quarterbacks and brought in all new quarterbacks. Obviously, they got rid of the offensive coordinator and brought in a new offensive coordinator. But from a philosophical standpoint, I don't think anything has changed.
No, I mean, the record's the same. The timing of exiting the playoffs is the same. I mean, what's different? The way that you started? Maybe it's like, okay, we got off to, like the year before last year with Pickett, they got off to a slow start, right? They got whooped the first game of the year against the 49ers, right?
Crushed.
So maybe in his mind, it's like, all right, we got off to a fast start. We just have to finish maybe the race that we got a lead on. I don't know. Like, nothing else has changed, in my opinion. You've shuffled the deck chairs.
That's exactly right.
You just moved them around. And he says, it's, the change and, like, consistency and stuff like that, like, we're trying to do things different, and there's only one thing that's been the same.
The head coach.
Yeah, there's only one thing that's been the same. Like, I'm going insane. Me, personally, even thinking about this. It's like, we changed, we're trying to do this, we're trying to do that. Like, there's one thing that has been the same. That's the root of the issue.
And that's on Art, too, more than it is on Tomlin. Of course, Tomlin will continue to work and get paid handsomely for as long as the Steelers will have him. Art doesn't see a problem with it. He's okay with perennial 10-7.
That's what they're telling us.
That's exactly what they're telling us. And the way that Mike Tomlin described his meeting with Art Rooney II yesterday is one of my big takeaways from the press conference. We were disappointed with this season. That's your boss, dude. He was disappointed, and I'm inclined to agree with him, and I'm inclined to do everything that I can do to not disappoint him moving forward. But it sounds like they're arm in arm in this partnership.
Yeah.
That's not the way it works anywhere else in the NFL.
Nope.
It didn't work that way with Bill Belichick and Robert Kraft. I mean, they pushed Bill Belichick out the door. Mike Tomlin is one of one with the relationship that he has with ownership. I feel stronger than I've ever felt after listening to that press conference yesterday that Tomlin really does have the lifetime contract.
Yes.
He's not going anywhere anytime soon. And when he was asked about teams potentially trading for him, his answer, I think, emboldened him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, I'm in no danger of losing my job.
No.
Me and the owner are arm in arm.
Save your time.
Save your time because I'm so good at my job that the owner doesn't even think about changing my responsibilities, doesn't even think that there might be someone out there better for the job right now. And, oh, yeah, by the way, we got other franchises coming knocking because they know what I'm worth.
Yeah.
So why would he feel the need to do something different to get different results? He's got the job security of a Supreme Court justice. That's where this is all rooted. They're not changing philosophically. They changed the coordinator. They still want to run the ball. They still want to play defense. They still want to win like it's 1995.
Mm-hmm.
Why would he shift the philosophical dynamics of the organization if there's no heat on his ass?
Yeah, he doesn't have to.
Right. You need a little bit of a prodding to get going, or you need a dangling carrot, and you're going to get neither of those things. There's carrot and the stick. You got neither. You got complacency, man.
Yes.
And I believe that Mike Tomlin wants to win. I believe he cares. I believe he works really hard.
Mm-hmm.
But working hard and working smart are different things. And you have a hardworking head coach that is not keeping up with the trends of the smart franchises around the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Because why would you? You don't need to. You got job security for life. If Craig said I could make fart noises into the microphone and I would be here the next 20 years, I'd probably make fart noises. It's a lot easier than trying to stimulate good conversation.
Yes. Yes.
That's where we are. Texter, to that point, Tomlin loves the smell of his own farts. We don't need to personally attack the guy. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You also mentioned off air that it kind of falls on you as hollow and rings hollow when he says, oh, I'm energized by this process.
Right.
I'm so energized by being 10-7 again and trying to figure it out.
Shouldn't you be drained? Like, you're energized. I mean, 2 days after getting your butt whooped, like, how are you energized? Like, you should be drained. You should have exhausted all angles. And I'm not saying that he didn't, and I'm in the camp with you. Like, I mean, he grinds. He works.
Yeah.
He loves football. He puts in the work, but things have been the same, and you're getting the same results. And why are you energized for this upcoming season and this off season? Whenever, it just screams security to me. It's like, yeah, I'm invigorated, and re-energized.
I love the challenge.
Anybody else that, would have done the same thing after their boss says there needs to be better would be looking over their shoulder and barely be able to have a conversation because they think that their job is on the line.
Right.
He's like, no, I'm re-energized. I can't wait to recharge. I'm recharged. I'm ready to go this offseason. Like, you're secure.
And I don't want to hear that he's tired. I want to hear that he's pissed.
Yeah.
What I wanted to hear yesterday was some anger out of Tomlin, and that anger to come out like this. What we've been doing ain't been working. We got to figure out a new manner in which to operate our business. That's what I wanted to hear. But you hear these hollow, nonsensical sometimes platitudes. Well, twice is a pattern. We're talking about 8 years, man.
Yeah.
8 years.
There's been a pattern.
That's a pattern. And every single one of these 8 years, if the season were a sentence, the exclamation point at the end is your defense getting carved up. And you giving up 28 or more points now in every single one of these games. Actually, the Ravens game was the lowest point total they allowed. And come on now, it was never close. And if the Ravens wanted to, they could have made that thing 35-14. The only reason they didn't, I think, is because Harbaugh respects Tomlin, and I think he respects the rivalry.
Yeah.
So you didn't want to run that score up. But make no mistake, if they wanted to, they would have. 412-928-9370. Like, bring in Arthur Smith, and he's, to me, just a better version of Canada. And he is a better version. You want to run the ball. You want to control the clock. You got to be unique, and they're not unique. That's why I want Fields to come back and them to lean into that, like you've said, like Mackey said yesterday, bring Fields back. Okay, you want to be the running team? Be the running team. Philly does it weird. Baltimore does it weird. Be weird. Be different. 412-928-9370. There were 2 MVPs of yesterday's Mike Tomlin press conference. Ashley Lyotis of Channel 4 and Tim Benz jumping off the top rope. Very last question of the press conference where I think he got Tomlin with an uppercut and staggered Tomlin for a second there. We'll hear what Tim asked. We'll react to the whole George Pickens saga when we come back. We've got Doug Whaley today from 9 o'clock until 10. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittman's basketball is a game tonight at 9 o'clock against Florida State. It's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan, listen on the radio, or listen on the free Odyssey app. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Crowley.
Thank you, buddy. Bet Parks Wednesday. Pro football playoffs continue this weekend. Detroit. How about that? They finished with a record of 15-2, a first-round bye. They go Saturday night, 8 p.m. Detroit, a 9.5-point home favorite hosting Washington. Over under there, 55.5. You know what I said yesterday? Philly, a 6-point home favorite hosting L.A. Over under is 44. I like the under. I like L.A. to cover. But whether or not your team scores, there's always another way to win on the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app. BetParks, the only app I ever use and recommend to bet sports and to play all your favorite casino games for real money. You can play hot online slots, double down on fourth down, or play with a live dealer right on your phone. You download the app right now. Enjoy all the action and excitement from the casino at your fingertips. And new users, download the app, get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Your casino bonus must be wagered. BetParks.com for details. Must be 21 in PA, New Jersey, or Maryland. For the BetParks app, gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's the Fan Morning Show, the Joe Starkey Show, or the PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment? Great guest? We've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app. Search 93.7 The Fan and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Chris Muller with a question. Was your goal to lose weight this new year? If so, are you already down 20 pounds? That's a serious question because I dropped 20 pounds my first 3 weeks alone with Awaken 180 weight loss. That's how fast the weight can fall off when you choose the solution for weight loss. Each week you look at the scale and the number goes down and down. Every morning you wake up, you feel better and better. For me, it was my joints. I knew I was going to need knee surgery, and even before the surgery, my knee felt better because it wasn't carrying around so much weight. Experiencing those results, and given how easy Awaken 180 was, there was no way I wouldn't reach my goal. And I did. 35 pounds total thanks to Awaken 180, and I've kept the weight off since. The only weight loss program I know that puts their money where their mouth is. They're so confident in your success, they offer free support for life, a one-time investment in yourself for a lifetime of benefits. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global travel extravaganza, January 24th through the 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your adventure is waiting for you.
Hey, football fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win up to $250,000 in bonus bets. It's all part of BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot, where you'll be able to split the grand prize with anyone else who bet on the longest touchdown of the week. It's easy to get started. Log into your BetMGM account today and opt into the promo. Then place an anytime touchdown wager of $10 or more on the player of your choice, up to one player per game. If your player scores the longest touchdown of the week, you'll win a share of the $250K. BetMGM lets you go all the way with the longest touchdown jackpot. Make your bets and join the fun with the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden, and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Hey, Top Dog, I have a question. When you call them insurance companies, what do you say to them? Do you say it's me again? Like, what do you say? Do you tell them you want top dollar? Do you demand the number you want? Or do you just bite them? Like, straight from the rip, just bite them. Like, what do you do? What if they don't want to give you what you want? What do you do then? Do you take them to court? Or do you bite them again until they give you what you want? When you get what you want, what you do? Do you say thank you? Do you shake their hand? Do you smile at them? Do you laugh at them? What you do? How you handle that? Medical malpractice. That's your dog food. Car accidents. That's your dog food. Top Dog Law.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Live from Studio B at Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville.
Any accuracy to the report that Pickens was late on Christmas Day to the game against the Chiefs?
Man, that's a few days back. I really don't know I have the answer to that, to be quite honest with you. I got a lot going on in pregame. I can't answer that definitively.
Yeah, you can. You just didn't want to. And nor should he. He's not going to get up there and say, yep, George was late. We're all super pissed off about it. He was never going to say that.
No.
But it's like when you plead the fifth and you don't want to incriminate yourself. That was Tomlin pleading the fifth. This all came from a Mike DeFabo report. George Pickens, 35 minutes late to the Chiefs game. This is when he was coming back from injury. This was the first game he played with that hamstring injury. So you would like to see him run around a little bit. You'd like to test it out. It wasn't warm. How's the hamstring going to hold up? Go run some routes, and he's late? And then the money quote from DeFabo from an unnamed player and unnamed players is that's just George being George. He does that all the time.
Does he get fined? I was 1 minute late one time to a meet. I got fined $10,000.
Doran, that's the crux of this to me. George is being George. The coaching staff and Mike Tomlin in particular are letting him get away with it.
Right.
This is way more of a Mike Tomlin problem than it is a George Pickens problem. And one of Mike Tomlin's calling cards is that he's going to treat each guy different, each individual as an individual. Some guys he's going to ride, some guys he's going to let slide. You can't have your best offensive player, and that's what he is, playing by his own rules. You did it with AB, and AB was one of one. A top 5 receiver of all time. George Pickens ain't nowhere good enough to play by his own rules, Doran.
It's very, see, like, we talk about culture, and these are little things with Mike Tomlin. I don't think that we obviously don't get to see, but I know because, I know how the structure goes in football. And I think that these are where the things aren't buttoned up, and that's why you lose football games. That's why you have, 5-game losing streaks, is because anybody who's ever played in the league knows that on game day, you go down, you get breakfast. If it's a regular, 1 o'clock game, or it was a 1 o'clock,
Christmas,
right? Like, you go get breakfast, and somebody is sitting there at the table and checks you in. Like, you have to check in for breakfast. So whether I don't know how you could be late going to a game, because you're checked in, all right, and if you're checked in, somebody's going banging on your door, hey, wake up, come down, you have to get breakfast, you got to check in.
Yeah.
And then if you go back up, everybody knows who's leaving the hotel and who's, there's people for that, is what I'm saying, that reports to the head coach, hey, this guy checked in, he did this, he's on his way to the stadium. They don't have that process in place. That is little things that lose you games. It's bizarre to me.
100%. AB once showed up for the last game of his career. Showed up late. They told him go home. He was wearing that fur coat.
Yeah.
And they're like, buddy, you're done.
Yeah.
And that was after he'd thrown the ball at Roethlisberger's feet. And it was after Juju had been named team MVP. They had gotten up to a point with even AB, and they said, no, you're going home. And that was it. I think you're spot on here, Doran. If you let this slide, that's a big deal.
Yes.
You arrive right around inactive time when you haven't played for weeks? Dude, WTF. And that Tomlin allowed it's ridiculous, because then it begs the question, and I think it also answers the question that was begged. If you're going to let a guy show up late like that, play by his own rules, you ain't reprimanding him whenever he's running through the back of the end zone fighting Greg Newsome.
Nope, not at all.
You ain't reprimanding him whenever he's taking penalties.
Not at all.
Or whenever he's ripping a guy's face mask off against the Dallas Cowboys in the last play of the game. All that stuff also went unchecked.
Yeah, and all that stuff matters. And you know what? Whoever the player was that said George being George, that's a problem too. Because you can't have one bad egg, or you won't win. You can't, George being George, it's okay. Maybe they're saying, okay, he's not going to get in trouble, so, we see this all the time. But still, as a player, I'd be upset. Everybody has to abide by the rules. Everybody does the same thing in order for us to win. If one guy doesn't, that's how you get beat by Travis Kelce and the Chiefs. And that's how you get beat by the Ravens. That's how you get beat by Cincinnati.
Yeah, you question, then, every element of the process.
Yes.
If you're not buttoned up with that stuff,
how are you going to be buttoned up on the field?
Right. What makes you think that all the details are in line and all the T's are crossed and the I's dotted and all the boxes checked and whatever other cliche you want to throw out there? A guy's showing up 25 minutes late. He's showing up late to meetings, and you're letting it go. You're not buttoned up then in any facet. And Mike Tomlin loves to say that the path is narrow. Their path to victory, this head coach, is narrow.
Mm-hmm.
They win games by a score, by their own design. So you know what you got to be? Perfect.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're not going to coach them that way off the field, then you should not expect perfection on the field. It's pretty simple to me.
Pretty simple.
So it's this is much more a culture thing than it is a George Pickens thing. We'll get to George. That ain't okay. But Mike Tomlin's okay with it. He's fine with it.
How can he not answer? You're the head coach. You know who's late and who's not, who's there, who's not. You're looking around. You're seeing who's warming up. And especially in a circumstance where your best offensive player has been out for 4 weeks, 3-4 weeks, and he's back to win you a football game that's much needed on Christmas. You're talking to him 4 hours before the game, saying, "Where's your head at? How you feeling? What's going on?" Every single time that you see him and he's walking around maybe the hotel or walking around the locker room, "Hey, how you feeling? You good? What's going? You good? You good?" But he didn't know. He couldn't answer that question if he was there or not.
Right, and so I think the way he answered it was to protect George, but it puts his ass in the jackpot.
And he's fine with that, of course, because he's the head coach. I'm the head coach. It's my fault.
I'll wear it. I'll happily tote the bags.
But
that kind of thing.
It's a bigger questioning.
Yeah, you look weak. You look feeble, man. Or worse, you look kind of complacent. And you know what else sort of hits me with all this? God, is Hard Knocks a sham.
Oh yeah. How
do you not show the number one wide receiver?
That's a great point.
On Hard Knocks, showing up 25 minutes
That's
late.
a great point.
They show what they want us to see. Like we saw it yesterday. You know how you had Ben and Patsy on the bench? Well, the new version of that was Najee Harris and Pat Freiermuth on the bench. And I feel bad for those guys. Those guys are super tight, and Najee's not going to be here next year. That's the kind of stuff they show us, not the soon-to-be or hope-to-be $30 million wide receiver showing up 25 minutes, 35 minutes late. It's ridiculous. Fan Morning Show Twitter poll, and we'll get to this coming up in the next hour. It's brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement, TrustPJ.com. What grade would you give Justin Fields for the 2024 season? What grade would you give Russell Wilson for the 2024 season? All right, when we come back, we talk about the Tomlin element with all the Pickens stuff. How about George Pickens? Can you, in any world, bring that guy back next year? That's next. What are the other options? But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins, they lost yesterday to the Seattle Kraken. They're now on a 3-game losing streak, and they've lost 7 of their last 8 games. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Coming into town on the Parkway East, going to be slowing down around that Square Hill Tunnel, Edgewood, Swissvale area. Parkway West starting to build up a little bit more as well. No accidents to speak of on the major roadways. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDK. I'm Rob Taylor on Sports Radio 93.7 FM.
I'm Larry Kelly.
And I'm Joe George.
Injury attorneys from Lgkg.
No one knows Western PA like we do.
And you get a home team advantage with us.
Our clients know us, like us, and most importantly, trust us.
And I believe you will too.
Visit lgkg.com to learn more. Lgkg, your home team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley, brought to you by Tri-State Office Equipment, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Boulevard Glass and Metal, and the Village of St. Barnabas.
What's up, football fans? BetMGM is giving you the chance to win up to $250,000 in bonus bets. It's all part of BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot, where you could be able to split the grand prize with anyone else who bet on the longest touchdown of the week. It's easy to get started. Log into your BetMGM account today and opt into the promo. Then place an anytime touchdown wager of $10 or more on the player of your choice, up to 1 player per game. If your player scores the longest touchdown of the week, you'll win a share of the $250K. BetMGM lets you go all the way with the longest touchdown jackpot. Make your bets and join the fun with the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older. Pennsylvania only. BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot subject to rules. See BetMGM.com. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Bonus bets are unrestricted reward bonus dollars that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice. The Power of Bowser family of dealerships. Featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express Store and choose your vehicle, payment, and financing options. Value your trade. and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations: Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 50% off all windows, plus no interest or payments for 2 years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
Hey, it's Chris Muller from my friends at Choice Cabinet. Whether you're a contractor or you're remodeling your kitchen, don't get stuck waiting around 8 to 12 weeks in some cases for your cabinets. Choice Cabinet has over 65,000 cabinets in stock. They're Amish designed, all wood with 10 different paints and stains, and delivery is available in as little as 3 days. Need cabinets? The choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
In the U.S., there are about 60 million adults 65 and older. And last year, nearly 1 million of them were hospitalized due to flu, COVID, or RSV. That's nearly 1 million people who planned to go visit family or see friends, but ended up in the hospital instead. So get this season's vaccines, and don't let flu, COVID, or RSV make you just another number.
Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. In about 10 minutes here, the goal for the 2025 season should not be to make the playoffs and win a playoff game. We'll explain when we come back at the top of the hour. Right now, you have a wide receiver who I don't think is taking his job seriously enough, Doran, and George Pickens. If he were, he'd be showing up to meetings on time. He'd be showing up to games on time. And then you have another wide receiver that said he would like to be a Pittsburgh Steeler, and that's Davante Adams. He was on Up and Adams with Kay Adams. Great name.
Mm-hmm.
You think they're related?
No.
He said he would love to play for a coach like Mike Tomlin, who's a player's coach. It's funny, the timing of all this, because, boy, does it sound like you're a player's coach when you let a guy show up, your #1 wide receiver, that late to a big-time game.
Mm-hmm.
That is one of the things that Tomlin still does have going for him, is guys around the league want to play here in Pittsburgh. Now, Davante Adams is under contract. as I'm looking at Spot Track right now for a couple more years. He's going to get cut, you would think, by the New York Jets, especially if they move on from Rodgers, and I think they probably will. Mm-hmm. We'll see. A, do you bring Pickens back? And B, how interesting is a Devontae Adams to you?
You mean, so Pickens is going to play this year regardless?
I'm trading him.
I'm bringing him back.
Oh, really?
You need somebody in that room just in case, a situation happens like last year where you can't find that other receiver.
I think if you're going to trade him, you can't be on the same timeline as last year. It can't be like trade Deontay and then, we got a backfill.
Right.
You would need to bring a Devontae Adams or someone of that ilk in and then move on from Pickens. Right. And that's what I would do.
Mm-hmm, before the draft.
Yeah, and if you can't find any takers, then, I'd probably bring Pickens back for one more year. But you should have options. It's not a great free agent crop here. Adams could be cut loose. Tyreek Hill could be traded. And then the free agents that are out there, you got T. Higgins, Stephon Diggs, Chris Godwin, guys like that.
Mm-hmm. 2 guys that were hurt.
Right. Like Godwin, heck of a player, would love him in the black and gold.
Absolutely. But, his leg was backwards.
Do you think that hurt?
No, he's probably in shock.
So is that what that's like?
Yeah.
Like your ankle's not attached to your foot. You don't really feel it in the moment?
No.
Oh, my God.
No. Maybe initially you're like, all right, something's wrong. And then you look down and then you go into shock and you don't feel it.
When I separated my shoulder, my non-football incident, my wedding incident, I puked. Immediately. Yeah, it hurt so bad. But I'm a baby. I'm not a football player.
You puked.
I puked. It hurt so bad I vomited. Didn't cry, though. All right, I cried.
Yes, you did.
So you're worried about getting stuck in quicksand at the wide receiver position like you were last year. What if they were able to get a guy, like I said, first? What if they trade for Tyreek Hill? Just throwing a name out there. You move on from Pickens then?
Not initially until after I see what I do in the draft.
Okay.
If I get a first-round receiver, yes. If I don't, and say I get another third-round receiver, probably hang on to him, see if he can act right throughout OTAs and training camp, and then we'll go from there. But, the problem was not having a number 1 or number 2 receiver alongside of Pickens this year. I don't want to be just having a Tyreek Hill and nobody else.
Yeah.
Like that doesn't fix my issues from the previous year.
I think you're better at wide receiver 1, but you're no better at wide receiver 2
right.
or 3 or 4. Mm-hmm. Hey, Ben Skoranek, what are you up to? My ideal offseason regarding the wide receiver position is this. You trade for Tyreek Hill or you get T. Higgins. And my preference would be you get T. Higgins because it's only money and it's not anything else going back the other direction. And then I would trade George Pickens and probably get a third-round pick. My draft plan would then be if I have to move up and get a guy, I move up and get a guy. But I'm drafting a wide receiver in the first round almost no matter what.
Yes.
And a guy who's mocked, I listened to a draft podcast last night, Doran. A guy who would be in the Steelers' range, which is 21st right now, is Ted McMillan from Arizona. He's like 6'12".
Yeah, he's a big-time receiver.
Oh, my God.
Big time. But you have to solidify the quarterback position first. Because any free agent, they're going to want to know that. Who's throwing me the football?
Yep.
So, that has to be the first move of who's going to be the starter. I don't want to have like a pole position conversation. I want to know who the guy is going to be for 17 games if I'm going to come here. If I'm T. Higgins, who is going to be the starter of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and do I have to worry about switching on and off and running different plays and having different packages that probably won't get the ball in that package? I want to know who the guy is.
Damn right. You are 100% right about that. Who's going to be the starter? I ain't going there. Steelers are going to pay more than anybody else. And you'd have to if there's uncertainty at quarterback. So you got to know who's the quarterback. And it's got to be set in damn stone. Well, Mike Tomlin hinted at who the quarterback's going to be next year in his press conference yesterday. Now, we'll take it with a grain of salt. Last year he was asked, is your starting quarterback on the roster? And he said yes. And then they returned no quarterbacks. But he did give a hint at who it's going to be. Also, a bombshell report from Mark Cabali that also might give us a peek into the quarterback future. That's all on the way. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Morning, it's another chilly one outside with morning lows in most places dipping down to single digits and wind chills below zero in most places. Highs today will be in the low 20s with cloudy skies returning for the afternoon. Noon temperatures will be into the upper teens. Thursday morning is going to be just as cold as this morning with snow showers rolling in before the morning rush wraps up. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Hey, Pennsylvania, kick off an exciting basketball season with an offer to splash on with BetMGM, an authorized gaming operator of the NBA. Enjoy an NBA odds boost token to snag even more winnings on your basketball wagers. And it's oh so simple to use. Just log into your BetMGM Sportsbook app and add an NBA wager to your bet slip and activate your odds boost token. If you win the wager that was made with the odds boost token, you will receive extra winnings and unrestricted bonus dollars. See, it's that simple. 3 quick steps. And BetMGM's got you Euro stepping your way to even more buckets. Enjoy their odds boost just for you to help you create another perfect season of basketball brilliance. Join the huddle, get off the bench, and head for the net with BetMGM Sportsbook all season long. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only, Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as unrestricted funds. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When he's good, he's thorough good. Little bad to the bone. When he's bad, he's the baddest. George Thorogood and the Destroyers, the baddest show on earth. Saturday, February 22nd, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. George Thorogood and the Destroyers.
Hey, it's Chris Muller with a question. Was your goal to lose weight this new year? If so, are you already down 20 pounds? That's a serious question because I dropped 20 pounds my first 3 weeks alone with Awaken 180 weight loss. That's how fast the weight can fall off when you choose the solution for weight loss. Each week you look at the scale and the number goes down and down. Every morning you wake up, you feel better and better. For me, it was my joints. I knew I was going to need knee surgery, and even before the surgery, my knee felt better because it wasn't carrying around so much weight. Experiencing those results, and given how easy Awaken 180 was, there was no way I wouldn't reach my goal. And I did. 35 pounds total thanks to Awaken 180, and I've kept the weight off since. The only weight loss program I know that puts their money where their mouth is. They're so confident in your success, they offer free support for life, a one-time investment in yourself for a lifetime of benefits. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture, coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, 2 great divisions in 1 great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder & Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right, they're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder & Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
The temperatures aren't the only thing dropping. Prices at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville are dropping too during our winter savings event. Hurry in for huge savings on every new Toyota in stock, including new Tacomas and hybrid SUVs. And to help you get through winter, Panda has bundled a lifetime powertrain warranty together with complimentary maintenance, including oil changes at no additional charge on whatever new Toyota you choose. Don't miss Spitzer's winter savings event.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
See dealer for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center,
While we see more activity on the major roadways, we still don't have any accidents to speak of on those major highways and byways at this hour, which is a good thing. Driven from the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. I'm Rob Taylor on Sports Radio 93.7 A Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. The chances of starting your New Year's resolution decreases each day you put it off. Don't let another year go by not knowing how simple losing weight can be. Fast, sustainable, and proven weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
We don't have a quarterback under contract. We got some major discussions there. It was a really good experience with the 3 quarterbacks that were on our roster this year, individually and collectively. We certainly are open to considering those guys, but there's a lot of work ahead of us. And the major work, obviously, starts first and foremost with just understanding what our options are, what the field looks like in terms of free agency, what the draft pool looks like, and then beginning the process in terms of decision-making based on known variables. And so, Omar and I have got a half a day carved out here this week just to begin that component of the discussion.
They got a half a day carved out, Doran. Half a day carved out to figure out the most important position. I say that tongue-in-cheek. You figure that'll be the first of many conversations about quarterback that the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to have. I'll tell you right now, it's going to be Justin Fields. Justin Fields is not going to cost as much money as Russell Wilson. That's one. 2, bombshell report from Mark Cabali last night. There have been whispers all throughout the season that Arthur Smith would have rather stuck with Justin Fields and that Mike Tomlin was the one who made the call on his own about going to Russell Wilson. Well, now Cabali writes, despite Wilson and Smith spending countless hours together after the typical workday watching film and publicly joking about it, a team source recently said that Wilson and Smith did not have a very good working relationship, but fought through their differences as best they could. I imagine both guys being professional about it and still working real hard together, not seeing eye to eye on a lot of things. That's how I read that, Doran. How do you hear that?
I think that there's two big minds in the room, and Russell Wilson sees things his way, and this is probably the situation that went on in Denver. And not saying that it's Russ's fault, not saying that's necessarily Sean Payton's fault, but it's hard whenever you have 2 Super Bowl winning people in the room. And not that Arthur Smith has won a Super Bowl, but he regards himself very high as a very smart offensive mind and was a former head coach. And if a quarterback sees something a certain way and he sees something a certain way, which is different, it's hard to get on the same page. And that happens all the time, though. I mean, you need to have, you can't see eye to eye all the time. You need to have disagreements. You need to work through things to get to the right solution. So I don't really have a problem with this reporting, that it just happens all the time. I mean, how many times do you think it happened with Ben and his offensive coordinator?
A ton, and the best that ever looked for my money was with Todd Haley.
Yeah.
They had the most team success with Bruce Arians offensively. If you just niche it down on scoring points, on passing yards, on touchdown passes, things of that nature, the best it ever looked was with Todd Haley. And those guys did not get along.
No.
And you don't have to.
No.
You need to have a mutual respect. And I am guessing that these two did have a mutual respect.
Yes.
The difference between Arthur Smith and Sean Payton is that Arthur Smith, I believe to be a good guy, and you've worked closely with him before, and Sean Payton is regarded by a lot of people as a jackass. And so he pushes Russ out of town. I can't even disagree with their decision. They did the right thing. You would much rather be in the Broncos' shoes right now than the Steelers.
No doubt.
Which is why you need to go with Fields. Go with the young guy. And you need to try to build around the quarterback position this offseason. That's the goal. Because whether Fields is the guy or not, you would like, quote unquote, the guy to be coming into the best situation possible. To be like Joe Burrow. You walk in, You're throwing the ball to Jamar Chase. You're throwing the ball to T. Higgins. Wow, you can hit the ground running. So whether that's Justin Fields or somebody else here or somebody else this year, go out, make a move for a big-time wide receiver, something you tried to do last offseason and struck out on. Do that. Find a dynamic running back in a deep running back-rich draft. Get good pieces around the quarterback. But next year, see if it's Justin Fields.
Yeah.
And I'll finish real quick here, Doran. I'm saying a lot of things. It's not just Justin, hey, buddy, you got 6 games. No. Justin, you get 17 games. You are our starting quarterback. And none of this, we got to protect the football stuff. What's best for the team? What's best for the team in 2025 is not to win a damn playoff game. I'm done with that. What's best for the team in 2025 is to figure out what you got in Justin Fields or just quarterback writ large. That's what 2025 is about. So let Justin be Justin for 17 games, not risk averse. Don't throw it over the middle of the field. Don't turn it over, Justin Fields. No, let him be Justin and see if you can win with him playing that way. Because you need a quarterback to be dynamic to win in 2025. See if Justin Fields can be that guy.
Look what they did with Bo Nix. You think that Bo Nix had handcuffs? I mean, he was a young player, and Sean Payton kind of molded him to be what he wanted to be. But look at that first the fourth play of the game against Buffalo. He just unleashed it. And Bo Nix is running around. I mean, Bo Nix had like 50 yards rushing. He averaged like 40 yards rushing. Bo Nix, because they let him be him. And that's what you have to do with younger players, especially at quarterback, that are dynamic, to have athleticism. You can't handcuff, because whenever you handcuff a guy like Justin Fields, he's not Justin Fields.
Right.
Just a guy back there. And you have to let these dynamic quarterbacks, this new day and age of quarterbacks, be them. You have to set your pride aside, or it won't work. If they can set their pride aside, and I don't think that they'll be able to do it.
No, I agree
really
with that.
don't. I wish that they would. If they did, I think it would. You're trying to tell me that Justin Fields can do what Bo Nix did this year?
Oh, I think he can.
Right, but they won't let him.
No, they won't. And so there's 2 separate conversations happening here.
Yes.
The right thing to do is what we've said they should do. Let him play 17 games. Let him be himself. What they're going to do is have him come back because he's cheaper than Russ, because he gets along better with Arthur Smith, and they're going to put the shackles on him, and they're not going to let him be Justin Fields. That's what's going to happen. And so here's the issue, another one, with Mike Tomlin being the head coach now in perpetuity. When they find the right guy, whether it's Justin Fields or otherwise, I got no faith that they'll be able to bring him on and get the most out of him.
Right.
Like, if they had drafted Lamar Jackson, Lamar would still be great. I don't think he'd be a 2-time MVP.
Nope.
Because I don't think they would have utilized his skill set appropriately.
Exactly.
I don't know how anybody could have faith that this regime is going to get the most out of a young quarterback. And I'll go back to Kenny Pickett. I don't think Kenny Pickett is a long-term solution at quarterback for any team in the league. Like, I don't think he's going to take a team to the promised land. But when they inserted Kenny and they had a losing record and then things didn't go well early, and you're sitting there at 2-6 or 2-7, whatever it was in that neighborhood. The reason they won a bunch of games down the stretch is because the running game got stronger, the defense played well, and they said, Kenny, you're throwing it 20, 25, 30 times, you're not turning the football over. The right thing to do then would have been to open it up, see what Kenny's got, and if you lose, who the bleep cares?
Right.
You lose. No rookie quarterback in the history of the sport has won a Super Bowl. Kenny Pickett wasn't going to win a Super Bowl. So why were you doing what was right to win games in the present when you're not getting a look at what this guy can be for your future? They mismanaged that whole thing, and they're going to do it again, even if Justin Fields is the guy next year.
They absolutely are.
Ray.
That's why that this is fascinating, because they want that stopgap quarterback, because I think that they might be scared that they're going to mismanage a young player again. I don't think they know how to manage a young player. I don't think Mike Tomlin knows how to, because he had Ben for so long.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's just that's kind of honest, right?
He's got a massive quarterback blind spot, Doran.
I mean, and I see why, because you had a Hall of Fame for Hall of Fame for 15 years.
Right. You never had to think about it. You weren't going in a draft and doing anything other than going through the motions.
Yeah.
And you evaluate Mason Rudolph, and your evaluation of him was, oh, he's a first-round talent. No, he wasn't. You think Mitch Trubisky could be the solution. No, he can't. Then that first-round, quote-unquote, talent guy, Mason Rudolph, you have sitting on the bench when he clearly showed you at the end of his time in Pittsburgh, he was the best option of the three. He has no idea what he's doing at quarterback. We do. And that's why we say go with Justin Fields next year. And let him be Justin Fields. What say you? 412-928-9370. And I'd love you to vote on our Twitter poll, @_Adam Crowley. Doran retweeted it. What grade would you give Russ for the 2024 season? What grade would you give Justin Fields for the 2024 season? One more thing on all this. I've said the goal next year is not to win a playoff game. It should be to try to get closer to finding a franchise quarterback. I'm sorry, TJ Watt. I'm sorry, Cam Hayward. You can't try to win next year when you're nowhere near winning and sacrifice finding who your quarterback is. It can't be about win a playoff game next year. And they allowed Minka and Cam and TJ basically to go handpick Russell Wilson. It did not work. I'm not going back to that well again. And if TJ doesn't like it, then TJ, there's the door. Cam Hayward, we love you. There's the door. But the priority isn't winning a playoff game in 2025. We are so far away from a championship, it's got to be about finding that quarterback.
Yep.
Which is why I'd also draft a guy probably in round 2. I think I'm taking a wide receiver round 1, Doran, and I'm taking Jalen Milroe round 2. Not that I think he should inspire any kind of confidence, but hey, I'm bringing a veteran in or back, Justin, and I'm going with a guy with upside.
That's what the Patriots did.
Yep, it's what Atlanta did, and you know I didn't like the whole Kirk Cousins element of it, but they didn't think Penix was ready to win this year. They thought they had a pretty good roster. Let's go with Kirk, and then you've got the future too.
Right.
Steelers should try to do that next year, or I guess this upcoming draft. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And as always, the Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins. They lost yesterday to the Seattle Kraken. That makes it a 3-game losing streak now for the Penguins. They've also lost 7 of their last 8 games. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here. We know this about pro athletes. They train all the time to perform better on the field. It takes a lot of time and effort. What, though, would you say if you could improve your performance in the bedroom, no training required? I'm talking about Blue Chew. And Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxin in chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. Your partner wants you to do this. They might not say it, but they want you to do this. You got to try it. Blue Chew's tablets, they're like a performance enhancement for the bedroom. They can help you get extra confidence when it is time to perform. You can turn oh no into oh yes. You know what I'm talking about, fellas. So if you could benefit from a little extra confidence in the bedroom when it's time to perform, visit BlueChew.com. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
My 75-year-old Cape Cod style all-brick home was in a serious need of a facelift. Loose and worn mortar joints. Old brick, cracked and worn and crooked. It wasn't good. After hearing ads right here on The Fan, I gave Precision Pointing a call. Completely blown away by their professionalism, communication, plan, and action, I could not be more satisfied with the expert craftsmanship I watched unfold as my home was transformed. Plus, no down payment was required. So thanks to Precision Pointing. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
When you're in the thick of a project, Harbor Freight is the place that always comes in handy. Whether you're picking up something for your pickup truck or a power tool for your project. At Harbor Freight, your dollar always goes further. And these days, when everything seems to cost more, you can take pride in knowing that you get hard-working tools at hard-working prices. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter? Right? And the best part? They accept Discover. Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer. Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times. Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants? These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
What's better than one win? 3 wins. With Straight Savings, you keep your own phone, get one line for only $25 a month with real unlimited data, and get rewarded with a $200 phone credit after 12 months. It's a win-win-win. Head to Walmart or visit straighttalk.com today. Switch to Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Straight Savings Plan enrollment requires compatible unlocked device and new line of service. Bonus device credit requires 12 months of active service. Offer ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. Taxes and fees apply. For network management practices, see Straight Talk's terms and conditions.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it. Did you know that 1 in 4 people seeking treatment for ED are under 40? So you're not alone. And even better, Hims can help. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. It all starts with an online intake form. From there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. Through hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Drive your dreams. Beyond Lincoln. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
This is Bummer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Most coaches would say a 5-game losing streak to end the season capped by a wild-card loss was disappointing, frustrating, unacceptable, and even maybe inexcusable. But to Mike Tomlin, it was, and I love this expression, football justice. You get what you deserve, the Steelers coach explained. We didn't strike the right chords at the right time, and he is accurate. I'm Boomer Esiason.
What's up, football fans? BetMGM is giving you the chance to win up to $250,000 in bonus bets. It's all part of BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot, where you could be able to split the grand prize with anyone else who bet on the longest touchdown of the week. It's easy to get started. Log into your BetMGM account today and opt into the promo. Then, place an anytime touchdown wager of $10 or more on the player of your choice, up to 1 player per game. If your player scores the longest touchdown of the week, you'll win a share of the $250K. BetMGM lets you go all the way with the longest touchdown jackpot. Make your bets and join the fun with the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older. Pennsylvania only. BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot subject to rules. See BetMGM.com. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Bonus bets are unrestricted reward bonus dollars that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Well, right now we have a reported accident on 76, the Pennsylvania Turnpike, right around Pine Township, as you head towards the Cranberry area, so just be mindful of that. Also, the Parkway East is going to be slowing you down right around Wilkinsburg, and Parkway West slows top of Green Tree Hill. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDK, I'm Rob Taylor on Sports Radio 93.7 A Fan.
At twomeninadjunktruck.com, you can book same day or next day. Then we arrive, we quote, "You like the price?" Yes! We haul it away. Yeah, it's that easy. We'll even whistle while we work. 2 men in a junk truck.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
We are live, Studio B, Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville. You can tweet us, brought to you by, well, I'll tell you about that in a little bit. You can tweet us. Here's a text, Oren. I wanted to read the text thing. Couldn't find it. Dave in Boston says, drafting a quarterback this year is stupid. Do that in 2026. All you guys talk about is the holes that you have on this roster, and you want to take a quarterback in the second round. First of all, I don't know that Dorn wants to do the Jalen Milroe thing. I'll own that myself. I would love Jalen Milroe in the second round. And we'll see where these guys are projected to go. I mean, we are in the infancy. Things change quickly in draft Nick land, right? But, yeah, they got holes. There's no more important position in professional friggin' sports than quarterback. And so if Justin Fields is the quarterback this year, and we want him to be, and we think he will, throw something else against the wall, too. And if you're not crazy about either guy next year, then draft one next year. And if you're not crazy about that guy, then you draft one the year after it. I am all about drafting a quarterback every friggin' year until I find one. That's what I'm trying to do.
I mean, somebody's going to fall. I mean, look at Joe Milton. I mean, that's a perfect situation. You got Joe Milton late and you got Drake May early. That's a really good situation they're in up there, and I'm sure that they're going to get some calls to see if they're willing to trade Joe Milton because of what he did in the last game of the season. Like, he would be perfect behind Fields. If you got to get yourself in a position of like that. Easier said than done. But I wouldn't draft a quarterback in the second round. Like, I would wait. They have too many needs, man. Like, too many needs. If you know who your quarterback is, and you want to find out who your backup quarterback is, and you kind of want to start planning for the future with both guys, like, I think that you have to just wait, because there's just, I mean, we talk about defensive line. We were joking about it. Like, that's an issue.
Sure.
Receiver's an issue. Running back is going to be a hole. Tackle might be a hole. Offensive, like, there's so many things that you got to get before you draft a guy that high, with that high of a pick, in my opinion.
So you'd be okay, though, with, I don't know what it would cost, 5th-round pick, 6th-round pick for Joe Milton?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
I could meet you there.
Yeah. But I wouldn't have the faith that they develop him, right?
No, of course not.
Right.
Of course not.
But, yeah, on the roster for sure.
You need a dynamic quarterback to win in this league. I think there's still, however small a percent chance, that Justin Fields can live up to his potential. So I'm trying that. But I want a dynamic backup. And Joe Milton's arm talent, for me, qualifies as dynamic.
Yes.
That guy can throw it 80 yards down the field through a keyhole. Now, sometimes the short and intermediate stuff, not so great. But I'll take a flyer on a guy like that. Because, again, for me, the goal of 2025 is not to win a playoff game. And if you can wrap your head around that, Steelers Nation, then you can live with a Justin Fields and a Joe Milton. Two projects that are on different levels of their curve, but you can live with that if you don't want to back up to be able to come in like a Mason Rudolph, like a Kenny Pickett, like a, who's the guy that had before the rocket scientist, Dobbs. Okay, we can win a game or two with this guy. I don't care if you can win a game or two with your backup.
Yeah, that's not what you're trying to accomplish here.
No, I don't care if they win 5 games next year. If it gets them closer to finding their quarterback, that's what 2025 is about for me. 412-928-9370. Not for nothing, Doran. The texters do not want Jalen Milroe.
No.
Listen, you'll want him if you don't look at the Oklahoma tape.
Or the Michigan Bowl game.
I wouldn't look at that either, no. And if you don't look at those games, you might find yourself also wanting a slightly used Jalen Milroe. 412-928-9370. You can tweet us. Brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. All right, let's grade the quarterbacks from this year. What do you give Russ?
B.
Oh!
B.
Why?
Circumstance. Coming off of an injury, not playing for a long time, not really having a training camp. Coming in at 6 games in and doing what he did during that bulk of winning football, some of the throws he made, and just basically circumstance. I thought he did pretty good. And then whenever he did, have that skid, it was without their only dynamic weapon. Good. More of, I thought Russ did a pretty decent job. Maybe C+, but probably let's go B.
I'm going D. I'm going D. 0 for the last 5. Now, the playoff game, weirdly, was probably the best game he played out of the 5. I mean, he threw some dimes now in that game. So I respect how he played. But 14 points. And there are other circumstances. Believe me, I agree, too. The offensive line, right. The running game stunk. George Pickens in the Cincinnati game didn't help out. Pat Freiermuth had the drop at the end of the Cincinnati game. Also couldn't get past the sticks in the Ravens game. There were a lot of issues that aren't all on the quarterback. But I think the season changed for the worse when he fumbled the ball against the Ravens, when he threw that horrific pick 6. And I think that made the Steelers, Mike Tomlin, get into their shell. And while that's mostly on Tomlin, it's a little bit on Russ. Mm-hmm. And I'm afraid that bringing him back next year, he's a year older. He was hurt a couple of times this season. Now, it sounds like they're going to have a new strength and conditioning staff. I'm not flirting with that again, man. I'm not. And I know that you're not saying you would either. The last 5 games mean more to me than the first however many he played.
Yeah.
Math is hard for me.
Yeah. I mean, I just kind of closed my eyes, and then we talked about this a little bit yesterday. And I put him on the Minnesota Vikings. Like, how good does he do? I'm sure that he does very, very well with weapons around him.
I think he does better than he did here, yeah. I do, and it's a better scheme.
So if I'm evaluating Russ and grading Russ, yeah, I give him like around a B. Like, I think he could have done very well if he had the significant things around him.
What do you think the problem that was between him and Smith? Because my guess is it's probably middle of the field. Russ has never been a middle of the field guy. Now you're facing constant pressure. So you never see it because you're not a big guy. You're not as mobile as you used to be, where you drop back like 45 yards. So you're not going to go over the middle of the field. I think that was probably it.
Or probably going no huddle a little bit more than him. You mean the disconnect between the two?
Yeah, I think Arthur wanted more middle of the field stuff. Just isn't capable of that anymore, and the circumstances don't lend itself to that.
But I mean, if you got to understand, if you're an offensive coordinator and a guy doesn't like doing that, and he's been playing a lot of football, and he's 5'10", like, it's probably not in his arsenal. So you got to let it go. So, like, I don't know if that could cause some friction. I think that maybe Russ is like, I need the ball in my hands. Let me start seeing stuff and let me start running things on the field without play calls. And Arthur's like, no, we have to set it up. We have to have a structure. And Russ are like, no, like, I need to get into a groove. Let me go no huddle. Let me give signals. Let me get to the line. Let me do this stuff. And Arthur's kind of like, I'll pump the brakes a little bit. And Russ is probably like, okay, whatever.
Then you know what? I don't think that if that's what it is, I don't think Russ's problem is with Arthur Smith. I think it's with Mike Tomlin.
Probably.
Because I don't.
Yeah, ultimately.
Because if you're the OC, you just want points. Let's move the ball. Let's score some points.
Yeah.
And
but the message is, where's the message?
Trickles down.
Yeah.
Comes from Mike Tomlin. Because in the Cincinnati game, he did everyone at the line of scrimmage. Mm-hmm. He's up there. He's yipping. He looks like Peyton Manning. He's Omahaing, all that fun jazz, right? And then all of a sudden that stopped. Philly game didn't go so well. Baltimore game, the turnovers, and all of a sudden he's not. You don't see him up at the line doing all the gyrations.
Arthur Smith is going to throw Mike Tomlin under the bus, and Russ is probably like, well, why aren't we doing this? Why can't we do this? What's going on? Why? Mm-hmm. And Arthur Smith's like, we just got to stick to the plan. He's probably frustrated.
Texter, the goal is to win a Super Bowl. You are insane. You're not going to win a Super Bowl with Russell Wilson. You are not going to win a Super Bowl, in all likelihood, with Justin Fields. You're not going to win it next year, I don't think, with Justin Fields. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying, Texter. The goal is to win the Super Bowl, not win a playoff game. And when you went out and you signed Russ, you were trying to win a playoff game and break the streak this year. That doesn't get you any closer to actually winning the Super Bowl. The thing that gets you closest to winning the Super Bowl, it might have to be a long-term vision. I know that's hard for people to get through their minds, is to find a quarterback. You bring Russ back next year and you surround him with a lot of guys, you might win a playoff game. But Russ isn't going to be here 2 years after that. So what's the point?
Mm-hmm.
What? You don't hang banners for winning a playoff game. You don't.
Mm-mm.
So find a guy that you think can win you a Super Bowl. And not finding a guy this year is actually an answer too. Thomas Edison, Doran, I found 1,000 ways not to make a light bulb or whatever. Right? Like, that provides answers. Is Justin the guy? No. Okay, it's really a productive season if you find out he can't do it. We know Russ ain't the guy who's going to win you a Super Bowl.
Is it a productive season, though?
I think so.
I mean, but how many years will that be then?
Well, let's talk about that next.
Right.
I think it's a good conversation at 412-928-9370. It is 7:34. Whoops. Time to make the call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums. 724-443-5610. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittman's basketball has a game tonight at 9 o'clock against Florida State. It's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. Listen on the radio or listen on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY Odyssey. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about something that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's Gina GMP. You'll have experience when you sell your home with Gina, and my friend Gina always delivers. When you work with Gina to sell your home, you can get some quick results, just like Debbie, who needed to sell her home in Moon Township. Debbie said that she called Gina, and just 2 days after their phone conversation, Gina had Debbie's home listed. Then just 2 weeks later, Debbie received a great offer for her home. Gina will sit down with you. You agree on the price. You agree on the deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she will have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. Pull out your phone. Give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina GMP Show of RE/MAX Select Realty. Look up Gina will sell your home.com. That's Gina will sell your home.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. Yeah. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
What's up, football fans? BetMGM is giving you the chance to win up to $250,000 in bonus bets. It's all part of BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot, where you could be able to split the grand prize with anyone else who bet on the longest touchdown of the week. It's easy to get started. Log into your BetMGM account today and opt into the promo. Then place an anytime touchdown wager of $10 or more on the player of your choice, up to one player per game. If your player scores the longest touchdown of the week, you'll win a share of the $250K. BetMGM lets you go all the way with the longest touchdown jackpot. Make your bets and join the fun with the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older. Pennsylvania only. BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot subject to rules. See BetMGM.com. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Bonus bets are unrestricted reward bonus dollars that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Colin Dunlap here. New year, same great stuff from Schultz Ford as always. All the great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, and that new store. It's not so new anymore. It's doing so great down in Wheeling. And always online at schultzford.com. You want a truck? You head to Schultz Ford, one of those great locations. F-150s, so many of them. You know what I drove for a little while that I love? That Ranger. That is something. It really is. And work trucks, they got a ton of them. Explorer, go get one. The service is incredible. The selection, the inventory, just can't be beaten. It just can't from Schultz Ford. Richard Bazzi and his staff are going to do so much to make you happy. So, listen, if you're looking for a great new Ford, go to schultzford.com and check it all out, see what you want, or one of those great locations. Schultz Ford, and you can't go wrong, and always online at schultzford.com.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Parmar store. See for yourself. Download the Parmar Stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrili reminding you that if there's not a Parmar store near you now, there will be soon.
Are you ready to launch your career with one of the region's top builders? At P.J. Dick, Trumbull, the Lindy Group, you can build something meaningful, your future. Our dynamic internship and co-op program will immerse you in the industry from day one. Join a complete team of companies that has become a recognized leader in innovation, safety, and quality. Keep up with us on social media and check us out at www.pjdick.com. See you soon, future builders.
Looking for a great deal on a new car? South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram is offering incredible savings on all new vehicles. 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee at $229 for 27 months. Visit southhillschryslerjeep.net for more details.
Join us for the Pittsburgh RV Expo at the Monroeville Convention Center, January 16th through 19th. Admission is free. Tour brand new 2025 RVs with the latest features, designs, and technology. There will be a full lineup of travel trailers, fifth wheels, motorhomes, toy haulers, and more with special show pricing. You can even enter to win a free RV. Don't miss the Pittsburgh RV Expo at the Monroeville Convention Center, January 16th through 19th. Learn more at campingworld.com/Pittsburgh. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-747-1515, 800-747-1515, 800-747-1515.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
Live from Studio B at Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville.
Thought that the way that he managed his professional circumstance was really impressive. I thought he brought an urgency to his day-to-day work regardless of his role. I thought he got continually better within our system of ball throughout the process. I thought the way he conducted himself makes that a legitimate thought or idea at this juncture.
I'm not exactly sure what Mike Tomlin means by our system of ball because I thought both quarterbacks wound up playing in different systems. And then I don't think that Justin Fields played in a system that really allowed him to showcase his talents. But it does sound to me, from hearing Mike Tomlin's comments, from reading Mark Caboli's reporting yesterday evening, that if one of the two guys from this year's team is going to be back next year, it's going to be Justin Fields. And I'm excited about that. You do have to let Justin be Justin. I've also said that next year can't be about winning a playoff game. It needs to be about finding your quarterback, getting closer to finding your quarterback. But you disagreed a little bit at the end of the last segment. What do you disagree with?
Well, it'd be how many years since Ben, where it's a revolving door, and you want to go even more years of a revolving door. It's clearly not working. You draft Kenny Pickett. You bring in Mitch Trubisky. You start Mitch Trubisky. You have Mason Rudolph on the roster. Then you bench Mitch Trubisky for Kenny Pickett. Kenny Pickett's the guy. Then you bench him for Mitch Trubisky. Then you bench Mitch Trubisky, and Kenny Pickett is hurt. And then you put in Mason Rudolph, and you get rid of that room. And then you go to Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. You do that platoon. Now you're going to go possibly back to Justin Fields or another quarterback. I mean, you want to waste all these years? I mean,
they're wasting them already.
They are wasting them already, but like, I don't know if that's the proper way to do this. I'm not saying that I have the answer, but I mean, you're spinning around.
Yes, you are spinning around.
You're spinning around.
That's why I don't want to be clear, I don't want to do the revolving door thing this year. I want Justin to come back and you get 17 games. And if through 17 games this year and 6 games last year and the 38 games he started in Chicago, we'll have a pretty good idea of whether or not he's the guy by the end of next season. And I don't think it's a high percentage chance that Justin Fields saves your franchise. I really don't. But then I look around and I see all the other options out there, and they don't excite me. It's why I take a flyer on a Jalen Milroe. It's why I consider doing what you have thrown out there, which is maybe trying to trade for Joe Milton, a low-risk, potentially high-reward guy. I've had a philosophy for a long time. If you are without a quarterback, then you move heaven and earth to get one. And so in a normal draft or a good quarterback draft, my talking point the last few days would have been trade up and get a guy.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't trading up for Shedeur Sanders.
No.
And
I feel like you're 1 year away. The next draft is going to be a whole lot better. So in my mind, if I'm 1 year away, and this is where Doug will be fantastic on a little bit later, if I'm 1 year away, I do stopgap it again to see if I could catch lightning in a bottle and try this thing one more time and know that I'm going to go right to the draft next year in 2026.
My concern with that is, even though I just said I'd love to trade up in a quarterback-rich draft, if you stopgap it, if it's Russ or if it's
Aaron Rodgers, you're going to win 9 or 10 more games again, and then you're going to be picking 21st again. Is the guy going to fall to you there? Maybe.
Are you going to be able to be the team that swings the deal? Because I do say it like it's this easy thing. Oh, just trade up for a quarterback. The Jets probably interested in doing that this year. The Raiders could be. There's a bunch of different teams out there. The Giants that all want a quarterback. So when I say something like, oh, just trade up and get a guy, well, everyone wants to do that.
Right.
So it's easier said than done. So I am going with Justin instead of one of these veteran stopgap guys, because at least I think there's like a 5% chance he can one day lead you to the promised land. I think there's a 0% chance that Rodgers is going to in 1 or 2 years.
I think that I don't know if you're going to get your answers either, because you know definitely that this team is not going to bottom out like Mike Tomlin. Like they never have and they never will. And Justin Fields proved at least enough that he can have a winning record whenever he is a starting quarterback. He's going to have a winning record next year, too, if he is the guy for 17 games, and you're going to be stuck in the same spot. And I don't know if you're going to get all the answers you need. You're just going to be another situation where it's like, is he the guy or is he not the guy? Do we have to go to the draft, but we're going to be picking 21st? You're going to do that with him, too.
I do think, though, that
he's going to win enough games next year.
You know what? I tend to agree with that, but the eye test will matter. And Kenny Pickett went 14-10, and they moved off from him. So you have now in Justin Fields' career a 50-game body of work, 44 starts. Slap 17 more on there, and let your eyes tell you whether he's the guy or not. I mean, he'll probably have a winning record, sure. This year, Kenny Pickett did. But the winning record wasn't enough to keep Kenny Pickett around. I don't think it would be enough to keep Justin Fields around.
Mm-hmm.
And at least there's that chance.
Mm-hmm.
Now, neither of us have faith that they'll utilize him correctly.
No. No.
And
or the guy that if they do move on and draft a guy in 2026, I don't have faith that the regime is going to put that guy in the best situation.
Don't you think that I don't know that this is a hot take or anything like that either, but the best case scenario for them would be is if they dealt with a bunch of quarterback injuries next year, they deal with TJ Watt injuries and Cam Hayward injuries, you totally bottom out, and then you've got a ready-made quarterback. Like, they need a guy who is as close to a finished product as possible.
Is that guy going to be in that draft? I mean,
could be Cooper Manning. Could be
Arch.
Every damn time. Every damn.
That's worse than
day.
Gus Johnson. Cooper.
It's not worse.
Yes, it is. That's his dad. He didn't even play. He didn't even play football.
At this point, I think I would take Cooper Manning. Would you take Cooper Manning as the Steelers quarterback? 412-928-9370. The Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We didn't grade Justin Fields' season, so we'll do that when we come back. Ray Fittipaldo on everything at the top of the hour. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins, they lost to the Seattle Kraken yesterday. That makes it 7 losses in their last 8 games, and their consecutive streak right now is 3 losses in a row. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
We still have reports of an accident with multiple crews on the scene on the Turnpike eastbound. That's around Pine Township towards the North Hills area, so be mindful of that on the Turnpike this morning. Parkway East and West is going to be slowing you down on the inbound side right around Wilkinsburg and, of course, the top of Green Tree Hill. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK, I'm Rob Taylor on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich, and Fishman. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number one Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Hey, Top Dog, I have a question. When you call them insurance companies, what do you say to them? Do you say it's me again? Like, what do you say? Do you tell them you want top dollar? Do you demand the number you want? Or do you just bite them? Like straight from the rip, just bite them. Like, what do you do? What if they don't want to give you what you want? What do you do then? Do you take them to court? Or do you bite them again until they give you what you want? When you get what you want, what you do? Do you say thank you? Do you shake their hand? Do you smile at them? Do you laugh at them? What you do? How you handle that? Medical malpractice. That's your dog food. Car accidents. That's your dog food. Top Dog Law. That's the power of Bowser.
Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice. The Power of Bowser family of dealerships. Featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express store and choose your vehicle, payment, and financing options. Value your trade and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations: Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Up top, bike shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messelthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $165 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $179 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires February 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Guardian Protection is celebrating 75 years of keeping homes and businesses safe. With this big anniversary, right now you can buy one Guardian camera and get the second for just 75 cents. That's right, add another camera for just pocket change. Guardian cameras offer HD video, motion alerts, and two-way audio, so you're always connected and in control. Protect your property with smarter security and enjoy total peace of mind. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to grab this limited time anniversary offer. New customers only, terms and conditions
conditions apply.
Turn up the heat at GetGo Cafe and Market. Check out GetGo's new sweet and spicy chicken sandwich. It's a spicy chicken filet with a kick of Market District hot honey, melted cheddar, and crispy bacon on a pretzel bun. Try GetGo's sweet and spicy chicken sandwich today. Download the GetGo app and get a free order of tots. Then use the app to discover deals, track perks, and find a GetGo near you. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
What are your plans this winter? Snowy walk in the park? Curl up by the fire with a nice book? Get stuck in the hospital with COVID-19? If that last one isn't in your plans, and surely it's not, then consider getting an updated vaccine. Because if you're 65 or older, you're 14 times more likely to be hospitalized with COVID-19 than someone under 50. So get your updated vaccine and make the most of this winter. Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Best thing on the radio! It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Ray Fittipaldo going to join us in the next segment. And on our Twitter poll, brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement, trustpj.com, we've asked you to give a letter grade to Justin Fields for his 2024 season. Initially, Doran, my thought was B-. He cleaned up a lot of the mistakes that we knew that he made in Chicago. But at the same time, I feel like they didn't let him use his powers for good or for evil. And so I think it has to be, for me, an incomplete. Like, I can't even give Justin Fields a letter grade. He did what they asked of him, and he did that well. I think that's growth. Mm-hmm. I think that shows that he's coachable. And I think he handled, in fact, I know he did, the change to Russell Wilson very well and incredibly maturely. So I guess if I had to give him one, I'd give him a B-. But I'll say incomplete because I'd like to see what he can do when he's allowed to use his feet, when he's allowed to sling the thing around out there.
I'm right with you. I give him a B, and I just know how hard it is to be a package guy because football's such a rhythm-based sport, and especially at that position. And for the things that he did whenever he did get a chance to go in there after he, was not the starter, to get those first downs and to do certain things and just go into the game cold. I give him a lot of credit for that. And being a good soldier as well. But during the 6 games, 4-2 record, I'm strong on a B there because he did what he was asked to do.
First game of the season, don't throw it over the middle of the field. Atlanta's got great safety depth. Okay, so he didn't. And yeah, they kicked a bunch of field goals. But they moved the ball, which we hadn't seen in a couple of years. And then the Chargers game. Okay, you need to attack the middle of the field. And he did. And the one throw I can't get out of my head was that touchdown to Calvin Austin, where he threaded it in there and then Calvin Austin did the rest. That's a beautiful throw. And it shows that it's in there with Justin Fields. So he did what was asked. And he went 4-2. Russ was a 500 quarterback. Justin was 4-2. Doesn't tell the whole story, but when you handle things maturely and you execute the game plan handed down, I can't go in the C range. Of course not. And he didn't turn the ball over a lot. Got lucky with some of the snap stuff.
Yeah.
Ultimately cost them against the Colts, even though he played really well otherwise in that game. Going to have to clean that up if you come back next year. We think he is coming back. That's what Mike Tomlin sounded like yesterday. Mark Caboli's report was that Arthur Smith and Russell Wilson, they had a good professional relationship but didn't necessarily see eye to eye. That would point to, if one of these guys comes back, it's Justin Fields. What did Ray Fittipaldo hear out of Mike Tomlin's mouth? How does he interpret it? We'll talk to Ray when we come back. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
Hey, it's Thor Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for over a year now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family-owned and operated for over 70 years in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Hey, are your glass shower doors past their prime, dated, tarnished, faded, or maybe just boring? Well, transform your shower into a spa-like retreat with a custom glass shower enclosure from Boulevard Glass in Metal. This is the same team you've seen installing those large glass storefronts all around town. Choose from frameless designs, elegant finishes, and custom configurations to elevate that quality time in your bathroom. Give them a call, 412-621-1799. Boulevard Glass and Metal can also customize your bathroom mirror.
The temperatures aren't the only thing dropping. Prices at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville are dropping too. During our winter savings event, hurry in for huge savings on every new Toyota in stock, including new Tacomas and hybrid SUVs. And to help you get through winter, Panda has bundled a lifetime powertrain warranty together with complimentary maintenance, including oil changes at no additional charge on whatever new Toyota you choose. Don't miss Spitzer's winter savings event.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
See dealer for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
You're going to be slowing down on the Parkway East coming on in right around the Wilkinsburg area. Parkway West slows inbound right around the Green Tree Hill area. And still looking at the accident on the inbound, the eastbound side rather, of the Pennsylvania Turnpike up in the North Hills right around Cranberry. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK, I'm Rob Taylor on Sports Radio 93.7 A Fan.
WetGo, go unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Start new at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington. Equally great in weather and fuel efficiency. Check out the 2025 Outlander PHEV. Just $299 a month with no money down. Remaining 24 Outlanders now up to $9,000 off. Or finance at a low 0%. Your new year deal, your way. What a great day. Shop JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Lease for $299 a month for 36 months. Security deposit waived. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
It's Fan Morning Show live from Studio B, Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville. And the Fan Morning Show, as always, brought to you by our friends at Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Speaking of friends, we're joined right now by our Steelers insider, great friend, tremendous man, Ray Fittipaldo from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Good morning to you, Ray. How you doing?
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Oh, we are wonderful.
Great.
Ray, did it sound to you like if one of these quarterbacks comes back next year that it's going to be Justin Fields?
Yeah, listen, I walked away from that news conference understanding that the Steelers probably at this point don't even know what they're going to do. And I think that's the way because of the way the season ended, guys. I mean, when they were 10-3, I would have bet my house that, Russ would be back the way things were going. They were top 10 offense. They were in position to be a top 3 seed in the AFC, and then the bottom kind of fell out of it here. So, I know a lot of people are reading into what Mike said yesterday about quarterback mobility and, not really endorsing Russ. Let's see how it plays out. I'm not convinced that it's definitely going to be Justin, but I am more open to that possibility after what I heard yesterday.
Well, who else could it be? I mean, you look at the free agents, and it's not a sexy market. But if we're playing this game, who do you think the Steelers could possibly have their eye on if it's not Russ or Justin Fields?
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot out there. Sam Darnold's, last 2 performances, I think people are going to think twice about that. But you're right, Doran, the free agent crop is not great. And this year's quarterback class coming out in the draft is not great. So the Steelers are going to have to choose between Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. But I do think whether it's this year or next year, you got to go find yourself a young quarterback and develop him behind one of those guys. I wrote this yesterday. If you look at the playoff field, the 8 teams that are still alive, 6 of them are mobile quarterbacks. Matthew Stafford and Jared Goff are the only outliers. And that's the way the game is trending. You got to go out and find one of those guys. And, maybe you don't have to spend a top 10 pick on it. Maybe you can, your scouting department can find a Lamar Jackson or a Jalen Hurts. I don't have to tell you, Andy Weidel was running the draft board when they got Jalen Hurts, I think, at pick number 52. So they got to do something like that again, either this year or next year, to get that young guy in here, because right now it's kind of like Groundhog Day. They keep doing the same things, and they're just not producing results.
That is right. Ray Fittipaldo of the Post-Gazette joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. Mike Tomlin said there's going to be changes. There's football justice. Obviously, we know he's going to be around. What staff changes do you expect, Ray?
Yeah, well, listen, there's going to be staff changes. Mike said a few of his coaches are not under contract, but I do know the coordinators are under contract. So it may or may not be a big move. I think, unfortunately, Terrell Austin could be in the crosshairs here just because of the way the season finished. I think if they're going to eat one contract, I think Austin's only has a year left. And you got to do something. After the way that defense got dominated in the playoff game, and really in those 4 regular season games leading up to that, it's hard to come back with the status quo there. So, I think that's a possibility. I know a lot of people have brought up Pat Meyer because the offensive line really struggled down the stretch. Mike did say one thing yesterday. He thought maybe those young guys became physically and mentally fatigued. So, that's not absolving Pat of any blame there, but I do think we have to acknowledge that as a young group. And maybe Pat gets another chance to come back, but, time's probably running out on him too. I think they got to see some results on that line here going forward if people are going to keep their jobs.
What's your take on allegedly George Pickens being late against the Chiefs on Christmas, being late to the game?
Doesn't surprise me at all. I reported back in October, guys, that he was late for multiple practices. And after I reported that, I got, word from people in the locker room that, this is kind of just who George is, and, they deal with it. It's kind of similar to what they were going through with Antonio Brown way back when, he wasn't showing up on time, and, there were some issues there. So it's a problem. It's been a problem for a long time now. And I think we touched on this last week, guys. I think in the next couple of weeks, they're going to have to decide if they want him on their roster in 2024. And if they don't, once that new league year comes around, second week of March, there's a good possibility that he could be on the trade block. And if they don't pull the trigger then, maybe they do it around the draft.
Which way do you think they're leaning on that? Leaning towards trading him, and Mike Tomlin was just putting up with this for one final season?
I think if they had any depth behind him at all, that decision would already be made. But there was just nothing behind him. You would pretty much commit yourself to having to go out and spend 25 or 30 million on a top flight receiver in the free agent market. If you do that, that's not something the Steelers traditionally do. And I think either way, I think they're going to have to commit draft resources to it and early ones too. So whether George comes back or not. So, I mean, if you're asking me right now how I feel, the front office, I don't have a great gauge, but I do think it's a possibility going forward just because of the way the season turned out for George.
Ray, in your opinion, what player on the roster right now and will be on the roster in this coming season got better this year?
Well, I think of young guys, Peyton Wilson. I mean, you were talking about vets or young guys?
Both. I mean, who got better that will be here next year? Who got better this year? Because it's hard for me. I mean, personally, there's only one guy in my mind, and it was hard for me to find who actually got better, who actually showed out. It was a bright spot on this football team this year.
Yeah, I think to your larger point, Doran, I think this team peaked really in late November, early December, and you can't do that. I think they were ahead of the curve early in the season. They were finding ways to win. Maybe they were out scheming people. Maybe that tough training camp that they always have prepares them for the early season better than these other teams. But it was clear by the end of the season that was not the case. If you press me, I would say Peyton Wilson, Zach Frazier, even though that offensive line really regressed late in the season. I thought Deshaun Elliott had a really good year, but how can you really say anyone on that defense got better late in the season? So, yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I think it's more of a team-wide problem, more so than, individuals. I just don't think they were playing cohesively as a team at the end, and I think really that's the biggest issue going forward. Pat Freiermuth talked about that the other day. They got to find a way to get on the same page, start games fast, and maybe if they do that, they'll have a different result next year. But it was not good by the end of the season, that's for sure.
Ray Fittipaldo with us on the Fan Morning Show. Najee Harris, bye-bye?
I think so. Mike Tomlin kind of threw a bouquet at him yesterday, and what did he say? It was ridiculous production or whatever he said about it. I mean, I just fall back on if they really wanted him on this football team, they would have picked up his option back in May. I suppose if there's not a lot of interest in Najee, that he can come back on a cheap deal, less than $4 or $5 million. But I think he'll have suitors, and I think there are people in that building who feel like Jaylen Warren is the better back anyway. So I think they're just going to roll with Jaylen. And this is supposed to be a pretty decent draft for running backs.
Yep.
So you pick one up middle rounds of the draft, and then I think you go from there.
Percentage chance Aaron Rodgers is on this roster next year.
Oh, he comes in with the Rodgers.
Well, I asked Mike about quarterback mobility yesterday. He said it's very important to him. So I'm going to say 2%. But I know what people are going to say. There's the people out there who want to talk about that wink 5 years ago when Rodgers was still with the Packers. So I suppose we'll leave the door open for that. But I'll say 2%.
I mean, who isn't thinking about that wink from 5 years ago?
Right.
Exchange a glance with somebody.
Mike Tomlin isn't because he can remember Christmas Day, obviously.
That's true. Mike Tomlin can't remember anything.
Right. That was a long time ago. That was a bit ago.
Totally shocking that Mike Tomlin forgot something. All right. Last thing here for you, Ray. Mark Caboli of Pat McAfee's show. I almost said his former employer. He would have texted me and blown me up if I said that. He says that Artie and Russ Is Ray gone?
Is he gone?
Are we off the air?
I think you guys were off the air for about 10 seconds there, but I got the gist of your question.
Oh, okay, good. I hope everyone got jokes about winking, too. Those were fabulous.
Listen, I think there's always going to be some tension between the OC and the quarterback. It was never a great deal with Ben and Todd Haley, but they found a way to make it work. If you want to go all the way back to Ben and Ken Wisenhunt, Ben wanted the ball more early in his career, and he didn't get it. And really, I think the only OC that Ben was happy with was probably Bruce Arians. So I think there's always going to be tension there. I think they were pros. They worked through it. But, we'll see if that plays a part in the Steelers' decision. That's going to be important. Arthur is going to be this team's OC if he doesn't get a head coaching job. And, they're certainly going to have to, get that straightened out going forward if Russ does come back.
Ray, tremendous as always. We appreciate your time, and we'll talk to you next week. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, guys. See you.
Thanks, Ray.
Ray Fittipaldo of the Post-Gazette, our Steelers insider, and you can tweet us, brought by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. A lot to react to there from Ray. I want to niche running back situation, Doran. I think it's the easiest position to address this offseason, but it might be one of the most important. We'll get to that when we come back. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt men's basketball plays tonight, 9 o'clock against Florida State. It's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. Listen on the radio or listen on the free Odyssey app. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Crowley.
Thank you so much, Callis. Winter snow, ice wreaks havoc on your home, especially if your roof siding or gutters aren't up to par. And there's only one choice if you think your home isn't properly protected. Call the Pickle Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. They are experts in finding and eliminating leaks, making repairs, or if you need a whole house roof and siding replacement, they can do that too. No job is too big or too small for The Pickle. 724-515-5551. Callthepickle.com. They're answering phones 24/7.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Hey, it's Chris Muller with a question. Was your goal to lose weight this new year? If so, are you already down 20 pounds? That's a serious question because I dropped 20 pounds my first 3 weeks alone with Awaken 180 weight loss. That's how fast the weight can fall off when you choose the solution for weight loss. Each week you look at the scale and the number goes down and down. Every morning you wake up, you feel better and better. For me, it was my joints. I knew I was going to need knee surgery, and even before the surgery, my knee felt better because it wasn't carrying around so much weight. Experiencing those results, and given how easy Awaken 180 was, there was no way I wouldn't reach my goal. And I did. 35 pounds total thanks to Awaken 180, and I've kept the weight off since. The only weight loss program I know that puts their money where their mouth is. They're so confident in your success, they offer free support for life, a one-time investment in yourself for a lifetime of benefits. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Attention Pittsburgh, are you an HVAC technician looking for a great place to work? Then look no further. McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling is growing and looking for experienced HVAC service techs. McVeigh treats their employees like they matter. Our employees are just as important as our customers. McVeigh offers great pay, excellent benefits, and many other perks unheard of in the industry. If you're interested in improving your career, your finances, and your quality of life, go to the careers page at callmcveigh.com and submit an application today.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-353-9057. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Providers help thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance Insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-353-9057. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-353-9057. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-353-9057. 800-353-9057 or biglou.com.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Josh Allen gets a wild card game ball for his nearly flawless performance against Denver. Derrick Henry and Nico Collins were also showstoppers on the offensive side. Houston's Derek Stingley Jr., Philly's Nolan Smith Jr., and Baltimore's Nnamdi Madubuike garnered top defensive honors. And Dan Quinn earned my coaching game ball for Washington's upset of Tampa Bay. Now they're on to Detroit. Beat Detroit, and I guarantee you're going to get another one next week. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Well, traffic-wise, we got a lot of slowdowns to tell you about. I'm looking at 51 right now, trying to come in towards that Liberty Tunnel area. It's going to be slowing you down that way. Parkway West is slow, top of Green Tree Hill, all the way through towards downtown. Parkway East slows past slows past Wilkinsburg. Say that 3 times fast. And Route 28 is going to be slowing you down inbound side at the Etna bypass. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. I'm Rob Taylor on Sports Radio 93.7 A Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Naj has had an awesome 4 years here. I understand that he is a free agent. Again, it's at the very beginnings of that process in terms of us assessing what we're capable of doing or what we desire to do. And I'd imagine it's the same thing from a player's perspective. For sure, we've had a good experience with him, and obviously the ridiculous consistency in his performance in terms of producing four straight 1,000-yard seasons speaks for itself.
Consistently at 3.9 yards per carry, but yes, 4 consecutive 1,000-yard seasons for Najee Harris. I do think you could rely on him. I do think he was consistent. He was a bell cow. He was going to play through pain. Durable. He wasn't going to put the ball on the ground. There's value in all of those things. I'm not going to kick Najee Harris on his way out the door, Doran, but I do think it's time to move on and get a more dynamic player back there and to utilize Jaylen Warren a little bit more too. Running back by committee. It's popular around the NFL. Some of the big-time Super Bowl contenders have gone the other direction, and they're paying out the nose for exceptional talents. I don't think the Steelers are there yet or should do that. And the other teams that don't do that, they find success with running back by committee. Agree or disagree with a lot of the things I just said?
I agree in ways. I don't think – I think that Najee Harris is just caught in between, that running back kind of mentality now. And there's just no – not that there's no use for him. It just doesn't get your offense where it needs to be unless you're Derrick Henry. Like, Derrick Henry is the only big back that can move, that can – wear a defense down. Najee Harris is like caught in between. Like, now you have to be able to be a receiving threat. You have to be able to be dynamic out of the backfield. You have to be quick. You have to be fast. You're more of just an all-around football player than just running back. And, you think of McCaffrey, you think of Jahmyr Gibbs, you think of Bijan Robinson, like those guys, and Saquon Barkley. They offer so much more to your offense than just playing running back. And I'm sure Najee will get picked up somewhere. And if it's here, I mean, he is productive, but it's gotten you nowhere is kind of what I'm saying. You need a running back that can do multiple things, and he can't offer that at this point. But I also don't think that Jaylen Warren should be the number one back.
I don't think he can. He's shown me nothing to say that he can. That's why I think he needs to be part of a rotation. He can be dynamic. He changed my mind on that in the preseason game against Buffalo, where he was a 70-yard run. Yeah. And I think he's more dynamic in space. I think he does a lot of things well. I think he's better in pass protection than he was, obviously, as a rookie. There's a place for Jaylen Warren to touch the ball a decent amount every single Sunday. But you've got to pair him with somebody that can carry that load. I think it was a mistake for the Steelers ever to draft Najee in the first round in the first place. I said that at the time. I've never moved off of that. When I think about a first-round running back, I think about Jahmyr Gibbs in Detroit, and you love him. Mm-hmm. I think about Bijan Robinson, that kind of talent. I think about Derrick Henry, who didn't even go in the first round. I think about Saquon Barkley. I think about Christian McCaffrey. All guys who are explosive in the pass game and in the run game.
Yes.
If you're going to draft a running back in the first round, it has to be someone who's can't miss and dynamic in both avenues. And I think you probably got to be close to a Super Bowl contender. And the Steelers, they didn't get a dynamic guy, and they weren't close to a Super Bowl contender. Mm-hmm. So I don't blame Najee for not being what those other guys are. I blame them for drafting him 4 years ago and thinking that he could be and miscasting him in that.
Yeah. And they've done that a lot.
Well, and
first round.
They have.
A lot.
With a lot of different positions, yeah.
Terrell Edmonds, going all the way back to him. Even obviously Kenny Pickett. They've done that a lot recently, whether it was the Colbert regime, whether it's this one. They've really – and then, look, I mean, Faltana, you can't blame the coaches or the scouting department on that, but he was hurt this year. Like, their first-round picks have not hit.
No, they have not. That's a big reason they are where they are.
Yeah.
And guys like Chris Sims, he tweeted out this morning, you don't blame Tomlin. Tomlin's overachieving with a not great roster, and they've missed on these draft picks. Okay, we're so close, everybody. We're so close. Mike Tomlin has a lot to do with who plays football and wears uniforms for the Pittsburgh Steelers. National media, a lot of people continue to miss on that. You're right. Terrell Evans, not a bad player. First-round player. Najee Harris, not a bad player. Not a first-round player. Now, if I'm trying to understand why they did what they did, Le'Veon Bell was not a dynamic pass catcher at Michigan State. He was a little heavier. He was 3 yards, 4 yards, 5 yards, cloud of dust. And then they slimmed him down, and he became just a wonderful weapon, not just a running back, and that's why he wanted to get paid like a number 2 wide receiver and a number 1 running back. That's the kind of talent you need in the first round, or even the second round for me. And the reason why I think it is easy to move off of Najee Harris this offseason is you can spend money better elsewhere. You're not going to have to pay Jaylen Warren a lot. You can draft a running back in the middle rounds, and I think you can get a guy for a fraction of the cost who might even have better production than Najee Harris in year 1 as a rookie. I mean, you tell me, what's the jump for a running back like to the NFL?
Probably the easiest.
Yeah.
The easiest, because everybody played running back whenever you're little. I know it sounds funny and it sounds ridiculous, but whenever you first play football, if you're athletic, you're going to get the ball the most, and you're the running back. Nobody can throw when you're little, so that's the position that everybody has played. So, like, if you're a running back, you've played running back since you were 5. So it's probably the easiest whenever you get to the end, which is the NFL. and it's the easiest transition because nothing really changes, just the speed of the game.
Yeah.
It's the same.
Was that your favorite position?
Yes.
You just ran people over?
Yes. Oh, yeah, and ran by them.
Really fast?
Yep. Just natural, just vision. And
You didn't even talk junk when you were running past them, did you? You just take the ball to the referee.
No, I was trying to breathe. Couldn't breathe.
You breathe out your nose or your mouth?
Mouth.
Yeah. Probably not smart to try nose breathing whenever you're running down the field. I wouldn't know. I played flag football, and the one carry I got 9 yards, but I went the wrong way. They blocked it up to go to the left. I ran to the right. Made something out of nothing, though.
Come on.
Yeah. I did.
Well, you also did the last night that you might want to share with everybody.
I did a workout, and then at the end of the workout, I was doing push-ups, and around 20, because I had done a lot of chest stuff, I was petering out, but I wanted to get to 25 as kind of my finisher, and after 20, I went to my knees and did the last 5 on my hands and knees. I wanted to push myself to failure, Doran. I achieved my goal. I was able to push myself to failure.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did.
You didn't achieve your goal. You went to your knees.
Is it better to stop at 20 or to keep pushing?
Stop at 20.
No, you got to push. You got to put. What do you know about
Stop
lifting
at
weights
20.
and being strong?
You went to your knees?
I did. I'll show you right in here after the break.
No, please.
If you're around Bowser Chevrolet Monroeville, you can come take a peek at me. I'll be in the fishbowl in here doing knee push-ups. This draft is deep. You're not taking Genty. You shouldn't take Genty. He's projected to be. He's on most big boards around number 10, as I've kind of canvassed those, right?
Overall?
Overall.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I keep coming back to Scatterbo. And the one I'm looking at right now, they have him as the 78th best prospect in the draft. There's actually 6 running backs ahead of him. But I look at his overall numbers. I think about him puking against Texas, going up against a really good defense. He's catching the ball. He's throwing the ball. He's running the ball. He had 1,700 rushing yards. He also had 600 receiving yards. He's the only guy among these top 8 running backs in the draft that had more than 373 receiving yards. I want a guy who can do both and a guy that I think can shoulder the load with Jaylen Warren getting like 40% of the snaps.
Absolutely not.
What?
He's durable in college, but he is taxed. He has taken a lot of punishment.
No doubt.
He's had a lot of reps in college. That will wear whenever you get to the NFL.
And you know
that
what?
That will catch up.
My response right there, my knee-jerk reaction was, well, so was Le'Veon Bell. And then what happened to Le'Veon? He got hurt all the damn time. That's a good point by you.
No, I would stay. I mean, fantastic player, and maybe I'll be wrong, and I think he could be a really good NFL running back, but he has a lot of wear and tear on that body already, and he's 21 years old probably. 21 years old. That catches up quick.
I'm still drafting him.
And the way he runs.
I'm taking him. But any of these, and it's a good point by you, any of these options are good for me. Marion Hampton, North Carolina, stud. Caleb Johnson, Iowa. We want to talk about a guy who has a lot of tread coming off the tires. The Ohio State guys are interesting. Can you believe what we're doing, by the way?
Yep.
Quayshawn Judkins, Travion Henderson, they split carries.
Yep.
So for your theory, take one of those guys. They're not going to be worn out. And then Ollie Gordon, who was a Heisman contender 2 years ago, he had the DUI. And then his season just was really over before it started. Only had 880 rushing yards. But I kind of want a big guy.
Mm-hmm.
And
Hampton's
he's
perfect.
6'2". Hampton's outstanding. And he is he's the guy with the second most receiving yards.
What's he ranked?
Second.
Okay.
43rd overall.
Yeah, see, I like that.
I'm not taking one in the first round, but as you try to build this nest for Justin Fields or whomever is your quarterback of the future, you need a running back. And you also need a guy that fits and melds with Arthur Smith's running design. And I don't think that Najee was that fit.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's why they didn't pick up the fifth-year option. The more I've thought about it, I actually think that they were really trying to test him out and see if he fit in that offense.
For sure.
I don't think they want to move on from Najee, but he's not a great fit in this offense. He's just not. So I think that is a big key with whomever you would bring in at the running back position. But I have no problems with how deep this running back draft is. Cut bait with Najee, and then you're saving money there. And Bring Justin Fields back instead of Russ. You're saving money there. You could throw it at like a T. Higgins or pay what's left of a Tyreek Hill contract, something like that. Text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We're working in close quarters today. Can I ask you a personal question?
Mm-hmm.
My feet, they stink?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Awesome. All right, coming up next, we'll continue to talk about Najee Harris, what he's meant over the last 4 years, if you'd move on or not, 412-928-9370. We're also blowing smoke. Each of us will give 2 truths and a lie. If you can name 2 of our 3 lies, you win a $25 gift card to Cigars International in South Fayette. It's been 8 years since the Steelers won a playoff. Caller number 8 gets a chance to guess 2 of our 3 lies. 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins lost to the Seattle Kraken yesterday. Penguins are now on a 3-game losing streak, and they've lost 7 of their last 8 games. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The January Fan Beer of the Month is Fire Whistle Brewing's Fire Whistle 139 Engine, a red ale. And the charity is the Parkinson Foundation of Western Pennsylvania.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
Do you love hauling 20,000-pound coils? So do my friends at PGT Trucking. Pat Bostic here for PGT Trucking. They have local Pittsburgh runs for experienced flatbed truck drivers. Get home every day with PGT's Pittsburgh Local. Positions are available for company drivers, lease purchase, and owner-operators. Must have experience with steel coils. Join PGT Pittsburgh Local and become one of the proud professionals. Apply today at pgttrucking.com. That's pgttrucking.com.
Chris Muller here for Choice Cabinet. Did you know that the average wait time for cabinets right now is 8 to 12 weeks? With Choice Cabinet, you can have cabinets delivered to your house or apartment in as little as 3 days. Yes, 3 days. Choice Cabinet is family-owned, and they have over 65,000 Amish-made all-wood cabinets in stock. Whether you're a contractor or doing a DIY remodel, check out Choice Cabinet. ChoiceCabinet.com. Hey, it's Chris Muller for Universal Windows Direct. Start your 2025 with a more energy-efficient, more comfortable home with new windows from Universal Windows Direct. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free. There is no limit, plus 36 months of no-interest financing. And if you've already received a quote from another company, bring it to Universal Windows Direct, and they'll beat it. Call them today, 412-545-6003, to schedule your free in-home estimate, or visit universalwindowsdirect.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
No one likes a bully.
That's why it's important to step up, stand up, and speak up against them. I'm Larry Kelly.
I'm Joe George.
Western Pennsylvania guys. Injury attorneys from Lgkg. We don't get pushed around.
As our client, you won't either.
Visit lgkg.com. Lgkg, your home team.
That's the power of Bowser.
Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice. The Power of Bowser family of dealerships. Featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express Store and choose your vehicle, payment, and financing options. Value your trade and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations: Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay and any voice line. Plus, price lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without auto pay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
Every morning, we rise and shine. Make breakfast and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from Studio B at Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville.
Smoke on the water means it's time for blowing smoke. Each of us will give you 2 truths and a lie. And a lucky caller gets an opportunity to guess which one's the lie. You get 2 out of 3, you win a $25 gift card to Cigars International in South Fayette. We'll give our 2 truths and a lie in a moment here. One thing on Scatto, Doran. I was looking up at the urinal here at Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville, Studio B. 340 touches last year, to your point. That's an awful lot.
A lot.
You know what's a huge selling point, though? 340 touches, 0 fumbles. That's tough to do.
That is. Still 340 touches, though.
But before that, it wasn't that much. In the last couple of years, not too bad. Not too bad. 340's it's a mountain of touches, though.
Mm-hmm.
Ian's ready to play the game?
Mm-hmm.
Callis, you're back in Studio Central. You're controlling things back at the Millennium Falcon. As Chewbacca in our Green Tree
That didn't
studios.
sound like Chewbacca.
I gave it my best shot. You want to give your 2 truths and a lie?
Well, why don't we let the caller choose who he wants to go with first? We got Jeff on the line here. So, Jeff, go ahead. Who do you want to go first? You want to guess on Crowley's, Doran's, or mine first?
Well, let's go with yours.
With mine, okay. So here's my 2 truths and a lie. I was once on the top 50 leaderboard for MLB The Show online play. I was once a 20-match winner in a single wrestling season. And I once made it into a bar underage. What do you think, Jeff?
I think the lie is number 2.
Number 2, I once was a 20-match winner. No, that's actually true. Yeah, I did win 20 matches in a single wrestling season once. I was not a top 50 player in MLB The Show. All right, so you got to get Crowley's and Doran's correct to win the prize. So who do you want next? Who do you want to guess on?
Let's go with Doran.
Go ahead, Doran.
All right. I once bench pressed 500 pounds. I once had a hole-in-one at Laurel Valley. My dad played basketball at Kansas State.
I'll go with number 2.
Number 2 is correct. I did not have a hole-in-one at Laurel Valley.
You bench pressed 500 pounds, you absolute sicko?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Yes.
And I didn't eat push-ups yesterday.
And today.
I just did some in the studio, yeah. Bowser Chevrolet Monroeville. All right. Now it's my turn. 2 truths and a lie. I once failed University Library 101 4 times in college. I got detention for attempting to start a food fight. And I was suspended for my role in starting a fight at school.
I went to WVU, and I know a lot of people who failed that. So I'll go with number 2 for you, too.
You got it.
Look at that.
Got detention for attempting to start a food fight. Did not happen. I was suspended for my role in starting a brouhaha. So thank you very much. Congratulations. You win a $25 gift card to Cigars International in South Fayette.
Nice.
See ya.
Thank you, gentlemen. Bye.
Pretty good.
500 pounds?
Yeah.
500 pounds?
500 pounds.
How many times do you throw that up?
One time.
Okay, one time.
Mm-hmm.
What's the heaviest that you ever got to like 10 reps? Or is that not the way you do it? I don't know.
Probably like 375.
Callis, what's the most you ever benched?
250.
I did 135.
You did knee push-ups.
I know. Well, I'm working back to form.
That's not going to get you back to form doing knee push-ups.
I did regular push-ups until failure, and then I wanted to push myself a little bit more. I did fail University Library 4 times.
How?
Because it was an online class, and they had the assignments due on Thursday nights. And I would always put everything off until the last minute. That shouldn't shock you at all. And Thursday night was drinking night, man. Thirsty Thursday. We always had people over, and then when we were 21, we'd go out to the bars. I ain't doing University Library.
So, yeah, you took it 4 years.
4 times.
4 times.
Yeah. I think I took it in 4 consecutive semesters.
Jeez.
It was a 1-credit
Same
class.
teacher?
I have no idea. I never saw him because it was just online. And you'd have to write about the Dewey Decimal System and how to find books in the library. Real dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Failed it 4 times.
Stupid thing to fail. It's not because I'm an idiot. It's because I was dumb.
I'd see you like failing like calculus or something.
Never took calculus. Did fail econ, though. University Library 4 times. Take my parents off.
Yeah, that would make me mad, too.
Yeah. Every credit costs however much money. 4 times for that. 4th time, man. I probably got the highest grade in the history of the 5th time, I guess. Highest grade in the history of the class.
What'd you get?
I have no idea. But
Did you get an A?
The effort I put into it was here's the kid. Pass fail.
No way.
Callis, I'm surprised. How good were you at MLB The Show? You said you were not top 50, but were you at least on the precipice? Were you others receiving votes?
There were a couple years where I was like in the top 500, which isn't great, but I mean, that's worldwide, so I was always pretty proud of that. So I was okay, but never like top, top tier.
Still pretty good.
Yeah, it's for 500.
500. Millions of people around the world playing MLB The Show.
Right.
All right, coming up next, we go around the NFL, and actually we don't get all that far outside of Pittsburgh. Ben Roethlisberger with a shot across the bow, taking aim at the Steelers organization. What did he have to say? And did Spence nod? We'll get to that next, but first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt men's basketball has a game tonight against Florida State at 9 o'clock. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan, coverage on the radio, or you can listen on the free Odyssey app. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
On the traffic front, we got a lot to talk about. Let's start with the Parkway North. That's going to be slowing you down on the inbound side right around the Westview area. Route 28 slows right around Sharpsburg towards the Etna bypass. Parkway East slows right around Wilkinsburg. Parkway West slows before you get to Green Tree. So we got a lot of slowdowns out there this morning. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK, I'm Rob Taylor on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brought to you by NJM Insurance. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
At NJM Insurance, we're like a symphony. It all starts by doing the right thing. Add in dedicated reps and put policyholders first. But no jingles or mascots because it's just not us. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
All sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here, just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Hey, it's Chris Muller with a question. Was your goal to lose weight this new year? If so, are you already down 20 pounds? That's a serious question because I dropped 20 pounds my first 3 weeks alone with Awaken 180 weight loss. That's how fast the weight can fall off when you choose the solution for weight loss. Each week you look at the scale and the number goes down and down. Every morning you wake up, you feel better and better. For me, it was my joints. I knew I was going to need knee surgery, and even before the surgery, my knee felt better because it wasn't carrying around so much weight. Experiencing those results, and given how easy Awaken 180 was, there was no way I wouldn't reach my goal. And I did. 35 pounds total thanks to Awaken 180, and I've kept the weight off since. The only weight loss program I know that puts their money where their mouth is. They're so confident in your success, they offer free support for life, a one-time investment in yourself for a lifetime of benefits. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
In the U.S., there are about 60 million adults 65 and older. And last year, nearly 1 million of them were hospitalized due to flu, COVID, or RSV. That's nearly 1 million people who planned to go visit family or see friends, but ended up in the hospital instead. So get this season's vaccines, and don't let flu, COVID, or RSV make you just another number.
Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Are your glass shower doors past their prime, tarnished maybe, or simply disgusting? Well, Colin Dunlap here from my great friends Larry and Nick, the owners of Boulevard Glass and Metal. This is the same team of guys you see installing large glass storefronts all around town. Transform your shower into a spa-like retreat with a custom glass shower enclosure from Boulevard Glass and Metal. Check out their easy, hassle-free quote request online, boulevardglassandmetal.com. Simply pick a layout, answer a couple questions, and send it. They'll get back to you with a price.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with savings with new low prices on hundreds of your favorite produce items like pineapples, avocados, navel oranges, and lettuce at your neighborhood Giant Eagle.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done. End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
You can't be afraid. What is it? You can't live in your fears. What Cut your eyelids off. Don't blink. This, that, and the other. Like, then go for it. In that situation, if your defense isn't stopping them, and they've got hundreds of yards more than you, then you need to go for it, and you need to find a way to keep your offense on the field. Now you can sit there and say, okay, you want Pat to break that tackle. That's a hard for a tight end. We used to always say put it in front of him because when a tight end has to turn and kind of come backwards, it slows him down and then he can get hit really quick.
Yeah.
So, that's just there's just a lot of plays there that need to be made.
I love Ben. I do. That's so classic Ben right there. Roethlisberger finds a way to crush the head coach and the quarterback all within 32 seconds, Doran. And I don't think he's wrong in either respect. I would have liked to see Pat break that tackle. This was the third down and then the decision not to go for it on fourth down for those uninitiated out there. But Ben crushes both, and he kind of mocks Tomlin there at the beginning. That, you're aggressive and eyelids.
Yes.
Blinking.
Yes. Practice what you preach.
And while Ben was not afraid to set the narrative on this very radio station before Mike Tomlin's press conference on Tuesdays, he has not really been super critical, I don't think, of Tomlin since his retirement. That was a pretty scathing review of that particular circumstance. And now there's a laundry list of people who are coming after Mike Tomlin, but I thought that was, pun, eye-opening. Ben put it out there quite like that.
Yeah, I mean, he told what everybody else is seeing, and sometimes, I mean, and he's lived it clearly for a long time, and there probably was a time and place where all that stuff and those cliches and that voice, that motivational piece that Tomlin does bring to the table, where that didn't fall on deaf ears, where everybody was like, yeah, like, we're buying into it. And maybe Ben is saying that, the talk has gone stale.
Talk is cheap.
Yeah. I mean, you talk about not living in your fears. You talk about the eyelids things. And everything that he says, he is doing himself. Everything he says about the Pittsburgh Steelers, he does himself. Like, I mean, even during his press conferences, some of the things he was saying, like, the number 2, the second time, we don't want to be redundant, the consistency, like, that's all reflective of himself. And I don't know if he's realizing that. Like, practice what you preach. And I think that he believes that, but he doesn't act on it anymore. And I don't know if he knows how to get back to that way of doing things. But he still thinks that that's the way that it's being portrayed from him. And guys are buying in, which at the end of the day, I don't even know if he's buying into what he's saying.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Doug Whaley going to join us from 9 o'clock until 10. Well said by you, I think, Dorian. Guys quit, I thought. And that it's a criticism I don't levy lightly. Herb Street said it. Tomlin was asked a couple of different ways about that in his press conference yesterday, and then finally he got asked the pointed question, and he didn't see it that way. Look, individuals need to take responsibility if that's what happened. If guys are jogging out there, if guys aren't putting forth their best effort out there, that's mostly on them. But when I hear Roethlisberger bring that 4th down up and that decision to punt up, I can't help but think that takes a ton of air out of the team too. If he's willing to go on the record and say that, I'm sure there were guys in the locker room who were saying, man, the offense wants to stay out there. We can get this 8 inches. And the defense is thinking, damn it, can we be aggressive? We don't want to be on the field the whole game.
Right.
Like we have these last 4 games.
Right.
So I think Tomlin's at least a little bit complicit in deflating his football team by not being ballsy in that situation. And really, I don't even think it's being that ballsy.
No, it's not.
It's 8 inches.
And it's the playoffs.
Playoffs.
He says single elimination tournament, and they didn't approach or play the game like a single elimination tournament. Like, that's the stuff I'm talking about.
Yep.
He says these things, and I think he thinks that that's the way that it's going during the week and leading up to the game and then in game time, but it's not. It's the total opposite.
Yep, I'm with you 100%. And you think about the Washington game where they run the fake punt. I should never have criticized him when he did that back.
I did. I thought it was great.
No, you loved it
because I haven't seen that side of him in a long time.
And we sure as you know what didn't see that in a playoff game, and we didn't see it against Cleveland when they're making that comeback and they're down 10 points, they're down 2 possessions, and you punt the ball on 4th down. Weak sauce, man. We saw 2 surrender punts in the midst of this losing streak, too. If you say you're the guy, be that guy. Dan Campbell says he's that guy. He is.
Yep.
And his guys love him for it. Tomlin doesn't practice what he preaches. All right, Doug Whaley going to join us for the next hour. And boy, are we excited to talk to Doug today. Get an executive's opinion, a former NFL GM, on the state of the Steelers and what needs to be done this offseason. We'll look back before we look forward, but we'll do both over the next hour. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Join us for the Pittsburgh RV Expo at the Monroeville Convention Center, January 16th through 19th. Admission is free. Tour brand new 2025 RVs with the latest features, designs, and technology. There will be a full lineup of travel trailers, fifth wheels, motorhomes, toy haulers, and more with special show pricing. You can even enter to win a free RV. Don't miss the Pittsburgh RV Expo at the Monroeville Convention Center, January 16th through 19th. Learn more at campingworld.com/Pittsburgh.
Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. We are experts in sewer clogs, repairs, and lining. Selling or buying a house? Trust our NASCO certified camera inspections for an honest assessment. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. Sewers are our specialty.
Start your day with 2 breakfast bagel sandwiches for $6. Build 2 bagel sandwiches with your choice of egg, meat, cheese, and more in the GetGo app. And enjoy a doubly delicious morning of savings. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better, believe it.
Hi, everyone. This is Bob Pompiani. Let's count the ways that #1 Cochran Kia delivers a clearly better car buying experience. First, they have a huge selection of new Kia models with nearly 200 in stock. From the Forte and Sportage to the Telluride and Carnival, there's a vehicle for every lifestyle. Second, #1 Cochran's clear-cut pricing structure gives you the absolute best price up front. This simplifies the buying process and makes for an enjoyable, stress-free experience. Third, their exceptional lease and APR financing rates are designed for maximum allowable savings so you can drive home your dream car. Clearly better car buying. It's transparent, it's hassle-free, and it's a #1 Cochran Kia exclusive. Test drive today at their location on Campbell's Run Road in Robinson or shop online at cochrankia.com.
Looking for a rewarding career? Adelphi Western Region is hiring youth counselors at their Highland Detention Center location. If you have 60 college credits and a desire to work in a fast-paced, team-oriented environment, Adelphi wants you. Their youth counselors provide structure, support, and guidance in their detention program, all while gaining valuable experience in the field. Join the Adelphi team today. Apply now at highlandcareers.org. That's highlandcareers.org.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed mold, mildew, bowing walls, or water in your basement? I hope not, but if you have, your basement is losing the war against groundwater. That's where Baker's Waterproofing comes in, a groundworks company. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule your free inspection at bakerswaterproofing.com/row.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. Get the savings you want on America's largest 5G network. Visit T-Mobile.com/choice55 and start saving today.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Route 28 still going to be slow right there, right around the Etna bypass coming on in. After that, you're pretty good on 28 into the downtown area. Parkway West slows right around Green Tree Hill. Parkway East is going to slow right around Wilkinsburg coming on in. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDK, I'm Rob Taylor on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. The chances of starting your New Year's resolution decreases each day you put it off. Don't let another year go by not knowing how simple losing weight can be. Fast, sustainable, and proven weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, Start new at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Remaining 24 Outlanders up to $8,500 off or finance at low 0%. In fact, the popular Eclipse Cross comes with 0% as well.
And with up to 125% of KBB for your trade, we make a new start easier than ever.
Your New Year deal your way. What a great day.
Shop Mitsu by the Mall at Jim Shorkey NorthHillsMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
It's Wednesday with Doug Whaley, the Fans Football Executive Insider. Wednesday with Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Equipment, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Boulevard Glass and Metal, and the Village at St. Barnabas. Wednesdays with Whaley is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Super excited every Wednesday at this time, but really excited today to talk to our executive insider, Doug Whaley. Doug, brought to us by Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business. I did have to ask Doug if he could smell my feet from across the table here. He said he couldn't, but it's a little musty in here. You thought my feet stink. My feet, they probably don't smell great. It's the shoes, Doran.
I think it's your feet.
Everybody's feet smell, man. Their feet. Nobody's feet smell good, Doug.
But your feet affect how your shoes smell.
Exactly.
So one in hand.
It's not your shoe smell.
The other.
Get your foot up on the desk right now, Doran. I'm telling you,
I'm not in here watching you guys smell each other's feet. Come on now.
Put it up there, and you tell me this guy's foot doesn't stink. It's a foot.
I have dress socks on.
I'm good.
I'm sniffing
Hold
his
on,
foot.
I'm taking a picture of this.
Is
this some fetish stuff that I'm
No,
about?
it's not. It's just keeping each other accountable. And let me tell you what. That's an odorless foot right there.
See?
That's an odorless foot.
See?
All right.
These are old shoes, too.
The Steelers have been emitting a foul, disgusting odor for the last 8 years, Doug. Bang, transition.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I don't even know where to start. Broadly, you're the GM now. You are in Omar Khan's shoes.
Mm-hmm.
You have a blank canvas. What are you doing? Or not even a blank canvas, but you are where they are right now. What are you thinking about?
Well, let me start with this. And everybody knows that Tomlin's not going anywhere. And here's why. Art and Tomlin had the same ideology on how to compete in the NFL today, especially without a quarterback. So that's why they are in lockstep, and that's why he is not going anywhere, and that's why you have a team constructed the way it is constructed and plays the way it plays. And that's why they don't see anything wrong with that. My point would be, if I'm Omar Khan, then I'm saying, okay, that's good, but I'm formulating a plan to get this next Ben Roethlisberger, so then we could construct a team with the killer bees and really evolve into what is winning and competing for championships, not playoff wins in the NFL today. And I'm not saying that, and I would walk in and say, that's great. Yes, I understand we have to play small ball now because we don't have that dynamic quarterback to put up to light up the scoreboard like the Josh Allens, the Lamar Jacksons, whatever. You say it. You know the characters out there. But with the same token, until we want to really get into the 21st, 22nd century of NFL football, I have to get a plan so we can get there and push you guys, not kicking and screaming, but have a plan where you're like, okay, we're here now. Let's change the focus. And that's what I would do. I'd be looking at the next 2 to 3 quarterback draft classes and saying, okay, which year do we need to have the most flexibility to be able to go and get a quarterback? But it also have to be a draft class where there's multiple quarterbacks. You don't want to have the class like this year where there's 2, maybe 3. Then the price gets so high and you're still rolling the dice at 50% clip of hitting on first-round quarterbacks.
So you have that large plan. Yeah. And we know that the draft class this year quarterbacks is not great. So say that the plan is, all right, in 2026, that's where we want to target, and we're going to start looking, we're going to start evaluating. What do you do in the meantime? Like, what do you do now? Like, is it the stopgap route again, like a guy like Russell, or is it going with a Justin Fields that maybe could I'm in the rough?
Me personally, I know what they'll do. They'll go just the way they are showing everybody. They're going to go with Russ, because they think that Russ can get them to win, at least be in the playoffs and possibly win. That's why they made the switch in the first place. My thought process is, if you're going out swinging, go out with Justin Fields. See what he can do. But the counter is that, what if he's 10-7 in your first round bounce, and then you're still in that purgatory spot.
He probably will.
He probably will.
Yeah.
So that's where it doesn't matter. Pick your poison there. I'm concentrating on, all right, let's get rid of Pickens, stockpile a draft pick. In the draft, and I used to hate to say this when people said it to me when I was a GM, just trade down. That's easier said than done.
Right.
If no one wants to trade up with you, you can't.
Right.
But I would try to make sure I do everything to exhaust my way to trade down in the first round and try to get a pick in 26. Yeah. So then you have an extra pick from Pickens, trade down an extra first round in 26. Then you got 2 extra picks that you can start maneuvering if you have a guy there. But I would have a scouting report on all the quarterbacks coming out in 26 right now, so we can start formulating that plan now. We're having the coaches look at them as well.
Do you have something? We'll get to Pickens and sort of drill down on him in a little bit here. But what I'm hearing from you is what I've actually heard from you a bunch over the last couple of years doing the show, Doug. It's about seeing the forest through the trees. And it kind of hit me like a ice bath yesterday. Next year, it can't be about winning a playoff game. You can't build the roster. Hey, let's win a playoff game. What does that get you? You're not hanging banners for breaking this long playoff losing streak. It would feel good for a moment, but are you any closer to winning a championship? If Russ comes back and you win a playoff game, I think the answer is no. So you've said this for a while. You are building towards a championship. It looks to me like they've just been building towards, can we get that monkey off our back?
And to say that once we get in the dance, anything can happen.
Right.
That's it. Think about it. Everybody, as soon as they got in, it's 0-0. Everybody's undefeated in this round of playoff, in this round of the season. But we all know you're just, come on now.
Yeah.
Come on.
Right.
You can win a game maybe that way, but you're not.
Yes.
You're going to beat Josh Allen and Lamar and Mahomes.
No, you're not. You're not. You got to score points. And what I would also go into Mike Tomlin and Art and say, hey, listen, I understand the foundation that you guys want to build, and I totally agree with you. But in the end, you have to evolve. We didn't evolve, we'd still be using rotary phones, correct?
Mm-hmm.
We didn't evolve, people would just have faster horses instead of automobiles. You have to evolve in everything you do. And the evolution in the NFL is you score, but here's the foundation. You can win games after you score those points by running and playing good defense. So we're not deviating. We're just evolving.
Yeah. Would you – so say that's your plan. You go into Art's office and Mike Tomlin sitting there. You're like, we have to plan for 2026 and getting our guy then. Would you have the faith that this regime could develop a guy in the first round, a young quarterback?
Ooh.
It's a hell of a question.
Yeah.
I'm sure that everybody has to be on the same page, GM, owner, and head coach. And you want to do everything to win. But there's things that you probably don't agree with, and you're like, well, even if we do, I don't even know how that's going to go because we just did it a couple years ago.
Right, exactly. And then we'd say that would be the next step, and I'm glad you brought it up. And all right, once you have that guy, what is our plan? What is our plan to put him in the best situation to succeed? Because whatever we did last time didn't work. And this goes into, and we'll probably get into the thing that really surprised me when you listen to every player after that game to a man said, I don't know what's wrong. Well, wait a minute. You guys were 10-3 at some point, so everything was okay then? Then all of a sudden you guys just stopped coming to work? You stopped meeting? You stopped doing game planning? Everybody just stopped doing what they did and just showed up and just threw the ball around? That's, to me, is something that I would have liked to ask a lot more questions about to the man that is supposedly overarching and leading this group.
Yeah, because it sounds like, sorry, Doug,
no, go ahead.
that they just think they needed to play better.
Yeah, they coasted.
Yeah. We just got to play better, Doran.
They did the same things at 10-3 and thought that was just going to keep them going and in the NFL throughout the rest of the season. We all know that you, whenever you're at that point, whatever point you're at, you got to take it to another level.
Right.
And I think that they just were like, yeah, we're just going to stick to what we're doing and we're fine. Like that's just not realistic.
And I would ask Tomlin, you always talk about weighty downs in a game. There's weighty times in a season, and the weighty times in the season are December and January. And considering your past history, what have you done to change your performance in weighty times in the season, which what you get paid the most to do?
In retrospect, I think, and I argued this at the time, and we knew why they did it, but at the time I said, keep rolling with Justin Fields. He's 26 years old. How would they have finished with Justin? I'm guessing pretty similarly.
Yeah.
And if not, okay, 9-8, you missed the playoffs. What's the difference? But you'd have an answer on him. And I know I said this at the time, too, with Kenny Pickett. I wavered, as a lot of us did, about whether or not he could be the future. I did not like the way that they thrust him in there, and that after the bye week, they had such a bad record, they thought, okay, what can we do to win as many games as possible down the stretch? Not what can we do to see what Kenny Pickett can do down the stretch. It was, let's run the ball a bunch. Let's keep the ball away. Let's play defense. Let's have Kenny not lose the game instead of, let's have Kenny throw the ball around a bunch and let him develop. And if we lose, so what? We lose.
They did that with Fields this year.
Yeah. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Did the same thing.
So next year, if it is Fields, and I think, and I hope that it will be, you got to give him 17 games, right, Doug, and sink or swim.
You have to, and you also have to, if you're going to handcuff him, do it in a way that he can grow and you start slowly unleashing the handcuffs to really find out if this guy can be your guy of the future. Meaning, open the playbook up. Spoon feed him early, but every week, expand it, and actually give him some reins and some controls to say, I like this, I don't like this. I have a plan for this guy. Because, again, like you said, if you don't, and it follows that same plan of the first 6 games, everybody's going to be sitting here saying the same thing. It's going to be a copy and paste press conference after the year, and everybody talking the same thing through the radios, on the airways. Everything is just going to be copy and paste from this year.
When we come back, we're going to talk about George Pickens, according to Mike DeFabo, late to the Christmas Day game. According to Ray Fittipaldo, late for some practices earlier in the season. Mike Tomlin kind of played the fifth yesterday in his press conference, leading us all to believe these things are true. What does Doug have to say? What do you do with the maligned wide receiver this offseason? We'll get to that. But first, you can text us. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Now it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins lost to the Seattle Kraken yesterday. Penguins have now lost 7 of their last 8 games, and they're on a 3-game consecutive losing streak. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
Everyone will need a lawyer at some point in life, but how do you find the right lawyer for your specific situation? The Allegheny County Association Lawyer Referral Service is your trusted source for finding the right attorney. It could be an employment situation, a real estate dispute, a DUI, you name it. The Bar Association will help you find the right lawyer. There's no fee to use the service, and you get a free 30-minute consultation with your lawyer. Go to the website, getapittsburghlawyer.com, or give them a call, 412-261-5555, and explain your situation. That's 412-261-5555, or getapittsburghlawyer.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller like to get the party started early. Join them every Friday for the PM Tailgate Party. A first look at all things football for the upcoming weekend. The PM Team Tailgate Party is presented by Mike's Beer Bar and Saloni's Italian Bakery. The PM Team Tailgate Party is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, Pittsburgh! America's greatest hot rod tradition is back with fun for the whole family. The 64th annual fuel-required classic car dealership World of Wheels. Presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. January 24th through 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. See the country's hottest customs, hot rods, classics, trucks, and motorcycles, including the Evel Knievel Tribute, featuring the Snake River Trike, the X2 Sky Cycle, and the Formula One Dragster. Presented by Motormania Media. Make your own music and show your own style. Get your photo with Barbie's pink Cadillac from Disney's Epcot. You've seen it on parade. Now see it in person. Saturday, meet Danny Coker and Kevin Mack from Counts Customs and Counting Cars. Saturday and Sunday, meet Farm Truck and Asian from Street Outlaws. And see their sleeper Chevy Farm Truck Racer. TheFuelRequired.com World of Wheels. Presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. January 24th through 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. Discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Part of the Summit Racing Equipment Show Car Series. See WorldofWheels.com for more info.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global travel extravaganza, January 24th through the 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your adventure is waiting for you.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Welcome to Staples.
I am so pumped. My business is going to kill it this year.
Awesome. How can I help?
First, a new computer.
With Staples Home and Office Hot Deals, you save big on tech.
And new posters.
Save on custom printing, too.
And,
a new chair?
A chair? Who has time to sit?
Maybe all your new clients?
Now you're talking.
With Staples Home and Office Hot Deals, you'll find huge savings on custom prints, storage, chairs, and tech. And now save up to $175 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends 2/1.
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Coit. Incredible 50% savings on all Coit cleaning services. Hurry, call Coit now and save 50%.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Ranking the rookie quarterbacks is straightforward this year. At number 4 is Caleb Williams, who showed me some midseason flashes but still has a very high ceiling. The Patriots smartly held Drake May back, and his upside potential helped attract Mike Vrabel. They also have Joe Milton III, don't forget that. Bo Nix showed grit and toughness playing through a fractured back. And of course, Jaden Daniels is the presumptive rookie of the year. Next hour, I'll reveal his secret weapon. I'm Boomer Esiason.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them, the right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
The following is furnished by Excel Media Pros. Are you battling addiction? Call Rehabs America for a free consultation. Drugs and alcohol can destroy your life. Our program offers a complete medical detox plus inpatient drug and alcohol treatment. Your insurance may cover 100% of treatment. Many have already completed our program and are living substance-free lives. Call for your free consultation now. 800-210-5811. That's 800-210-5811. Hope is one phone call away. Call 800-210-5811.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Well, we just got this report of an accident on the Fort Duquesne Bridge ramp in the downtown area, so just be mindful of that. Parkway West is still going to be slowing you down right around the top of Green Tree Hill, and the Parkway East slows right around Wilkinsburg. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK, I'm Rob Taylor on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
They need a guy who is as close to a finished product as possible.
Is that guy going to be in that draft? I mean,
Could be Cooper Manning.
Arch.
Every time. Every.
That's worse than Gus Johnson. Cooper.
It's not worse.
Yes, it is. That's his dad. He didn't even play football.
At this point, I think I would take Cooper Manning.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Any accuracy to the report that Pickens was late on Christmas Day to the game against the Chiefs?
Man, that's a few days back. I really don't know I have the answer to that, to be quite honest with you. I got a lot going on in pregame. I can't answer that definitively.
Move over, Dan Rather.
Did you hear that? Did you hear the whole thing? Okay.
Yeah. Move over, Mike Wallace. Move over, all y'all 60 Minutes folks. We got a new head honcho journalist in town, and that is one Timothy Benz from the Trib. Off the top rope, end of the press conference, and I don't think Tomlin had seen that was out there. If he had, he would have answered the question maybe the same way, but he wouldn't have sounded like he was as taken aback as he was. That's a yes, by the way. I don't think anybody sees that as anything other than that. So this speaks to a culture problem too, Doug, where you have reports from Fittipaldo saying that George Pickens was late to practices and meetings, and now you've got the DeFabo report from the Athletic saying he didn't show up to the game on time. The coach was okay with it then, right? I mean, he had to have been.
Absolutely. And here's where I would have followed that up by saying, so, Coach, you turned in your inactives and were short, and you saw George Pickens. I would have said, walk me through the inactive process and how you go through that, knowing that 90 minutes before you have to, do you make sure you check off? Is there somebody that checks off who's in the locker room?
Right.
To make sure someone doesn't get a illness, have diarrhea,
or have a Scotty Scheffler situation.
Exactly.
Did the Buffalo Bills have somebody that checks off if the players check in at breakfast before games and then check into the locker room 2 hours before the game?
Absolutely. And you also sit there and said, okay, you knew, you went up that day of the game and said, you're not getting a hat today.
Right.
Most of the time you told them before, but you knew those guys that didn't get a hat. Okay, everybody else, let's check them in when they come in the locker room. An assistant strength coach that does it, and especially a guy like Tomlin that is aware of everything. That I would struggle with that answer. I do struggle.
And especially George Pickens was coming off an injury, so you want to get a look at him before the game just in case somebody needs his hat or not.
Exactly.
I'll do it. I'll check him off. $80K. That's all I need. Just on Sundays, Saturdays, Thursdays.
Okay, what if George Pickens slips you $10,000 to say, like, hey, I was here, but I wasn't?
He gonna have to slip me 85. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian
shoes.
Protection. Yeah, stinky shoes. Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Apart from the culture thing, which we really talked about a lot earlier in the show, I mean, you can't bring this guy back next year. You got to trade this guy, right?
You would think. I mean, and real quick to go back to that answer, that's not a Tomlin answer. That's not quick, concise, with some wordsmithing in there, and he controls the answer. This one where he was like, well, that you never hear Tomlin stumble or pause or not be pointed and try to lead you where he wants you to go. So that lets you know something's amiss there. But if you bring him back, what are you saying to everybody else that's busting their hump in that locker room? What are you saying to Cam Hayward? What are you saying to T.J. Watt? Two guys that have, T.J. no playoff success. Cam has had some, but it was in the so far distant future. I mean, past, that he can't probably remember. What are you saying to any of the new guys that come in? Oh, I can act like this. As long as I'm the best person at that position, I don't have to worry about getting benched or worry about any of my repercussions to any of my actions. So, and you've heard this before, Dorn, there's a saying in football, you're either coaching it or allowing it. I would ask Coach that. George Pickens, how do you think he did this to you? Well, are you coaching that or are you allowing it?
Well, and I don't think it's too big of a leap if the guy shows up late in his first game back from injury and you still play him to say, oh, okay, the penalties and stuff that happen, you're not talking to him about that stuff. There's no way you're talking to him about any of that.
And I said that before. The way they are treating him, there's no reason he should change, right?
No.
Would you?
No, doesn't need to.
Don't
I don't
need
get
to.
a slap on the hand. I'm not reprimanded. I can do whatever, I could keep doing what I'm doing because there's no consequences.
No, that's a rabbit hole I won't go down. He's not even worried about timeout, is what I'm saying. Like, for us, you got whooped. Mm-hmm. I was like, well, I got to make sure whatever I'm going to do is worth the whooping. Now it's timeout, which, whatever. He's not even worried. They're not giving him timeout.
No.
So what's the consequences? I can do whatever I want.
Yeah, you're right. It's a problem that goes so much further than George Pickens stepping out of line. It's allowed, and you're a team that when you win, you're winning close. Mm-hmm. And everything needs to be perfect. And you're not buttoned up in that aspect. It gives me no faith that you're buttoned up in any other aspects. Doran brought up a good point earlier. You can't get yourself in the same position you were with Deontay Johnson last year. Like, if you do trade George, you better make sure you have the replacement already there.
Yeah, you have to have a plan.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that was one thing I was taught when I got into that job. If you are going to get rid of somebody, have a plan to replace them. And they didn't last year. And that's where I would say that was one of the few times recently where Tomlin made it personal and not about business. And when you make it personal and not about business, you put yourself in a corner that sometimes you have no way out.
Yep. And he asked Omar to get him out, and Omar's like, man, my hands are tied. Like,
yeah.
You ask your personnel department, like, okay, like, we can't do it with this guy anymore, but you need to figure out,
right,
Doug, you need to figure out what we're going to do for our replacement. And you're like, wait, whoa, what? I guess I got to go to the drawing board and get a receiver.
Because all the other teams are saying, okay, and all agents are saying, well, they need somebody. Oh, they're going to trade? Put the price as high as possible.
Yep.
Because they have to have it. They're desperate.
And
you're showing your cards.
I'm not sitting here saying it was the wrong idea to trade Deontay Johnson. He's now just got waived by this is the fourth team he's played on in a year. So they were right to move off of him. But, Doran, you brought this up at the time. If you had Deontay Johnson at the end of the offseason when you were trying to get Brandon Ayuk, maybe that's a deal that gets pushed over the edge because now they have their wide receiver, and he becomes their problem.
Timing is everything.
Yep.
Absolutely.
You can't let that happen this time. Like,
No.
you have to figure out the quarterback position first because there's no free agent wide receiver that's going to want to sign here and doesn't know who's throwing them the ball.
Correct.
So that's immediate. Like, that should be very soon. And I know that, you got to do your due diligence, but that has to be very soon. And then you get your free agent receiver, whether it's T. Higgins, whoever it is, and then you explore a trade before the draft.
Right.
I'm saying all this before the end of April.
Yes.
And then you draft somebody. That's my plan.
No doubt.
That would be my plan moving forward. And then you draft somebody in the first round.
Yeah. Oh, I'm going wide receiver all day.
Yeah.
Round one, Doug.
You have to.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. I think it's clear what they need to do this offseason, but it's also clear to 31 other teams what they need to do.
Yep.
So people, if you're going to be trading some, people are going to be, like I said, jacking the price up. In the draft, people are going to be like, well, if we like this receiver, we got to get ahead of Pittsburgh because they're going to get one. So you're coming into this offseason, a very important offseason, with you're playing poker and everybody else has their cards down. Your cards are all the way up. Everybody sees exactly what you have in your hand. And that's going to be a tough way to really make hay without overpaying or overspending or overdrafting or giving up a lot.
Mike Tomlin said yesterday, he kind of, I think, took exception to the idea that they're just doing the same things over and over again. There's something they could do this offseason that would have me feeling a little bit better. I want to run that past you guys when we come back. I have another quarterback question about the draft for you too, Doug. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittman's basketball plays Florida State tonight at 9 o'clock. It's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. We'll have coverage on the radio and coverage on the free Odyssey app. That's Audacy. Odyssey, listen however you want. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Crowley.
Thank you, Callis. Pro football playoffs continue this weekend. Detroit finished with a record of 15-2, first round bye. 9.5-point home favorite hosting Washington. How about Philly? 6-point home favorite hosting Los Angeles. Over under total 44. I like the under. I like LA in that game. You got the college football championship between Notre Dame and Ohio State on Monday the 20th. And whether your team scores or not, there's always another way to win on the BetParx online casino and sportsbook app. You can play hot online slots. You can double down on fourth down or play with a live dealer right on your phone. Download the app right now and enjoy all the action and excitement from the casino at your fingertips. And how about this? New users, download the app, get up to $1,000 casino bonus back. If you're down in the first 24 hours, your casino bonus must be wagered. BetParx.com for details. Must be 21 in PA, New Jersey, or Maryland for the BetParx app. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hola, amigos. Vitamins here to help you beat the books with BetQL. Tonight, it's a top 10 showdown in Iowa. The Kansas Jayhawks take on the Iowa State Cyclones. Kansas only hit the over one time this season, so you can expect a very low-scoring game in this Big 12 matchup. Kansas, Iowa State under 144.5 is a 3-star best bet. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and GM apps today.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Shenderovich and Fishman. And did you ever notice in their ads, you won't hear a big, long disclaimer or see a bunch of tiny print on the screen? Because they don't need one. Their message is simple. Their success rate is 99.7%. And when they win for you, their fee is only 25%. Because that's your money. And you pay nothing unless recovery is made. You don't need tiny print. You don't need a long disclaimer. It's simple. Their success rate is 99.7%, and when they win, your fee is only 25%. So if you've been injured, dog bite, car accident, motorcycle accident, any accident that causes serious injury or death, you call Shenderovich and Fishman. They are Pittsburgh's personal injury law experts. The phone number, 1-888-98-TWINS. That's 1-888-98-TWINS. They really do have your back. Not your wallet.
Are you ready to transform your bathroom? Hi, I'm Matt Sloan, General Manager at West Shore Home, and we make it simple, fast, and stress-free. With hundreds of styles and combinations, you're guaranteed to find something you love. But we don't stop at tubs and showers. West Shore Home can upgrade your entire space, including flooring, vanities, and toilets, giving you the complete package. Need help deciding? Don't worry. Schedule a free, no-obligation design consultation today, and West Shore Home can be there as soon as tomorrow. Plus, check out our amazing promotions anytime at westshorebath.com. At West Shore Home, we don't just install and walk away. Every customer gets a follow-up call to ensure complete satisfaction. And our online scheduling makes booking your next home upgrade easier than ever. Text BATH to 35868 to get started today. That's BATH to 35868. Or visit westshorebath.com. Transform your home with West Shore Home. The team delivering exceptional improvements every time.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $345 for 24 months with $39.99 due do it signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $225 a month for 24 months with $39.99 do it signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires February 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When the cold hits, don't let your furnace catch you off guard. Get your $79 furnace tune-up from Sullivan Super Service and make sure it's running smoothly. For just $79, our experts will perform a thorough 20-point inspection, clean your system, check filters, test for carbon monoxide leaks, and more. Lower energy bills, fewer breakdowns, and a furnace ready for winter, all for just $79. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com to book your tune-up today.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm at a smoothie bar asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Live from Studio B at Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville.
I said there's one thing the Steelers could do this offseason that would at least make me feel a little bit better, and that's be as aggressive as they were last offseason, Doug, but on offense this time. Like, you know what? You get Patrick Queen, which was their highest money free agent they ever brought in, even though I think, what was it, first year, $8.5 million, something like that. Spend money on offense. You spend money on offense instead of the $130 million you're spending on defense because that hasn't worked. Okay, I'm not going to buy in hook, line, sinker, but I'm going to say, okay, at least you're doing the thing you should be doing.
Well, to be the antagonist, what gives you really hope that they're spending on that money on offense is going to be any good because the defense didn't show up when they needed them most?
Oh, no, I have no faith. At least they'd be failing trying to do it the right way.
I got you. Yeah, no, I get you. I'm with you there. I mean, understanding, and it goes back to the new NFL, today's NFL. You have to score points. Even the highest paid defense in that time of defense that looked dominant, you can't be dominant 17 weeks with the way the rules are and the way offenses play now. It's just not happening. So you have to adjust your mindset. Have to.
We were we were kicking around Justin Fields and Russ Wilson during the break and what each of those guys might value. Here's something that could throw a wrinkle out there. This was just reported by Diana Rossini. Arthur Smith has an in-person interview with the Bears coming up this week and an in-person interview with the Jets coming up this week. Now, I don't know that Russell Wilson would follow Arthur Smith to the Jets, per Mark Caboli's reporting that they didn't exactly get along. But I could see if the Jets wanted to move on from Aaron Rodgers and Arthur Smith goes to the Jets, all of a sudden you have not just a suitor for Justin Fields, but a place he might want to go.
What did I say yesterday?
I don't remember.
Garrett Wilson. Get him his guy from college. That's who I would have targeted this offseason if I were the Steelers. Get him a guy. That's the trend in the NFL. Look at Burrow. Look at Tua. Look at Hurts. I mean, you get the guy that they're comfortable with, and it's a threat. If we're Justin Fields and Arthur Smith and had a good rapport, and Arthur Smith was the head coach, oh, yeah, I'm going to the Jets because I got some guys there I can throw to.
And we talked about this all there. We're all talking about it like it's a fait accompli that Justin wants to come back. Think about it. If I'm Justin, I'm saying, well, wait a minute. You want to take me on a date now? Before, when I was 4-2, you just discarded me and said, you know what? You're going to be my side piece now.
That's what happened with Mason this offseason.
Yep. Yep. Same thing.
Oh, really? You like me now? Oh, you want to pay me now?
Yeah.
I've been sitting my ass on the bench watching Mitch Trubisky lose our team football games. Now you want me? Screw off.
So,
That's a good point.
Yeah, and he's going to be like, well, I'll start setting the demands. You got to come and meet my demands because guess what? There's going to be other teams out there that are suitors for him because he was 4-2 and he showed progress. So people are like, hey, he did that with the Steelers and Arthur Smith. We may have a better offensive game plan and system that fits his skill set. Here you go, Justin.
The Steelers are desperate in a lot of areas. Receiver, maybe running back, quarterback.
Right.
I mean,
Corner.
they're desperate. Corner, maybe tackle. They're desperate, and they don't hold the cards going into this offseason. So they're going to have to do some serious maneuvering and spend some money if they want to get top quality players because the teams know how desperate they are.
And not to mention interior defensive line.
That too.
I mean, think about that. You got mollywopped a few times, giving up a bunch of yards on the ground. That's supposed to be your calling card. So there's a lot to do. Not to mention the free agents they got.
My big fear is what you just said, Doug, the 299 rushing yards being like a big billboard over the South Side facility this offseason and that being all they think about. And so then they just keep reinvesting into the defense. And you're right. I'm not saying they don't need that kind of guy. They need that kind of guy. You could, what's his face to the outside? Because he's miscast as an interior defensive lineman, the guy they drafted last year. Yes, Keanu Benton. I don't think he's in. I think you want him playing end. I think he'd be better served there. So they need that. But, okay. It's an offense league. And you can help your defense, too, by staying on the field a little bit.
Yep.
And I'm not saying that's the only reason you give up 299 rushing yards, because it ain't. But it doesn't help. I also think, to go back to the previous conversation, I think there's more suitors for Fields than Russ. Because I think of all the quarterback-hungry teams, the Browns, the Raiders, the Giants, potentially the Jets, the Saints, Tennessee, they're not looking for, or they shouldn't be, this stopgap guy that can help them win as many games as possible this year. They should be looking, like the Steelers should, at a Justin Fields, who's still in his mid-20s, who has some upside. I don't think any of those teams are a fit for Russ unless you bring him in as the guy who can start your first 8 games while your rookie quarterback is learning.
Yeah.
But why would Russ want to go do that?
Yeah, he doesn't want to be a Kirk Cousins. I mean, that's basically what you would be saying.
Yeah.
Come on in, and then when you falter, we got this young guy that's going to come in and thanks and see you. Parting gift. And Russ does not see himself that way. He sees himself as a guy that can get you to the playoffs, and if you put some people around me, take you further.
I think you're in a good position if you want to bring Russ back. I don't want that. But if they wanted to bring Russ back, Doran, you were saying this during the break. Out of all those teams, look, Pittsburgh's not a great quarterback destination. Let's make no bones. Great offensive destination. I'd rather be in Pittsburgh than in any of those organizations.
For sure.
But Fields, you quit on me after 6 games? Those teams might not. I don't know. I'd rather go with the devil I don't know.
The only one I would say you might have, and it depends on the coach, would be the Jets, because you have Breece Hall, you have Garrett Wilson. You have some guys now. They got to fit the offensive line. So that would be the only one if I was. And then you look at post-career and his wife starting in New York, being there. She could elevate her career in that system. He could start thinking about life after football, doing some shows here, showing up on Good Morning America with Stripe, and starting doing that post-career development. That would be the only one, in my opinion, you got to think about.
That makes.
I mean, if you were the GM, I mean, in the new GM of the Jets, like, would you go the same route that the last GM went with the older veteran stopgap quarterback again? Or would you be like, yeah, we're not doing that?
I would go that and young. I'd do what Atlanta did. You have to. Gives you 2 shots, 2 bites at the apple.
Yeah.
Why not? And this guy can teach him how to be a pro, something that they didn't have really for Kenny, and gives you a better chance at one of them or maybe both of them succeeding.
Doug, I have another quarterback question when we come back, if I may.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Doug. Doran, you have to go pick your child up from school.
See you guys.
Be careful, please.
Thank you.
Are the roads good yet? Doug, you came in here. The roads good?
They were good, but hey, there's starting to tip the other way because the snow was starting to fall.
The snow's more?
Yeah, man.
Wonderful.
Yep.
Well, they got it all cleared out in the parking lot there here at Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville. We're at Studio B. Back with Doug for one more. But first, a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pens, they lost yesterday, making that 3 straight losses, and they've lost 7 of their last 8 games as well. Also, Pitt men's basketball plays tonight against Florida State at 9 o'clock. Listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan through the radio or through the free Odyssey app. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
On that traffic front, we have an accident that's being reported on Fort Pitt Boulevard in the downtown area. Also, the Fort Duquesne Bridge ramp, there's an accident downtown. Also, the Parkway West, that's going to be slowing you down top of Green Tree Hill this morning. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK, I'm Rob Taylor on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Hey, football fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win up to $250,000 in bonus bets. It's all part of BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot, where you'll be able to split the grand prize with anyone else who bet on the longest touchdown of the week. It's easy to get started. Log into your BetMGM account today and opt into the promo. Then place an anytime touchdown wager of $10 or more on the player of your choice, up to 1 player per game. If your player scores the longest touchdown of the week, you'll win a share of the $250K. BetMGM lets you go all the way with the longest touchdown jackpot. Make your bets and join the fun with the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Get Now Internet. Reliable internet with unlimited data for $30 a month, all in. No commitments, no hidden fees. Now that's calming. Like floating on a cloud, but not in a scary way. More like in a, this cloud is made of cotton candy and it's tasty kind of way. Ooh, that's good. Feeling calmer already. Because Now Internet comes with no worries and plenty of peace of mind, knowing that you've made the best decision. Cheers to you, my friend. The choice is easy. Turn chill mode on with Now Internet, backed by the Xfinity Network. Now, excuse me, gotta run. I see a massage chair with my name on it.
Get Now Internet with unlimited data starting at $30 a month, all in. No commitments. Turn chill mode on at Xfinity.com/now. Restrictions apply. Speeds up to 100 megabits per second. Actual speeds vary. Pricing subject to change.
Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice. The Power of Bowser family of dealerships. Featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express Store and choose your vehicle, payment, and financing options. Value your trade and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations: Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
I'm Larry Kelly.
And I'm Joe George.
Injury attorneys from Lgkg.
No one knows Western PA like we do.
And you get a home team advantage with us.
Our clients know us, like us, and most importantly, trust us.
And I believe you will too.
Visit Lgkg.com to learn more. Lgkg, your home team.
Well, what's your name?
I am Nathan. This is Sean. This is Wanye. And we are Boys to Men.
The legendary trio that has captivated audiences worldwide for over 3 decades. Boys to Men, in concert. February 16th at the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. Boys to Men.
Hey, it's Chris Muller from my friends at Choice Cabinet. Whether you're a contractor or you're remodeling your kitchen, don't get stuck waiting around 8 to 12 weeks in some cases for your cabinets. Choice Cabinet has over 65,000 cabinets in stock. They're Amish designed, all wood with 10 different paints and stains, and delivery is available in as little as 3 days. Need cabinets? The choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar Stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrili reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Last segment today with Doug. The 50-minute mark on The Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. I got one more question for Doug, and then there's something he wanted to bring up. Doug, you had said earlier on in the show that you're really looking ahead to not this draft, but the following draft, which, by the way, is going to be in Pittsburgh, because this draft is not exactly rich with quarterback talent. Could you be moved off that, though, in the second round or later?
Absolutely. But again, what are your percentages? Yeah. If you look at the teams that are still playing in the tournament, there's 1 second rounder and the rest are first rounders.
Yeah.
So to increase your chances of being successful and hitting on the eye, you got to go with the first rounder. Yeah. But I'm not saying there's a philosophy out there you should draft a quarterback every year. And absolutely. But if you don't get one and you think, all right, at least at worst this guy can be a backup for us, that can be a spot starter, absolutely get one in the second round. But then again, there's a difference between a hope and a plan.
It's true. Now you're just swinging and you're throwing stuff out there and seeing what sticks. And you're right. And it's not even just this round. So you had Russ, third-round pick. You have Jalen Hurts, who's, 52nd pick. And then you had Lamar at the end of round one. But everyone's a first-round pick. I mean, Goff's a first-round pick, and you flop him for Stafford. Stafford's a first-round. They're all first-round picks, and more often than not, they're in the top of that first round.
Absolutely.
And so when you think about you're either going to be bad enough to be there or you got to trade up to be there, and there needs to be 4 or 5 of those guys.
Yep.
Because if there's not, that's hope. That's not a plan.
Yes. And you're going to have to overpay.
Yeah.
Because people will know, they're coming up, jack up the price.
We were talking about the culture.
Yes.
And Mike Tomlin and how it related to George Pickens and letting things slide. You're saying that's not just a coach issue, though.
No, it's not. And I can't take this as mine, and I got it from Charlie Batch, and it is unbelievably true, and I totally buy into it and believe in it. Good teams, the culture set by the coaching staff. And right now, the Steelers are a good team. But championship teams, the culture set by the locker room. Who in that locker room is a culture setter? TJ is quiet, and there's nothing against it. He's more by example because of what he's produced. Cam, nice guy, Walter Payton Man of the Year, but is he going to grab somebody, George Pickens, by the face mask and say, hey, man, what are you doing? So to me, until you get a bona fide leader in that locker room, you're going to have these issues, especially if they're not getting rectified by the coaching staff, which obviously they're not.
Right.
So to me, right now, not only would I be looking at talented players, I'd be looking at somebody that's going to come in and set that locker room in a trajectory that holds people accountable and gets you over that hump from between a good team to a contending
team.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of the time you need your quarterback to be that guy too. Mm-hmm. And I don't know that Justin would do that. Everyone seemed to like him in Chicago.
Yeah.
But you come in here, it's a whole new set of teammates. And then Russ, I don't know, he seems more like the kill you with kindness kind of guy.
Overly positive.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's like you don't need to be positive. You need to put a foot somewhere where the sun don't shine on some people.
And dare I say, I kind of miss Ben and his passive-aggressive nature on the radio, too. I mean, there are many ways to call a guy out.
Yes.
And want to keep guys accountable. Sometimes you do it with Andrew Filipponi and Ron Cook.
And I think that's the whole thing is the lack of accountability reared its head in the losing streak, and especially in the playoffs.
A lot of finger pointing, not a lot of standing up there facing the music.
Yep.
Here's what needs to happen. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Doug, we've done this for 17 hours today. We'll do it again next Wednesday. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks for having me.
And thanks to Bowser Chevrolet Monroeville. We love doing our shows out here at beautiful Studio B. Hand things over to Joe Starkey and Bob Pompiani, the Pomp and Joe Show, coming up next. Peace.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. Get the savings you want on America's largest 5G network. Visit T-Mobile.com/choice55 and start saving today.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here, and what I'm about to say, well, it's okay to admit it. Most of us guys, especially if you're not as young as you used to be, could probably benefit from a little extra in the bedroom. And Blue Chew can help. You probably know this, but if you didn't already, Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra at a fraction of the cost. And even better, they're in chewable form, so there's no swallowing pills or needing a glass of water nearby. Blue Chew's tablets can give you extra confidence when it's time to perform. And since Blue Chew's an online prescription service, there's no awkward conversations, waiting in line, trip to the doctor's office. It ships right to your front door in discreet packaging. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA, and they ship direct, so it's cheaper than a pharmacy. Trust me on this one. Your partner wants you to do this. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar and the place to watch all the exciting sports action with over 20 large TVs. Make Mike's Beer Bar your choice on game days to catch all the pro football, hockey, and hoops action, as well as the college football playoff, Premier League, and college basketball. It's Pittsburgh's destination for 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
Is your bathroom stuck in the past, dreaming of a sleek, modern upgrade? It's time to call Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling. They specialize in full bathroom remodels, turning outdated spaces into luxurious retreats. From stunning showers to custom vanities, they bring your vision to life on time and within budget. Wow. Get started with a free in-home consultation and flexible financing options to fit your budget. Call 724-547-5445 or visit MountPleasantWindow.com today. Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling, creating dream bathrooms for over 50 years.
Winter weather is here. Time to get around in a brand new Jeep. Deals are happening at South Hills, Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram, 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee 4XE payments starting at $350 for 42 months. Visit SouthHillsChryslerJeep.net for more details.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
And it's a simple word, but in St. Pete, Clearwater, it's an important one. Here, you can sun on America's favorite beaches and kayak through the shade of mangroves, tee off on a PGA course, and enjoy 5 courses of the finest dining. You could get surreal at the Dali Museum and then keep it real watching the sun melt into the Gulf. In St. Pete, Clearwater, the possibilities go on and on. Your trip begins at visitsbc.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Traffic-wise, we are looking at an accident on Fort Pitt Boulevard downtown. Also, the Fort Duquesne Bridge ramp, there's an accident downtown. Still going to be slow on that Parkway West coming on into town right around the top of Green Tree Hill. This report is brought to you by Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the Pickle today. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK, I'm Rob Taylor on Sports Radio 93.7 A Fan.
Winter, snow, and ice wreak havoc on your home, especially if your roof, siding, or gutters aren't up to par. There's only one choice. If you think your home isn't properly protected, call the Pickle. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, the fan.
Start new at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington. Equally great in weather and fuel efficiency. Check out the 2025 Outlander PHEV. Just $299 a month with no money down. Remaining 24 Outlanders now up to $9,000 off. Or finance at a low 0%. Your new year deal, your way. What a great day. Shop JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Lease for $299 a month for 36 months. Security deposit waived. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Another rough night for the Penguins as they lose to the Seattle Kraken, who came into the night 7th place last night. 7th place in the Pacific Division. Penguins are now 6th in the Metro as they've now lost 3 games in a row. Tristan Jarry, 14 saves on only 17 shots that he faced. He's now 8-8-4 on the season, an .824 save percentage last night for Jarry. More 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Good talk radio.
All right, thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hello? Limits? Bob? Anybody home?
Joe? Good morning, Joe.
I have a feeling Limits is trying to sabotage my role on this show, Bob.
How so?
He's a very ambitious young man.
He is ambitious.
We are going to the Duquesne women's basketball game tonight, myself and Limits. Did you know that, Bob?
No. Are you watching and somehow figure a way to get a halftime show or do something?
I think we're going to be there for the pregame speech. We're going to be sitting right down on the court, as far as I know.
This is going to be awesome. I haven't been given that many details, but I know Joe has a couple of tricks and surprises up his sleeve from what I've been told.
It's incrinculant, Bob. Did you see where the Pitt women's team came back from like 32 points the other day?
28-0 run. It was unbelievable.
Oh, my God.
I've never seen a third quarter of any sort like that, where that team, SMU, I think, had a big lead, and they shot bricks the whole third quarter. 0 points, or I think it was, for the
32 points or 31. Now I can't remember.
I think it's 32, and they won by 13.
Yeah. How does that happen?
The other
it's
team
a miracle.
Misses a lot of shots.
Speaking of women's basketball, I opened up my day with an absolute tearjerker, Limits and Bob. How are you both, by the way? Good? Are you okay, Limits?
I'm doing pretty well.
You look great.
Thank you. You do as well.
His hair looks good, doesn't it, Bob?
Yeah.
Not as much today as it has in
poofed as
previous
it normally
days.
is, but it's fine.
It's a little understated today.
Yeah.
I see the look you're going for.
You know, sometimes it just needs a day where it can't be as professional as it likes to look.
Bob, you have a wonderful hat on. What is that?
Cleveland Golf.
Cleveland. What does that mean? Is that a
It's
brand?
I mean, the Srixon company pretty much controls a lot of what goes on, and by different companies, Cleveland they have wedges, some of the best wedges in the game.
Huh.
And so they make the wedges. You don't
Have
know
you been
this?
watching this simulated golf thing with Tiger and all that? Do you like it?
I didn't see a lot last night, although I saw Tiger hit one in the water, the fake water.
I wish the fake water was there for me, too, instead of the real water all the time.
Yeah, no, I think it's interesting, and I don't know how long it's going to, command people's attention, but I think it's pretty interesting, especially this time of the year.
Well, the tearjerker was this. You open up your phone in the morning. It's what we all do because we're all phone addicts, correct? It's like getting up and smoking a cigarette before you even say hello to anybody or start your day. You know what I mean? We're all phone addicts. Do you guys, how soon after you wake up do you open your phone? That's the opening question today. Be honest about it. I'm within 5 minutes, sadly. Limits?
Within 5 minutes, because usually I wake up with my alarm going off. It's about half the time I wake up before, half the time the alarm goes off. And if the alarm goes off, you have to turn it off. And then I typically look at my phone right after.
So before you even take your morning pee, you're checking your phone.
Yeah, that's correct.
And I'm not judging you for that. What do you check first?
Notifications that I have that'll pop up on the homepage.
Bob, be honest. How soon
I am
after you
being
wake
honest,
up?
and I'll tell you why, Joe. First of all, my phone is off the entire night.
Yeah.
I've done that for health reasons. I really have. I mean,
you need your sleep.
Just that, and I don't want to be, there are a lot of things that go on as you get older, and you just got to, those take priority. So I've never used to do that. Now I do it. I shut it off. When I get up, I first make coffee. That's what I do.
Yeah.
I sit around, talk to my wife a little bit. And within 15 minutes, though, I do turn it on, and mostly to say hello to my kids and people that, in the family. And then it progresses from there. The nice thing about being in here is I don't have to use that thing. And it could just be, although this computer currently doesn't work, Austin. So I'm kind of
See what I mean? The mic didn't work for me, and the computer doesn't work for you. That's what I'm talking about here, Bob. But what I came across was the same thing as Limits, my notifications. And I saw the story from TCU, women's basketball, 10th ranked in the country right now. Very good team. Last year, they had a team where a bunch of kids, I don't know, they got hurt, sick, quit, something happened, where they literally needed walk-ons, women from the general population there at school, to join their team just to field a team. So 4 of them did, and they're the TCU Horned Frogs, right? So they called these 4 women the Under Frogs because they joined the team and helped them. One of them stayed with the team this year, Bob. One of them hung on and stayed. Her name is Ella Hamlin. And last night was the 1-year anniversary of her joining the team last year. So they go to the locker room last night. They beat the same team they beat last year in her first game. And the coach, Mark Campbell, is saying how much that means to him that her and these other women saved their team last year. And then as the exclamation point on his little speech, he said, and by the way, you are now on full scholarship.
Oh, I love those videos. That's awesome.
Bob, the locker room erupted. Everybody runs over to her. They lifted her up. She's crying. Come on. You start the day like that. She's going there for nursing, which is $82,000 a year at TCU, and now she's on full scholarship. It was a great way to start the day. I immediately sent it to my wife and daughter.
Yeah, I think that's great. I love when I see those videos. Those are equally as impressive and emotional as when the military guy or woman comes home, surprises the family. Those are also very good. So, yeah, that's great to see. And it goes to show you about hard work. If you're willing to just do it, work hard, don't say much, do your thing, good things can happen to you.
Well, that brings us to George Pickens, which is where I was going to start the show anyway. Yes, I'm going to be trying in the days ahead to stay away from the Steelers as long as possible at the beginning of the show, but they're the story. And actually, I'm not going to start with Pickens. I'm going to start with the quarterback situation. And here's my question. I think Albert Breer had a report to the effect of, they're very interested in keeping Fields. We know this. We had the Mike Tomlin quote from yesterday where he was rather effusive on what if it came to Justin Fields. It's very similar to last year, Bob.
Yeah, when he said the answer's in the room.
Where it's two guys living up to the old adage, if you have two quarterbacks, you have none. Are they going to give one of those guys a chance? Will both be back or will neither be back? So I want some very simple answers to start with you guys. One word, okay? And then we'll dive into a conversation. I have this very structured, and I want you both to follow the rules, unlike Mike DeFabo yesterday, who was unable to make it through a game of free association without elaborating on everything.
Does he get somewhat of a pass because it was his first free association?
Yes, he does.
Yeah, he was fired up, though, because he had a story out there that resonated. So, I'm sure he was
pumped up. It's a good point. Yeah. I don't blame Mike for that. I just want you guys to follow the rules.
Will do.
Okay. Is there a better chance that both will be back, Russell Wilson and Justin Fields? One of them will be back, or none of them will be back? Neither of them, I should say. If you had to bet on one of those three scenarios, everything you own, which one would you bet on?
Well, first of all, that's not, you shouldn't say that, everything you own.
Bob, it's a hypothetical.
It's a hypothetical, Bob.
One
of them will be back.
One of them will be back.
One of them will be back.
You said one word. You just said one of them will be back.
Next, is that one going to be Russell Wilson or Justin Fields?
Fields.
Justin Fields.
That's two words?
It's one name.
Fields. I agree. I'm glad that we've established that. Now, if you had to choose between Fields or some other person being the starter next season, whether it's a free agent, someone who comes along in a trade, or even a draft pick, would you bet on Fields or another person being the Steelers starter next
Fields.
year? Fields. I think we're all in the same spot here. One more question. If it were up to you, would you be settled on Fields or would you be moving mountains to try and find somebody better? Bob, settled or mountains?
Mountains.
Mountains, question mark?
Mountains. Having said that, as I said, when you look at the free agent class, it's a disaster. Limits, could you call up the free agent class, please? I believe it's headlined by Kirk Cousins and Aaron. I don't think Aaron Rodgers you'd have to trade for. Maybe Sam Darnold.
Yeah, but
I guess Sam Darnold, by hook or by crook, is the most attractive name out there. And he's not. I don't want Sam Darnold. I'd rather have Justin Fields. You?
Yes, and that's nothing. I think Sam Darnold had a heck of a season. But I also think that in a system that's not as quarterback friendly as Kevin O'Connell, although I thought he got outcoached the other night, I thought that could prop up any young quarterback. And his scheming of, and of course he has two outstanding wide receivers. He has all the things necessary for a quarterback to succeed. Having said that, if it's not in that sort of a system, then I have a concern about Sam Darnold because I've seen him in 4 other places, I think. So, now I'm going to pass on Sam Darnold.
Me too. Give us some other names, oh limitless wonder, and we'll say, interested or no thank you.
Could I interest you in a midseason cut Daniel Jones?
Not interested.
Given what's out there?
Not interested.
I have mild interest. I
Really?
have mild interest in Daniel Jones. I do. I'm not sure that Justin Fields is better than Daniel Jones.
He'll be the backup to J.J. McCarthy in Minnesota.
Next.
Mac Jones.
Pass.
Pass.
Jameis Winston.
Pass.
Marcus Mariota. Andy Dalton.
Hold on.
Pass.
Hold on with Mariota.
Pass.
I mean, we're
Pass.
talking about these guys in terms of
Starting
or competing with Fields. Competing with Fields. I mean, they're going to need another guy in here.
That's a different conversation. I thought you were talking from a starting point of view. Who would you rather
Well,
have?
if you're competing with Fields, you have a chance to start. But I hear what you're saying. This guy is a starter. Of course not. Marcus Mariota. No. God, no.
Andy?
No.
Jacoby
No.
Brissett.
Although I like him as a
backup.
Yeah, or a competitor.
What about
competitor?
This guy.
Competition. Is he out there? It's the Rudolph train. There was there was a little twist there.
Oh yeah.
No.
What about bringing back Mason? No, thank you.
I mean, he's going to want to start, and I just think that
where's he going to get
passed.
any team to tell him he's starting?
I don't know. I know he wants to start.
Well, good for him. So do I. It doesn't mean I'll get a job.
Right. May I interject something here
Please.
before you go on?
Yes.
This whole problem has, to me, the roots of it go all the way back to Ben still playing here. Any organization that knows your Hall of Fame quarterback is coming to an end has to have a succession plan. They have to have something in place that, work or not, is at least a plan. I don't think the Steelers really had much of a plan moving forward. They drafted Mason Rudolph, yes. Maybe that was their plan. But they had other opportunities to do other things, I think, knowing that this end date was going to come. Since they really didn't, and I'll use the example of, well, Jalen Hurts was available in the second round. The only reason I bring that up is they chose Chase Claypool in that same draft ahead of him. If you really felt that you needed to begin a plan, and I could have said this with any number of people, I guess, who came along, I just didn't see much of a plan.
Yeah.
And so what happens when you don't have much of a plan is you start chasing. And what happened immediately? Well, they brought in Mitch Trubisky. They drafted Kenny Pickett. Then they had 3 quarterbacks. Then they had no quarterbacks. Then they had 3 more quarterbacks, and they're a good chance they're going to have maybe just one, maybe none. Again, you cycle and keep going, and it gets really difficult to find, especially where they draft. So part of my explanation for Justin Fields is I want to either find out or sink to a point where I can get a good guy. And so I'm gonna invest in him, and I'm hopeful that he could reach a different ceiling. I think he can under the right leadership, and offensive game plan and that sort of thing. Plus, it's cheaper.
Is there the right leadership offensively in place to develop a quarterback
if
here?
Arthur
I don't
Smith
think so.
leaves, I don't know. There's all this hot rumor he's going to the Jets. I don't know.
But let's talk about this then, Bob, because that is interesting what you brought up. The teams that have succeeded in replacing a great quarterback
had a vision.
Well, they had a vision, and there was some combination of luck and skill.
There's
involved,
always luck,
right? That would be Green Bay, who did it twice. They drafted Aaron Rodgers. He sat and watched Favre. Right. They drafted Jordan Love. He sat and watched Rodgers.
They had a plan.
That's one. That's one of one. How many others can you think of?
I would tell you that Denver had a plan, and Sean Payton knew exactly what it was. I'm getting rid of Russell Wilson because I have a plan. Down the road, I read accounts where he was high on Bo Nix before it ever came to him drafting him. And he knew that he wasn't going to be, based on the numbers, unless someone surprised him, that he would be on the board when they took.
I mean, their plan was to draft a quarterback, and be bad. So they got, what was next? The 10th pick in the draft?
12.
Okay, so they had top 12 pick.
But I'm saying you need to get into the top 10, top 15 minimum.
Probably, although Tomlin poo-pooed that yesterday by saying, look at where Lamar and Hurts were drafted. But my point there is, it's highly unusual for a team to have a plan, have that much vision ahead of time, piss everybody off, including the incumbent, by taking a quarterback, and then have him develop into a really good player who replaces your good player. Denver hasn't won a playoff game in longer than the Steelers, so they really.
Would you bet they're in better position?
Well, they are, but they drafted in the top 12, and they brought in an offensive-minded coach. That's different than the category I'm talking about, which is having a plan to replace a really good quarterback. They didn't. They sucked for years, and now they finally have taken the right guy. Good for them. So if that's a plan, then okay. Then the Steelers can fail for the next 10 years.
What I'm saying is, even in their position with Roethlisberger, you had to know it was going to come to an end. If the end was Mason Rudolph, they didn't treat it as if it was Mason Rudolph because they ignored him.
Well, what did you want them to do? They had Ben.
Well, how about if they had somebody better in that position who they waited just like what you saw in Green Bay twice? How about if they had a guy who they brought in and they knew that we really have a decent shot? What I'm saying to you is maneuver in the first round potentially earlier, trade up, and draft somebody. I wonder
how we all would have reacted to that.
I'm just saying.
I know. But with Ben in his prime, I'm wondering how we all would have reacted if they maneuvered in the first round to draft a quarterback and have him sit on the bench. Ben ripped them for taking Mason Rudolph in the third round.
Aaron Rodgers wasn't comfortable with what they did.
No, that's one.
But my point is, you can't worry about that.
I know.
You have a business to run.
My point is, where's the other team that had that kind of vision and was willing to do that? Who's the other team?
I'd have to look back in history. All I'm saying to you is that I thought that at the time, and I never thought it would get to this rotating, revolving door of quarterbacks. I thought somehow along the way, and maybe it was with the Kenny Pickett pick. I mean, that to me was a little bit of a strange pick, given where they drafted, and that he was still available.
Right, they've been reaching. You're right. I mean, it would have been ideal for them to draft Lamar Jackson in 2000. What was it? 18.
But it's the same year as Mason. Same year Mason was drafted.
That would have been ideal. They got Terrell Edmonds. Yeah, it's easy to say they should have taken Lamar and had him ride the bench for 3 years and then put Ben in.
I know I'm looking back.
Maybe you're right.
But I'm saying somehow, some way, they needed some sort of strategy. And when you don't have it, and when your number one pick turns out not to be good, or at least not here, now you're in this cycle.
For sure.
And I don't know when the cycle ends.
I just think it's easy to look back and say they should have done what the Packers did when Ben was in his prime.
I didn't say it was
or fading a little bit.
Easy. I'm saying they did it for that reason. And I think if you're in a position like Green Bay was, they picked Jordan Love in 30th pick.
Yeah.
Okay, but they said, even though they had needs at wide receiver and other things, they said,
well, they said they had a first-round grade on Mason.
They said that.
That's what they said.
They said that.
That he was clearly drafted to be Ben's eventual replacement.
Can they miss then? Why then, if he was drafted to be the replacement, why didn't he immediately become that guy? Why did they have to go out and get everybody and then make it an open competition, and then they bring in and they draft another quarterback?
Because over the course of time, while he was here and when he did get his chances, he didn't do so well, Bob, if you recall. It became
He did
clear.
well enough to win some games. He had a mangled year where he got his head cut off.
He got replaced by Duck Hodges.
I understand that. But my point to you is, all right, it doesn't matter what the point is. My point is that they should have had, in my view, a better kind of strategy moving forward. That's all. And when you don't have it, and when this happens, and you miss on draft picks, then you're in this
for sure
could be never-ending cycle of trying to find your next quarterback.
For sure.
And so
they're in it.
That's why I presume I would rather have Justin Fields. He's 25, going to be 26. He's a very athletic guy. You heard him yesterday talk about mobility again. If there's a guy right here, very mobile. Teach him how to work in the pocket. Teach him how to make better decisions. Teach him.
See, I think guys have a pocket presence or they don't for the most part.
He had games in Chicago where he had 4 touchdown passes and looked brilliant throwing the ball down the field.
Marcus Mariota's had great games too.
All right. So your option is what then?
My option might be Justin Fields and then go to an all-run game. They don't have an option right now. That's my point.
Which is
There's
why
nothing in free agency, nothing in the draft, it would appear, unless you're going to draft a project. But let me still go back here because I mean this as a point of interest and conversation, not necessarily as a point of contention. What would you have done? And if you want to jump in here, Limits, what would, if we could go back in time and give the Steelers a plan that they could have followed? I guess drafting Lamar would have been the best thing.
Well, they had to have known his talent. They talk about mobility. Nobody has more of it than he does. And he had a pretty good career at Louisville. He was one of those guys who was terrific at what he did, I thought.
Yeah, but not good enough for anybody to take a chance in the top 30.
That doesn't make it so. How many guys miss on draft picks? How many teams miss every year on draft picks? You have a scouting department. You have all this stuff at your hands. If you're going to draft a quarterback, which they eventually did in that same draft, why not him? The same people who look at Brock Purdy and say, how did he go all the way to the end? How did that happen? The Mr. Irrelevant, and somehow he was unearthed as this tremendous quarterback, or at least somebody who was a starter and took him to a...
They and 28 other teams probably could have and should have drafted Lamar.
Yeah, I get it. Now, what I'm saying is...
I'm being serious about that. You know? Teams that needed a quarterback and teams that were looking at a future quarterback should have drafted Lamar. Give me another plan that they could have done. A lot of people talk about...
I'd have to look back at all their picks.
If you don't make the Minka trade, then you probably fall apart that year.
That's a good point, don't you think?
And you might be able to pick Justin Herbert, although nobody's high on him at the moment. But still, he'd be a radical upgrade on what they have, I think. Anything else? Any other scenarios from back then?
I did not want them to trade for Minkah at the time. I'm glad that they did. Now it's questionable. But I was in the same boat thinking, look, there's 3 really good quarterbacks coming into this class. We didn't know about Burrow at the time, but he was available. Herbert ended up going right in that midst. The same thing with Tua. They more than likely would have had a top 10 pick, maybe would have been able to trade up a little bit. And, I mean, if we just want to look recently, how they did not think that trading up for a Bo Nix or a Michael Penix made sense after you reassessed your quarterback position and moved off Kenny Pickett is just beyond me.
I mean, they thought Russell Wilson could do the job, and for a while he did.
Yeah, but you got to go younger. You have to go young, high upside players, and
I
that's
don't
why I
blame
wanted
them at
Fields
all
to start.
for what they did this past offseason. I give them credit.
So do I. They swung for the fences.
Yeah, they knew they had to do something. I don't think anyone at the beginning of this whole process would have thought both of those guys would be here, especially at the price that they were paying for their quarterback. And they tried to maximize that and take advantage at least for 1 year, and they couldn't. So now they're back in the same boat.
So I look across the league at when you have a really good quarterback or even a great legendary one. Buffalo. It took them 20 years almost to replace Jim Kelly, and they got Josh Allen. Miami's still looking to replace Marino. New England's still looking to replace Brady, although it looks like they might have a guy in Drake May.
Maybe.
Right? Maybe. Baltimore had Flacco, who was good. They replaced him with Lamar. They made a great pick. Other teams who have had great, Indianapolis, they had Peyton Manning. They had to have him be
Andrew
hurt.
Luck.
They had to have him be hurt and go 1-15 to get Andrew Luck.
And then
that's the way to do it.
And then when Andrew Luck left, what has happened there?
Right. They did nothing.
Recycle. Draft pick fail. Recycle. Going to keep going.
They didn't have a plan for replacing Peyton. They got lucky. He got hurt. I hate to say that, but that's what happened, and they haven't replaced him since. Other great quarterbacks. Elway. Did Denver ever replace him? I don't think so.
Peyton Manning.
Yeah. They brought in. That's right. They brought in an expensive free agent, and
it worked.
Peyton Manning replaced him. You're right, and it worked. They won a Super Bowl, and they were really good for a bunch of years. I mean, I was talking mostly through this, advanced planning through the draft thing, but that was still a while after Elway left. Who else, Bob? Who else can we go through
if you're going to go down, just go through now New Orleans after Drew Brees. They've tried. They brought in Carr. I don't know what they're going to do moving forward.
Yeah.
Because I don't know that they have big answers down there.
Seahawks with Russell,
Geno Smith is okay. Yeah, but he's,
The 49ers, they had Montana and Young, and as I recall, it took many years to replace them, right?
And they drafted 3rd overall Trey Lance. In the same draft, they end up with Brock Purdy.
But by your theory, you would give them credit for taking Trey Lance, not necessarily for that
pick,
I would, but for having the foresight to do that.
I would do it only because of what I'm talking about. You got to figure out things ahead of time. If not, especially in this important position, if you don't have one, it's very clear right now, if you don't have a good quarterback, chances are very, very unlikely you're going to end up going anywhere deep into the playoffs.
I guess
there are exceptions to that, but generally speaking.
Yeah. My last point on that would be as you go through the league, I'm not sure I'm of a mind to rip the Steelers for not having a long-term succession plan years before Ben left, because nobody does. Almost nobody does. But if you want to criticize them for that, I guess it's fair game.
I'm only stating it because I think looking back, there were opportunities to shorten this gap. That's all I'm saying. And they could have done it.
I mean, they took a guy with the 20th overall pick.
I know, but they passed on a guy like Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
And I remember conversations at the time. People had doubts. Well, people had doubts about Marino, which made him last until the end. Sometimes you have to just say, look, mobility check mark. Does he have the ability from the pocket? Not known yet, but we could work with him. And look what's happened.
With who?
Lamar. I mean, he's turned into.
Yeah. I mean, he's a special guy.
I know, but he was available.
He was.
The guys that were taken right after that Minkah pick? The pick right before was CeeDee Lamb, Jerry Jeudy also right before. After, Brandon Ayuk, Jordan Love, Patrick Queen. How about that?
I mean, okay, but essentially the Steelers drafted Minkah in that year.
And could have taken Jordan Love. Was basically my point of that.
Yeah, could have taken.
And let me
Jordan
tell you something.
If Minkah, but Minkah turned into a pretty damn good player.
And if he had just continued that trend of being that sort of guy, a disruptor, an interceptor, guys who make big play, you wouldn't have had a problem with that. It's only now because it seems like for the last couple of years that hasn't been what we've seen. So
combined with no quarterback. So here's what I would put out to everybody out there. Let's talk about Justin Fields. We're going to hear from Tomlin, what he said yesterday. I feel like, Bob, there's a strong suspicion amongst football people that Justin Fields is going to be the guy next year for a variety of reasons. Kabali had said there was some friction between Artie and Russell Wilson. Had you heard that?
I haven't heard that at all, no. But that doesn't mean it didn't happen. Mark's well integrated over there, so he has pretty good sources.
It just feels like it's the end for Russ, and it feels like, and the reporting is from people like Albert Breer, that it's going to be Justin Fields next year. And the other reason for that is who else you got, you know? I'm not thrilled with it, I can tell you that. But how do you feel out there about the prospect of Justin Fields leading the Steelers next season? 412-928-9370, 928-9370. Off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. We got all kinds of things today. We're going to bring back some of Mike Tomlin from yesterday. We have the big boy himself, Mark Kabali.
It was a joke.
At 12:30, we have Jay Caulfield on another Penguins meltdown last night.
Oh, that was brutal.
And we got a lot of football talk here. George Pickens, I wrote about him this morning, what I think they should do with him. Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Our six-pack, brought to you by Bet365. Also, we're going to have George Michalowski from Pittsburgh Sports Now with a little update on Pitt Hoops and Starkey's Card of the Week coming up next. We're packed today. Oh, Limitless Wonder.
Jam-packed.
We are jam-packed. Doug Whaley had something very interesting to say about why the Steelers got rid of Deontay Johnson, why he felt that happened. We're going to bring that back for you. The text line you can communicate with City Limits is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Tomlin on Justin Fields and your thoughts on the prospect of your next quarterback being Justin Fields. 928-9370.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
What about this name for a potential quarterback? The Steelers are signing former Miami Dolphins quarterback Skylar Thompson, according to multiple reports yesterday, who served as a backup to Tua in Miami. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
93.7 The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
They need a guy who is as close to a finished product as possible.
Is that guy going to be in that draft? I mean,
Could be Cooper Manning.
Arch.
Every time.
That's worse than Gus Johnson. Cooper.
It's not worse.
Yes, it is. That's his dad. He didn't even play football.
At this point, I think I would take Cooper Manning.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Pittsburgh is home to a lot of great people and great local businesses, and we're proud to be one of them.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
If you're looking to replace your old worn-out windows with new energy-efficient ones, then consider buying from a hometown business like us.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 20% plus get no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Experience the difference of buying from a locally owned, family-operated company.
Stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at 412-655-8411. PA 1565.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No. We tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes. Our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first. Because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Fast, fun, and easy. Beyond Lincoln. Beyond Lincoln, Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Fisher Investments. Commanders rookie quarterback Jaden Daniels quickly credits the lady behind his success. That would be his mother, Regina Jackson. She masterminded his NIL bonanza at LSU, realizing that her son could be a unique brand. Already armed with an MBA, Regina recently became a certified NFL agent. Good for her. Make sure Jaden maximizes his earnings potential. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No. We tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes. Our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always...
When he's good, he's thorough good. That I'm bad to the bone. When he's bad, he's the baddest. George Thorogood and the Destroyers, the baddest show on earth. Saturday, February 22nd, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. George Thorogood and the Destroyers.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy steak at the Royale Steakhouse. Or grab a bite at the bar while you watch the big game. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Join us for the Pittsburgh RV Expo at the Monroeville Convention Center, January 16th through 19th. Admission is free. Tour brand new 2025 RVs with the latest features, designs, and technology. There will be a full lineup of travel trailers, fifth wheels, motorhomes, toy haulers, and more with special show pricing. You can even enter to win a free RV. Don't miss the Pittsburgh RV Expo at the Monroeville Convention Center, January 16th through 19th. Learn more at campingworld.com/Pittsburgh.
Hey, it's Thor Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for over a year now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family-owned and operated for over 70 years in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it. Did you know that 1 in 4 people seeking treatment for ED are under 40? So you're not alone. And even better, Hims can help. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. It all starts with an online intake form. From there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. Through hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Another quick question to be answered in just a couple of words, maybe even one. Justin Fields' ceiling as a starter gets you to the playoffs, could win a championship, or just another guy? Bob?
Get you to the playoffs.
Can win one playoff game.
Gets you to the playoffs, or not, in a given year. I'm sorry I added that little addendum.
Well, that could be true with a lot of guys.
He's above being just another guy, but he's not the guy to take you to the promised land. We all agree on that, then?
I saw a lot of people write off Sam Darnold in the right system. He went through 4 different teams.
I mean, if their take was he's not the guy to lead you to the promised land, then they were right on Sam Darnold. But I understand what you're saying. I do understand what you're saying there. Brian Billick was once on with Ron and I. Can I hear Ron's voice on any particular quote? I miss him today.
You're a pathetic person. You know that?
Bob, that's my favorite, isn't it?
I like the laugh. The laugh is just, it's just one of those laughs.
Ron was here one day.
I love you.
Brian Billick said that Bill Walsh told him in almost every case you know about a quarterback after around 25 starts. Justin Fields has made 44 starts in the NFL. He's an electrifying runner. There's no doubt about that. My questions with him, does he have a feel for the pocket, for the pass rush coming at him? Does he read defenses? Does he command an offense? Does he deliver the ball downfield with the right touch and accuracy? All of that remain huge questions with him. I tend to think, Bob, I think Justin Fields could produce you your usual fare, 9-8, 10-7, and get you blown out of a playoff game too. My general feel is you know it when you see it. Jaden Daniels has it. He's a guy. Jordan Love took a little step back this year. He's a guy. He has it. Bo Nix has it, I think. Justin Fields doesn't have it.
Does Michael Penix have it? Don't
know yet. Haven't seen him for enough starts.
Okay.
I mean, what's he started? 2 games?
Just saying.
I don't know. I didn't. I only saw highlights of him. Justin Fields, I don't think has it. I don't think you suddenly learn the things I just read off there in year 5 or in your 50th start. Geno Smith had a late career renaissance. There's exceptions to the rule, but that's the way I feel about him. Your
listen,
take on him?
They have to come up with a quarterback this year. He is the most likely candidate, number one, because he's young and athletic. I think there's upside. I don't know how much. I think they can unearth some things, harvest some things that make him better than he is.
Who can?
They can. Somebody can. I hope Tom Arth can. He's the quarterback coach or whoever works with him. But my point is, for now, if the choice is a 37-year-old Russell Wilson versus him, I'm taking him. And, again, no disrespect to Russell Wilson. It's just, at some point that's going to come to a screeching halt. And when it does, you're going to be right back to where you are. So at least see him. See what happens if you put something around him, judge him, and in the meantime, keep looking.
You might be forced to, but I think we moved on now to maybe the question best phrased, can Justin Fields be a franchise quarterback? Would you be willing to bet on that? I would not.
I would not either, but I also don't know. And I know what Russell is, don't you?
Yeah.
We've seen what he is, and we know what he is.
I think after 44 starts, I may know what Fields is, and it's not all bad. I just don't think he's your guy moving into the future. He may have to be your guy this year.
Not a franchise quarterback, but he could be that bridge guy that puts you into the next generation.
Do you want a bridge guy, or would you rather have the bridge crash down?
The bridge crash down.
Yeah.
Well,
completely crashed down.
He can actually do that too. I mean, they can invest in him, and then it doesn't work, and then it automatically happens.
And that's why I'd be fine bringing him back. Where if he succeeds, they go on a run, and you can cater your offense to him. Not saying he's Lamar Jackson, but what Baltimore did when they moved off of Flacco and went to Lamar was change their entire scheme and entire offense to his strength.
Yeah. You might have to go read option, Greg Roman type thing, and if you're leaning into a 1965 offense, then really be it. Let's go to the phone lines. Limits. I asked the people their thoughts about the prospect of Justin Fields leading this team.
Let's begin with Tim in the North Hills.
What's up, Tim?
Hey guys, yeah, I mean, I think it's a good discussion. My problem is with Justin Fields is, will Mike Tomlin allow them to run an offense that's tailored to him? I mean, it's so weird to me. Every year he talks about how he loves mobile quarterbacks, and then when Justin Fields was in, you knew he was never going to throw the ball on 3rd and short. They didn't. They tried to have him under center. If you go with Justin Fields, I would like to see an offense designed around him, and they need to go out and get receivers who can run down the field, so he can hit them deep, and it can't just be George Pickens. So
Bob, that's well said, Bob. I think Justin Fields. If you surrounded Justin Fields with a great defense, a really good scheme and coaching, and really good weapons, I think he'd be fine. Unfortunately, they have none of those.
My biggest thing about them now, I hope they don't overreact to defense again because of what happened down the stretch, and specifically with Baltimore, in that they're going to make a priority a defensive lineman or somebody. I understand the need for cornerbacks. Offense has got to be the number one focus in this draft, I think, and moving forward. You have to start putting all of the money, at least most of it, in this side of the ball as opposed to that side. If you continue to do it, and I know they have needs, and it's a tricky puzzle to put together, but I would rather them try to upgrade significantly on offense. Defense, you just have to figure out what you got, and if your offense is good enough, hopefully it'll make it a little easier on your defense.
Next.
Here is Jim in Ohio.
Good morning, Jim.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up, Jim?
I agree with Bob's premise of the Steelers need a plan to get a quarterback and then have another one waiting. But I have no confidence that they know what to do when they get that quarterback, how to develop them, what system is best for that guy. And as far as Justin Fields goes, I was never a fan of his or Russell Wilson's because both guys ignored that middle of the field, and neither guy is capable of being that rhythm passer when they need to be. They re-signed Freiermuth, then they brought in Wilson from Michigan, and both those guys are across the middle, and neither of these quarterbacks will throw the ball across the middle when they need to, and I don't think they even know how to read those defenses and pick them apart when they need those quick rhythm throws.
Bob?
Well, I would agree with that. I don't know if it's by choice or by design, but that was a part of the field that I thought was largely ignored. And every one of your weekly passing charts tells you that. Teams that are successful do it, and Baltimore can do this. They do it over the middle. They do it with their tight ends. They do it with Bateman, who's not afraid to go over the middle. A lot of teams do that and look to create yards after catch. And they have guys on their team who can do that. George Pickens is a yard after catch guy, I think. But you got to put him in the position to do it. They did it a couple of times last week. Not enough for me, and not enough for the entire season for me.
Yeah, I think Russell has some trouble over the middle because when he's in the pocket, he's so small, and he doesn't have that maneuverability anymore to buy extra time. He's got a little bit of that, but not. You need a lot of it when you're his height.
The other thing that made it problematic is time. They didn't have enough time to go back there. The offensive line got worse.
So he's got to buy it.
Yeah, so those two tackles were the two worst violators of sacks. They gave up the most sacks.
And, Freiermuth got targeted, 23 times over the past 3 games of the year, So I'm not sure that was a huge issue.
Yeah, but it's where he's getting targeted. That's my point. You have
to. Isn't he always targeted in the same spaces?
It's always at the boundaries. It's normally at the boundaries. And the one he couldn't get a first down. Remember that kind of throw? I'm talking about do what Kelsey does.
Well,
somehow.
He needed to get that first down, by the way.
I know he did.
He also needed to catch the ball over the middle at the end of the previous game.
I understand that, but my point is that's where those guys should be effective, more so than they have been.
One more call before we get to George Michalowski.
Here's Chris in Uniontown.
Hey, Chris.
Hey, guys. Justin Fields for 1 year, but I'm drafting Jackson Dart. That's our quarterback for next.
The dart thrower.
The dart. Yeah, what does he project? He's not a first-round pick, is he?
No, more like a second or third.
If we don't take him, we're going to make a big mistake.
Well, they have to do their evaluation on all these guys.
I'll say this much. If we go back retroactively and complain about them not taking this guy or that guy, I wouldn't mind them taking a guy like Jackson Dart. There are some people who think that he is,
what a great name,
upside.
By the way.
Oh, for
Jackson
a quarterback?
Dart.
Are you kidding me?
He throws darts out there, Bob.
Yeah.
Might as well be Bill touchdown pass.
Do you know there's a guy on the PGA Tour whose last name is Shank? I would immediately change that, by the way. I couldn't live playing golf with the name Shank.
It's like a kicker named
Blewett.
Blewett, yeah, Chris Blewett.
Baldwin has a basketball player named Shank.
Well, that's okay. Golf that's a bad word.
Here's NFL Rookie Watch. Listen to this. For whatever it's worth, and I'm not saying it's worth all that much, but they do have 170,000 followers. Jackson Dart is reportedly, quote, ranked ahead of Sanders and Ward on a few NFL scouts' boards. Some believe Dart could make a Jaden Daniels-type rise by the time the draft rolls around. Many scouts reportedly believe Dart could end up being the best quarterback to enter this year's draft. He had 4,300 yards passing, 500 rushing, 32 total TDs, and he's ready to shock scouts at the Senior Bowl. Listen.
If that happens, then they're not going to have a chance to draft him.
Well, you never know. I mean, look at what Lamar did in college, and he lasted till the 31st pick, 32nd pick, whatever it was.
But if you look at how these guys, some of them rapidly move up based on all this stuff.
Would you take a quarterback this year?
Yeah, if I thought the guy has a potential to be a franchise quarterback.
In the first round?
It would depend on where it is and who it is. And
what if it's him?
If he's on the board where I'm picking 21, I'll take him, sure.
Bleacher Report projects him in the 3rd round.
There you go. He's a sleeper pick, Bob.
Yeah. For all we know now. We know a lot of things change. But, yeah, I am that bullish on them addressing the quarterback position as much as they can in this draft, even though most people tell you next year's draft is a deeper draft for this.
All right. Let's go to George Michalowski of Pittsburgh Sports Now. He covers the Pitt Panthers, and He does it, yes, for Pittsburgh Sports Now. George, how are you today? Say hello to Bob Pompiani.
Bob, Joe, how we doing?
Joe,
how's it going? I'm doing well.
What's going on, George?
We've never been better. This isn't going well. The end of the Louisville game. What happened?
Yeah, I mean, the entire game. The offensive rebounding for Louisville just absolutely killed Pitt. Second chance points, daggers. I mean, these points that Louisville was scoring, 22 second chance points off of offensive rebounds, they hold more weight in my eyes. I mean, we've all played basketball games, even if it was when you're a kid, and those are just deflating possessions. That just kept getting to Pitt. They kept getting worn down. The crowd was getting antsy, starting to boo them a bit. So it wore them down, and then Louisville made big shots. Chucky Hepburn hit an unbelievable shot in the end there.
Yeah, they didn't watch him at the end of the game. They weren't watching the right guy at the end of the game. My real question is this, and it's a yes or no question, and then I'll throw it to Bob Pompiani. If you had to bet right now, yes or no, is Pitt going to make the NCAA tournament, George?
Yes.
I would agree with that. I think they still will. But to your point, George, they got to start doing things a little bit better in the rebounding department. I know Cam Corn has been pretty consistent, and I like that. But who else can help in that regard, or is that a team kind of thing that I remember Jamie Dixon used to always preach it with even his guards, so that the guards would have 6 rebounds in a game, and he would applaud that. How do they address that?
Yeah, I mean, Jeff Capel put it simply. He said we got to go grab the ball. I think it's a mental thing right now, and a thing that's driving the coaching staff insane, because they have the talent, they have the size, and they honestly, with Corin, they have the physicality to grab these rebounds. I think Zach Austin averaging under 4 rebounds a game is a problem for the amount of minutes he plays. Corin being under 6 is also an issue. Jalen Lowe and Ish Leggett are pretty solid rebounders, but, man, Corin and Austin, you'd like to see those guys get into the 7 for Corin and 5, 6 for Austin category. But it's going to hurt them, yes, I agree. But at the same time, like, man, the reason I say yes for the NCAA tournament, like, the ACC is down this year. And Pitt's non-conference schedule, they're reaping the benefits of that right now. They're one of the only teams in the bracketology predictions right now that's got as bad of a conference record as they do at 3-2, and they're still comfortably in these projections. I mean, Louisville's 6-1 in the ACC, and they're lower than Pitt in these bracketology predictions.
That's interesting.
Do you have a follow-up?
No, I just have a question about. There's a guy at Florida who's 7'9". Did you see him yet play? His name is Olivier.
I believe he's redshirting.
Yeah, he's redshirting, but he's 7'9". His name is like Olivier something. I don't know where he's from.
Lawrence Olivier.
But he was on the court the other day, and I wondered. I was watching it, and I'm thinking that dude. I mean, you normally can tell height disparities, but I said that, and then I looked it up. He's 7'9".
Yeah, 300 pounds too.
He's built pretty well. Is he supposed to be like I don't know. I guess it's an NIL situation. Where did he come from? Do you know?
So he played at IMG Academy, which everyone's heard of before, and he's from Canada. I believe he's from Quebec. Played at IMG, but he wasn't really a highly touted prospect. It's literally just, this guy is an absolute monster. How can we develop him basketball-wise?
I would have taken my shot at that. If he's 7'9", you can't teach that. I'd bring that right in the middle and say, okay.
Limits, you should play him in a one-on-one. Would you like to finish up with a question for George?
Yeah, I don't know if that would necessarily go well. George, what's the number one key that Pitt needs to do to turn this thing around?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it before, but it's rebound the basketball. Tonight, I think they need to take care of the ball. Florida State's one of the best teams. They are the best team in the ACC in terms of steals and blocks, forcing turnovers. So I think they got to take care of the ball tonight. But, man, you look at this team, and like I said, they're still firmly in the mix for an NCAA tournament berth. Losing 2 games to 2 good ACC teams isn't going to kill them. They need to, I guess, snap out of it, not get down about these losses, because look, I don't think they're going to finish the season with 4 losses. I don't think Pitt's going to win out. It's okay to lose games because, again, their non-conference position them well. So they need to improve on rebounding. I think that's certainly something we want to see Pitt improve on. But in terms of the overall feeling around this team, I think it's pretty negative right now when nationally they're still in a pretty good place.
George, we appreciate the time, man. Hopefully we'll check back in and have better news next Wednesday. Thank you.
All right, George.
Thank you, guys. See ya.
Take care. And that's tonight, Pitt at Florida State. You can hear it right here on 93.7 The Fan. Tip-off at 9, pregame before that. All right, let's go to Starkey's Card of the Week, Bob. Every Wednesday we hear about this, the Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. We go to Jeff Patton, General Patton, we like to call him. My guess for this week's card is, I don't have a guess for this week's card. I'm going to go Ovechkin as he chases Gretzky and gets closer and closer. Bob?
He's amazing, and what they're doing down there, General, is amazing. The Capitals have one of the best records. I never would have thought that would be the case this year.
Who's your guess?
That's a good pick. My guess is going to be Derrick Henry. Is this strictly a who's hot, who's not?
Yeah, you picked Burrow last week.
I would pick Derrick Henry, and I also am going to do a future pick. One that's going to happen soon is that you're going to have Joel Blomqvist. He's going to return and light the Penguins on fire. He is going to be solid in goal. So I'm going to go future pick for you, General.
Twin Cities?
Bob took my pick, Derrick Henry. What a beast.
Who do we got, General?
Gentlemen, good morning. Appreciate you having me. Derrick Henry's just too raw for me to go with.
I figured.
Collectors are just like the Steelers, perpetually in search of a franchise quarterback. Joe, you already gave the pick away once today. We're going with Jaden Daniels.
Ooh.
Collectors are all over Jaden Daniels. Football cards are different than baseball in the sense that there's only about 30 guys that people chase, quarterbacks, receivers, running backs, occasional outside pass rusher. Jaden Daniels is on fire. You know, black and gold is what we sell the most of, but lots of people come in asking for Jaden Daniels, so that's what we're going to go with this week. I have a Topps Now rookie card.
Beautiful.
And I can't wait for the day that Joel Blomqvist is our card.
Yeah, he will be soon.
Are the Topps cards still going off the shelves with the Skeens situation? Have we found the Skeens card yet?
The card has not come out.
No, Christmas is over. Now I think it's all a scheme, General. There's no card out there yet. This is an attempt to make as many sales as you can. I get it. It's business.
Well, I'd like to think not, because I'm an optimist in that regard. I'd like to think that it's buried in somebody's box that, believe it or not, we still talk to a lot of people who bought the boxes as an investment and didn't open them. But I will tell you this. The box you guys opened on the air that was a $299 box is now a $799 box.
Holy horse oil.
700. Oh.
Are they still going off the shelves left and right?
Yes, but it's to the point where they're even hard to get now. I mean, for the longest time, the first 60 days of this charade, I had it every day. Now I have it every 2 days, every 3 days. It's just getting to be so pricey. It would be like if playing the daily number became a $5 ticket instead of a $1 ticket.
Thank you, General.
Using that metaphor, 800 of the 1,000 numbers have already been taken. Topps did release a statement the other day that said 70% of the cards the other players have been obtained, which would make you think that 70% of the product has been opened. So,
well, I'm hanging on to my Jackson Merrill card. I have that, and I hope that he becomes a guy who is Hall of Fame worthy.
I'm still hanging on to a Brian Bixler card. Still hoping, General.
I will say this. The one thing that is a little bit of a misnomer is obviously Skeens cast shadows on everyone else. There's a lot of other good cards in that set. All three Jacksons, Churio, Holiday, Merrill, all legitimate guys if they weren't in the same rookie class as Paul Skeens.
Thank you, General. You're a wonderful man.
You're welcome. You guys have a good week.
See you, General.
There he goes, Bob. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Jay Caulfield on the Penguins next, and I'm going to promise you one thing, that Jay is not happy about something from last night. At least I'm willing to make that bet. He could surprise me, but I'm betting that Jay Caulfield is quite unhappy with one of the developments last night. We'll talk about it next on Pomp and Joe.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroe.
Penguins lost to Seattle 4-2 last night. They've lost 3 games in a row. Buffalo is up next on Friday at 7 o'clock on the road. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, The Fan.
Are you ready to transform your bathroom? Hi, I'm Matt Sloan, General Manager at West Shore Home, and we make it simple, fast, and stress-free. With hundreds of styles and combinations, you're guaranteed to find something you love. But we don't stop at tubs and showers. West Shore Home can upgrade your entire space, including flooring, vanities, and toilets, giving you the complete package. Need help deciding? Don't worry. Schedule a free, no-obligation design consultation today, and West Shore Home can be there as soon as tomorrow. Plus, check out our amazing promotions anytime at westshorebath.com. At West Shore Home, we don't just install and walk away. Every customer gets a follow-up call to ensure complete satisfaction. And our online scheduling makes booking your next home upgrade easier than ever. Text BATH to 35868 to get started today. That's BATH to 35868. Or visit westshorebath.com. Transform your home with West Shore Home. The team delivering exceptional improvements every time.
Nothing beats playoff football with teams fighting to punch their ticket to the big game in New Orleans. You can get in on all the action from kickoff to the final whistle at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code RADIO100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
When you're behind the wheel of a new Acura from Spitzer Acura, you might take the long way home on purpose. Whether it's an exhilarating new Acura Integra, TLX, or a sophisticated ZDX or MDX, Spitzer Acura has what you want for less than you imagined. Plus, with every new Spitzer Acura, you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty, complimentary maintenance, and a loaner vehicle during service. Hurry in today. Our friendly and knowledgeable consultants are ready to help you now. Find your drive at Spitzer Acura. Shop online anytime at SpitzerAcura.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-353-9057. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-353-9057. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-353-9057. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-353-9057. 800-353-9057 or biglou.com.
That spice is 10 out of 10. Would recommend. Hi, my name is Khadijah, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich is that spicy kick of the chicken. It's just the right amount of heat, and it gets me excited. And then, pro tip, add that cilantro lime sauce. It cools it down. If the sandwich is at 100, the cilantro lime takes it to 200. It makes me want to, tell all my friends and family.
Order a Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich and a Diet Dr. Pepper on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Are you prepared for an emergency or disaster? Because it's not a matter of if, but when. Don't find yourself saying,
I'll trust water bottles and a flashlight to save the day, but I'll be proved wrong.
With a tornado approaching, I'll realize that I like a wheelchair-accessible shelter.
When the floodwaters rise, I'll be up in the attic with 20 cans of beans. It's a recipe for disaster.
let's prepare so we all have a better story to tell. Get started at ready.gov/older adults. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Chris Muller for Universal Windows Direct. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free. No limit and no payments for 3 years. Restrictions apply. Have a price? They'll beat it. Schedule your free in-home estimate today.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Direct.
From big upsets to game-winning drives, the NFL playoffs are better with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, because right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. The FanDuel app gives you everything you need for live bets, same-game parlays, so much more. Plus, when you win, you'll get paid instantly. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to join today. You know, in the playoffs, it's usually a quarterback battle, right? I mean, that's the basic bottom line. And the way the league is nowadays, especially in the wild card round, it gets wild scoring-wise. That's the way I would go. High scores, quarterback numbers. Get started with $200 in bonus bets. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football with John from New Flow Men's Health. Erectile dysfunction is brutal, and John, it can really take a toll.
Correct. Your performance in the bedroom is dreadful. You have zero confidence. Your relationship is suffering. You know it, and she knows it too.
And we all know pills and injections won't work.
Pills and injections are horrible for you, and a short-term fix at best. Even crazier if you're getting them off the internet. You should hear the horror stories.
Guys, eliminate your ED issues long-term. No pills, no injections, no games. Call New Flow at 412-784-9000. That's 412-784-9000.
Hey, everyone, it's Bob Pompiani for Shenderovich, and Fishman. Did you ever notice in their ads you won't hear a big, long disclaimer or see a bunch of tiny print on the screen because, really, they don't need one? Their message is simple. Their success rate is 99.7%. And when they win for you, their fee is only 25%. You know why? Because it's your money, and you pay nothing unless recovery is made. Also remember, you will have the peace of mind knowing that from the minute you contact Shenderovich, and Fishman, you will pay zero, no legal retainers, fees, or expenses of any kind until they win your case. And they certainly do win your cases. So if you've been injured, call Shenderovich, and Fishman. They are Pittsburgh's personal injury law experts. The number is 1-888-98-TWINS. And remember, they really do have your back and not your wallet.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture. Coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, 2 great divisions and 1 great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Penguins and Tristan Jarry's struggles continue as the Pens lost to Seattle 4-2 last night at home. Jarry is now 8-4 on the season. He faced 17 shots. He made 14 saves, an .824 save percentage. Jarry gave up 3 goals in the third period. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Jay Caulfield joins us next.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
So are you ready for your show? When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back to Pomp and Joe. Let's go to a little hockey here, and who better to go to it with than 2-time Stanley Cup champion Jay Caulfield. He's on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And Jay is brought to us by Tom's Watch Bar. Jay, I didn't mean to speak for you before I introduced you here, but I said, I bet you Jay is unhappy with something that happened last night. And I'm going to tell you what. First of all, how are you?
I'm good. Good, Joe. Good to talk to you and Bob. Hope you guys are well.
Thanks,
We're doing great, Jay.
We're doing wonderfully.
Not as great as the hockey team should be doing, but,
yes,
that's how it
we're
is.
at least good.
I know.
Not a good homestand.
All right, Joe.
But
no, that was not.
You and I have talked about this several times, and you've become very passionate talking about it at times. So I'll read from Josh Yohe's piece today. He has the clip embedded in his piece. Sid leaves the game in the second period after absorbing a nasty cross-check in the upper back from Adam Larson. There's the clip. Josh says, I've seen dirtier plays, but it's still a pretty cheap cross-check against a living legend who happens to be the captain. I'm sorry, Josh says, if I sound like a caveman, but I don't understand how no one on the Penguins roster confronted Larson. He says, I was troubled by this, and I assure you some people in the organization also were. How did you feel, Jay, in watching that type of thing happen yet again?
Yeah, I mean, it gets old talking about it because, hey, look, Adam Larson's not a fighter even. It's not even a guy that somebody couldn't go up to and address. Four guys should have jumped on him, to be honest. Four guys should have went out. I don't care, but you know what you'll hear? You're going to hear, well, they're getting a power play, and I would rather have, in all honesty, I've said this a lot of times, if I was going into my locker room in between periods and Sidney Crosby, I guarantee you would be happy if I did something. That's the look I'd rather have than why didn't anybody do anything for me or help me out? Not that he doesn't need anybody. He's as tough as it gets anyway, but just the nature of the game and what he is and what he means to the game. And you could tell when he went off the ice the frustration he had with it. I mean, whether he felt how he was dinged up. But I don't understand. I will never understand that. I know the game is different, yes. It's still not that different. If you watch across the league, and even teams that don't have fighters on their team, when somebody gets hit in a bad way, and I don't mean a good hit, good hit, and I'm talking about a cheap shot, a cross check coming from behind him from a long way. I don't understand it, and we say it a lot on our show right here. I don't get that, and I don't get whether I don't care if you're a score on the line or if you're, one of his winger. Anybody should have jumped in and did the same thing to him. I don't care if you get I don't care if you got matching minors. But they're gonna. But the story we're gonna hear, Joe, and you know this, and Bob, you know this. It's gonna be we were getting power play and we need points. That's what was gonna come out. But as a team, you'd rather have somebody go after somebody that did that. That's what I think.
No, I think that's obvious, and I felt the same thing watching it. I couldn't believe it, and the way he went off made me think the same thing. He seemed to have a PO'd look, and he just jumped straight into the locker room as if to say, all right, fine, I'll just leave the ice here. You guys do what you have to do without, and that's how I felt. I knew he wasn't going to do that, but let me ask you about the third period last night, Jay, because, you had a chance to at least take a couple of points against a team that hasn't played all that well. And after back-to-back home losses, I would have thought their third period might have resembled their first period when they outshot them 16-2. It didn't happen that way at all, which leads me to another question about goaltending, because I thought some of those shots last night should have been handled.
Yeah, there's that part, but I'll also talk about the breakdown. Lgkg is between the circles, inside the hash marks. On the one that was the tying goal.
And he's not Ovechkin. He's Jamie Lgkg.
He comes off the bench. You can see the change. He comes off the bench, and they find him coming late. And a lot of times that poses a problem. When somebody comes late, they don't pick him up, or you lose track. Well, they lost track, and they lost track of him. And then he's 6'6". He comes through the middle, cruising through the middle, and he takes his shot. As much as Jari, but that's a shot inside the hash marks, like between the circles, inside the hash marks. You just can't can't be given up. Marcus Pettersson did whatever he could to try and keep the shot. We talked about last night, keep it short side, and then Jari doesn't make the save. So the breakdown's there. And then the breakdown on the next one, the winning goal, they lose the battle on the wall. Then when you leave your feet in the NHL, you are giving yourself up, right? You are, and I think it was a desperation try by, I believe it was P.O. Joseph, and trying it. But when you leave your feet, you're done. The players are too good. They're just way too good, and an easy, finish right there. But, guys, Mike Sullivan was pretty unhappy about it. I think as a coach, it'd be frustrating. And whatever goes on, how many more times do they preach? He preaches it, and we hear him talk about it. it got to be very disappointing for them to give up to a team that had no business being in the game. DeCord played very well. I mean, the first 40 minutes, he's the difference, why they're there, but they're there. He kept them in the – we always say you hope your goalie steals a game. Well, he did for them last night and bought them time. And I know Ronnie Francis talking to him last night, after the game. He knows, how did we get away with this one tonight? I mean, his team didn't look good, but in the third period, they started to look like they were like it was downhill for them. They were moving, and they took advantage of their opportunity. So, yeah, Bob, it's a tough one. And the goaltending thing has just been going on all year, and your save percentages are bad numbers, and the team's been playing better in front of them. They're just not getting what they need, and certainly everybody knows it. They all know it. It's a tough spot to be in, and you're giving points away. I mean, you put yourself in a really bad spot right now. But the one saving grace is all the other teams I think I said it last week. Is it bad hockey? Is it mediocre hockey? They're playing great hockey at times. Is it what they all want? Teams to be equal. Well, it's a mix of that, and it's a mix of bad hockey, and certain parts are getting away from all these. There's 7 teams bunched up.
Yeah, now they go on the road for 7, Joe.
Yeah, exactly. Starting in Buffalo, so at least they get a good break to start their trip.
Or so you would think.
Limits, you want to pipe in here? Josh,
I would love to.
Josh, this is an exciting development. We've invited Limits into the fray.
Jay, it feels like a never-ending cycle with Tristan Jarry. At one point, do the Penguins have no other option but to bring Blomqvist back up and just let him try to ride it out as a potential option?
Yeah, I think also I think it's a really good, fair question too. I mean, because Blomqvist was playing better before he went down, and when he was playing, the team wasn't playing good in front of him. So I don't think they wanted him to be shell-shocked and then lose him, right? Lose his game. The team has been better over the last month and a half, and then certainly that would be an option. But I think if you have to make sure there's value to Tristan Jarry, what are you going to do? What are you going to do with it? You hope that there's, if they're thinking all different options. What are the options? He finds his game, number one. Number two, we got to move him because it's going sideways. And how does that work inside the cap? You got to make sure the guy's playing so he's valuable, so you can get something back if you do go that route. But they're giving him every chance to find his game, and I think this road trip, this is my opinion. Whatever happens on this trip is going to be the telling story, guys. I mean, really. 7 games on the road, but they're all games they've been in these games. They've ended up giving away. There's a look ahead of you, and what are you going to do? And I think this trip will tell. By the end of it, we'll know. I think we'll have a greater plan of what's happening. It's tough, but it is a round-and-round thing. And when one guy looks like they're going to go with them, he lays an egg, for the team and for himself. They're giving each guy a chance to take the ball and run with it, and they haven't been able to do it.
Lastly, Jay, and we're talking to Jay Caulfield, as I look at the league standings, if the season ended today, based on points percentage, the President's Trophy would go to the Washington Capitals, who don't have a superstar. Their leading scorer has 46 points. How have they done it, and what is there for the Penguins to learn about how they've done it?
Well, it is a great story. First of all, they have 2 goaltenders that are playing well. They still have Carlson. I think they're rallying around the Ovechkin thing. But they're playing great hockey. The deals that they've made in the off season, I think they caught a break with Backstrom and Oshie going on long-term IR. Like they freed up cap space to bring in different pieces, but they're fast, they're coached well, and they're getting results. And then they're feeling the game. I think it's a mix of all that. They were able to fine-tune their roster or change it up on the fly, which if you 6 months ago you'd have put the Capitals and Penguins almost in the same space.
Yes,
because of where they're at, and the Capitals have been able to do it. And I think when you're getting at least, I think they brought in Logan Thompson, and the two goaltenders combined have been playing very well. So when you get that part of it, that's good. When you lose, if you didn't have that, and the Penguins haven't had it, you find yourself in position. But listen, Ovechkin's, he's putting the puck in the net. They're rallying around this whole situation of what how their team is playing, and can they keep it going? That's going to be the question. Can they keep playing that way? A lot of people feel they can. You never know if something goes sideways, what happens. But I just think they're well coached. They're put together well. They have speed. They have skill. And look at that Dubois. Dubois hasn't performed, and he's moved all over the place, and now he's having a good season in Washington. So it's a mix of that.
One final one for you, Jay, only because I think at some point there's going to come a time where Kyle Dubas will say, okay, I got to do something, whether it's adding on, whether it's subtracting to come up with pieces for the future. Do you think he's getting close to that point now that we're in the second half of the season? And, yeah, they're still in it and everything, but at the same time, he may see a need for something, or he may see the need to not do anything, or actually try to just collect picks or other players or whatever.
Yeah, I think he's been stockpiling picks, right, Bob? And I think the second part is you're seeing youth on your blue line. And we know everybody knows Marcus Pettersson's been great here, but that's a chip that's going to be valuable. There's young defensemen in the minors they feel can come up and play, so I think they're starting to see that. And I think up front, the danger part is, or not danger, but Sidney Crosby, they're top. I say this: Russ, Raquel, and Sidney Crosby are, in my opinion, the best line in hockey because we don't see lines staying together as long. This line has stayed together, and they've probably been outperforming across the NHL line of a trio. They've been the best. You've got to somehow keep this where that's going to be a conversation. If they're going to go that route, Bob, I'm sure they're going to have a conversation with Sidney Crosby because it's just like you guys in the radio station. Hey, if there's any changes, it's got to be talked between Joe and Bob, right? You guys, you're the guys that are the stars.
In that order, Joe and Bob.
Right? Yep. Hey, Bob, you get the headline, though. Your name's first on the show. So,
because I'm older.
He's first on the marquee. We know that.
Yeah, so, but that's the way it goes. I mean, I can't imagine Sidney Crosby signed here. He's not here to be on a rebuild, but everybody, the way the game looks and where you're at in the standings, and Washington and these other teams running away, that makes it very difficult. And I think Kyle Dubas, I'll bet you, last night, there's been a lot of points where you think he's had enough. I will guarantee you last night was one more thought, one more nail, if you will, that's going to make him think what you just mentioned, Bob. Because if you're not getting it, you're not getting what you need, and you're looking at your goaltenders, you're looking at maybe depth across it. Some of the players they brought in, are they getting what they want from them? I don't know. And I think again, a loss like that to a team that didn't look good at all, and then you give that, it's a shame to give that 2 points away. And I did say for 40 minutes they dominated them. The goaltender stole the game, and then it's a shame to give away, have those 2 points go against you. So that's just the way it is, and I do think he's getting to that point, guys. I really do.
Thank you, Jay, and I'll update you on my latest golf trip. I'm looking at Fort Myers in 2 weekends. I'm looking at Tiburon on Sunday and Salt Leaf on Saturday, and Bob is treating me to both rounds even though he won't be there.
Fort Myers, you say?
Yeah.
Talk radio, my man.
I may see Ron Cook when I'm down there.
Yeah, Ron should come and caddy for you. He should do that, or bring the beer.
Did you not run into John Aber somewhere? Did I hear that?
I did run into John Aber, yes, and he invited me to play Allegheny.
There you go.
How about that?
Hey, Jay, let me ask you something. I told Joe that's one of the best old school courses you'll find. Before they were moving dirt all around and creating stadium kind of golf courses, that place is just spectacular.
Oh, and it's a great membership. It is spectacular, Bob. And John is phenomenal. What a great head pro, a great player. And I mean, his whole college career. But he's a great one, Joe. You're really making your mark, and you're attaching yourself to the right people. You got Bob number one, and now John Aber.
I know.
Perfect. John is wonderful, though. It's great.
The problem is that I've completely forgotten how to drive the ball. I went to the range the other day, indoor, over at RMU, and I forget. It leaves me. The ability to drive the ball cleanly leaves me, so I wound up using a 7 wood off the tee. I just forget, Jay. Do you ever do that? You just forget how to do it?
Well, Joe, man, there's something we forget every round. One part of your game is not one, right, Bob? Part of your game never really? Am I doing this well, but I'm not doing this well? I think that's the game of golf, right, Joe?
And it never changes. It doesn't change. I don't care how long you've played it. There's always something. I saw Tiger hit one in the water last night, albeit it was a, simulated water. But so what? He hit it in the water.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, Joe. It's amazing. That's why when I mentioned the golfers to you that I play with and guys are great friends, but they seem to not have that. But I think they feel their game, right? I think they still feel there's parts of their game in all right, but I don't see it the way. Well, I don't see it like how I feel about mine either, Joe. So I mean, I think welcome to the club.
Thank you. Yeah, that actually does make me feel better. Thank you, Jay.
Jay, always a pleasure.
All right, guys, you take care. Bye-bye.
What a nice man he is, Bob. And the miracle is he keeps getting nicer, right?
Yeah, I say he's the Vijay Singh of local golf around here. He's always practicing, and that's the lesson you should take from it, because you're never gonna figure this out.
Yeah, but
you are never gonna get to.
Steve Blass put it this way, and it was very good. He was talking about golf. I don't remember in what venue when he said you can go to the range all you want. If you're practicing the wrong things, it's not going to help you. I have to practice the right things. Bob, I go over to the golf dome all the time. But am I practicing the right things all winter? I don't know. I don't know if I am. I lose it mentally. I can't. It's like Pedro trying to throw to first when he was a third baseman. Seriously. I just lose it
When you
mentally.
say you're practicing the wrong thing, you are, just because you're going there with a driver in your hand. That's not what you need to practice.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
Well, what do you mean? I've
Call
lost
Jay
the
back
driver.
right now and ask him what's the most important part of the game. He'll tell you what it is. It's the short game from 100 yards in.
I know, but
That's what you should hit.
You first have to get there.
Yeah, but you can get there a lot of different ways.
Well,
it's the great eraser, Joe.
Why don't you help me? Can you come out?
Because I'm trying to help myself. I'm like Sam Darnold on the golf course sometimes. I'm seeing ghosts. There's some things coming at me. What am I doing? I'm yanking, shanking.
I know.
I mean, I got to. Here, the other thing is you go now. You haven't swung really competitively in a long time. You go to the range. Just bring irons, short irons. Don't bring your driver. Just get a rhythm. You got to have a rhythm.
I suck. I do. I'm going to quit. But I am going to play this. I'm going to play Tiburon, and I'm going to play Salt Leaf, and I'm going to go to Fort Myers. My wife seemed less than enthused at my idea of going.
You're not
to Florida.
taking her so she could pamper herself at the Tiburon Spa?
She said,
they have a beautiful spa.
It's enough just to play golf.
Yeah, but if you're indulging yourself in a 400 round of golf, I think it's only fitting that you should ask your wife, Susie, you come with me, and there's a $500 beautiful hot stone massage waiting for you.
Who's paying for that?
You are.
I did invite her.
It's almost Valentine's Day. This is a pre-Valentine's gift.
You're right about that. And then she said, just make sure we have enough money for tax season or something like that. It was a passive-aggressive shot back across the bow, Bob. And now I feel bad. Usually I'm excited going through to plan the trip. Now it's laced with guilt. And you know as well as I do, and my friend Myron Brown, I don't know if he coined this term, great basketball player at Slippery Rock, played in the NBA. You know Flying Myron Brown. Have you seen him on a golf course? It's very good.
Is he good? I didn't know that.
It's called guilty golf. Can't do it. Ruins the day, ruins the round, ruins the trip. Guilty golf. I can't play guilty golf. I need to be freed of all that stuff and just go out there.
Have you
and
had
have
this
fun.
conversation with Susie?
I think I need to.
Yeah, just say, look, do you want a purse? I got a great purse for you, Susie. Look at this. It's a Chanel. It's waiting for you. That'll release all of your guilt and her guilt.
I'm trying to plan the trip like right now.
Take her.
Usually I'm excited.
I tell you,
now,
Lisa,
all I'm thinking
Lisa
about is the guilt
encourages
part.
me to go. I haven't gone ever to
I want to be encouraged
well,
to go.
Yeah, well, and I told her she should come with me too.
Usually she loves it when I'm not there, when I'm not home.
It's part of domestic tranquility. You need space. That's what you should tell her.
Can I put you on the phone with her?
Yes, and I'll tell her, you know what, Joe is only thinking about you, Suze. That's it. He knows you need your time. So he is volunteering to move out of state for at least 3 days so that you could have the time you need to just enjoy the downtimes, the free moments, to think, meditate. And he is not going to bother you in any way because he knows he can be a bother.
I'm ready
So
to
he's
run through a
doing
wall
this.
for Bob.
So am I. That's downright poetic. Do you think I
Great,
should put
Bob.
him on the line with her?
Yes, no doubt about it.
All right. I will do that. Coming up next, let's take a look at the NFL playoff matchups. Let's get away from the Steelers for a little bit. And let's talk about which coach, which quarterback are under the biggest spotlight here. Who has the most to gain and the most to lose? And what's the best matchup and the worst matchup of this division? I think it's one of the best weekends in all of sports for the whole year, the divisional playoffs. We'll talk about that coming up next. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Steiner and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And, of course, the fan hotline, which Jay was on, presented by Sullivan Super Service. Let's talk about Gina, shall we? First of all, you can't lose. That's the beauty of working with Gina Giampietro. You want to sell a home in the Pittsburgh area? She'll sit down with you. You agree on a price and a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. But it gets a whole lot better here. Marketing matters when it comes to selling your home, and you need to work with an agent that has great marketing skills, and that's Gina. Kevin recently sold his home in Moon Township for over $400,000 because of Gina's expert marketing. In fact, Kevin said he had offers on his home that were $25,000 over the asking price within just hours of his home hitting the market. Kevin said his experience of selling with Gina went so well that he wishes he had more houses for her to sell and said he'd work with her again in a heartbeat. So if you're in the Pittsburgh area, you're ready to sell your home or buy one, call my friend Gina Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty. Call Gina, 724-602-9752. That's 724-602-9752. Google Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroe.
Really sad news for Evgeny Malkin. As reported by Jennifer Barrasso of KDK TV, Malkin's son was broken into on Saturday during the Penguins game against Ottawa, and his 3 Stanley Cup rings are now missing. Quinn Ewers has declared for the NFL draft, the star Texas quarterback. And Steelers offensive coordinator Arthur Smith is interviewing with the Chicago Bears job today for their head coaching spot. He'll interview with the Jets tomorrow. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Oh, sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here, just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Cloudy and breezy this afternoon, the high 34.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Hey, Top Dog, I have a question. When you call them insurance companies, what do you say to them? Do you say it's me again? Like, what do you say? Do you tell them you want top dollar? Do you demand the number you want? Or do you just bite them? Like, straight from the rip, just bite them. Like, what do you do? What if they don't want to give you what you want? What do you do then? Do you take them to court? Or do you bite them again until they give you what you want? When you get what you want, what you do? Do you say thank you? Do you shake their hand? Do you smile at them? Do you laugh at them? What you do? How you handle that? Medical malpractice. That's your dog food. Car accidents. That's your dog food. Top Dog Law.
Some people
people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check your sunroof is closed first, before driving through the car wash.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, no. Wait, whoa.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during
Beyond Lincoln. Join the family. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Packers head coach Matt LaFleur said the next step in the evolution of Jordan Love is the quarterback becoming a more vocal leader, specifically holding teammates accountable when, quote, guys aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing, end quote. My issue here, if Jordan Love is not a vocal leader, forcing him to be one will look inauthentic. His teammates will see right through it. I'm Maggie Gray.
Attention, are you or a loved one suffering complications after taking Ozempic or Wegovy? These medications may be linked to serious gastrointestinal illnesses. If you've been hospitalized and diagnosed with gastroparesis, chronic vomiting, deep vein thrombosis, or experienced intestinal blockage requiring surgery, you may be entitled to significant compensation. Call 888-900-LAW-1 today for a free consultation. That's 888-900-LAW1. Paid for by Tort Defenders. Tort Defenders is not a law firm and does not provide legal services.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here. We know this about pro athletes. They train all the time to perform better on the field. It takes a lot of time and effort. What, though, would you say if you could improve your performance in the bedroom, no training required? I'm talking about Blue Chew. And Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxin in chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. Your partner wants you to do this. They might not say it, but they want you to do this. You got to try it. Blue Chew's tablets, they're like a performance enhancement for the bedroom. They can help you get extra confidence when it is time to perform. You can turn oh no into oh yes. You know what I'm talking about, fellas. So if you could benefit from a little extra confidence in the bedroom when it's time to perform, visit BlueChew.com. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
Well, what's your name? I am Nathan. This is Sean. This is Wanye. And we are Boys to Men.
The legendary trio that has captivated audiences worldwide for over 3 decades. Boys to Men, in concert. February 16th at the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. Boys to Men.
Doran Dickerson here, and I'm sitting here with my good friend Jake, owner of Southside Plumbing and Heating. Jake, you've been doing this for a little while, haven't you?
Well, Doran, we've been in business for generations, building an unparalleled experience in top-notch customer service and solutions for our customers.
Oh, wow. So you really know what you're talking about, huh?
Exactly. We don't just hide behind a family name. We are family-owned. That's why we are not just another transaction, and our customer satisfaction matters to us on a personal level.
Give them a call today, 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
This golf talk has gotten Joe a lot of invitations over the years, and there's another one from one of my friends, Alex. He says, Joe, he's listening to the show, he's driving to the airport, and if you want to go to Naples, he'll host you. He's a very good golfer.
This is incredible,
yeah,
Bob.
And how about that? So I could set you up. And I'm just disappointed Alex did not include me in this. It was just you, only you.
A week from Sunday, tell
yes.
him. Or a week from Saturday. Either one, I'm game. Can you give me his number?
I certainly will.
Or, yeah, give him my number.
I have no need for it anymore. He doesn't invite me anywhere, so I'm going to take your strategy. I'm going to start begging.
Wow. All right. I'm set for a nice weekend. But so are we this weekend, Bob, and Limits, with a schedule of NFL games. And I don't know. There's probably one event that I like better than this weekend in all of sports during our sports calendar here in America, and that's the beginning of the NCAA tournament, March Madness, right? Obviously. Second to that, some people may prefer the wild card round. I thought the wild card round, by and large, was as boring as the first round of the college football playoff. This is the round, Bob. We have 4 games. They're all good. How do you guys feel about that? What's the greatest time in American sports? The beginning of March Madness, the Masters? What is it for you, Bob?
I mean, the Masters is always, but there's stuff going on during the Masters as well. Normally there's some playoff action, whether it be hockey or something else. So I think this is great. And if you ask anyone who works in Vegas at one of these casinos, and you will find that this weekend, just because there are 2 games each day, it's full of, and they're good competitive games. People will fly from all over to go to Vegas this weekend.
Yeah.
And their number of places fill up quickly because of it. So they would probably tell you this is it.
The 2 that stand out most to me are March Madness, with the heart of NBA and NHL really heating up, in October. October is number 1 for me because you have the World Series, the NFL is getting going, and the very start of the NHL and the NBA schedule. And college football.
Well, the matchups are these: Houston at Kansas City, Washington at Detroit on Saturday. Then the Rams at the Eagles, on Sunday at 3 p.m., followed by the Ravens and Bills at 6:30 p.m. I think it's one of the great quarterback matchups ever in terms of how good they are, number 1, but how spectacular both guys are, number 2. It's an all-time quarterback matchup. So let me ask you this. I'll ask both of you fine gentlemen this after I tell people that it's 11:49. Time to make that call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums at 724-443-5610. Which coach among everybody coaching this weekend, Bob, is under the brightest spotlight, maybe the most pressure to win this weekend? Which guy?
The most pressure of any quarterback, or in that
coach?
Coach.
Bob was distracted for a moment. I hope it was
ding,
his
ding,
friend.
ding.
Was
This
it
is
your
another
friend?
thing. You know why I'm distracted?
Yes,
yeah,
because
but
you're helping
no, it's
me.
another person.
What?
This is from Kevin Shields. You know
Yes,
Kevin, right?
I know Kevin.
Tell him I will give him 3 swing driver challenges and fix him for his trip. He's endured so much as a Bills fan. I can't stand the thought any more torture.
Any more torture.
So he wants to help you from your life of torture. So look at this.
Incredible.
I'm going to start using this tactic.
Tell him I'll meet him at RMU.
You heard that, Kevin. Okay, now what was the question?
And that's the guy I met in the hallway when I just saw you, and I said,
Kevin
Bob,
is
I always see that guy.
He is one of the best golfers locally that you're going to find. He is. We have a lot of good young golfers out there. His son, by the way, was drafted by the Kansas City Royals right after the Pirates passed on him.
Wow.
Yeah.
What position?
Pitcher, left-hand pitcher, a really good one.
Man, we all want our kids to be left-handed pitchers, don't we?
Yep. And so, yeah, he's a really good teacher too. So you should take advantage of this.
I will.
Now you're going to end up being a much better golfer with more access than I ever had. I can't believe this is happening.
That's the goal. Which coach, Bob, is under the brightest spotlight this weekend?
Of all the games?
Yeah, of all 4 games. I'm going to tell you who I think it is.
Just hold on. Let me just think about this.
Okay.
All right. So Kansas City, no. Houston, I don't expect much from them. I would say I'm going to say Sean McDermott.
So am I. But you know who's pretty much equal to him is Harbaugh. Is it McDermott or Harbaugh? Like which guy? They're both in such similar positions.
Well, because McDermott hasn't won yet, I think it's more on him.
You're right. But Harbaugh hasn't won with Lamar.
Yeah.
I do agree with that. I think it's McDermott. I think if Sirianni loses, then people are going to want his job, as crazy as that is. People in Philly are going to be calling for his job if he loses at home to the Rams. So I think him too.
Yeah.
I don't think it would be good for Dan Campbell to lose at home with all this hype to Washington. But I think that Sean McDermott is the guy here under the most pressure at home to at least get back to the AFC title game. And, man, one of these years, somebody other than Mahomes has got to win a Super Bowl out of the AFC, right?
You would think, although they're sitting pretty once again. All this rest. I wonder about all the rest with Mahomes, though. This has been a long time since he's thrown a football in a game. Yeah. Although with him, I don't.
Do you think Houston is capable of going in there and winning?
I would say no, but it wouldn't surprise me, I guess, just because Stroud has the ability.
Yes.
But I'm not seeing it on the road, no. I still have visions of that 31-2 thumping they took at the hands of the Ravens in my head, fresh.
I know, but I also, the game before that, or maybe, it was the game before that, they played the Chiefs evenly. They lost by a score, 27-19.
That's how the Chiefs play every game.
Right. Well, what if they play this game?
Tell the Steelers.
Yeah.
What if they play this game that way? That game was 24-19 late in the fourth quarter. And here's the thing about Houston, is that they have some talent and speed on defense, Bob, particularly in their secondary. God bless you.
God bless you, Bob.
My God.
Thank you. That was loud.
I really like them at this point. I think they may have found something in that game last week. And here's the other thing about them. They were a weird team this year. They had some bad losses, but they beat Buffalo. Houston beat Buffalo 23-20. They went down to the wire with Detroit 26-23, and you just saw them win their playoff game and hammer the Chargers. So here's the thing that I would say about them. They're capable. This is not just a wild puncher's chance, maybe they'll connect on one. They just went to Kansas City and played with them toe-to-toe. I think Kansas City's going to win, but I expect a good game. Limits?
Sirianni, to me, the path is there for Philadelphia to go to the Super Bowl. I think Detroit's going to go, but they are battered on defense. And with the offense that Philadelphia has, the best offensive line, defensive line combo in the NFL, Saquon Barkley could argue he's the MVP. If Nick Sirianni screws it up, they will be calling for his job, and Philadelphia might actually move off of him. Should they? No, but I don't think McDermott or John Harbaugh is in a position where they're fired with a loss. Sirianni, it's possible.
It's possible. As crazy as that is, really, given his record and the fact that he does win playoff games. Did the line change on Bills Ravens?
Yeah, the Buffalo Bills are now underdogs.
Yeah, I just noticed that at -1.
First time ever at home that they've been an underdog.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That's the best game. Do we all agree on that this weekend?
Oh, there's no question. We're glad we have it on CBS, KDKA.
They're the only home dog. Everyone else is favored by a touchdown, almost. Philadelphia 6, Detroit 9.5, Kansas City 8.5.
I think the Rams, what they showed the other night, they're a dangerous team. And Matt Stafford, someone put a question mark out there, or question about who made the better of that trade. When you look at what Detroit got, which was a king's ransom, however, the Rams got Stafford, and they won a Super Bowl already.
Super Bowl.
If they win another, then that question should never be asked again. It's the Rams. And I say that only if Detroit doesn't go on a run here with, Gibbs they got, Williams they got Sam Laporta plus Jared Goff plus 3 others, all guys who they drafted very well. The key to that was they got the picks, but they made the picks turn into star players.
Maybe the Steelers can find some sort of situation that we're not expecting that could net them a quarterback. I don't know what it would be off the top of my head. But here's the other thing about the Rams, Bob, is even last year, they went into Detroit for that playoff game, and they were very competitive, and it was a great game. Like, I'm sure we would be complaining if a Steelers season ended like that. Yeah, they finished 10-7, the Rams did. But at least they went in and were not just highly competitive. They played a really good game, and it went down to the wire against an excellent team. To me, that's a lot different than going in and getting your doors blown off every single time. You know what I mean? In a way, you can live with that,
Yeah. No, I agree. But I think all these games are going to be somewhat compelling, though. I don't know that they're going to be a blowout in any one of them. I think if you look at Detroit, I still got to believe that at some point they're going to have some problems defensively if Stroud gets some times to make plays down the field. Just because they've been so banged up, and they're using a lot of people who haven't played and aren't starters, but they're playing well.
You like Washington to cover at 9.5?
I'd take the points. Anytime you get that many points, I'm taking it, and I think they're capable of making it close.
So do I. What's the most expensive game? Limits, are you cheating by looking at that?
No, I'm not.
On the secondary ticket market, what's the most expensive of
these 4 games? It has to be
Buffalo.
Buffalo.
Has to be. But it might be Philadelphia.
It's not, and it's not even close what the most expensive one is.
Then it would have to be...
A lot of Detroit games have been very, very, very expensive
to get into. The average price tickets as low as $415.
Wow.
What's the cheapest game? What's the cheapest game, Bob?
The Chiefs.
Yeah. You can get in there for $107. You want to go, Limits?
Let's take a flight out.
Is there a golf course nearby, even in the snow, you can play?
I'd love to.
I'm sure someone in Kansas City who's listening will pop and text me and ask about you.
Bob,
I'm your caddy, literally, in every possible way here.
I love that. And if this guy can get me onto a course in Naples, my gosh, that would be wonderful. And it sounds like he can.
It's not just any course. He belongs to some very nice golf courses. So,
Bob, what if we drive up to Buffalo on Saturday and have dinner with Nance and Romo and then go to the game on Sunday? And Joe will be so happy at the game.
Yes, Bob. Could we do that?
No, we can't do that.
I might go to Buffalo this weekend. Pony just told me he's going to be there.
He's going to the game?
Yeah, as far as I know, yeah.
Why is he doing
this? Did he give a reason?
Is there a...
I'll have to let him explain on the air. I don't want to speak for him. But that's the inclination I got from him, or the hint I got. He may be in a box.
Wow, congratulations on all his success.
I would go there, visit my parents, go out for chicken wings at Duff's, which is the greatest chicken wings in the free world, and then go to the game, Bob. What do you think of that?
No, I think it's wonderful. Are they expecting snow, or is it a snow-free weekend? Because you never know, and that could pop up at any time, of course.
What a wonderful question that is, Bob. And I'll get that for you momentarily. Coming up next, the big boy Mark Cabali's at 12:30. Top of the hour, let's talk about George Pickens. Let's replay the Tomlin quote from yesterday about Pickens, a couple of them, and then talk about this guy's future. I wrote about this for the Post-Gazette today, what I think Art II needs to do. Sunday in Buffalo, it's supposed to be 21 degrees with a low of 8. 8 degrees, 10-mile-an-hour winds, and a 17% chance of snow. Can you believe this, Bob? If we get a nice snow game that night,
I like snow
under
games.
The lights.
Knowing that they're building a stadium right nearby that's going to. I saw the plans of that Buffalo stadium. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah. I don't really like not having it be all outdoors, but I guess half outdoors is okay. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. It's 11:59. Time to make that call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums at 724-443-5610. So let's talk a little George Pickens. Your thoughts out there on what the Steelers should do with him? And how should Art play a role in all this? I think he should take a prominent role. That's coming up next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Potentially big news from Josh Yohe covering the Penguins, saying, from what I'm hearing, the Penguins organization has reached a breaking point with Tristan Jarry. We'll see what might happen from there. More 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Hello, the chill remains in place through tomorrow morning. The bigger story right now is another round of accumulating snow heading our way Thursday. It looks like around 2 to 3 inches of snow should be expected for Pittsburgh. Higher totals should be expected in the Laurel Highlands and the ridges. Back to today. Highs should hit the low 20s with wind chills topping out at around 15 degrees. Morning lows on Thursday will dip to around 10 degrees. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley at the KDK Weather Center.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number 1 Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
Breaking news, and this one is on. Five. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. Available in app only. T&Cs apply.
When your drain is clogged, you need help. We have the training and equipment to solve your problems fast, over bridges and through tunnels. Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 50 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, we're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let our family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964. Serving all of Allegheny County.
Hey, it's Chris Muller with a question. Was your goal to lose weight this new year? If so, are you already down 20 pounds? That's a serious question because I dropped 20 pounds my first 3 weeks alone with Awaken 180 weight loss. That's how fast the weight can fall off when you choose the solution for weight loss. Each week you look at the scale and the number goes down and down. Every morning you wake up, you feel better and better. For me, it was my joints. I knew I was going to need knee surgery, and even before the surgery, my knee felt better because it wasn't carrying around so much weight. Experiencing those results, and given how easy Awaken 180 was, there was no way I wouldn't reach my goal. And I did. 35 pounds total thanks to Awaken 180, and I've kept the weight off since. The only weight loss program I know that puts their money where their mouth is. They're so confident in your success, they offer free support for life, a one-time investment in yourself for a lifetime of benefits. Online at awaken180weightloss.com. Chris Muller here for Choice Cabinet. Did you know that the average wait time for cabinets right now is 8 to 12 weeks? With Choice Cabinet, you can have cabinets delivered to your house or apartment in as little as 3 days. Yes, 3 days. Choice Cabinet is family-owned, and they have over 65,000 Amish-made all-wood cabinets in stock. Whether you're a contractor or doing a DIY remodel, check out Choice Cabinet, choicecabinet.com.
It's better over here. If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees, 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Oh, up top, bike shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Nesselthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Hey, Pennsylvania, kick off an exciting basketball season with an offer to splash on with BetMGM, an authorized gaming operator of the NBA. Enjoy an NBA odds boost token to snag even more winnings on your basketball wagers. And it's oh so simple to use. Just log into your BetMGM Sportsbook app and add an NBA wager to your bet slip and activate your odds boost token. If you win the wager that was made with the odds boost token, you will receive extra winnings and unrestricted bonus dollars. See, it's that simple. 3 quick steps. And BetMGM's got you Euro stepping your way to even more buckets. Enjoy their odds boost just for you to help you create another perfect season of basketball brilliance. Join the huddle, get off the bench, and head for the net with BetMGM Sportsbook all season long. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only, Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as unrestricted funds. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice: the Power of Bowser family of dealerships, featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express store and choose your vehicle, payment, and financing options. Value your trade and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations: Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
The temperatures aren't the only thing dropping. Prices at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville are dropping too during our winter savings event. Hurry in for huge savings on every new Toyota in stock, including new Tacomas and hybrid SUVs. And to help you get through winter, Panda has bundled a lifetime powertrain warranty together with complimentary maintenance, including oil changes at no additional charge on whatever new Toyota you choose. Don't miss Spitzer's winter savings event.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
See dealer for details.
After you use Bounce Dryer sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry...
it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official partner of the NFL. We've moved into the divisional round of the playoffs. They're getting better. And right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. How about that? $200 in bonus bets, win or lose, on the FanDuel Sportsbook, FanDuel.com/Andrew to join today. So we know Kansas City and Detroit have been waiting. They were the two teams that got buys. I have very different opinions on both teams, and it might surprise you how I feel. I think Kansas City, all the rust, the way that they rested guys in Week 18, the way that so many games were close calls, I think they might be in trouble. And I am very tempted and probably will bet against Kansas City in this round. On the other side, I love the mojo of Detroit. I feel like Detroit is the team of destiny, and I think Dan Campbell is going to find a way to get this team all the way. FanDuel.com/Andrew, $200 in bonus bets today. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. For Soundline real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
It's now official. The Penguins have announced that goaltender Tristan Jarry will be placed on waivers today at 2 p.m. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Get a load of this. I'm turning it up. Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Well, that'll switch our topics. We go from one problematic Pittsburgh athlete to another. We were going to talk George Pickens. Instead, surprising news. I don't care how bad Jarry has been. It is very surprising news that the Penguins are placing him on waivers at 2 p.m. Josh Yohe had tweeted out that he thought he was hearing the Penguins were at a breaking point with Tristan Jarry. And then the next thing you know, like seconds later, he's on waivers, Bob. Man, is there a lot here. First, it's one of Kyle Dubas's first big signings. Remember, they went out, they visited with Jarry, and, were convinced he was the guy. He's Sully's guy. Obviously, Sullivan had a lot to do with that signing. It's sort of the decisions that are going haywire in this organization remind me of the Steelers at this time. Like, Sully's best thinking was that Tristan Jarry's the guy, so he lobbies for him, and Dubas makes him one of his first signings to a lucrative, for a really good goalie at $5.4 million, it's not going to bankrupt your franchise, but it's going to damage your franchise, to sign him, whatever he did. What was it, 5 years, $27 million, something like that. He still has 3 years after this season at $5.4 million, and he's just a complete and utter disaster. He's fallen apart. He's forgotten how to play the position. It's hideous. He has an .886 goal save percentage, which is 48th in the league, Bob, which would be pretty good in a 500-team league. But there's only 30-some teams. And he's 48th. But guess what the real bad news is?
Nedeljkovic's numbers are worse.
Yes. Bingo.
That's what I said the other day. I was looking at this, and I said, how is it possible that the Penguins can give up a goal 9 times on the first shot they face? Any goalie.
It's ridiculous.
And if you look at the majority of their games, other teams score within the first 5 shots on goal. Now, last night was another example, a shorthanded opportunity for Chandler Stevenson. So Jarry, it's a shot he has to make. It's a save he has to make. There's nobody blocking anything. Make the save. And he gets beat shorthanded on the second shot on goal of the game.
Well, he's horrible at the beginning of games. I've never seen these numbers that have come out on his first shot goals. And he's horrible at the ends of games, and he ain't that great in between either. I just read somewhere where 41% of his goals he's given up in the third period. He's just...
Well, last night's a prime example.
Yeah.
The other guy, Joey Decord, stole the game. You heard Jay Caulfield talk about that. He was really good, and he's been playing really good for Dan Bilesma. But, again, those 3 goals are on the first 13 shots. Total was 3 for 17, but 3 on 13. And the one on Oleksiak... while I understand the defense has to do maybe a better job of shutting down the middle of the ice so he skates in, but it is Jamie Oleksiak after all. And it's a short side goal. I wouldn't expect that. You know, the game winner was a good play. But 2 of the goals last night I thought were on him.
Man, when you look at it, didn't this whole thing kind of begin with that Islanders series and him giving the series away, Bob?
That pass up the middle, which was stolen?
Yeah.
Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, and
yeah.
he was horrific, and he lost them a series, basically. And it was all about, it felt like mental gaffes, and that he never really lived that down, right? He's only played in 1 playoff game since then. It was Game 7 against the Rangers when he played with the broken foot, which was admirable. But people went a little overboard with his performance in Game 7. He gave up the game-tying goal late in regulation and the game-losing goal early in overtime, and gave up 4 in the game and had the worst save percentage of any Penguins goaltender in any game in that series, and they had Mr. Broccoli and Beef for 3 games. Remember?
Yeah. I do remember.
This is a disaster. Louis Domingue. Wonderful man. I called his parents.
Yeah, I thought it was a great story. It almost reminded me of the one long ago when the Moose, Johan Hedberg, came out of nowhere, and everybody's like, Moose, and then the Hedberg sign was, the Heidelberg was changed to Hedberg, and everybody was going nuts.
Except that
Sooner or
Hedberg
later,
won a playoff series or
right.
two.
No, but I'm saying that kind of rallying to a guy.
This is one of those strange stories where a guy, he actually had or has still some pretty good overall numbers in his career, but he fell apart. You know what it is? You know what it is? It's a Pedro Alvarez story.
Yeah.
That's honestly what it is, and it's a sad one. And it can happen in sports where somebody who's very talented, and I don't think anybody would disagree that Jari's very talented, and who has had success at the highest level. Go look at this dude's career numbers. He's won a ton of games. He has a pretty good save percentage overall. Has something happen, and then the mental part of the game falls apart like it did for Pedro. This is what's happened with Tristan Jarry. And he's never been a guy that they can depend on when the chips are down. He's had disasters in the playoffs and late in seasons. You remember they were trying to make the playoffs a couple years ago. He melted down in that Chicago game where they almost blew the first pick. It's a very, very strange story, and it's coming to a bad ending.
Well, here's the next thing that has to happen or won't happen or maybe will happen. If someone claims him, which I doubt because they then would be obligated for his entire salary. Is that correct? If you pick him up, you're...
Yes, okay. I believe so.
So if you're obligated to pick him up, you're going to pick up that salary. Who needs a goalie that badly right now? Maybe somebody does, but if he doesn't, that means he could return to AHL Wilkes-Barre Scranton, which I think is probably what they would want, and have him try to figure it out, even though they've tried before. But then this cap hit, I asked Josh about this, and he was kind enough to reply they'd be obligated for $1.1 million of a cap hit, not the entire or whatever it is. So it gives you a little cap relief, I suppose. And if that's the case, then you may be able to do something. And I asked Jay about this. I said, are we getting to the point where Kyle Dubas is getting a little frustrated to the point he does something? I didn't know it would be so soon.
Yeah,
but
so
then
dramatic.
The next question would be, okay, maybe he's priming himself for some sort of trade. You know?
Well, this tells you they couldn't find a taker, right?
Well, I'm not talking about trade for him. I'm talking about somebody else. Use money, cap relief, so that you can make a trade to bring in something could help them.
Yeah.
I don't know what that would be at this point. But there are a lot of things that could help them.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing that does come to mind for me, though, is that obviously nobody wanted Jarry, or they would have dealt him for anything, for a 7th-round pick, and I don't even know if there is 7 rounds in that draft anymore. Bob, this became clear late last season when Lgkg went on that really good run, you remember? But then he started to fall off toward the tail end of the season, and Jarry was healthy, and Mike Sullivan refused to turn to a healthy Jarry at the end of last season.
Yeah, he rode Lgkg all the way.
Just refused to turn to him, and that made me think that he's done here. And for all intents and purposes, he was done here. He couldn't get the Penguins into the playoffs 2 years ago, lost 3 of 5 games in April. He lost 8 of his final 10 decisions last season. He had the Islanders meltdown. Other than that, he's been Mr. Clutch around here, Bob. It's a disaster.
Yeah, and they tried everything they could to change it, to get him back. Time with a goalie coach. I don't know if they've gone to hypnosis or not. A lot of times that's been used more in sports today. Sometimes we could use that here in the studio, I think. A little hypnosis will help me, especially when you're getting all the golf invites and I'm being neglected. But
yes.
But I think, now the question is, what happens with him? If no one claims him, he's going to go back, and how do they work with him, what they expect? A bigger question right now, goalie has been their biggest problem this year. Biggest. Their power play has gotten back on track. They're number 5 in the league, so they're actually doing some good things by splitting up the people for first and second units. But what do you do in goaltending? It's got to be Steph or Joe Bloomquist. And I tweeted his name last night just on a separate tweet. Joe, I was watching, and I said, it's time. If they can't do that now, when will they ever do it, and how many points must you give up? This is a critical 7-game road trip. They are falling into no man's land. Here is time running out. They got to make a play. If they're going to make a play to get in, they got to do it now, and so this is the first step, but I don't think it's the last step.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Nedeljkovic's numbers are even worse. However, from every indication we get from the likes of Josh Yohe and people who cover the team, the players respond to Nedeljkovic. They like him. And there has always seemed to be.
But you get to a point where how long can you count on that?
I agree. There has to be production. But with Jari, it just seemed like, I don't know, they didn't trust him. I don't know if it's that they didn't like him. He seems like a good enough guy. And then there was the strange trip earlier this season where Jari told Yohe that he was going to be able to visit relatives out in Western Canada and was looking forward to it. He was already on the trip and got sent home. Remember?
Yeah, I do.
And demoted. He was demoted before that. The whole thing's been strange. Clearly, they've been trying to get rid of him, and there's no takers around the NHL. No takers. And this is a poor reflection on Dubas and on Mike Sullivan. It really is.
Yeah, I think what you said is true.
The fact they signed him.
Sullivan always had his back, and, and eventually his wallet, because he got fatter in that wallet. And so, Kyle Dubas knew that. He seems to really, when he first came here, defer to Mike Sullivan quite a bit, and I understand why. He's been around. He has a good relationship with these players. I think he knows the players. But he let that dictate perhaps what was going to be a long-term contract, when at the time a lot of people thought, if you're going to do it for a couple of years. There's no need to go 5 years with him, especially at that price. That's not an overwhelming price, by the way. A lot of goalies make more. But for him, that was a lot, given what he had shown of late prior to signing that.
It was the term more than anything for that. It was almost as if, if we didn't sign him, somebody else was going to outbid you. Did they bid against themselves there? And I guess in the end, Bob, I think that Tristan Jarry is to Mike Sullivan what Kenny Pickett was to Mike Tomlin.
Yep.
Man, you put your marbles in the wrong basket, I would say.
Yeah, and when it happens,
sets you back.
It sets you back. I mean, that's how tough and competitive things are in professional sports.
Do you put
one or
marbles
two bad
in a
moves,
basket?
you could put yourself in a bad situation.
Do you put marbles in a basket, Bob?
But they have a couple of young goaltenders in their system.
Yeah.
Not named Joel Blomqvist, who can maybe be, down the road, people who come up and play.
Well, this much has become clear with the Penguins' play recently, and I think that pretty much ends it. I don't really care now about this 7-game road trip. They need to tear it down in so many ways. They need to trade Raquel. They need to trade Pettersson. They need to trade whoever they can.
I don't know they're going to trade. I understand your thought there, because he is playing. Well,
which one?
Again,
Raquel?
Raquel, and he's having a wonderful year. Stock's extremely high.
Exactly.
But I gotta believe that Kyle Dubas is not going. He's been walking this line between future and present. I don't think he's going to get off of that line.
That's what I'm saying. Try it.
Okay,
it's time to stop walking the line.
As Jay Caulfield said, the Eastern Conference is a mosh pit of same kind of teams.
Right.
You can still get into the playoffs. And I think they want that, because as the business revenue side of this, they haven't had it for 2 years. They need playoff series. And if they don't get it.
I mean, if they're depending on that on the business side, then they're in really bad shape.
I think they are depending on that.
People aren't going to the games.
That's why they want to do it. And that's why I don't think they'll get. Plus, that line has been very productive. If you have any shot, that line has to remain together.
I think right now Raquel is. See, these other ways that Dubas has been, quote, building for the future is with low-round picks, Raquel might net you a very nice return here right now with the way he's playing. Maybe a second-round pick?
Again, in hockey, to me, now you look around the league, there's some guys who fit on third and fourth round. The Penguins did it before.
Sure,
with Rust, with Gensel, with Connor Sherry, with whoever. But the likelihood of that turning into a player who can actually help you is probably very low compared to...
That's why you want to accumulate as many of those picks as you can.
I understand, but you want first-round picks.
Yes. Well, could
Do
Raquel...
you think Raquel will get a first round?
Maybe not. No.
Maybe not. Maybe for a team that gets injured and they need scorers and he's hot, maybe. But unless I got that, I wouldn't trade him.
See the East being a mosh pit, as you say, I think helps the Penguins because more teams delusionally believe they can win it. So you'll have more buyers, and therefore it could become more of a seller's market.
But you can be one of those teams too.
Well, that's the point.
Who's to say that
Don't be one of those teams.
But who's to say that Joel Blomqvist couldn't come up here and be this year's Binnington from St. Louis, where he comes up and he gets on a hot streak and they win a Stanley Cup? I'm not saying that's going to happen.
So
what I'm saying is,
should add to try to win
because they're in a mosh pit. He may be doing this to clear the way to add. I'm saying what Dubas may be thinking. He's saying I'm going to clear some cap space. I'm going to try to make a trade that helps this team right here, right now.
They're
because
done,
they have a. I don't care.
They stink. First of all,
how about
we just watched
I'm just
them.
saying, if Binnington can do it out of nowhere, why wouldn't you think Blomqvist couldn't?
Binnington had a really good team around him.
I understand that. Maybe he'll make a trade to bring in some sort of stud defenseman who could probably come to Sidney Crosby's aid when Adam Larson hits him in the back in a cheap shot.
Probably. Yeah. Listen, if your idea, well, I think maybe we both have the same idea. Go with the young guys, and if it gets better, great.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Trade Raquel.
Okay.
He's your most marketable trade asset.
I don't think they've reached that point. I would be surprised. I think they're going to try still to figure out a way. But go to the mind of Kyle Dubas. If you came here and 3 straight years you're not in the playoffs, and your goalie situation, which haunts you in Toronto, you got to try to get into playoffs. I don't think Fenway Sports Group is in this thing right now to do that. I don't. I think they're trying to figure out a way to push this team somehow into a playoffs in an Eastern Conference, which surprisingly has gotten weaker.
They're the Steelers right now. They're in the last place you want to live in.
I wonder what fans would think. I wonder what people who have season tickets would think about this. If you go to games,
I bet you people would love to see a young team around Sidney Crosby. They'd love to see young assets coming in here.
Fine.
Clearly, they don't want to watch this.
But if you get a second-round pick, your young asset's not going to be here when Sidney Crosby plays.
I think fans could live with that. Why don't we do that at 1 o'clock after we talk to the big boy, Bob?
Okay, the big boy's coming up.
Yes, Mark Cabali coming up. And then we want to ask Penguin fans, what do you want as the people who are funding this operation, who are paying your hard-earned money for tickets? Would you rather have the Penguins go full rebuild, stay in the mode they're in, or add and try and win in a horrible Eastern Conference as a ticket buyer? We'll talk about that at the top of the hour. In the meantime, the Kabylian Mongoose is on deck. He's warming up in the bullpen here.
It was a joke.
He has had some interesting opinions and reports this week about the Steelers and their future. Who does he think the next quarterback will be? What does he think they'll do with T.J. Watt, with George Pickens? All of that. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We have playoff football, don't we? Yes, we do. We were just talking about it. Some great games, really all interesting games this weekend. And from upsets to game-winning drives, the playoffs are better with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. The FanDuel app gives you everything you need for live bets, same-game parlays, so much more. Plus, when you win, you'll get paid instantly. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to join today. One I like is Houston to cover 9.5 against the Chiefs. They just played a one-score game against the Chiefs. I think they got speed on defense and a good quarterback. And get started with $200 in bonus bets. That's what you can do. FanDuel.com/Starkey. 21 plus. Present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Penguins have announced that they are placing goaltender Tristan Jarry on waivers at 2 o'clock. And what could be his final game, Jarry against the Seattle Kraken allowed 3 goals, was also an empty netter. He gave up 14. He made 14 shots, I should say, on 17 shots faced. Jarry 8-8-4 overall. He had an .824 save percentage last night on the season. Jarry allowing over 3 goals per game, 3.31 is goals against average, and an .884 save percentage. More 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. The Penguins will begin a 7-game road trip against Buffalo, 7 o'clock on Friday.
93.7 The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
They need a guy who is as close to a finished product as possible.
Is that guy going to be in that draft? I mean, it
could be Cooper Manning.
Arch.
Every time.
That's worse than Gus Johnson. Cooper.
It's not worse.
Yes, it is. That's his dad. He didn't even play football.
At this point, I think I would take Cooper Manning.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Bowl over your appetite at Get-Go Cafe and Market. Order mashed potato bowls, warm filling options like chicken dinner, chicken pot pie, or Boski kielbasa. Build your own with mashed potatoes and all the ingredients that satisfy you most. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better, believe it.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global travel extravaganza, January 24th through the 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your adventure is waiting for you.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. The time has come where we'll crown a new champion of college football. 2 history programs will face off as they look to claim the title of the first ever 12-team playoff champions. Will the team from the Buckeye State or the squad from South Bend bring home the hardware? Here's a riddle for you. What do yoga mats, a toothbrush, and a Hyundai have in common? I'll give you a moment. Time's up. If you guessed they're all fun, well-designed, and super useful, you guessed wrong. The answer is you can order all those things on Amazon. And the best part, you won't even have to break down a car-sized Amazon box after, because you'll pick up your Hyundai at the dealer. Hyundai, now available on Amazon. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. Limited availability. Pick up through participating Hyundai dealers in select markets. Now you can buy a new Hyundai at Amazon. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for more details.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
In the U.S., there are about 60 million adults 65 and older. And last year, nearly 1 million of them were hospitalized due to flu, COVID, or RSV. That's nearly 1 million people who planned to go visit family or see friends, but ended up in the hospital instead. So get this season's vaccines, and don't let flu, COVID, or RSV make you just another number.
Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Now's the time to shop limited-time doorbuster deals during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. Save $50 on a Little Giant King Combo 6-foot ladder. Was $199, now $149. Plus, save $100 on a DeWalt XR 20-volt Power Stack 5-amp-hour battery. Was $199, now $99. Get these can't-miss deals now before they're gone. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Doorbusters valid 1/13 through 1/15. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick. Soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors. Use as directed. Vapo Stick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max use for adults only.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Dallas Cowboys potentially hiring Deion Sanders has a sideshow feel to it, but perhaps that's not giving Deion enough credit. The Hall of Famer turned around a Colorado program in just 2 seasons, was able to hire top-level assistants, and considering their history together, might carry more influence with Jerry Jones than any other candidate. I'm Maggie Gray.
Now's the time to shop limited-time doorbuster deals during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. Save $50 on a Little Giant King Combo 6-foot ladder. Was $199, now $149. Plus, save $100 on a DeWalt XR 20-volt Power Stack 5-amp-hour battery. Was $199, now $99. Get these can't-miss deals now before they're gone. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Doorbusters valid 1/13 through 1/15. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
Hey, it's Chris Muller with a question. Was your goal to lose weight this new year? If so, are you already down 20 pounds? That's a serious question because I dropped 20 pounds my first 3 weeks alone with Awaken 180 weight loss. That's how fast the weight can fall off when you choose the solution for weight loss. Each week you look at the scale and the number goes down and down. Every morning you wake up, you feel better and better. For me, it was my joints. I knew I was going to need knee surgery, and even before the surgery, my knee felt better because it wasn't carrying around so much weight. Experiencing those results, and given how easy Awaken 180 was, there was no way I wouldn't reach my goal. And I did. 35 pounds total thanks to Awaken 180, and I've kept the weight off since. The only weight loss program I know that puts their money where their mouth is. They're so confident in your success, they offer free support for life, a one-time investment in yourself for a lifetime of benefits. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Is your bathroom stuck in the past, dreaming of a sleek, modern upgrade? It's time to call Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling. They specialize in full bathroom remodels, turning outdated spaces into luxurious retreats. From stunning showers to custom vanities, they bring your vision to life on time and within budget. Wow. Get started with a free in-home consultation and flexible financing options to fit your budget. Call 724-547-5445 or visit MountPleasantWindow.com today. Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling, creating dream bathrooms for over 50 years.
Hey, football fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win up to $250,000 in bonus bets. It's all part of BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot, where you'll be able to split the grand prize with anyone else who bet on the longest touchdown of the week. It's easy to get started. Log into your BetMGM account today and opt into the promo. Then place an anytime touchdown wager of $10 or more on the player of your choice, up to one player per game. If your player scores the longest touchdown of the week, you'll win a share of the $250K. BetMGM lets you go all the way with the longest touchdown jackpot. Make your bets and join the fun with the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Chris Muller from my friends at Choice Cabinet. Whether you're a contractor or you're remodeling your kitchen, don't get stuck waiting around 8 to 12 weeks in some cases for your cabinets. Choice Cabinet has over 65,000 cabinets in stock. They're Amish designed, all wood with 10 different paints and stains, and delivery is available in as little as 3 days. Need cabinets? The choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com. ShortsFord.com.
Damon John here, the People Shark. I want to share a secret that's changing people's lives. There's a company called National Debt Relief that can help you get out of debt faster than you ever thought possible, like 12 to 48 months from now. With National Debt Relief, you can cut your minimum credit card payments by 50% and pay as little as $250 a month. Imagine, instead of paying multiple high-interest payments every month, you can make one low monthly program payment, plus you can get approved in just a few minutes. They've helped hundreds of thousands of people just like you. Trust me when I tell you, National Debt Relief's got your back and can help you get back on track.
To learn how you can reduce your credit card debt and become debt-free, call 800-467-7711. 800-467-7711. Again, that's 800-467-7711.
Don't wait. Apply today.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right, we're back with more of the Pomp and Joe Show, and this is the time where we welcome in the big boy, Mark Caboli from the Pat McAfee Show. Mark, it's been a very interesting couple of days. How are you?
What's up, Robert? Long time no see.
And Bob, you could see him on the video.
Hi, Mark. I'm sorry. I'm having headphone issues. Hello. You look very handsome with the glasses on.
Yeah, I'm kind of going bald. I'm bald. I'm kind of going blind. Not bald yet.
So Joe's walking in now after he had a brief respite. We have the big boy on, and Joe, I know that a lot of people are talking about yesterday's.
Hello, big boy. What's up, Joe? Thanks for joining your own show.
We have a 15-year anniversary coming up, and we're planning it, and you're going to be part of it, I think. Maybe not, but you might be. I'm sorry, Bob. I interrupted you.
No, I don't. No, go ahead. You have the floor now. You were planning. I should have been in the planning session, but I forgot. But go ahead.
No, it's okay.
I get some free food. I don't care. I'll come.
We might have Vinny on. We might have Seibel. We'll have everybody from the past
yes. Yeah, I'm
Is Ron
sure
Cook
Seibel.
making the trip back?
So, big boy, what's going to happen here? Mark Caboli from the Pat McAfee Show. Who's the quarterback going to be next year, in your humble opinion?
Wow. Right now, if you had to really, really pin me down, I'm going to say Justin Fields.
We agree.
But that can change a lot. I mean, first of all, we don't even know if Justin Fields wants to be here. He said he wants to be here until somebody else. I mean, there has to be, 7 teams out there looking for a starting quarterback? Maybe he prices himself out of their market, and they have to go back to Russell. I don't know. But as we sit here right now, I mean, every indication I get is it would be Justin Fields. And you know what? It makes sense. I'm not going to sit here and complain about Justin Fields being their starting quarterback, because there's only one way to get out of this purgatory of quarterback, you know what, and that is by taking a chance. You're not going to get a guy in the draft. You're not going to get somebody in free agency. You got your hands on a guy who's a top 10 pick. Bring him around and just cross your fingers he turns back into a first-round, 11th overall pick. You're just basically taking your best opportunity to, try to beat the system here. I think that's the best way to go about it.
You know, we were talking earlier today, Mark, about what you do in terms of planning for this now, so that this cycle of every year going through quarterbacks to try to find the one who actually can be the so-called franchise quarterback. How did they do that moving forward? We've talked about things that could have happened that maybe didn't happen, that you never know how it's going to work with some of these guys. Kenny Pickett was their choice. That did not work. And now they're still searching to the point where they got rid of an entire quarterback room, and they may do the same thing again. When does that end, and how does that end?
Cool. I think you have to be lucky. I mean, even if you get a top 5 pick, that's not going to guarantee you anything. It guarantees you an opportunity, maybe one of the higher ranked college quarterbacks. But, I mean, look at the Cleveland Browns. They've been waiting 30 years to try to find a quarterback, right? Since maybe Bernie Kosar, maybe Vinny Testaverde. Just because you stink and you draft in the top 10, if you're going to tank or whatever it is or lose, doesn't really mean you're going to be able to get a guy that's going to be to fill that role. I mean, if you're looking into the second and third rounds, the Dak Prescotts and the Jalen Hurts of the world, when does that come around? Once every 5 years? So they're in a bad spot. You just have to, honestly, this is one time in sports, you just have to get lucky. And I think that's where, I mean, with Roethlisberger, they got lucky. I mean, honestly, they picked him what 11th overall?
11th, yes.
But who? Kellen Winslow went right before him?
Kellen Winslow.
I mean,
imagine if that had changed. Imagine if Cleveland took Roethlisberger.
Yeah.
What would the Steelers have done?
Well, they took Njoku over T.J. Watt a decade later. So,
well, at least Njoku's had a career. Kellen Winslow didn't have much of one, did he?
Not really. Limits?
Mark, would you rather pursue a quarterback like Sam Darnold on the open market or somebody else that's going to be available, or play this season coming up for next year's 2026 quarterback class, which is supposed to be a lot better than the 25 class?
I wouldn't go get Sam Darnold. I mean, that money's going to be outrageous, and you're just absolutely taking a shot in the dark right there. I mean, Sam Darnold had a good season, but you know what the Pittsburgh Steelers don't have? Aaron Jones, Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, T.J. Hawkinson, Kevin O'Connor. Is that his name? Kevin O'Connor.
Yeah.
They don't have those guys, so that doesn't really mean that he's going to translate somewhere else. And in the free, I mean, if I'm going out and trying to get Kirk Cousins and somebody like Daniel Jones, you might as well just keep what you got. You know, bring Russell Wilson back, bring Justin Fields back. I'd rather go with Kyle Allen over somebody like that. I see Quinn Ewers just declared for the NFL draft. I don't know where he falls in this first round, but that's a guy that, you know, if you had an opportunity to get him, I don't think he would be a bad get. I think you're just going to have to keep drafting guys until you find one. I mean, that's the only thing you can really do.
So you would have no interest in the likes of Cousins or Aaron Rodgers or somebody like that?
That's telling me, Joe, that's telling me that you're really, really close to winning a championship. If you're Kirk Cousins coming here, you're Aaron Rodgers. The Pittsburgh Steelers are saying they're a player or two away from winning the Super Bowl. And do you believe that they're a player or two away from winning the Super Bowl?
No, I don't even think those guys would be quarterbacks. In fact, I think those two would prevent me if I had that type of team from winning the Super Bowl. I have zero interest in those two under any circumstance.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would much rather, you know, I see that Devontae Adams said he wouldn't mind coming here. Now, I would much rather take a flyer on him rather than.
Even at that price tag, at $35 million?
Well, I don't think you could keep both, him and George. If you get him, then you maybe look at moving George for some draft picks right around the draft. That's something that could be a possibility.
Do you think Pickens will be here next year?
Well, I think it's going to depend on if they can find somebody who's suitable enough to replace him. I mean, if you're going to go in and think that you're not going to find, if you're just going to get rid of him and not have a guy to replace him, then you keep him. If you can be able to assure yourself between March 12th, this new league year, and the draft, or whenever free agency ends, it's usually within that week you know who you're going to get or not, then you move on from him. But I think it's a wait and see how the market is around. If you can get somebody, yes. If not, then you're just going to have to grit your teeth and bear, and hopefully he turns into what you think he could be if he's at his best behavior.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. We're burying the lead, Bob. There's a headline on SteelersDepot.com. Kabali. Russell Wilson, Arthur Smith had rocky working relationship. Tell us about that.
Well, I don't know, rocky. I mean, they just didn't see eye to eye a lot. And I was then told that, you know, they didn't have the best working relationship, but they battled through it and did what they could do. It's not like it was peaches and cream all the time. But, what's interesting is both of those guys separately are the nicest men in the world.
Well, what would you imagine the issue was? Like, where did they knock heads?
I was not told that. If I'm guessing, I would guess it would be, just game plan type of situation. I think it would be. I don't think it's personality wise. I think it's just X's and O's and what should be done and the way they go about business. Maybe I don't think it's work ethic or anything like that.
Like Russell wanted to throw more, maybe, or what would you imagine?
I mean, once again, I'm just purely speculating here. I would imagine some near the end there where, they were taking the ball out of his hands a lot and not wanting him to turn the ball over. I want him to be a running team. I'm just purely speculating on this, but I know that what I was told is, I don't know. And once again, I will preface this with speculating. I've been told that, and we've heard that, Artie had preferred potentially Justin Fields. Maybe that had something to do with it, but I am not 100% sure.
Let me ask you this, Mark. Coming up, they're going to have the 21st pick overall. And I realize that they have a lot of things on offense they have to do. They also have a lot of things on defense they have to do now. They have to redraft certain positions, I would imagine. However, we looked at their first-round picks over the last several years, and many of them have not received a fifth-year option, from this year with Najee Harris to Devin Bush to Terrell Edmonds. So how important is it for them to hit a home run with this 21st pick if they keep it? And what do you think that pick would be? Because there are a lot of positions to choose from. There's cornerbacks, wide receivers. They need help in a lot of different places. Quarterback, but I don't know if the right person is going to be there. What do you think they'll do, and how important will that be?
Well, it's important. You know what Kevin Colbert always said: if you miss on that first-round pick, man, it sets you back.
And they have
a couple of years. And they have pretty much missed on that first-round pick. You can't, especially. I mean, maybe not as much now as it was back 10 years ago, because they have opened up free agency a little bit more and more willing to fill some needs there. You could say, okay, they got rid of Devin Bush, but then they added Patrick Queen. I mean, so
yeah, but it took a few years for that to happen.
Yeah, but they're different. They never did that before, so it's not as critical as it once used to be. As for the position, I think you have to definitely look to the offensive side of the ball. You can look at defensively and say that defensive line needs some help. Yeah, but, Benton's there, and you could kick him out where Ogunjobi was and sign a veteran and just move on from there. How they don't really value first-round cornerbacks for the most part over their past 25 or 30 years. I think you got to look at the skill positions. I think you got to look at wide receiver. I mean, that's the one that just jumps out to me right now. This draft is supposedly deep in running backs. You can maybe get one, or at least take a flyer and hope in the second round for a running back. So right now, I would look at wide receiver.
Mark Cabali from the Pat McAfee Show. What about T.J. Watt's future? I have a two-part question. Would you sink, because this is the year going into his final contract year where the Steelers normally pay people, would you sink another, $100 million into him, or is there a better option? And what do you think they will do?
I think they will. I think they will approach him. I don't know how much his market value is right now. I would imagine it's, $10 more than the highest paid edge rusher out there, right? Whatever that number is going to be. But if I'm TJ Watt, I want to sit down and I want to say, hey, what's the plan here, man? Are you going to actually allow me or help me move around so I don't get chipped constantly, don't get double teamed constantly? Every time I look up, there's 3 guys on me. Are you going to help me out here, or is this going to be status quo here? If not, if I'm TJ Watt and I really value being that really still does bother me of not winning a playoff game, not going anywhere in the playoffs, do I just play it out and go check the free agency market next year? So I think they will approach him, and I think they typically don't allow those type of guys to get through. So I do think ultimately they will re-sign him, probably. Like I said, wherever the outside edge rusher is, highest paid, give him a couple more bucks, and that's where he'll sign for.
Do you think that's the prudent way to go? I mean, given all their needs, and maybe they could use some draft equity someplace.
Yeah, you got a known commodity in TJ Watt. I mean, if you're going to take that money and use it somewhere else, I mean, that's because you'd be throwing money away. I mean, you have to
unless you spend it correctly. It's not thrown away unless you miss.
Do you want to have X amount of money in the bank, or do you want to take that money and go play it on the lottery? I mean, the lottery you could hit big, but you also lose all your money.
Well, but I mean, that's not exactly a ringing endorsement of their system of trying to evaluate players. Then, if they look at it as a lottery, I would think if they got it. Listen, whatever money you spend, you better hit on it. It has to be hit on. If you don't hit on it, then it is a waste of money. But you got to do the research to make sure you hit on it.
They believe that they're close enough that they just need to add pieces, a piece here, a piece there, critical pieces.
Mm-hmm.
That they don't want to take that big step back and say, here's our best defensive player and forget about him. We're going to move in a different direction. I think they believe that they're close enough that they add a quality quarterback, or Fields plays well. If they add a high-level receiver, that they could be a 10-11 win team again. I don't know if I agree with it or not, but I'm pretty sure that that's what they think.
Why is the notion of trading Tomlin so ridiculous to some people? Because I think it would be a hell of an idea.
Well, is it an idea, or is it just the look? I guess. I mean, it's once again, it's like
it sure beats the look of 8 straight years not being competitive in a single playoff game.
What I'm saying is, I don't know. People might say that's a good idea. But then you think about, okay, that's never going to happen, because the Rooneys are not going to sit there and say we were dumping our, arguably our, best coach ever, if not the top 3, right? Just to trade him, that wouldn't be a good look on the franchise overall. So maybe people think that that's the case. Plus, you don't see it. I mean, you see what? John Gruden? I mean, what other coach has been traded over the years?
To me, that's immaterial. I don't know. It would be, I think, wise. Wasn't Bill Parcells traded once? The New York Jets traded first, second, third, and fourth round picks to the Patriots for Bill Parcells. Mike Holmgren was traded. That's what I'm looking at in this story here.
I know Gruden was.
Tell me how it would work, though. Like I saw Dulac shot it down as, just the most ridiculous thing, and maybe he's right.
Yeah.
How would it work? I mean, obviously, Adam Schefter said recently that teams were interested, and one team called the Steelers. Wouldn't it work like a normal trade, or because Tomlin has a no-trade clause, would he suddenly resign or not make it work? Like, I'm just trying to figure out the mechanics of it, Mark. If it would be, even in theory, a workable solution, because I think it gets you out of, you talk about bad looks. If they're afraid of that, then maybe they're afraid of actually firing him. I think trading him would be a better look for them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand the no trade clause either. Say the Jets call and say, we want Mike Tomlin. Art Rooney says no, and Mike Tomlin says, say he wants to go, say Tomlin wants to go, but there's a no trade clause. He could just say, okay, you're fired, and I'm going to go sign there. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how it works.
How would it work, Bob?
Either.
Bob, how would it work if the Jets called theoretically, and Art said, yes, we're interested. I'm going to take it. I'm going to take it to Mike. Then what?
Mike has it in his contract to say no. I would imagine he'd say no, because he's always talked about this position.
But don't you know, as the head coach, if they're trying to trade you, that it might not be the best place to be?
Yeah, but he may not want to go to the Jets. He may say, I'm not going to that organization, period.
Okay, what if it was a team that he'd be willing to waive his no-trade for? Then what?
I think everything's worth discussing. I mean, that's in there for a reason. He obviously wanted it. They gave it to him, which makes you think that they don't want to do that. But if something would happen, we've been talking about this with the Penguins, with Malkin and Letang. Approach him and say, you have a no-trade clause, but what about this?
If he insisted on having a no-trade clause, then somebody who represents him or him had the thought in their idea, what if they ever tried to trade me? Otherwise, it would never come up, Mark, right?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, too. What got to the point where he said, no, I want this no-trade clause in here. Unless it was always in there and we just heard about it now. But why would this contract be the one where he says, hey, throw that no-trade clause in here?
I think it'd be a hell of a way to jumpstart a rebuild because I guarantee you're getting a first-round pick for Tomlin.
Yeah. You probably get multiple picks.
Yeah,
for
I think
him.
depending on the team, I mean, he is viewed nationally very well.
How about the Bears?
I mean, they may be willing to do that.
What about the money too, Joe?
I agree with Mark. I don't think it's ever going to get to that point, though.
Neither do I. I'm not talking like this is going to happen. I'm talking about the idea of shooting it down as the most ridiculous thing anybody's ever heard when it makes sense to me.
In this day and age, I think anything makes sense.
And I'm wondering if I'm missing something here.
Yeah, I'm just talking about the money-wise. I don't think these are like players' contracts. If he just goes somewhere else, the Steelers are on the hook for it. I think he just double dips, right? He gets paid his $16 million here, and he goes to Chicago and get paid.
No, wouldn't the other team pick up the money, Bob?
I don't
like a
think
player
so.
trade?
I don't know. I would imagine that's probably even negotiable. I don't know.
I know players are different. Players get to double dip one time, but I don't know if that goes for.
Mike Sando is a guy that I respect from The Athletic. Do you like his stuff? You used to work with him, right?
He's a legend.
Mike Sando. Okay, so 2 days ago, this guy says, Mike Sando, I don't think the Tomlin trade happens yet, but at some point it might. Everybody will disappear for a few days, and then somebody is going to ask about staff changes. And if Tomlin bows up, that is when there could be problems. That's what happened with Pete Carroll in Seattle last year. So let me ask you about that scenario. Forget about a trade for now. If Art insists on big changes that Tomlin doesn't want to make, could that lead to a Pete Carroll scenario?
Do you think that was not already discussed, though?
I have no idea. I'm asking you.
That's why I asked him yesterday. What was Art's message to you? And of course, he didn't answer it. I would think if they sat down 2 days ago, this was probably broached. If Art wanted to have different changes and less power, right? You're not going to say, come back, go do your press conference and act like everything's, hunky-dory. Then all of a sudden, hey, by the way, you're not going to be allowed to do this, this, and this. Then you quit. I would imagine that was already discussed.
By the way.
And he was already told that it's not status quo.
Didn't Sean Payton get traded to the Broncos?
Yes.
They dealt Sean Payton and a third-round pick to the Broncos, the Saints did, and I know was he out of coaching at that point, in exchange for a first-round choice and a second-round choice. So I don't know. The only thing I'm searching for here is why it just gets killed as the most ludicrous idea ever. If I go to Tomlin and say, we want to trade you, Mike, then he could cause all kinds of problems. He may say, then I resign. Then you're out of it. Or he may say, no, I'm not going. And then, okay, then you can't trade him, obviously. He has a no-trade clause. But he would know then what the organizational plan would be. They want to move on, Bob, right?
Yeah, but I agree with Mark. I don't think it'll ever get to that point. I just don't.
I don't think they want to move on. That's the whole point of this thing.
I know. Well, what changes do you think are coming then? What are the big changes? Artie Smith on the way out?
I don't think he's going to get a head coaching job. So, no, I don't think so. So, I think he would be back. The only two, I hate to throw the names out there because it's speculation, but, we can all read the tea leaves here and say Terrell Austin might be the sacrificial lamb. And on the other side, you got a lot of capital invested in that offensive line. Pat Meyer is one hell of a guy, but they did not get better as they did the previous 2 years. Other than that, we changing the running back coach. What are we doing here? What I would like to see is keep Terrell Austin, but bring some kind of defensive assistant in.
These are all cosmetic changes that aren't going to change anything.
A Robert Saleh type of guy to oversee, like the former head coach. Like when were they at their best? When they had, guys like Brian Flores there, guys like on the other side of the ball, Mike Munchak, Todd Haley, former head coaches. Bring those guys.
Yeah, guys that Tomlin allowed to do their jobs.
Yes. So that's the thing. If anything, I would like to see that. They've done that in the past. Bring a guy in, almost have him as the DCOC in waiting. rather than maybe just dump Terrell Austin because Mike Tomlin wouldn't allow him to do what he wanted to do.
Thank you, big boy. We don't even have time for free association. This is Bob's fault that we've gone over the hour.
I heard your buddy DeFabo really knocked that out of the park yesterday.
Wonderful, man. Yes. Which part?
It wasn't free association. It was costly. It took too much time. It wasn't one word. There were a lot of things wrong with it.
Hey, have you heard that Pickens is late to all kinds of things, too? Is that common knowledge around there?
I happened to be on Bob Pompiani's
pregame show.
Inside the Huddle pregame show on Christmas Day, so I witnessed George Pickens being tardy. I just figured 20 minutes late wasn't bad.
No, okay. So it's commonly known there that he's late for things. Yes.
Yeah, he's not AB late. I don't think.
Well, that's
AB
a different.
AB late is never
West
show
Coast
up
time or never show up.
Right.
Yeah, I mean. That's bad.
He's so late that he never got there.
I'm not sure the extent of his tardiness, but on that day, yeah.
Limits, are you yawning at the end of this?
Yeah, Mark's answers to fixing the defense was boring me a little bit.
All right. Mark, we don't have time for free association. It's Bob's fault we went over the hour. I apologize.
I'm a scapegoat, too.
Goodbye. Thank you.
All right,
you
Mark.
were great.
Talk to you soon.
Thanks, Limits.
Goodbye, Mark.
Bob, did you see Limits yawning in there at the end of Mark's interview?
He's a young man. He shouldn't be yawning. He should have plenty of energy, certainly more than what we have, but apparently not. Apparently there's some energy issues.
Joe saw me move my mouth, but he didn't see what I was doing. I might have been chewing the rest of my pizza.
No, it was a yawn. Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global extravaganza January 24th through 26th at the David L. Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet travel reps, book your next trip. Those exclusive discounts are there. Expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com. Up next, big move by the Penguins today, a surprising move. Where does that leave season ticket holders in their opinion of what the Penguins should do? And then also what we were just talking about, like this idea of a Mike Tomlin trade. Ludicrous, or would it make all the sense in the world? We'll talk about that coming up.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Artie Smith is interviewing with the Chicago Bears today. He's also going to talk to the New York Jets about becoming their head coach potentially. That interview is going to take place tomorrow, according to Albert Breer. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
I saw a couple of y'all blinking though, for real. No. I'll talk to you about it.
It's the Tomlin Rewind, every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Twin Peaks, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Verizon, the official 5G network of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and Lgkg Injury Attorneys. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all the Steelers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Ready for an escape from the everyday? Hi, this is Larry Richard. The Bradenton area on Florida's west coast is welcoming visitors. Their world-famous beaches have been restored to their pristine states. Beloved island businesses are bouncing back faster than expected. And their signature Floridian cuisine is just as fresh as ever. Don't wait. Start planning your visit today at BradentonGolfIslands.com.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture, coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, 2 great divisions in 1 great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice, the Power of Bowser family of dealerships, featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express Store and choose your vehicle, payment, and financing options. Value your trade and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations, Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com. Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your nature-made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
As a bank, PNC prides itself on being boring, but the truth is they couldn't be more excited to serve the dynamic Pittsburgh community. For nearly 160 years, they've quietly toiled away to deliver brilliant results for their equally brilliant clients. They have dedicated PNC teams throughout the local area, all ready to do the boring work to help you unlock your own brilliance. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Winter snow and ice wreak havoc on your home, especially if your roof, siding, or gutters aren't up to par. There's only one choice. If you think your home isn't properly protected, call The Pickle, Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. They're experts in finding and eliminating leaks, making repairs, or if you need a whole house roof and siding replacements, they can do that too. No job is too big or too small for The Pickle. 724-515-5551 or call thepickle.com. They're answering phones 24/7 today.
When he's good, he's thorough good. The bad to the bone. When he's bad, he's the baddest. George Thorogood and the Destroyers, the baddest show on earth. Saturday, February 22nd, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. George Thorogood and the Destroyers.
When you're behind the wheel of a new Acura from Spitzer Acura, you might take the long way home on purpose. Whether it's an exhilarating new Acura Integra, TLX, or a sophisticated ZDX or MDX, Spitzer Acura has what you want for less than you imagined. Plus, with every new Spitzer Acura, you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty, complimentary maintenance, and a loaner vehicle during service. Hurry in today. Our friendly and knowledgeable consultants are ready to help you now. Find your drive at Spitzer Acura. Shop online anytime at spitzeracura.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at tryethos.com. That's tryethos.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
People often ask us, what's the most important part of running a successful business? And our answer is family.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're not just a customer. We treat you like family. We take the time to understand your needs and help you find the perfect windows for you and your home. Like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 20% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Join our family of satisfied customers.
So stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at 412-655-8411. PA 1565.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Who says a golf facility can't serve up the best brunch in town? At Shooters Golf, we're redefining weekends with a brunch experience like no other. Saturdays and Sundays from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Treat yourself to incredible dishes that will have your taste buds cheering. Think chicken and waffles, savory omelets, and brunch favorites you'll crave all week. Pair it with a mimosa, Bloody Mary, specialty hot chocolates, handcraft coffee creations, and you've got the ultimate weekend escape. Shooters Golf, it's brunch done right. See you this weekend.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt basketball's on a 2-game losing streak. They've won 6 out of their last 10, but will play against Florida State on Wednesday at 9 o'clock on the road. Listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan beginning at the 8:30 with the pregame show. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Where's what we came for?
Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go!
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Josh Yohe calling it a bombshell announcement. The Penguins suddenly putting Tristan Jarry on waivers. Obviously, the best idea, the greatest outcome for them would be another team picks up Jarry and his salary for the next 3 years, which is like, I don't know, $17 million, something like that. That would be great, but that's very unlikely to happen, Bob. So we're left with a situation of what does this mean big picture for the Penguins? Well, probably that Blomqvist is going to come up here and play, but you and I got into the conversation of this team is going nowhere. They just had a horrendous homestand. They're down again toward the bottom of the East. What do you do if you're Fenway Sports Group? What is your direction now? For me, it's trade-off pieces. This is a golden opportunity. Trade-off pieces. Ricard Raquel would be a perfect one. Pedersen, anyone else you can get to go and start to rebuild it a little bit. Put more teeth into the rebuild than having a third-round pick or something included in a Kevin Hayes deal. Let's do something real. I guess you could say the Gensel deal was the first step toward that, but I think this is the perfect time for it. And here's the thing. You asked, what would season ticket holders want? Because you disagree with me. You think that they still have a chance to compete.
Let me say something.
Yeah.
My perspective on this was what they would do.
The Penguins.
What I think they will do, because they've committed both sides of this straight line they're walking on about the present and the future. They want to do both, and that's a dangerous way to go. And I don't think they're just going to give up on this season with guys like Crosby, Malkin, Letang, all on their roster, and Carlson. And they're not. You can't complete a rebuild if your best players are still here and you're not getting rid of them, if that's what you want to do. That's why I think they're going to try, with a little bit of cap relief here, to go out and make an addition at some point because of the way the Eastern Conference has fallen apart on so many teams.
Well,
they
they
want to
do?
get into the playoffs and have a series at least. That's what they want to do.
What should they do, in your opinion? What would you do?
I would do what you suggest, but I would go further. I would ask the guys who are around with the no-trade clauses to reconsider.
So would I.
But if they don't, you're what are you going to do? How far can you make a rebuild? That's the problem
I think Raquel and Pedersen would be a start, and now they've gotten rid of Jari, essentially. I doubt anybody's going to pick him up.
I've never heard you do that.
God bless you. Play that?
Oh, I
You
will.
burped on the air.
No, maybe it was a hiccup.
It was a hiccup, Bob.
Hiccup,
and I
burp, same
resent
thing.
that
And
implication.
you've yelped. I think you've expelled gas. Don't we all?
Oh, my God.
But I think I've heard all of these noises. I've never heard that one. That's a hiccup. You're
That's
right.
because you and I both ate those sliced beef sandwiches in like a half a minute. That's why I just hiccuped.
They were pretty good, too.
But here's the point for me. That was a different episode from long, long ago. I think the people who pay money to watch the Penguins would welcome a young team around Sidney Crosby. And for starters, as they started out together, probably an unsuccessful team, but a team that's fun to watch. Oh, I don't know, a team that if Sid gets cross-checked in the back, somebody would stand up for him, like a tough, fast, fun, young team. Instead of this, I went to a game for the first time in a long time. I don't know, a week and a half ago, maybe a week ago, Columbus. And it was one of the most boring professional sporting events I've ever seen. And it went all the way to a shootout. It was like a let's not make a mistake game on both sides. The Penguins simply aren't good enough. There weren't a ton of people in the building. It was brutal. That place needs an injection of life. And I think younger players, even if you have to take a step back or several steps back, would be the way to go. And I think, and I don't want to speak for people who pay their hard-earned money to support the Penguins, what they would want. That's why the floor is yours now out there at 412-928-9370. 928-9370. Do you guys agree, Bob? Do you agree that fans would be willing to lose for a little while with a younger, hungrier team around Sid?
Probably, yes, because they've seen what it's been here for the last couple of years. But again, I'd like to get into the mind of the Fenway Sports Group and specifically Kyle Dubas and whatever they've been talking about. I cannot believe it's going to be just get rid of things, change things, and let it all fall apart while Sid is getting older. So I don't think they're going to think that way. I may be wrong, but I think that's the way they think. But anyway, we have people on the lines to talk about it.
Let's go. Limits. Who do you got?
Here's Tim in Kennedy Township, who's the season ticket holder.
Hello, Tim. What's up?
Gentlemen, thanks for taking my call. Good to talk to you again.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to agree with Joe. I think it's time to rebuild the team. And if you look at what happened in Washington 2 years ago, they traded off a good chunk of their core veterans. They took a step back. Ovechkin didn't have his hair lit on fire, and look where they are now. It doesn't have to be all or one or the other. You can manage this rebuild in a way that keeps some talent here, young talent, and if you've got the right coaching, which is probably the subject of another phone call, but if you've got the right coaching, the Caps, I think, have set a nice template out there for more of a soft rebuild. But, Pomp, if you come back and try to keep putting this, pushing this feather up in the air, it's not going to work.
No,
you're not going to have the capital to make it happen.
But I'm asking you, Tim, as a season, what do you think they will do? They've been in this to try to get them back to the playoffs one final time. They're 0 for 2 in the last 2 years. You think they're just going to give up on that? And if so, you better be able to convince guys that have no trade clauses that they have to be part of the solution, which is to say they have to move on. I don't know if they're willing to do that.
Well, why would they stay if that's the case, Bob? Because they're obviously not.
Why did they sign here in the first place? Why did they sign here back? They had options, too. They could have gone other places. There was talk of Letang and Montreal and Malkin moving on, but they chose to come back.
Because the last 2 years, I think, have really changed people, have really shown how things have deteriorated. Things are different from 3 years ago when these guys got here. And I think that tells you that, it's time.
Are you still a season ticket holder, did you say?
Yeah, Joe, and I will be. This isn't my first rebuild either, which is probably why I'm a bit more sanguine about it than others may be.
So tell me this. The atmosphere in the building, just the general sort of vibe, I was only there for one game, so I can't speak to that at large. But, man, it was a bummer of a game.
Joe,
even if they had won, it was a bummer of a game.
Last night was a tough one, too.
How do you feel?
I was there to watch it.
How was the vibe in the building compared to recent years?
There's more energy in the Top Dog Law commercials, but I think if you have the people, if you show the people that, look, sports teams are on their way to one place or another. You're either on the way up or on the way down.
Yes.
There's no denying that the Penguins are on their way down. People know it. It's reflected in the atmosphere in the building. If you show them that the team is on their way up, then you can get some interest. Look what the Rangers did 5 years ago. They sent a letter to their season ticket holders, look, this is going to be tough, but hang with us and we'll get you there.
Yeah, I think Fenway Sports Group is afraid of that. I think Kyle Dubas would do it if he got the mandate. Go for it. Now then you have the wild card, Bob, of Sid and how he would feel about all of that. And that is a wild card because he just took another discount, probably very likely, on the idea that, hey, we're still going to try and win and do this, walk in between two worlds. So, of course, you'd have to go to Sid and say, listen, man, as you can see, this isn't working. We want you here. Of course we do, forever. But are you willing to see through a tough year or two as we tear this thing down? It's up to you. And, of course, if he wants to go chase a cup elsewhere, that's his prerogative. He gets to do whatever he wants. But that doesn't mean that when the team is floundering like this and there's not even, that idea of, hey, we'll keep the stars around and that'll keep the vibe in the building and the people in the building. If that was a thought, that's just not true. That's not happening. So you let Sid do whatever he wants to do, but you have to do at this point what's best for the franchise. And in my opinion, this is yet another reminder of the whole keep the band together and add and try to win. And Tristan Jarry was an all-star goalie. They thought they had a guy, still young, and he fell apart like in historic fashion. Now they got a younger guy. He's probably going to struggle, but he's talented. So let's have that theme overall. Younger guys, weed them in, weed them out, Bob.
No, I get it. I totally understand that. I think when Jarry was signed, the belief was we have some pretty good Hall of Fame type players, and we have a goalie we believe in. If the goalie plays the way, say, Joey Daccord did last night and keeps you in games and wins games, all of a sudden that's a whole different look. That whole thing has fallen apart, which now means that the success rate moving forward is not going to be very good. So I understand if they do that. My question would be, how much can you get in return for some of these players? I am not convinced it will be good enough because I don't, aside from maybe Raquel, who's hot, you might be able to somehow get
I think Pettersson would get you something nice.
Yeah, but again, that's fine, except unless you hit on these picks, second and third rounders, it's very unusual that teams do. Not many second or third rounders.
Well, what's the alternative? I thought you said you wanted to do that, though.
Yeah, again, my alternative is getting Malkin and to Letang to agree to move on. That would be my alternative. And if I can do that, I think I can get a little bit more. There are teams close to winning who would love to add one of those two guys on a roster.
I don't know about that. I think Raquel might be their most marketable asset right now for a team looking to win.
Okay, if so, fine. But to me, you can't just do Raquel and somebody else and keep this whole core together for another year if you're trying to rebuild. I don't think it matches. I don't think the rebuild, the fruits of the rebuild, would actually show up here for 3 years from now. And by then, those guys that's it.
Well, I mean, doesn't Malkin only have 1 year left after this?
I think 2.
Is he going to play both of those years?
I don't know. Look to find. I think it's 2. I think
I think it's it. This is it after next year.
Who's next on the line?
So 1 more year this year? I don't think
it's this year and then next year.
1 more year after that. That's what I'm saying. This year and next.
Yeah. Well,
so,
that's what I'm saying. 1 more year and then he's done. So it's if him and Sid want to go out together, that's cool. Sid won't go out. You know what I mean? If they want to play one more year together, and also Letang, I'm fine with that. You can rebuild around that. It's too late anyway to get great return for Malkin. They missed that boat. They missed that boat.
That was a boat that was begging for customers.
I say get as many draft picks and prospects as you can. And luckily, unlike the Pirates, you're in a salary-capped league. Who's next?
Ryan in Jersey.
What's up?
This is specifically for Mr. Pompiani. Bob, I've been calling you on the weekends for about 2 years saying Jari had to go, couldn't be on this team, and he had no trade value whatsoever. And lo and behold, here we are.
You were right.
Yeah, I think it
and they were wrong. They put a lot of money into the belief that he was going to be their guy.
Pittsburgh has a problem. Baseball's the national pastime. Pittsburgh's teams are wasting everybody's time, all of them, all 3 of them, because they are just doing it's definition of insanity time there. I swear to God. The other thing is, Joe, Sidney Crosby's 30. He's going to be 38 years old this coming year. I know he plays young, and he's like Steve Yzerman in his later years to me. The time to rebuild around him is long past. At this point, you're better off letting him decide if he wants to go next year to trade to a contender, let him do it, and tear it down, because there is no rebuild around Sid at this point. I know everybody thinks he's 25, but he's not the kid anymore. It's time to rethink how this is going, and that was my point. So.
Thank you, sir. Limits.
Good point.
Next, we'll let people just register their thoughts. How's that, Bob?
Yeah, a lot of people have it, and this is a hot hockey topic.
Here is Isaac. He's in Chicago calling in.
Hello, Isaac.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
How are you, Isaac?
Hey, I'm good. How are you guys?
We're good.
We've never been better, but we've already had a lot of forget it, Bob.
What?
Did your friend call back to say that I have a golf date with him?
He's working on it.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Here's what I think for the Penguins. Listen, they need a rebuild. Steelers are trying to get rid of someone. Why not just hire Mike Tomlin, right? You'll have a winning season guaranteed. You'll make the playoffs. It'll be a first-round exit, but I don't see why not.
All right.
I'll tell you what, though, it is not an optimistic time in Pittsburgh sports for sure. I mean,
how about Tomlin, by the way, to go completely off topic, on 4th and inches the other night, not going for it. The guy who says he doesn't live in his fears. The guy who says if you can't get a yard, you don't deserve to win. And a guy who has a 230-pound athlete at quarterback in Justin Fields if he wants that. I look around the league, all these other quarterbacks are just falling forward for easy first downs in that scenario.
Did you see what the Ravens,
are we doing
did you see what the Ravens did, I think, 3 times? They lined up Mark Andrews.
Or that.
And just push him. And he's big enough to not be pushed to get it, and he did every time.
Josh Allen is completely automatic on that, and so is Jalen Hurts. Well, what are we doing here? Well, that was a horribly coached game. His team wasn't prepared. He coached afraid in the game. They got their asses kicked again, and we get nothing.
Well,
except somebody leaking to Jerry Dulac that, Tomlin will be back next year. That's all we get.
Matt Williamson put out a pretty good breakdown of defensively what they were doing versus what offensively Baltimore was doing. Baltimore, on a large percentage of their plays, basically had what amounts to 6 offensive linemen.
Yeah.
They weren't looking to throw the ball down the field necessarily. They were trying to just load up and run the ball. And the Steelers were playing nickel defense in a lot of those situations. In other words, trying to avoid, I guess, big plays down the field, when in fact the urgency was stopping Derrick Henry or Lamar Jackson at the line of scrimmage. So instead of stacking the box to do that, they were kind of moving around, and boy, that didn't work well. It's like 300 yards.
Clearly, the Steelers invited Lamar to run. I saw Kyle Van Noy was quoted on that on a podcast as saying, man, I'm not so, and I'm paraphrasing, I'm not so sure about the plan the Steelers had going into that game. But Lamar had never asserted himself early in the run game, like designed runs. He's had games where he's run 10 or 14 times against the Steelers, but there were a lot of scrambles, a lot of running around, a lot of desperation. This was designed Lamar saying, I'm going to take control of this football game early and do what I haven't done to the Steelers before, which is I am going to run on them. And then in turn, that opened everything up for Derrick Henry. You know what I mean? He took the game over early with his legs.
And they invited that, and they never adjusted to it.
Right.
And so he ran the ball when he saw fit, which was most of the time in those RPOs. I'll tell you what, he does a great job of faking
He's great
late handoffs. You don't know where that ball really is. And sometimes you saw linebackers not sure what to do, and they were flat-footed. And all it takes is a step for that guy to get by you.
Right. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service. Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Ben had an opinion on the Steelers receivers. You'll hear that to wrap up the show, along with maybe another call or two on the Penguins. First, man, we got big games this weekend. And I might go under, believe it or not, on Ravens-Bills because of the weather. It might be down to 8 degrees. And while I think both quarterbacks are going to get some work done, I think the under might be the smart play. But you get to decide for yourself. Big upsets, game-winning drives, playoffs are better with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge. Because right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. The FanDuel app gives you everything you need for live bets, same-game parlays, so much more. Plus, when you win, you get paid instantly. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to join today and get started with $200 in bonus bets. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey. Make this playoff season unforgettable with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Penguins have placed Tristan Jarry, or at least will, at 2 o'clock, they announced, on waivers. It was a huge move after the Penguins lost to Seattle 4-2, where Jarry once again took the loss. Jarry has not won a game since December 23rd, before Christmas, against the Philadelphia Flyers. And Arthur Smith, that was announced today by the Chicago Bears, interviewed for their head coaching position. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Join us for the Pittsburgh RV Expo at the Monroeville Convention Center, January 16th through 19th. Admission is free. Tour brand new 2025 RVs with the latest features, designs, and technology. There will be a full lineup of travel trailers, fifth wheels, motorhomes, toy haulers, and more with special show pricing. You can even enter to win a free RV. Don't miss the Pittsburgh RV Expo at the Monroeville Convention Center, January 16th through 19th. Learn more at campingworld.com/Pittsburgh.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it. Did you know that 1 in 4 people seeking treatment for ED are under 40? So you're not alone. And even better, HIMS can help. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. It all starts with an online intake form. From there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. Through hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Millions of men experience ED, but HIMS can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
With cold weather upon us, Pittsburgh and surrounding area homeowners are calling Precision Garage Door Service for a winter-proofing tune-up. 1-844-345-4737. If your springs and hardware are over 3 years old, you need this service. Cold weather is especially hard on well-used garage door springs and hardware. The cold can make metal parts brittle, and that can be dangerous. As part of their winter-proofing tune-up, Precision technicians will check your garage doors from top to bottom. They can repair or replace anything on your garage door, regardless of manufacturer, even install a new door. Many doors use budget quality hardware, springs, rollers, and openers. They may be ready to go. Make sure nothing happens. Precision service trucks are to roll 24/7. America's certified professional garage door experts. Precision Garage Door. Need a new door? Precision provides free estimates. Call 1-844-345-4737. Phone answers 24/7. Online, it's PittsburghGarageDoors.com.
Precision Door Service, a name you can trust.
PA 060566.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Coit. Incredible 50% savings on all Coit cleaning services. Hurry, call Coit now and save 50%.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. For everyone who says the regular season doesn't matter in the NFL, look at the Kansas City Chiefs. They were able to get the #1 seed, and now they get to avoid the Ravens and the Bills in the divisional round. Not that they're guaranteed to beat the Texans, but if they do, they get to sit back and watch the Ravens and the Bills beat each other up. The road to a three-peat lays out as well as it possibly could. I'm Andrew Perloff.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Are you ready to transform your bathroom? Hi, I'm Matt Sloan, General Manager at West Shore Home, and we make it simple, fast, and stress-free. With hundreds of styles and combinations, you're guaranteed to find something you love. But we don't stop at tubs and showers. West Shore Home can upgrade your entire space, including flooring, vanities, and toilets, giving you the complete package. Need help deciding? Don't worry. Schedule a free, no-obligation design consultation today, and West Shore Home can be there as soon as tomorrow. Plus, check out our amazing promotions anytime at westshorebath.com. At West Shore Home, we don't just install and walk away. Every customer gets a follow-up call to ensure complete satisfaction. And our online scheduling makes booking your next home upgrade easier than ever. Text BATH to 35868 to get started today. That's BATH to 35868. Or visit westshorebath.com. Transform your home with West Shore Home. The team delivering exceptional improvements every time.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Yeah.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Woo, up top, bike shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messelthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo.
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Listen to Kickoff with Boomer Esiason and Mike Valenti. Saturday mornings at 6 o'clock right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. They'll share their takes on all the playoff matchups and storylines each week. Presented locally by ESPN Bet Sportsbook.
Chris Muller here for Choice Cabinet. Did you know that the average wait time for cabinets right now is 8 to 12 weeks? With Choice Cabinet, you can have cabinets delivered to your house or apartment in as little as 3 days. Yes, 3 days. Choice Cabinet is family-owned, and they have over 65,000 Amish-made all-wood cabinets in stock. Whether you're a contractor or doing a DIY remodel, check out Choice Cabinet, choicecabinet.com.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with savings on hundreds of items every time you shop. With new low prices, deals for days, weekly sales, and My Perks at your neighborhood Giant Eagle. Visit gianteagle.com for details.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. And What's Cooking, brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. Bob, these are some dark times in Pittsburgh sports, are they not?
They are. It's cyclical, and I thought for sure everyone realized that
it's sickening, not cyclical.
Well, both. But when the Penguins were adamant about winning cups, and they did back-to-back, and then the next year, gave it another run, you knew by trading all the first-round picks and future assets that something like this could happen, even with the talent that they have high-end. It's just cyclical in sports. It's hard to remain where you are, and we'll find out if the Kansas City Chiefs can do it.
But you know who should have taken care, like it should be their turn in the cycle, is the Pirates should be taking care of us right now.
Well, right now, there is an opening, and they should realize it, I think, from a PR and marketing standpoint, that these other teams are struggling a little bit. Opportunity's knocking here. Knock, knock. It's knocking. And you have a chance with this pitching staff to go out and do something very big, and I think a winnable division. And I think it is a winnable division. But you have to do the right things. So far, we haven't seen much.
I know, but they start spring training. On what's February?
I know, and the guys who are left in free agency are generally guys passed over.
Couldn't they make one big move, Bob? Just one.
They should have.
Just one.
And again, I think Andrew McCutchen's fabulous. Love the man, love what he stands for, love his career. But if that's going to be your designated hitter all year, I mean, you're going to be at a disadvantage. And I say that respectfully because some of these teams have guys who are going to hit 35 to 40 home runs. You need power.
It's so disappointing. And then the Penguins are nowhere close. That guy who called made he phrased it very well. He said in sports.
From Kennedy Township.
Yeah, in sports you're either on your way up or your way down. Or you're just stuck in the middle. The Steelers are stuck in the middle. The Penguins are on their way down, and the Pirates are stuck, not even in the middle.
Just stuck.
They're
just stuck.
Just stuck. They should be on the way up.
They should be.
But nobody takes them seriously. I was reading about projections for next season. Limits, look up the Pirates right now projection win total for next year.
Well, that can change.
And then Jim Bowden gave him a C+ for the offseason. I felt like writing him a letter saying, Jim, what do you mean? What do you mean they were at above average offseason?
Again, you're basing it on hope. You're basing it on Spencer Horwitz is the kind of guy who could play first base every day and hit you 25 home runs and do that. I mean, he may not. But if he doesn't, what do? You've missed another year. So just go out and spend some money. And it doesn't have to be, $150 million 3-year, 4-year contract. I'm talking about just a $20 million a year player here, a $20 million. Did I see this right, by the way? The Ke'Bryan Hayes, is there a rumor that he's wanted out? Is that a trade rumor?
That's according to MLB Scoops, Bob. And MLB Scoops is not very reliable.
Well, I see it on other things, too, though. I'm just wondering if that ever,
I have it right here. Some Vegas odds.
Yeah, I do too.
What does yours have for the Pirates? Over under what?
FanDuel has 76.5.
So does this.
Every
and
year
they won
76.5.
The last 2 years.
That's their version of 10-7 and getting blown out in the wild card game. It's 76.5 wins. Fourth place, is that what they have?
FanDuel has last place.
See that? Get Brian Kelly in here, Bob. It's the same thing over and over again. And this is their time to strike.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
Let's try to time our slamming of the table just when Brian Kelly does it. You guys ready? Bob, Limits, all three of us?
Let's do it.
All right.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
Too hard.
Try it one more time.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
A little bit late.
Yeah,
just a tad late. Like you're on the dollars on the fish hook. You just missed it.
Bob, couldn't they do something? Couldn't they spend money on someone? One thing.
Yeah. Guess what happens when you do and you're competitive? People show up. All of a sudden, it's an event night. All of a sudden, people are buying things, not just tickets, but merchandise. There's a lot to be said for investing in your product. It's just like if you're flying an aircraft at 30,000 feet altitude, you don't turn the engine off. You still got to keep that thing going. You got to spend. You got to invest. If you invest, you make money.
Thank you, Bob. I love you,
Joe.
and I'll see you in the morning.
All right. See
Good
you
night,
guys.
Limits.
Bye, Austin.
Good night. See you guys. See you tonight, Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, we won't see Tristan Jarry, at least for a while, for the Penguins. He is on waivers, and we'll see what happens if somebody claims him. It's a possibility that he could still go to the minors. So the book is not officially over on Tristan Jarry, but the Penguins are waiving him officially 10 minutes from now at 2 o'clock. More 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Start new at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Remaining 24 Outlanders up to $8,500 off or finance at low 0%. In fact, the popular Eclipse Cross comes with 0% as well.
And with up to 125% of KBB for your trade, we make a new start easier than ever.
Your New Year deal your way. What a great day.
Shop Mitsu by the Mall at Jim Shorkey North Hills Mitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetQL. The divisional round in the NFL comes up this weekend, and it's never too early to get in your bets if you like a number. The Commanders and Lions meet in the NFC, and the total is the highest on the board for the weekend at 55.5. While both teams have top offenses and coaches that like to gamble, the BetQL model is expecting the playoff trend of unders to continue. Their 5-star best bet is going under the total between Washington and Detroit. I'm Michael Jenkins. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL, and download the BetMGM app today.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here, and what I'm about to say, well, it's okay to admit it. Most of us guys, especially if you're not as young as you used to be, could probably benefit from a little extra in the bedroom, and Blue Chew can help. You probably know this, but if you didn't already, Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra at a fraction of the cost, and even better, they're in chewable form, so there's no swallowing pills or needing a glass of water nearby. Blue Chew's tablets can give you extra confidence when it's time to perform, and since Blue Chew's an online prescription service, there's no awkward conversations, waiting in line, trip to the doctor's office. It ships right to your front door in discreet packaging. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA, and they ship direct, so it's cheaper than a pharmacy. Trust me on this one. Your partner wants you to do this. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
When you're behind the wheel of a new Acura from Spitzer Acura, you might take the long way home on purpose. Whether it's an exhilarating new Acura Integra, TLX, or a sophisticated ZDX or MDX, Spitzer Acura has what you want for less than you imagined. Plus, with every new Spitzer Acura, you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty, complimentary maintenance, and a loaner vehicle during service. Hurry in today. Our friendly and knowledgeable consultants are ready to help you now. Find your drive at Spitzer Acura. Shop online anytime at SpitzerAcura.com.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay and any voice line. Plus, Price Lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without auto pay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Looking for a rewarding career? Adelphi Western Region is hiring youth counselors at their Highland Detention Center location. If you have 60 college credits and a desire to work in a fast-paced, team-oriented environment, Adelphi wants you. Their youth counselors provide structure, support, and guidance in their detention program, all while gaining valuable experience in the field. Join the Adelphi team today. Apply now at highlandcareers.org. That's highlandcareers.org.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice. The Power of Bowser family of dealerships. Featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express store and choose your vehicle, payment, and financing options. Value your trade and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations: Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
The power of Bowser Family of Dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Maybe you've already broken that weight loss resolution, but 2 men in a junk truck can still help you shed some serious weight. Let's start with that cluttered garage. 2 men and a junk truck.com.
Don't just unclog your sewer, clean it. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining offers hydrojetting for only $299, complete with camera inspection. For details, visit us online at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878.
Where can you kick off the new year with big savings on gig speed? Only with Xfinity, now through January 16th. Get gig internet at home for $25 a month for 1 year when you add an unlimited mobile line, which connects you to gig speed Wi-Fi on the road. Act fast today and save more than $650 over AT&T and Verizon in your first year. Plus, hurry and take advantage, because right now you can also get a free 5G phone with trade-in. So save big and stay connected to what you love with fast gig speed internet and mobile. From home to hotspots, this new year, it's all about gig speeds and big savings. Don't wait and get gig speed internet. Spend less green and switch to Xfinity. Go to Xfinity.com/gig savings to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. $40 internet discount applied to mobile bill. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Welcome Line and AT&T Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Starter Line. Xfinity internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the fan. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Late start for Pitt Hoops as the Panthers try to get back to winning ways after a horrible week where they lost to Duke big and then at home to Louisville. 9 o'clock tip at Florida State. 8:30 is when the pregame begins. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a PM team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Larson through the middle. Kako! Bullseye! Capo Kako puts it away with 63 seconds left. 4-2 Seattle.
Yeah, it's tough. Obviously, when you lose, that's kind of stuff that can happen. And I think as our goaltender already has a ton of pressure, and it's difficult for us because we feel like as a team we're responsible. We don't give our goalies enough help sometimes. And I think that's a tough part. The way he worked, I think the attitude that he maintained all the way through that, and continues to maintain. I think the goalie is always someone who's under the microscope even more with the position. When you lose and you go through stuff like he's gone through, I don't think he could have handled it any better, to be honest with you.
Who am I to disagree with Sidney Crosby, but agree to disagree? I don't think Tristan Jarry could have handled it any better. Really? Because I don't think he could have handled it much worse since he came back from the American League. The breaking news 2 minutes ago, the Penguins placed Tristan Jarry on waivers. Our two most successful sports teams are the Steelers and Penguins. Steelers more historical with the 6 Super Bowls, and the Penguins more recently with the back-to-back Stanley Cups and the 2009 Stanley Cup, the 3 in the Sidney Crosby era. The two most important positions in our town are quarterback and goalie. And both of our teams have managed to mangle the crap out of those two positions. The Steelers have no answer. We're going to debate. Donnie, this is the most depressing thing. Donnie is like looking up contract projections for Justin Fields on salary cap websites before the show. Trying to talk ourselves into a quarterback that Mike Tomlin benched mid-season for next year. And then you've got the Penguins who have 3 more years of Tristan Jarry at over $5 million. And I think fans don't really understand what waivers mean just based on the responses I've seen to this move. He's not getting cut, folks. He's not getting released.
Team would have to claim him.
That's not happening.
Josh Yohe was asked point blank on Twitter by Bob Pompiani, Josh, any chance a team claims Jarry? Josh's response, better chance the Steelers win a hypothetical rematch with the Ravens. He ain't getting claimed. He's an albatross.
He's been demoted to the minor leagues is what happened.
He's getting sent to a nice farm upstate, basically. He's getting demoted to the minors. In the offseason, they are most likely going to get themselves some small relief. Can they use? I think they can use a buyout at that point. I don't think they'll be strapped in that position because you can only use a certain number. They'll buy him out.
Oh, they're going to buy him out instead of Ryan Graves, huh? They're going to pick Jarry over.
Well, that's another part. That's the two
defenseman
who sucks
and gets healthy scratched and makes almost the same amount of money and has more years on his contract.
What is he, the 8th defenseman probably in reality on their roster? Yeah, Kyle Dubas's first 2 major moves, 2 huge flops. Horrible.
Donnie, the 2 most polarizing, 2 most important positions in Pittsburgh sports, quarterback and goaltender, are both steaming piles of whale manure right now. I guess whale manure wouldn't steam because it's in the water. Elephant crap. Right?
When you put it that way, it's a lot better.
Well, yeah. I mean, the Steelers currently have one quarterback that's actually under contract, and it's Skylar Thompson.
Don't worry. We had somebody call the sports call last night and say, I think they're going to keep Russell Wilson because Skylar Thompson and Justin Fields are basically the same kind of player.
I heard Joe Starkey say he's interested in mildly interested. I don't want to put words in Joe's mouth. I love Joe. Mildly interested in Daniel Jones today to be the Steelers' next quarterback.
Grim times.
Grim? I was thinking about this. When has there been a worse time? Now, the Steelers made the playoffs, but were embarrassed, and they've gotten mutilated and punked in these games, disemboweled in these playoff games. There hasn't been a worse time in our lifetimes, Chris. People might want to speak on the late 80s.
Pirates are on the rise, though, and by 1990,
and we had Mario here.
Lemieux and the Penguins were clearly on the rise themselves.
I don't care if they were missing the playoffs by 5 points, 10 points, or 15 points. You had one of the greatest phenoms and one of the greatest players in the history of the sport in his embryonic years. That beats what we have right now. I mean, the closest comparison will be Paul Skeens, but he only plays 1 out of every 5 games.
Also, the Steelers went to the conference title game in
84, so you can't say then.
Had a couple of middling to bad years, but then did something that this year's Steelers couldn't do in 89. They won a playoff game.
Yeah, I know the Pirates took a step back that year, but go back even further into the early 80s. The Steelers made the playoffs in 83. They made the playoffs in 82. They didn't fare well in either game. The Pirates still had players left over from the 79 team, so they hadn't completely bottomed out yet.
Well, the Pirates do have one analog right now to the late 80s that you said was a good thing. They have the preeminent pitcher in the sport, but I can't even feel good about that.
He's one man.
Because I don't feel like they're going to make any effort and have made any effort to surround him with players
exactly.
that get people
He's
excited.
One man. The Angels had Ohtani and Trout on their roster for years and did bupkis with it. So
yes.
you don't You don't have parades for one or two guys, or even winning seasons necessarily. Donnie said grim. Dude, this sucks. We're in a super dark place.
Actually, I can't even make fun of them.
Their basketball team's in first place,
the best team in the NBA.
And their baseball team was in the ALCS last year.
Yeah, it's actually worse. It's worse.
It's the Pittsburgh sports twilight zone.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are that of imagination.
Not quite wondrous.
Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Yeah.
Can Jari play quarterback?
Think about the way that they botched that situation, by the way. Remember when it looked like the Penguins were flush with goalies? They had Murray, Jari, and Gustafsson. Gustafsson got traded for Derek Brassard, who came here and basically was... Yes.
He didn't want to play here.
Was like a Debbie Downer who, like, hated his role with the team and sucked the life out of the guys around him. Gustafsson has gone on. Now he's a team removed, but the Wild is really good with Fleury, and they make up a really good goalie tandem, and they're in position to, compete in the Stanley Cup playoffs again this year. They dumped Fleury in the expansion draft. Everybody has opinions on that after the fact, saying the Penguins blew it, and I guess they did because they went with Murray. They signed him to a 3-year extension. That didn't work. And then when Murray turned into a pumpkin in the playoffs, they went with Jari.
Don't worry, we have this guy Jari. He's even more talented than Murray. It's the Moneyball scene. Here's his one fatal flaw. Games are 60 minutes long, and he tends to play 58 decent ones.
60 minutes? How about the way he performs in the first minute?
Pony, that's
He's
one of the bad...
given up goals on the
that's one of
first
the bad
shot
minutes.
6 times.
Pony, that's one of the bad minutes for him, the first one. You know how many shots the Kraken had in the first period yesterday, Donnie? Do you know?
2?
3.
They had 2. Do you know which shot they scored on in the first period?
First one.
Second one. He changed it up on us. A parting gift as his ass gets sent to the hinterlands. No, it's really bad.
I don't know who starts the games worse, Tristan Jari or the Steelers.
Maybe he was consulting on the side with Mike Tomlin. The worst part about it all is, forget about the Pirates here for a second. Both of the two teams that are the most successful seem to have like intractable situations with the head coach, ones that aren't moving. The Mikes are beloved. Art Rooney loves Mike Tomlin no matter what happens, and Fenway Sports Group loves Mike Sullivan no matter what happens.
I had somebody make a great point about Sullivan, too. Again, just furthering the point that he's entrenched as the head coach of the Penguins. Not that I even think that changing would make the team better, but it's worked for other teams.
It's worked for them twice, including with Mike Sullivan.
He's the Four Nations U.S. coach, and I think he's the Olympics coach. They're not firing somebody that has such esteemed positions within the game.
That's what we said. I mean, we knew the second he got that Olympic job, we knew that he was going to be here for the longer haul. But I don't even think, even if those weren't true, Pony, I don't get any sense from anybody that covers the team that there's any ownership unhappiness there. It's they have turned into the Steelers. Hey, we're the Penguins. That's good enough.
That's the Spider-Man meme. And it all starts with the fact that both teams suck ass at the sport's 2 most important positions. The Steelers don't have a guy. The Penguin situation is worse because they thought they had a guy. They paid, now I sound like Vinny Riccici. They paid him to be the guy, and he ain't the guy.
You think he's the guy. You pay him like he's the guy. Turns out he's not the guy.
He's bottom 5 in goals above average, which is a fancy stat that basically compares him to like what the run-of-the-mill goalie would do. And he has the second lowest save percentage among goalies that are deemed their team starter.
Here's a stat from Gretz last night. Adam Gretz has been all over
I thought you meant Wayne Gretzky when you said that.
Yes, my friend Gretz, and not
that's
Adam
what
Gretz.
Paul Bissonnette calls him.
Gretz?
Gretz.
Didn't Paul Bissonnette just buy an ECHL team? I think he did. He and a couple other guys in Greensboro that's going to start. Anyway.
Bring Paul Bissonnette back to the Penguins. That make their games more entertaining.
They gave up, I think Adam Gretz tweeted it, that they gave up 4 high-danger chances yesterday, like what in hockey terms you would call quality scoring chances that have a higher likelihood of being goals, right? When you give up that many, there's a ratio or whatever, right?
That actually seems like a low number to me.
Okay, well, I'm just telling you, they outshot them badly, and most of the shots were not considered.
They've outplayed their last two opponents, and they've lost both games because their goalie blows.
When you give up the 4 high-danger chances they gave up yesterday, and he said this before the empty netter, the expected goals for your opponent at that point is 1.2. They had given up at that point 3.
Yep.
And so that tells you everything. Jari was basically 2 goals worse than like an average goalie in that situation.
Donnie, are we overdoing it? Can you remember it being this bad?
No, not at all, because I feel like over the course of my life, we're about at 30 years now. In October it will be. I feel like even when there is one team or 2 teams that are bad, there's at least one to bring them out of the mud. And we don't have that right now.
And it's not like any team feels like it's on the ascent. That's the other team. That's the other thing. Where it's a situation in which a team is like on the other side of a rebuild and ready to do some pretty cool things. The Steelers are stale. The Penguins are stale. And I just don't see the moves from the Pirates that make me feel like they're inclined to do better than be a losing team, unfortunately, even with the best athlete in the city.
Of the Steelers and Penguins, which team do you think is in better position moving forward to eventually dig out of this?
Oh, my God.
Here's the problem,
Oh,
Tony.
my God.
Here's the problem. Here's how I would answer
I would say the
question.
Steelers.
Well, I would answer it this way.
Maybe they'll trip and fall into a good quarterback.
I actually think Kyle Dubas, despite making 2 horrible big-ticket moves to start his tenure here, I do think he understands the situation facing him and is trying to make moves that reflect an understanding of that situation. I genuinely don't know what the Steelers, who should be closer roster-wise to this, should be.
Does he understand the assignment?
I think he does.
He came here and he signed Ryan Graves to a long-term deal, locked up Tristan
I
Jari.
just said they were 2 horrible moves. His short-term moves have sucked.
Okay,
Those were
how about
short-term
Erik
moves.
Karlsson? You didn't name him.
He's just average.
He's their highest-paid player.
I'm saying he's average.
Who's average? Karlsson or Dubas?
Fine. Karlsson is an average hockey player, and he only was going to go to one place. Like, are you going to tell Dubas don't make the deal? I'd blame the coach.
If you're a rebuilding team, yes.
He got orders from his ownership group that they were not a rebuilding team. I at least think he is trying to do the assignment at this point now to the best of his ability. I don't think he started the assignment very well. He didn't have to sign Jari, or could have put his foot down and said, this guy's not good, but he didn't do that. My point is, I think he, on some level, understands what he's up against. I don't know if the Pittsburgh Steelers, who are nominally closer to being, I think, competitive again, even think that there are problems.
15 minutes ago, the Penguins placed Tristan Jari on waivers. How bad is our sports scene here in Pittsburgh? How ugly has it gotten? Have you ever seen it this bad? Which team is in the worst spot? 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. Would love to hear your thoughts as Pittsburgh sports fans on this one. Quick timeout and we're right back. Here's Donnie.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt Hoops at Florida State tonight at 9. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan with pregame coverage beginning at 8:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Wet Go Car Wash, great day for it. Every day is a good day. When there's salt on the roads, there's snow. The car is constantly getting pelted with those things and making it look like it was just like under a layer of sleet and mud and stuff from the road coming up, and constantly you're using your window wiper fluid because your windshield's getting dirty, and it goes on and on and on and on. Well, when you have the Wet Go Unlimited Pass, you can stop at these locations whenever you feel like it and zip in and get your car washed, and you only pay that low monthly price, that one-time fee at the beginning of each month. And then you can go again and again and again and again. You don't have to pay extra. There's no additional charge. They don't take stock of it every month and say, wait a minute, you ripped us off. You went 30 times this month. How dare you? We're going to charge you more now. No, it's static. It stays the same, and you can cancel anytime if you feel like you're not using it. So sign up, getgocafe.com/unlimited, and take advantage of the Wet Go Car Wash. Mulsey.
Thanks, Pony. I want to tell everybody right now that if it's time for you to get a new ride and you are looking for the Mitsu that fits you, look no further than Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington. They've got the best inventory when it comes to Mitsubishi in the area, and they are going to get you the best deal on that brand new Mitsu that fits you, the one that fits you best. It's all about what fits your needs, your budget, everything else. That's all you-centric at Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington. How about a vehicle? How about an SUV that's equally great in the bad weather? And we've been getting plenty of that, and also great when it comes to fuel efficiency. How about you check out a 2025 Outlander Hybrid right now? Just $299 a month with no money down. Remaining 2024 Outlanders are now up to $9,000 off, or you can finance at 0%. What are you waiting for? It's time. Get your New Year deal your way. What a great day. And shop online. JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The January Fan Beer of the Month is Fire Whistle Brewing's Fire Whistle 139 Engine, a red ale. And the charity is the Parkinson Foundation of Western Pennsylvania.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
Thinking Lincoln? Think Beyondy Lincoln. Beyondy Lincoln Monroeville. BeyondyLincoln.com.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? NFL teams are looking for coaches, and a lot of defensive names are coming up. Mike Vrabel got hired, Aaron Glenn, Brian Flores, but teams might be nervous about that side of the ball. The top seeds in this year's playoffs, mostly offensive guys, and right now, Andy Reid is the standard. Not easy to find a guy like that, but I would bet on that side of the ball. I'm Andrew Perloff.
While retinitis pigmentosa takes Mark's vision, his family gives him hope, whether at the family business or at home with his wife and sons. He knows he's not fighting alone. For 50 years, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has funded research into treatments and cures for blinding retinal diseases, providing hope to people with vision loss. And for Mark, winning the fight means being there for his family. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with the sound of freshness. With new low prices on hundreds of your favorite produce items, so you save on all the crunch, all the flavor, all the just-picked goodness you love. Surround yourself with savings every time you shop with new low prices on apples, carrots, lettuce, celery, and more. Enjoy fresh savings on fresh produce at your neighborhood Giant Eagle.
The pro football playoff season is here, and there's one place to be. The BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Your home for wagertainment, giving you the sharpest insights and bringing on expert guest analysis.
From point spreads to props, live betting to futures, BetQL has you covered every step of the way with wall-to-wall coverage on the road to the championship in New Orleans.
Listen live on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM on the free Odyssey app and twitch.tv/BetQL or YouTube at Odyssey Sports.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. The Penguins placed Tristan Jarry on waivers. That means he's going to be sent down to the minor leagues. That's what that means. Maybe never to be heard from again. Who knows? But with so much money left on the contract, for now, they're just saying they can't tolerate it or put up with it anymore. That would 99% of the time be the A1 story for this hockey franchise. It's not, because their all-world player, a future Hall of Famer, one of the best Russian hockey players, best hockey players, period, of all time, got his house broken into over the weekend. Evgeny Malkin, and all 3 of his Stanley Cup rings were stolen. And he becomes the latest high-profile professional athlete to have his home burglarized. Patrick Mahomes had this happen to him in Kansas City. Joe Burrow when he was playing that Monday night game in Dallas a couple of months ago.
Was Luka Doncic
Luka Doncic is another one, yep, in Dallas. A memo went out from the FBI saying that this is a result of what they're calling transnational South American theft groups. Transnational South American theft groups. So burglars, professional burglars from possibly Brazil or Chile.
Didn't somebody say
Argentina?
Venezuela?
Okay, this is going to be a dumb question. Is Venezuela Central America or South America?
That is a dumb question. I'm not even going to answer.
I think it's Central America, right?
It's not.
No?
Tony. Central America, you're talking about your Panamas,
Colombia.
your Costa Rica. No, South America.
Colombia, South America, right. That's where the
Panama.
cocaine and coffee comes from, and maybe burglars.
Panama, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Belize, Honduras, Guatemala. That's your Central America.
Okay.
Now when we talk like Suriname, now we're getting into South America. Donnie, you know where Suriname is in South America?
I'm doing a whole segment on that tonight at 7:25.
Listen tight for Donnie. More.
Yeah,
you know,
Charlie and I are going to break all that down.
You just got it in your rundown. Suriname.
So
fast
these
facts.
professional burglars are targeting pro athletes.
I heard somebody give advice to these pro athletes that actually seems very smart. I said it on the sports call last night, even though people are probably like, what's he talking about? They're saying that a lot of these theft rings are able to target these houses and find out where they are in the first place because these people have the houses registered in their own names, and they're saying, like, if you are that rich, your house should be, like, on property records, just registered to, like, a holding company that has no overt connection to your, like, your name or who you are. You know what I mean?
Couldn't they also, though, just hack into, I don't know, any kind of major delivery service
Well, then
and find out?
Shouldn't the delivery service then be liable? Like, if your systems are the ones getting hacked into.
True, but I would just, I'm guessing I'm hypothesizing this is a very high-tech.
But what if, well, hold on a second. If you're burgling, if you're doing all
burglary
this
ring.
burgling, if you're the Hamburglar and you're doing all this stuff, don't you just pay like the $30 to if you have to do like a record search to be able to like access real estate records in an area?
Probably.
That's cheaper than hacking it.
But then from there, how do they case it? Once they find out where the house is.
Isn't it as easy as finding out when the player's on a road trip and just watching cars?
Yeah, but the security systems at these homes you think would be so sophisticated.
That's where I think that's where the sophistication comes in, Pony. I think that's the part that's very high tech. You know, like the Italian Job or something like that.
The Italian Job?
Your Ocean's 11s.
The Italian Job.
I think that's where the tech comes in, but I think that could be very easy for them to find out.
What's
who
that
lives
movie
where.
with Catherine Zeta-Jones and Sean Connery?
Oh, no. Yeah, Entrapment.
Yeah. Aren't they moving around and burglarizing things?
She's moving around through a laser light show at one point in that movie for sure.
With clothes on?
A cat suit.
Mm.
Cat burglar suit. No, she's just stark naked in the movie, just trying to dodge a laser trap system.
Little before Donnie's time.
Catherine Zeta-Jones?
Yeah. Too soon.
Too
early
time?
for Donnie.
I know the name. I haven't seen the movie, though.
Oh, she gets entrapped all right.
Here's Chris in Newcastle. Hello, Chris.
Yeah, I was just wondering, what are they going to do at quarterback? Like, who is out there that they could bring in and then magically
Sounded like
just
Justin
start winning?
Fields yesterday. Sounded like Fields.
What about like a Dak?
The Cowboys would have to eat $125 million in dead cap space if they traded him.
Oh, yeah, that's not it. But is there anyone
He's also the highest paid quarterback in the NFL.
In the NFL.
You would not feel comfortable paying Dak Prescott $60 million a year to lose in the first round of the playoffs like you've been doing for the last 8 seasons, Chris.
Yeah. So there's nobody that you think you could realistically get that's not Russell Wilson, that's not Justin Fields, that could come in here and win right away.
Do you want Kirk Cousins for a song? Because he's probably getting released.
Yeah.
But one of the prerequisites for playing quarterback is being able to move confidently, and I can't say that Kirk Cousins checks that box.
There's another, like I told you, has it ever been worse here? Listen to the noises, the guttural sounds that were coming from Chris in Newcastle.
Maybe they could get that transnational South American burglary ring to kidnap somebody else's quarterback.
That happened in a movie, Celtic Pride.
I actually knew that.
Damian Wayans got kidnapped. He was the star. Damon Wayans. He was the star player for the Utah Jazz.
Good movie. Dan Aykroyd.
The guy from Home Alone.
Stern.
Daniel Stern?
Yeah.
Here's Howard next. Hello, Howie.
How are you doing? Thanks for taking my call. I appreciate it.
Yep.
You talked about, is the sports scene bleak? It certainly is. But I would submit to you that the mid to late 80s was a little worse.
In 84, they went to the AFC Championship game, and they also drafted Mario around that time.
They did, but that was probably the last year or two of all the Hall of Famers.
How old are you, Howard?
60.
Okay, so you're a lot older than us. Like, I was not born in 84. I'm an 85 baby. Pony's 86. And obviously sports talk wasn't what it is now back then. You were reading the paper. Maybe you were getting an anchor was giving a monologue about the state of a team, but didn't it feel like there was some hope coming off of an AFC title game appearance and having drafted Mario? Didn't it feel like, especially with Mario, hey, we might be getting something here. This guy, he's the player everybody wanted.
And he was amazing right from the very beginning.
Well, I went to church with Ton Chilkin, and he always called it the glory years or the 80s. He missed the glory years. You think about it, they didn't see the Penguins first, won in 91, but the 80s were terrible.
Not the whole. Yes, they did not have great wins and losses, but they won a playoff series. I want to say in '89. I think they beat the Rangers in 5 games, if I'm not mistaken, and then got knocked out by Philly.
Yeah, the 80s were dominated by Philly just owning them every time they saw them.
Okay, so it wasn't as bad as it is now. You had Mario to look forward to and hope with.
The trajectory was clearly on the way up for them. It was, and then they won cups.
And yes,
the Pirates had a stumble year, but then their trajectory was ultimately
relative to the 1970s. The 80s were not fun for the Steelers, but they made the playoffs in '83. They made the playoffs in '84 and went to the AFC Championship game.
People are losing all sense of perspective here. Hold on. They were Super Bowl champion. They were crowned their 4th Super Bowl championship early in 1980, just on the calendar, 1979 season. Then very early in, I would imagine, 85 or very late in 84, they were playing for the right to go to the Super Bowl. So that is 5 years later at most, about 5 years later. Within 5 more years, they had still won a playoff game.
And they came close to beating John Elway in Denver right after that.
They lost 24-23, a game I'm sure could have, if I would have let you do this, would have been on your Steelers' most interesting games you could watch on YouTube.
I went back and watched 79 divisional round. Terrific. Steelers and Dolphins last night.
Anyway, I'm just trying to put this in perspective because I think we lose some sense of it. I'm not counting off 8-year gaps of things happening that are somewhat positive for them.
Donnie, we have TK next. Let's get Tyler Kennedy's thoughts on Tristan Jarry getting demoted. And what happened to Evgeny Malkin? Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Here's a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
On the ice last night, the Penguins lost to the Kraken 4-2. Seattle scoring 3 times in the third period to win the game. And Tristan Jarry, who was waived earlier today, 14 saves in the loss. Pens visit the Sabres Friday. Pucks are upset 4-7. Headlines. Powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Even if your team doesn't score, there's always another way with BetParx. Hey, guys, it's Donnie Football. You can play all of your favorite casino games like blackjack, craps, poker, roulette, slots, themed after Peaky Blinders and Breaking Bad. Join me right now, along with Mulsey, Black and Gold alums Max Starks and Charlie Batch on the BetParx team. Bet on more than the score. Bet on player performances like touchdowns, passing yards, rushing yards, and more. Another round of the Pro Football Playoffs this weekend. 2 games on Saturday, 2 games on Sunday. Get in on all that action. The college football title game is Monday night. Play all of your favorite casino games. Bet on all of your favorite sports. And new users, download the BetParx Casino and Sportsbook app right now. Get up to $1,000 in casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Casino bonus must be wagered. See BetParx.com for details. You must be 21 and in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, Maryland, or Ohio. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Mulsey?
Hey, thank you, Donnie. I want to tell everybody about Awaken 180 weight loss right now. And I was thinking about one of the things that can be an impediment when you're trying to lose weight on your own, and that's just not seeing results. We all want to see you put in. Let's say you put in 2 really good weeks, for example. Let's say your New Year's resolution was to lose weight and you think you're doing everything right. and you're trying to do this by yourself. You put in 2 good weeks, and today you look at the scale, and maybe you lost like a pound when you were thinking you were going to lose 8 or 9. That could be honestly pretty disappointing. You know what's great about Awaken 180? And it happened for me. I know it happened for Donnie, too. I think it's happened for everybody here at the station who has gone on Awaken 180. I know it happened for Callis. Instant results that first week. I was down almost 10 pounds. Like, I had to call my coach and be like, is this all right? Am I good? And they were like, yeah. You're seeing results, are you not? And I said, yeah, and I feel fine. 10 pounds my first week almost. Donnie, I think the same thing. You see the results because Awaken 180 weight loss, it just works. It's the solution for weight loss. Jumpstart that resolution if it was to lose weight with Awaken 180. 844-346-1800. Schedule your consultation online, awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley, brought to you by Tri-State Office Equipment, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Boulevard Glass and Metal, and the Village of St. Barnabas.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878.
At NJM Insurance, we like to think of ourselves as a symphony. We start with a foundation of doing the right thing. Then we layer in dedicated reps, whose priority is you. Add in excellent discount programs. And last, but certainly not least, we put our policyholders first. And the reason we don't use jingles or mascots is because it's just not us. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
What are your plans this winter? Snowy walk in the park? Curl up by the fire with a nice book? Get stuck in the hospital with COVID-19? If that last one isn't in your plans, and surely it's not, then consider getting an updated vaccine. Because if you're 65 or older, you're 14 times more likely to be hospitalized with COVID-19 than someone under 50. So get your updated vaccine and make the most of this winter. Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Tyler Kennedy, brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, your hometown roofing experts.
Okay, let's go. Come on.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
Kennedy!
And the segment is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar. The Fan Beer of the Month is out. Shrew Brew Brewing's Polyphonic and the sales support the American Cancer Society. All right, what an eventful 24 hours for the Penguins Let's start with Tyler Kennedy, Penguins Stanley Cup champ, Penguins analyst. Let's start with the big news, Tyler, that about a half hour ago, the Penguins placed Tristan Jarry on waivers. Your thoughts?
Well, one, it's, I think after last night, after kind of the whole year as a whole and everything he's went through, I think it was time for him to be put on waivers or just move on in general. I just think, he's been struggling for a couple years now trying to find his game. And it was time, especially this time of year. Like, these are extremely important games. And, Tristan Jarry, I think he's a good goalie. He just couldn't find it here, because he went to an all-star. He does have talent. He does have the skill. But I just think he needs a change of scenery. He needs a fresh start.
Well, he's not going to get it because the waivers thing's just going to send him down to the American League, Tyler. No one's going to take that contract. So he's just going to be stuck. You never
know. When you look at the other contracts around the leagues of top, quote-unquote starters, they're making $11 million, some of the top guys. And he's making, what, $5.5? That's what some backups are making. So I don't know about that. I think you might get someone to take a chance, but even he went down to AHL and found his game. The biggest thing, guys, like when you get put on waivers, it's a gut shot. It's hard on you because they're pretty much saying we don't want you. It's hard on your confidence, and it does affect you. And on the other side, like what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. So I think some other goalies have went through this, and hopefully he comes, out on the other side, bigger, better, and stronger, and a better goalie. But just being put on waivers, guys, it's tough. Doesn't matter the money you're making. It's tough. I haven't been put on waivers, but I was traded before because I wasn't doing well, and it's tough on you.
TK, I want to know this: how you say change of scenery for him sounds like it's going to be what he needs to try to harness whatever he can be in the NHL. How much blame do you put on the Penguins, the guys skating in front of him, and the style that they have played really for a very long time for some of his struggles or any of his struggles?
Well, when you think of when Jarry came in, that was kind of at the start of the down slope after they won, right? We kind of put all of our eggs in the bucket. We won the 2 cups. Then he comes in, and they just don't have as strong a team as they did in 16, 17, 18, So they definitely didn't help them. And you look at last night, like some of those chances, like Oleksiak's goal coming down Broadway with no pressure, guys kind of like trying to get out of the way, like get a body, try to get a stick. I don't think they really helped them, but
I don't think he helps them by giving up a goal in the first shot in every effing game, Tyler.
Yeah, I'm not saying he's played well. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying, hey, but I don't think the Penguins have helped him either. I think, the management, bringing him back after a trip, sending him down to the A, trying to, he's had his chances and he hasn't recovered, so now it's like, okay, now it's time to trade you. But, when you think of the beginning of this year, like how many 2-on-1s did the Penguins give up in, the first month and a half?
A million, yes.
But, again, that's a tough start for a goalie. But when you think of how many goals in the first shot, like
6.
That alone is like mind-boggling. Being a player and getting behind the 8 ball right away in a game, it's just like, oh, here we go.
Is that a mental thing when you see it happen that much? TK, when you see a guy have that many first shot goals, how much of that to you as an observer is mental versus physical?
It's got to be mental, because you can see after they score, he is like in his own head. You can see in his eyes, he's trying to like do like almost like mental like training where he's like, okay, it happened, big deal. You can see it in his eyes. He's trying to figure out how to get back to playing, a goalie for the rest of the game. And, I think he was in his head a lot, especially after the 2 or 3, first shot, first goal. Like that is hard to overcome. And especially with hockey, like what's so good about it is, like, when you're on a hot streak, you can stay on a hot streak for a while. But when you're on a bad streak, it goes the same way. It's hard to get out of that bad streak unless you have like a break, like a Christmas break, or like, this Four Nations break. You can kind of break it a little bit. But those roles of, the roles that you get on during the year, they can last a long time. You look at O'Connor. He struggled for almost 30 games not scoring. Like, you get in your own head and it's hard to get out because you do play a lot of games.
Tyler Kennedy, Penguins Stanley Cup champ. Tristan Jarry being sent down really through waivers. We'll see if a team claims him. If they do, I think the Penguins would love that because it would open up a lot of money for them and give them a fresh start. TK, thank you so much. We'll do it again soon.
Thanks, boys.
There you go. All right, coming up next, we talked about Mike Tomlin's season-ending press conference on yesterday's show. Let's hear what Russell Wilson said about his future with the Steelers. Let's get into these reports that are leaking out about Russell Wilson's working relationship with Arthur Smith and the Steelers. And let's see if there's anybody left out there who really believes that the best move for the Steelers is to give Russell Wilson another shot in 2025. 412-928-9370 to be a part of that conversation. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM Team on the Fan, and I'm here to tell you guys about Mike's Beer Bar. 80 rotating taps of local craft beer. Great winter beers right now. Beers with a lot of body to them to get you through these very cold days. Get over to Mike's with your buddies. Break down the plight of the hockey team and football team. Have a laugh or two, given everything that's gone on with our sports teams, and see what else is on. A lot of college basketball tonight with local teams. They'll have all the games on at Mike's. You don't have to beg or plead for someone to put the games on at a great sports bar like Mike's. So meet me at Mike's today right next to PNC Park.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Smale Kia, Bet365, Tri-State Office Equipment, and Cedar Brook Golf Course.
Hey, Pennsylvania, kick off an exciting basketball season with an offer to splash on with BetMGM, an authorized gaming operator of the NBA. Enjoy an NBA odds boost token to snag even more winnings on your basketball wagers. And it's oh so simple to use. Just log into your BetMGM Sportsbook app and add an NBA wager to your bet slip and activate your odds boost token. If you win the wager that was made with the odds boost token, you will receive extra winnings and unrestricted bonus dollars. See, it's that simple. 3 quick steps. And BetMGM's got you Euro stepping your way to even more buckets. Enjoy their odds boost just for you to help you create another perfect season of basketball brilliance. Join the huddle, get off the bench, and head for the net with BetMGM Sportsbook all season long. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only, Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as unrestricted funds. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey everyone, it's Bob Pompiani for Shenderovich and Fishman. Did you ever notice in their ads you won't hear a big long disclaimer or see a bunch of tiny print on the screen because really they don't need one? Their message is simple. Their success rate is 99.7%. And when they win for you, their fee is only 25%. You know why? Because it's your money, and you pay nothing unless recovery is made. Also remember, you will have the peace of mind knowing that from the minute you contact Shenderovich and Fishman, you will pay zero, no legal retainers, fees, or expenses of any kind until they win your case. And they certainly do win your cases. So if you've been injured, call Shenderovich and Fishman. They are Pittsburgh's personal injury law experts. The number is 1-888-98-TWINS. And remember, they really do have your back and not your wallet.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $165 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $179 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. $10,000 1,000 miles a year. Expires February 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it. Did you know that 1 in 4 people seeking treatment for ED are under 40? So you're not alone. And even better, HIMS can help. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. It all starts with an online intake form. From there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. Through hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Millions of men experience ED, but HIMS can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Is your everyday congestion preventing you from enjoying life's big moments? Try Vicks Sinex Saline today and get yourself back in the action. Vicks Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion with a gentle ultrafine mist. Sinex Saline's drug-free, no-mess formula instantly moisturizes and soothes dry, irritated nasal passages for quick and effective relief. Get back to enjoying life's big moments to the fullest without having to worry about everyday congestion holding you back. Just Sinex, breathe, use as directed.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 50% off all windows, plus no interest or payments for 2 years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model.
No appointment necessary.
Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance.
No appointment necessary. No phone call needed.
Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
It's better over here. If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When the cold hits, don't let your furnace catch you off guard. Get your $79 furnace tune-up from Sullivan Super Service and make sure it's running smoothly. For just $79, our experts will perform a thorough 20-point inspection, clean your system, check filters, test for carbon monoxide leaks, and more. Lower energy bills, fewer breakdowns, and a furnace ready for winter, all for just $79. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com to book your tune-up today.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Hey, Top Dog, I have a question. When you call them insurance companies, what do you say to them? Do you say it's me again? Like, what do you say? Do you tell them you want top dollar? Do you demand the number you want? Or do you just bite them? Like, straight from the rip, just bite them. Like, what do you do? What if they don't want to give you what you want? What do you do then? Do you take them to court? Or do you bite them again until they give you what you want? When you get what you want, what you do? Do you say thank you? Do you shake their hand? Do you smile at them? Do you laugh at them? What you do? How you handle that? Medical malpractice. That's your dog food. Car accidents. That's your dog food. Top Dog Law.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Penguins have placed Tristan Jarry on waivers. Teams have 24 hours to claim his contract. If they don't, the Penguins then will make the decision if they want to keep him on their roster or send him down to the American League. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a hump day edition of the PM Team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Yeah, that's the plan. I mean, obviously, I love it here and everything else. And I think we have a great football team. Obviously, it didn't go in the way we wanted it to, and I think there's a lot more to do. And I feel great physically, mentally, emotionally. You know, if you want to play 20+ years, you got to love it. You know, and I love the process. And obviously, this place is a place that I think can win a lot, and you have a championship caliber football team. I love playing football. I love playing the game, and if it works out that way, then I'll be excited to do that and put the black and gold on again.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township, entering hour 2 of the show. Andrew Filipponi, Chris Muller, and Donnie Football plus you at 412-928-9370. We started with this being the dark ages of Pittsburgh sports. Tristan Jarry placed on waivers. Penguins plan in net in just a horrible state. And the Steelers quarterback dilemma. Really not much better. Two most important positions in Pittsburgh sports on hard times. And Russell Wilson, as we know, believes that hard times make you stronger, put hair on your chest, and saying the typical Russell Wilson things like, hey, we still have a championship caliber team. If I'm here, if I'm back next year, we're going to win a lot. I believe in these guys. And now there's news trickling out that the Steelers, mainly their offensive coordinator, not exactly thrilled with what he got from Russell Wilson this year. I am interested in hearing, and I'll give Donnie a chance to get you on the air at 412-928-9370. If there are still Steelers fans on the Russell Wilson bandwagon who want to believe that it was the lack of weapons at wide receiver, that he got thrown onto the moving train because of the calf injury, and Mike Tomlin took great pains to throw his conditioning coaches under the bus at his press conference yesterday. They were an early scapegoat option for him. And so we heard so many Steelers fans sing the praises of Wilson and say they finally have a professional quarterback. They have a guy that can make the throws. We've been yearning for this, craving this ever since Ben left. Are there people out there who still believe it? 412-928-9370, because I no longer do, Chris. And I think watching what else developed in the playoffs crystallized that even more for me. Yeah, Matthew Stafford is old, but Matthew Stafford is still closer to the top of his game than Russ is, and Stafford hasn't really – part of his game was not like the improvisation and the using your legs to make plays like Russ did through the prime of his career, and now that that's no longer –
Stafford's best can legitimately beat anybody that's left.
I think that was true of Russ several years ago. But one of the things...
I don't think it's true of him now, and I don't think you see his best anymore like you still do Stafford's once every couple of games, it seems. His best was good enough to beat the Bengals in a shootout. I actually don't know if his best could have beat the best of the AFC. Two of his biggest follies this year are runs where he had it in his head that he was still in his late 20s and not a 36-year-old quarterback. The play against Cincinnati where he stayed in bounds and lowered his shoulder like an idiot. And then the fumble in the second Ravens game that took all the momentum away when they were going in to score. So I think, and this is probably where the coaches' issues come in, the guy still thinks he's the old Russell Wilson. Tomlin said yesterday, you got to evolve, you got to adapt, you got to do all these things. The quarterback that they played this year, who ultimately ended up 6-6, is suffering from this personality. I don't want to call it a disease, but he's stricken with this thing where he always has so much confidence in himself that he believes, like it would be like a pitcher in his late 30s who used to throw 105 thinking, I can still reach back and light up the radar gun. No, you can't, buddy. Well,
you need to come up with a new secondary pitch or tertiary pitch to get the job done.
Well, much like Roethlisberger towards the end, and you can say Ben's numbers were a lot better in this and that. Once you truly lose the ability to do that which made you like really great, and I'll say post-injury Ben for sure because the arm strength was at that point gone. I think in Russ's case, there's not like a second act here. There's not some adaptive quality to his game. We already know that because he's not a tall guy, he doesn't really work the middle of the field or throw intermediate passes. We know that for years now, a guy who used to be mobile enough to make big plays with his legs on the run and was more dangerous sometimes when the protection broke down and was confident when the protection broke down, now he just kind of turtles and takes bad sacks on a regular basis. When he actually tries to escape, maybe at times he looks kind of fast, but as you pointed out, one of the worst plays of his season was a hero ball play. I just don't think he has the kind of game that ages well. Drew Brees aged better than a lot of these guys because he inexplicably, at his height, was really good from the pocket. But when his arm
insanely accurate.
When his arm strength started to go, even he would have these same late-year breakdowns. Like, guys, he just couldn't get the ball down the field. Where is the better version of Russ that Russ seems to think is going to materialize next year if he's back here?
I give Ben credit. It still wasn't good enough, but Ben went from a guy that held onto the ball longer than anybody in the league to getting rid of it faster than anyone in the league.
I know, but at the end of his career, that actually became something even worse because he got rid of it so fast that teams had the book on him.
But at least he adjusted.
Well, I'm saying that is, yes, he adjusted much earlier in his career, though, than Russ is right now.
This guy thinks he's still going to, check the ball down and throw the ball 40 yards downfield, and doing just those two things mixed in with him running the ball every now and then is going to propel the team to, uncharted waters.
NFL offense. That's not a mature NFL passing game, as Starkey is fond of saying. It's just not. It's not a complex game. It's not hard for defenses to take away. I mean, you just basically say, dare the guy to do something other than throw it deep, put a safety over the top on George Pickens, and then just make sure you tackle guys when he dumps it off for 2 yards, which he also is not doing that good of a job.
Donnie, do you have any belief left in Russell Wilson?
No, I don't. I mean, if they run it back, it's going to be something similar, and they're going to do it at a price that's far more expensive than what it just was. So why would you put yourself through that? Like, you just got the guy at the bare minimum you could pay him. Now, why would you even be interested in $30+ million a year.
Doug Whaley's take on that this morning was getting into the minds of the Steelers, which he can do because he worked for them, is that he thinks they could look at Russell Wilson and still believe if we're trying to just end a string of seasons without a playoff victory, among the available options, he's the one that gives us the best chance to do it in 2025.
I don't even agree with that. And I did at the start of Russ's
We've seen
time
him win
this year.
playoff games.
Yeah.
We've never seen Justin Fields
When's
do
the
it.
last
Kirk
time he
Cousins
won
has
one?
only done one. Aaron Rodgers is too much of a loose cannon and is the oldest of these guys, and we saw his play completely fall off a cliff.
When's Russ's last playoff win? 2020?
Yeah, they beat the Eagles. They beat Josh McCown.
So he'll be going on, Tears of McCown. I actually think as long as Arthur Smith doesn't get the Jets head coaching job, because I think he made it clear on multiple occasions, including very late in the season, he'd rather have Justin Fields in there as the starter. You tweeted to that effect even before the playoff game, Pony. I think their best chance of the guys that are available is probably Fields, because I think if you actually just say, hey, Arthur, the offense is for Fields. He is the quarterback next year. There isn't a 1A. He's not going to be dueling. I think that is the best chance you'd have. I don't think it's a particularly good chance to win a playoff game, but if you tailor an offense to Fields that's play action heavy, run heavy, quarterback run heavy, all that stuff, I think you have the best chance of winning a game. Just Russ's fall off at the end after the Bengals game is impossible to ignore. It really is.
Here's Johnny and Cranberry with a thought on all this. Hello, Johnny.
Hey guys. I'll put it this way. Yeah, I do still have faith in Russ. I'm not saying I'd sign him. I'm not saying I wouldn't sign him. I'm just saying it was far from only his fault. He had a terrible line. He had no one to throw to. And
do you expect the line to get a lot better by next year? I mean, I hope they do, but do you expect it?
I'm not just saying we should sign him. I'm just saying that I don't think it was even half his fault.
So hold on a second, though. Who's assigned all the blame to him? No one. That's not the conversation we're having. We're not saying who's the person most responsible for the Steelers not making the playoffs. We're talking about does anybody believe not winning in the playoffs?
Yeah,
we're saying does anybody believe that they can
compared to who else we could get, I still believe in them. And compared to Justin Fields, who can't hit the side of a barn from 3 feet away and has no touch on his passes and can't read a defense still in year 4, I'd rather have.
I didn't ask that question. I didn't say Fields or Russ. I said, do you still believe in Russell Wilson? Meaning, believe this is a guy we can win playoff games with. And you're saying yes.
I do. Yes.
Who do you think had the higher completion percentage this year, just to put the old broadside of a barn thing under the microscope of those two quarterbacks?
Yeah, but I mean, they designed that offense.
I'm just saying he still completed more passes.
Wait a minute, time out. You're saying they designed the offense
higher percentage.
Okay, so
yeah.
So when you watched Russ at the end of the Bengals game, you came away from that thinking, you know what, we can still win with this guy?
If they add a couple pieces to the line and they get a number 2 receiver, yeah.
I don't think they're going to add a couple pieces to the line. I think that they're going to move Broderick Jones to left. They're going to put Fautanu back in at right. McCormick's a year older. Frazier's a year older. And they're going to have Sayamalu. That's
Guys,
their line.
Other than, say, the Eagles and the 49ers, and I would absolutely argue with the Eagles that even though he's a different type of quarterback, Jalen Hurts is better than Russell Wilson right now. And in San Francisco's case with Purdy, they coached him to get the ball to the right people at the right times. So he fit their system. This idea that Johnny is trying to put out there that if you take care of A, B, and C, it lifts up Russell Wilson and you get a much better quarterback there. I just don't believe in that anymore. This is not like 1995 with Neil O'Donnell, and as long as the rest of the team is good or the defense is amazing, you can take a quarterback like that and compete for Super Bowls. It's like all first-round picks. It's all high-end guys.
People say
most of them in the primes of their careers.
People say Jared Goff is a guy who needs the right system. Well, okay, he happens to be in it. He's still a 1-1 pick, and when Jared Goff is operating the system at a high level, he is tearing people apart. He's just dicing up some of the better defenses in the NFL with ease. Russ is not that guy anymore. Russ really never was that guy in Seattle, man. Like, he operated out of structure a lot. He did throw that deep ball. He could make plays with his legs, and it worked because they had that absurd defense around him on his rookie contract, but it's a totally different situation.
You got to try and find someone who can be a great to very good quarterback. Period. And I don't see how, I guess Johnny sees it, how you could have watched Russell Wilson over the last 5 games of this season and thought to yourself, yeah, he still got that in there somewhere. 412-928-9370. Take more of your calls on it next, plus to hear why Russell Wilson's biggest fan in the Steelers media is making it sound like Russ is probably not the guy you want to move forward with. That's next. Donnie has a headline. Can text us on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line, a personal injury law firm, where they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Here it is.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
We will have the divisional round games of the NFL playoffs right here on 93.7 The Fan this weekend. Houston and Kansas City, Saturday 4:30. Washington, Detroit, Saturday at 8. L.A. and Philly, Sunday at 3. Baltimore and Buffalo, Sunday at 6:30. All of them can be heard right here on The Fan, courtesy of the NFL on Westwood One. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Donnie. Let's talk right now about McVay. Furnace acting up. You're coming home and the house is freezing. You're having to bundle up with blankets and you're constantly checking. You're going into that room in your cellar or basement and you're like, why is this making noise? Why isn't the warm air coming out? Why is this room cold and this room is scorching hot? These are questions that I can't answer. I'm just a talk show host. But the experts at McVay can. That's what they do. That's been their business. That's been their life for a very long time. And I recommend you get in touch with them today. Call McVay.com for McVay Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing. Mulsey.
Thanks, Pony. I have a little update for you, or a little message for you, and it's an important one. The Super Bowl is right around the corner. So the question then is, what's the plan? You going to do the same thing that you do every year, the same old, same old? Or are you ready to step it up and try something even better? Get a Super Bowl experience like no other at the Verizon Super Bowl Fan Fest coming to Acrisure Stadium on February 9th. You'll get exclusive access to the stadium where your favorite players make history, meet the game's most legendary players, all while enjoying live music and crushing game day bites. Super Bowl only comes once a year. Who's ready to celebrate bigger than ever before? Tickets are going fast. Don't miss out. Visit your local Verizon store and find out about free tickets today. Must be 18 years or older to attend. Additional terms and conditions apply. See VerizonFanFest.com for details.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is your Bogish Odyssey Sports Minute. You probably noted that Iowa State women's basketball had a three-pointer 945 consecutive games. The NCAA record streak ended last night in a win over Texas Tech. The Cyclones' previous game without a triple was in February of '95. Back then, the WNBA didn't exist, and UConn had yet to win any of its 11 national titles. I'm Andrew Bogish.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
And it's a simple word, but in St. Pete, Clearwater, it's an important one. Here, you can sun on America's favorite beaches and kayak through the shade of mangroves. Tee off on a PGA course and enjoy 5 courses of the finest dining. You could get surreal at the Dali Museum and then keep it real watching the sun melt into the Gulf. In St. Pete Clearwater, the possibilities go on and on. Your trip begins at visitsbc.com.
It's 2025, and it's time to get your home zero-resified by calling your cleaning heroes at Zero Res. Take 24% off all services for this month when you call 412-701-1188 or book online anytime at ZeroResPGH.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Chris Muller with a question. Was your goal to lose weight this new year? If so, are you already down 20 pounds? That's a serious question because I dropped 20 pounds my first 3 weeks alone with Awaken 180 weight loss. That's how fast the weight can fall off when you choose the solution for weight loss. Each week you look at the scale and the number goes down and down. Every morning you wake up, you feel better and better. For me, it was my joints. I knew I was going to need knee surgery, and even before the surgery, my knee felt better because it wasn't carrying around so much weight. Experiencing those results, and given how easy Awaken 180 was, there was no way I wouldn't reach my goal. And I did. 35 pounds total thanks to Awaken 180, and I've kept the weight off since. The only weight loss program I know that puts their money where their mouth is. They're so confident in your success, they offer free support for life, a one-time investment in yourself for a lifetime of benefits. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
January is the perfect time to start new at ShorkeyChevy.com. Chevy Silverado pickups and full-size Suburbans up to an incredible $10,000 off. The popular Chevy Tahoe now up to $9,000 off. There's even 0% financing available. Plus, huge trade values guaranteed to save you even more. Your New Year deal, your way. What a great day. Locations in both Murraysville and the North Hills. ShorkeyChevy.com. Together, let's drive. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. See dealer for complete details.
Now, for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Crews are on the scene of an accident on the ramp from the southbound side of Sawmill Run Boulevard to the Liberty Tunnels. Expect some slight delays in that area. I'm Kyle Fronheiser.
Check out 400 RVs, January 11th to the 19th. HitRVShow.com.
Hurry! 400 RVs, 25 brands, 150 models. More than a dozen dealers competing for your business with their best prices. Ends this weekend. Don't miss it. Visit HitRVShow.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
They just didn't see eye to eye a lot. I was then told that, they didn't have the best working relationship, but they battled through it and did what they could do. It's not like it was peaches and cream all the time. But, what's interesting is both of those guys separately are the nicest men in the world.
Steelers insider Mark Caballi. Wilson and Smith, like oil and water, did not have a very good working relationship, had to fight through differences.
I don't know if I buy Mark's second part of that. Both guys separately are the nicest guy in the world in this sense. I think in a professional setting, Russ can be kind of a stubborn pain in the ass, I suspect. That's probably why Sean Payton got frustrated by him in Denver.
He said, "Quit kissing babies."
No, I'm talking about like going over game plans. I remember stories that they had to like kind of pull teeth to get Russ to stop doing certain things he wasn't good at anymore. I just think Russ is a guy who's got a lot of success under his belt, is very prideful, even though he puts on a great face
So he's like
publicly.
Ben. He wants to do it his way.
Well, I think one notable difference is Russ never says anything publicly that lets on that that's the case.
So he's just like Ben. He just has a better bedside manner about the way he talks to the media.
Do you think it's not better to keep that stuff in-house than to send messages through the media? I don't think it's great to have that tendency either way, but I think it's better to try to keep it under your hat.
I do, but I also think that players roll their eyes at the constant positivity, especially when it isn't all sunshine and rainbows.
I suspect that to whatever degree he might have done that with Arthur Smith in their conversations, Arthur Smith rolled his eyes. I mean, my antenna were up the second we heard I have to FaceTime, we have to FaceTime Sierra, I have to FaceTime her because we're spending so much time together. That was a thou doth protest too much. Like, is it really hunky-dory? Why are you telling us stuff that sounds like it's out of a cheesy Disney football movie?
Here's Dan on Russell Wilson. Hello, Dan.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, man.
Hey, I'm not in the Russ camp, not because I don't think he can't do the job. I just think he's going to cost too much. And
wait a minute. So you think he can do the job?
I do. Because I think we're having the wrong discussion here, fellas. I think that our line was atrocious this year, and I'm not saying that it's anybody's fault. I'm just going, and listen, I'm not a statistic analyst or anything, but what I saw on TV was Russ running for his life most of the time.
He got sacked a ton in Seattle, he got sacked a ton in Denver, and he got sacked a ton this year. Did he play behind 3 consecutive bad offensive lines, or does he just hold on to the ball too long?
Well, maybe he does hold on to the ball too long. That might be a good point. But, I mean, look at the common denominator here with the teams that are in the playoffs right now. Every one of them have a good line. I haven't seen an atrocious line yet on
100% wrong. Houston's line is probably one of the 2 or 3 worst in football, and everybody who watches their tape acknowledges that.
Yeah, I mean, they did play the Chargers.
Kansas City had one of the worst left tackles in the entire league. They went through 3 guys. 2 got benched. 1 got hurt. They brought a guy off the street to play. He got injured. They had to pull an Alan Faneca and move their left guard to left tackle.
Also, their right tackle sucks and is a walking penalty.
Okay. All right. Well, you got me stumped there.
Thank you, Dan. Appreciate it. Scott's next. Hello, Scott.
Good afternoon, guys. I'm going to kind of piggyback a little bit off of what that gentleman was just saying, but just with this idea. I think if they let Justin Fields play in an offense, and hopefully Arthur Smith can do this, where it allows them to take advantage of his mobility. Now, I'm not saying he is not Joe Burrow by any means, but to what that caller said, the line for Pittsburgh, if you look back at the teams they played, and I'm no defensive coordinator in the NFL, but most teams, very few blitzed Pittsburgh. Most teams brought 2 guys up the middle, and both our tackles gave up the most sacks, I believe, in the NFL. So there was no way for Wilson to get outside, which forced him to step up in the pocket, which is most of the time where he took a sack, was in a scrum in the middle of the field. And I think if they can get that solved and get Justin Fields, to where he can do play action, which everybody said before Arthur Smith came here and called his first play, that was one of his strong points, was establishing a running game and then being able to run play action, which would be rolling Fields out. Now, all of a sudden, you're putting pressure on teams. Pittsburgh put no pressure on teams. When Wilson dropped back the pass, it was sink or swim. And Woody Hayes used to say, 3 things can happen when you pass and 2 of them are bad. And that was the case with Russell Wilson for the Steelers this year. Now, just real quick, Joe Burrow, when I mentioned him, a lot of the balls Burrow threw over the middle, and one of the things you guys actually talked about when Pittsburgh was preparing to play him was to keep him from stepping up in the pocket and being able to dump the ball or to use his legs and run. Pittsburgh had 0 threat of that this year.
I think both can be issues. I think the quarterback can be an issue. I think the offensive line can be an issue. I think the offensive line is an issue, even though they've spent a lot of time and money to try to make it better, including draft picks. If I have to pick one to clear up and fix, it's the quarterback, and it's not even close.
The quarterback is the most important position, and the quarterback requires getting the right guy in one spot, not five.
I mean, the first two callers, maybe I'm misinterpreting what they're saying, but it almost sounds like they'd rather have two new offensive tackles than a new quarterback.
I just don't, understand how you could watch Wilson overall and be like, oh, no. He's actually a great player waiting to break out again in his late 30s.
412-928-9370. Get back to your calls. We also have Mike Florio coming up next. We'll ask Mike about George Pickens' future with the Steelers, who he thinks their quarterback will be next year, what coaching changes he thinks are going to get made. Will Arthur Smith end up with the Jets or Bears? All that coming up. Can follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Here's a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt Hoops at Florida State tonight. Tip set for 9 o'clock. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pregame starts at 8:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 93.7thefan.com. Even if your team doesn't score, there's always another way for you to score with BetParx. Hey guys, it's Donnie Football. You can play all of your favorite casino games: blackjack, craps, poker, roulette, slots, themed after Peaky Blinders and Breaking Bad. Join me right now, along with Mulsey, Black and Gold alums Max Starks and Charlie Batch on the BetParx team. Bet on more than the score. Bet on player performances, touchdowns, passing yards, rushing yards, and more. Another round of the Pro Football Playoffs this weekend. 2 games on Saturday, 2 games on Sunday, and then the college football title game is Monday night. Play all of your favorite casino games. Bet on all of your favorite sports. New users, download the BetParx Casino and Sportsbook app now. Get up to $1,000 in casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Casino bonus must be wagered. See BetParx.com for details. You must be 21. And in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, Maryland, or Ohio, gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's an ugly season in Philly. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with BetQL. It's an Atlantic Division matchup in Philly with the Knicks facing off against the Sixers. Philly has been struggling all season with losses and injuries, but the BetQL model is on the home dog. BetQL has the 76ers +6 as a 5-star best bet. I'm Joe Ostrowski. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Winter, snow, and ice wreak havoc on your home, especially if your roof, siding, or gutters aren't up to par. There's only one choice. If you think your home isn't properly protected, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
What's your name? I am Nathan. This is Sean. This is Wanye. And we are Boys to Men.
The legendary trio that has captivated audiences worldwide for over 3 decades. Boys to Men, in concert. February 16th at the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. Boys to Men.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with savings with new low prices on hundreds of your favorite produce items like pineapples, avocados, navel oranges, and lettuce at your neighborhood Giant Eagle.
Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice: the Power of Bowser family of dealerships, featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express Store and choose your vehicle, payment, and financing options. Value your trade, and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations: Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-0766, 800-390-0766, 800-390-0766.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
The temperatures aren't the only thing dropping. Prices at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville are dropping too. During our winter savings event, hurry in for huge savings on every new Toyota in stock, including new Tacomas and hybrid SUVs. And to help you get through winter, Panda has bundled a lifetime powertrain warranty, together with complimentary maintenance, including oil changes at no additional charge on whatever new Toyota you choose. Don't miss Spitzer's winter savings event.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
The world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global travel extravaganza, January 24th through the 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your adventure is waiting for you.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Oh, up top, Bike Shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messelthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years!
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five!
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
You're on the air.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
This should be fun. Post-mortem edition of our weekly chat with Mike Florio. Pro Football Talk brought to you by JP Roofing. They do roofing and siding, Pittsburgh's hometown roofing experts. All right, Mike. We had a long discussion last week about what might happen or what could happen if the Steelers lost to the Ravens. They gave up almost 300 rushing yards. They got down 21-0 at the half. What big change do you anticipate happening now with this latest postseason defeat?
Well, at a minimum, we're to see a new starting quarterback. I will be stunned, beyond stunned, if Russell Wilson is back in any capacity with the Steelers next year. Listening to Mike Tomlin yesterday in his end-of-season press conference, it looked like maybe the door's open for Justin Fields, but they're going to look and see what's out there. They're going to make their decisions. There wasn't anything unequivocal about either guy coming back, but especially not Russell Wilson, who said twice now publicly he wants to come back. I don't think he'll be back. If he's back, it means Mike Tomlin's got a pretty big blind spot for Russell Wilson. I don't think he does. I don't think he'll be back. And the quarterback carousel spins again with ideally the goal of finding a guy who's going to be the long-term answer. But if they have to kick the can and find a veteran for another year while they wait for a longer-term answer, so be it.
Do you expect them to make coaching changes based on what you heard out of Mike Tomlin in his season ender?
Not necessarily, although you could always see some staff changes. I thought it was intriguing the way that the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, Jerry Dulac, worded the report on Tomlin's future. He didn't say Tomlin is coming back. He said they're not planning to make a coaching change, which to me could have been interpreted as an invitation to any other team out there to make us an offer, call us up, let's talk about a possible trade. We explained that the coach has to want to go along with that for it to work. And why would Mike Tomlin go along with it? If they don't want me here, fire me. I'll sit out for a year or take another job right now. Full pay if I sit out. I'll have my pick of jobs next year. Bottom line, there's no point trying to trade for me. And that's basically what we said yesterday. Save your time. So I doubt they're going to, at this point, it feels like it's already shifted into 2025 mode. Not long after the 2024 season ended. And one of the things I said on PFT Live today, if I'm a fan, if I'm a customer, I still want someone to be upset about what happened. I want someone, and preferably Tomlin, to say, hey, that was not Steeler football on Saturday night. And I personally apologize to all the paying customers for the fact that the Pittsburgh Steelers did not play Steeler football. And I make it my one mission in the short term to identify any player who was wearing a uniform that doesn't deserve the right to continue to wear that uniform. I would want to hear that, with one caveat. I don't know how many guys had the flu that they were not disclosing. When the report comes out that Patrick Queen's got the flu and he was never on the report, the injury report, as being ill, I don't know how widespread that was. They clearly hid his flu if he did have the flu and it wasn't just an excuse. But, man, it wasn't what we're used to seeing from the Steelers, especially in single elimination settings. And if I'm a fan, I'm upset, and I want to get the feeling that Tomlin and others high up in the organization are upset too.
But I would need that to manifest in them doing things differently. Like, it's one thing to be angry, but then how do you channel it? And even if he did strike that chord yesterday, Mike, I would just think he was doing an acting job for his audience, and that real substantive moves or changes to adapt or evolve would not actually happen.
And that's okay. Sometimes you just got to say things. You got to say things. There are certain occasions.
I think we're well past the point of that, though.
Things to be said.
I think we're past that point.
What's that?
I think we're past the point of just saying things to try to sound good. Do you think most NFL teams would fire a coach who's gone 8 years without a playoff win? Are the Steelers unique?
Depends on which team it is. So there are plenty of teams out there that would love to be in the playoffs on a regular basis for the past 8 years without a playoff win. You know, just like with Mike McCarthy. Who wants Mike McCarthy? Well, any team that would like to win 12 straight regular season games or 12 regular season games 3 years in a row. The thing that bothers me, and this isn't just an observation from yesterday, Tomlin didn't seem bothered by what happened on Saturday, either at halftime or afterward. And the players didn't seem bothered. They seemed surprised. Why are you surprised? You just kicked your asses on that same field a few weeks earlier. Why are you surprised that it's happening again? And when John Elway, who was the GM of the Broncos at the time, fired John Fox, the coach of the team 10 years ago, 1 year after they went to the Super Bowl, Elway said, I want to see us going out of the postseason kicking and screaming. And I didn't see a lot of kicking, and I didn't see a lot of screaming on Saturday night. And that's related to what I was saying about the press conference from Tuesday, but at a deeper level, where is the passion? Where is the fire? Where is the fight as it's all going down the drain? That would bother me too. And I'm a Tomlin guy, but yeah, sometimes you get to a point where it's like, everybody benefits from a fresh start.
What do you make of his answer to the final question of that press conference? Mike DeFabo in The Athletic had the report, and then Tim Benz asked the question of him about George Pickens reportedly being only showing up an hour and 25 minutes before the Christmas game against Kansas City, and Tomlin essentially saying, don't know what to tell you about that one.
Well, it's funny because I don't know how many times he used this phrase yesterday, more than 3. To be quite honest with you, is a crutch that pops up.
Oh, that's his new one. We turned that into a drinking game. If people do that, they're completely in the bag by 12:15.
Yeah, to me, that's a tell, Mike, that he actually is not being quite honest with everybody. That tends to follow
that's
statements.
Right. I mean, the one thing you could say about anytime someone uses to be quite honest with you, well, everything you said before you said that wasn't the truth, or this is the point where I'm going to lie to you. and just let me tell you, General, anybody out there that develops that same habit to say, honestly, or to be honest with you, say candidly, or to be candid with you. Because when you say to be honest with you, it does imply that without that preface, you're not being honest. You mean candid. And it is his tell, it is his crutch, and it does feel like he wasn't telling us the truth. How would he not remember from less than a month ago that George Pickens supposedly blew into the locker room an hour and what?
After the inactives were announced is the key part. And after they had to announce their inactives.
Right. So this guy's missed multiple games with a hamstring injury. We got to put his name on the list or not. We don't have the benefit of seeing him on the field for pregame warmups. I would like to think that you remember that. And that's one of those where if you don't remember it, something's wrong. If you do remember it, something's wrong from the fact that it happened. And I love Pickens too, but it's time for them to move on from George Pickens. And maybe he's playing that game just so they have some trade leverage when they try to move him. But man, if I'm another team, I'm not touching the guy, because we've seen Tomlin keep guys like Chase Claypool under control until we found out elsewhere or late in the day that there was an issue. Pickens has been an issue for 2 years now. Mike Tomlin's magic doesn't work on him. If Tomlin can't keep him under control, nobody can.
Mike, how about what you said regarding their quarterbacks? You said Russ, you'd be absolutely shocked if he's back, and you pretty much said the door's ajar for Justin Fields. If not one of those two guys, then who as Steelers quarterback in 2025?
He made the point about draft picks, and they asked him about drafting high enough to get a franchise quarterback, and he said, well, Lamar Jackson was the 32nd pick, and Jalen Hurts was the second round. Like, I don't think you want to remind people you took Terrell Edmonds instead of Lamar Jackson when you could have had him back in 2018. And there was a lot of tiptoeing around Ben Roethlisberger, and this is what happens. Folks, keep this in mind. If you're fans of the team and you live long enough to see the next time there's a franchise quarterback in his final years with the Steelers, don't be so deferential to your franchise guy that you blow your chance for his replacement. The Ravens didn't think twice about nudging Joe Flacco aside when they got Lamar Jackson, and he was 3 years younger than Ben Roethlisberger. I think they spent way too much time bending over backwards for Ben. And I'm sure you guys have heard this too, that last year, that contract they offered him, they didn't want it to be so low to be an insult. They didn't want it to be so high that he'd take it. They picked a number, and they picked wrong because he took it. They were ready to move on before his last year. You just got to be ready to turn the page. You can't it's never going to be easy. It's never going to be seamless. Hell, they didn't draft Dan Marino because they thought Terry Bradshaw still had more gas in the tank, and they didn't have an awkward transition, and Bradshaw played one more game in his career. You can't worry about that. When the opportunity arises, you got to take it, and that's the balance this year. You're going to have somebody under contract to be the starter before the draft. If the opportunity arises during the draft to get a guy that could be the answer for the next 10, 15 years, you got to take him. If you believe. They believed with Kenny Pickett, and they were wrong. Let's see what they believe this year.
Mike, I know I asked you about coaching changes, but there is one that might be out of their hands. How serious of a candidate do you think Arthur Smith is to actually get the New York Jets head coaching job?
Well, unless they have absolutely no one else. I mean, whoever's going to take that job is going to be somebody who has no choice. Now, I don't mean that as an insult to Arthur, but here's the reality. guys who just got fired and had 1 year to turn it back around and get back into the conversation and didn't have a great year, and it may not be his fault, the players may not have been good enough, that's not enough to sell to a fan base. The Jets are going to end up hiring somebody, I think, who doesn't have an option elsewhere. The Jaguars are going to hire somebody who doesn't have an option elsewhere. I'd be surprised if he goes, because when you've already been fired once, you better pick that next one even more carefully than you did the last time, because this is it. This is your last chance to have an NFL head coaching career. Not many guys get 3 without having some success at one of those 2 stops.
I know, Mike, but it kind of reminds me of Byron. It kind of reminds me. It reminds me of Byron Leftwich, though, in Tampa. You're a hot head coaching prospect until you're not, and then you're fired as an offensive coordinator, and then you're really screwed. Like, yeah, the Steelers are loyal to assistant coaches, but I think there's a better chance Arthur Smith is on the hot seat as a coordinator before he gets another head coaching opportunity beyond this year. I think he's going to get better next year. I don't think so.
It is weird how Leftwich just disappeared. He just disappeared. He resurfaced for a day last week, but how do you go from being on the short list for head coaching opportunities to being unemployable in the NFL? It's very bizarre.
Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk Live every day. Chris Sims on that show said it's pretty much everybody's fault but Mike Tomlin, is what I heard, at least in some of the quotes that were.
He said that.
Well, he said the roster's not really his fault at all, which I completely disagree with.
I don't agree with that because, look, and here's the thing. Who actually is picking the groceries? Remember the old Bill Parcells line?
Yes.
They want me to shop the meal. They should let me pick the groceries. I don't know who to blame for the groceries because they do a good job of never taking credit, so then you never know who to blame. And it's a testament to the organization, how they work together. So just, they all should go to hell.
Well, if mom and dad go to the grocery store together, blame both. If mom and dad go, blame mom and dad. Don't have to pick one. Kevin Colbert and Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin and Omar Khan. That's how I see it.
What about, I still think Art Rooney's got a bigger spoon in the stew than
Malsey thinks Art Rooney's the real guy behind the Kenny Pickett pick that he didn't want.
Because of the Dan Marino situation. He didn't want to be seen as the guy whose family passed on a Pitt quarterback that might be good twice.
Well, they definitely didn't pass.
Yeah, especially once Kenny got here.
Mike will have Texans and Chiefs Saturday. Mike, enjoy that one. We'll talk again next week. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. See you.
There you go. Mike Florio.
I got the delayed reaction chuckle there, Donnie. I was very proud of that line.
Coming up next, we'll respond to what Mike Tomlin said yesterday about a potential trade. And if you want to call in on the quarterback dilemma, please, by all means, 412-928-9370. Quick timeout, then we're right back. First, a message from Malsey.
Thanks, Pony. It is Malsey here from my friends over at Choice Cabinet. Now, you might be a contractor listening to this. You're building kitchens a lot for different people. You might be somebody who's living at your house and you're looking at your kitchen saying, okay, I would like to get my kitchen redone. I'm going to start looking at things. And one of the big impediments is that there's a long wait time for cabinets. That's a problem. Around 8 to 12 weeks, as a matter of fact. That could be a kind of a real thorn in your side. Well, guess what? Choice Cabinet has over 65,000 cabinets in stock, Amish designed, all wood, 10 different paints and stains. Delivery available in as little as 3 days. That's right, as little as 3 days. And Choice Cabinet, they are family-owned. You're going to get high-quality material, high-quality cabinets from Choice Cabinet. So, again, whether you're looking to redo the kitchen at your house, whether you are maybe doing a DIY remodel or you're a contractor, check out Choice Cabinet. The choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
This evening, mostly cloudy with overnight lows in the single digits and wind chills below 0. Snow moves in Thursday. High temperatures in the upper 20s, 1 to 3 inches across the Pittsburgh area, but higher amounts into the Laurel Highlands and Ridges. Snow continues Thursday night with lows into the mid-20s, and Friday highs into the mid-30s and mostly cloudy. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. Coming up on Sunday, game of the year in professional football in the divisional round. Buffalo hosting Baltimore, 2 MVP candidates at quarterback, and Baltimore currently a 1-point road favorite, and the game total is 51.5. Now, these two teams played back in Week 4. Baltimore won in blowout fashion on their home field. I don't know if Baltimore's going to win to the degree that it did in that game, 35-10, but I do like Baltimore a lot in this game. I think Baltimore's quarterback and running back going to have success running the football, and I think Baltimore's quarterback a little better than Buffalo's quarterback. Give me Baltimore -1 on Sunday afternoon. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and take your game to the next level with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Join us for the Pittsburgh RV Expo at the Monroeville Convention Center, January 16th through 19th. Admission is free. Tour brand new 2025 RVs with the latest features, designs, and technology. There will be a full lineup of travel trailers, fifth wheels, motorhomes, toy haulers, and more with special show pricing. You can even enter to win a free RV. Don't miss the Pittsburgh RV Expo at the Monroeville Convention Center, January 16th through 19th. Learn more at campingworld.com/Pittsburgh.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors. Use as directed. Vapo Stick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max use for adults only.
When something happens to your kitchen, you might say,
"This is ludicrous."
but that won't fix your home. That will only get you the rapper, Ludacris.
Having trouble? Don't panic. Don't be alarmed. You need to file a claim? Holla at State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
That's right. You can file a claim on the app or call us.
Thanks, Mr. Chris.
No matter how ludicrous the situation, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Start new at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington. Equally great in weather and fuel efficiency. Check out the 2025 Outlander PHEV. Just $299 a month with no money down. Remaining 24 Outlanders now up to $9,000 off. Or finance at a low 0%. Your new year deal, your way. What a great day. Shop JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Lease for $299 a month for 36 months. Security deposit waived. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden, and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Hey, Top Dog, I have a question. When you call them insurance companies, what do you say to them? Do you say it's me again? Like, what do you say? Do you tell them you want top dollar? Do you demand the number you want? Or do you just bite them? Like, straight from the rip, just bite them. Like, what do you do? What if they don't want to give you what you want? What do you do then? Do you take them to court? Or do you bite them again until they give you what you want? When you get what you want, what you do? Do you say thank you? Do you shake their hand? Do you smile at them? Do you laugh at them? What you do? How you handle that? Medical malpractice. That's your dog food. Car accidents. That's your dog food. Top Dog Law.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Traffic is starting to build up on the outbound side of the Parkway West. You'll be seeing delays from 2nd Avenue through the tunnels to Green Tree. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when.
We can help with that. 2 men and a junktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins have placed Tristan Jarry on waivers. That means teams have 24 hours to claim that bloated contract. If they don't, the Penguins can either keep him on their NHL roster or send him down to the minor leagues. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a hump day on the PM team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Like at least one team has reached out to inquire about your availability, understanding that you have a no trade clause in your contract. What's your message to any team that may reach out to the Steelers to gauge interest or availability in your services?
I have no message. Save your time.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Another day of trying to figure out what's next for the Steelers. What's going to be next for all of our teams here? The Penguins also, their plight can't be ignored. The decision today to try to cut ties with Tristan Jarry. Desperate move, hoping some idiot team claims that contract. We'll see if that happens. Already the insiders are saying no chance. Malsey across from me, Donnie Football here. You can join in too, 412-928-9370. Can also leave an audio message over on the Odyssey app, the live stream there. You can do that. You can also comment through text or on our YouTube page, where there are plenty.
Would you like me to do a quick
Lunatic
YouTube
Fringe
check?
Listeners and viewers over there.
Maybe this should be the 4 o'clock reset. I just see something.
Adam Schefter said last week that a team inquired about Mike Tomlin and trading for Mike Tomlin and discovered that Tomlin has a no-trade clause in his deal. Tomlin heard me talk about him getting traded so many times, coming up with that half-baked, harebrained idea that he actually had his agent put a no-trade clause in his new contract. So you can blame me or credit me for that if you want. I find it peculiar that these comments were made by Adam Schefter more than a week ago, and none of the intrepid reporters out there for any of these teams who are looking for new coaches have not been able to uncover if their team was indeed the team that reached out about Tomlin.
What about Jay Glazer not having
I was just going to say, either Jay Glazer or does Schefter know who the team is and he just like...
And I'm not telling.
Because he wants to continue to get scoops from that team. So he's made a deal with them to not spill the beans on it? That would be my guess.
I just think it's so indicative of how the national conversation still largely is about Tomlin that there was a major unflattering answer that reflected poorly on him at the end of that press conference about Pickens. He looked clueless and sounded clueless and off guard about that question. And yet the headline on ESPN.com that they chose to go with was the trade response, he said. Tomlin to interested teams, save your breath. That makes him, if anything, sound like it's a fawning headline. And it's a story that, oh, wow, this in-demand coach says, I'm right where I want to be. Well, it was asked
by Brooke Pryor. I wonder if somebody there wanted her
I'm sure that has something to do with it. I'm sure that has a lot to do with it. I know how that sausage gets made. I still just think they wanted something like more positive or that reflected more positively on the head coach.
Mike Greenberg probably insisting that he has a lot of pull there, and after all the negativity that some people have spewed about the Steelers and his favorite coach. Among the teams that have an opening, who do you guys think is the most likely to have looked into this? So you've got Dallas with McCarthy gone.
Yep.
You've got the Bears. You've got the New Orleans Saints. You've got the New York Jets. Who else here? Am I forgetting anybody?
Jacksonville.
Jacksonville, thank you. The Raiders, Las Vegas.
So what is that, 6 teams?
6.
To me, it's very obvious who the team is that would have looked into it the quickest.
Okay, hold on. Don't say it yet.
Yep.
I'm going to circle one here.
All right.
And say that it was this team. Okay. Donnie, do you have a team that you think? Don't say it yet. Okay. I'm going to count down 3, 2, 1, and then we'll all say the team who we think it is at the same time.
I change my mind about this as I look at the circled team.
Hurry up and pick your team.
All right, I've got mine.
All right, ready? 3, 2, 1.
Chicago
Jets.
Bears. I changed from Jets to Bears. I actually think it's the Bears.
Who did you go with?
Bears.
I changed my mind.
Change it on the fly.
Yeah, I had here. I mean, Pony, can you see this far? I had Jets circled there at the bottom.
So here's why I said Jets. They're obviously they're interested in Arthur Smith. So why pursue Arthur Smith?
Go for the big kahuna.
Go for the guy.
Go for the big fish
above his head. And also, if they really are truly run by a teenager, he would want to do something
Rick
like this.
Johnson.
Like he would be looking.
Do people understand that story? Do they realize that like the kid was picking or giving advice based on Madden ratings? Brick Johnson. Who names their kid Brick?
And Brick sees all these players want to play for Tomlin and how cool Tomlin is.
And Brick
he's
would
thinking
want,
that's my guy.
Well, Brick would want to hang out with Tomlin and be his buddy. God, can you imagine how pissed off Tomlin would be?
So you guys both said the Bears, and here is why I think this whole response from Tomlin makes me think his objective or mission in life as a coach has changed to some degree. Cowherd said right after the loss that the Steelers are settling. The organization settles for mediocrity. They settle to be slightly above average. They're now fine with making the playoffs and not doing anything more than that. I think Tomlin is too. If he really, truly believed that the thing that was most important to him was winning Super Bowls, if you guys are right and the Bears are an interested party here, I think he'd want to go to them because he gets Caleb Williams for the next 15 years. And I'm not the biggest Caleb Williams guy, but I'd rather take my chances with Caleb Williams than what the Steelers' current situation is. But we know Mike would not do that because he loves his situation here. The comfortability of having an owner that's in his back pocket and knowing that he's never going to get fired and he can basically do whatever he wants, he prefers that to the uncomfortability of going somewhere and trying to pursue a championship, even if that team, Chris, gives him a better shot to do that.
I mean, I think he still probably wants to win a championship, but I think the rest of it's way more relevant that he knows as long as he's here, short of him going 3-14, which he's not going to do ever, for multiple years, by the way, he is completely safe. He's the safest job in the NFL. He is the only coach, I think, truly, where the owner talks about him in these glowing terms as if he cannot believe his good fortune
like he
as an
walks
owner.
on water.
No, it's I can't believe my good fortune as an owner, Art Rooney, that I inherited Mike Tomlin. That I was lucky enough to have Mike coaching my team. Usually it would be, you would think it would be Mike saying publicly, I'm just so grateful for the unyielding support of the Rooney family. And that dynamic really, in public at least, literally in word and in deed, is flipped here. Art Rooney, we love the work Mike does. Here's a 3-year extension after you got rolled out of the playoffs again after last year. I said the Bears because it's obvious. He would inherit the quarterback with 1 year. The quarterback, by the way, coming off of a pretty disappointing rookie year where there were rumblings that like he wasn't exactly ingratiating himself to his teammates. DJ Moore was basically still openly pining for Justin Fields while the season was underway there. If you go there, you are not inheriting a quarterback and people are saying, well, Caleb Williams is the reason you won. You're the guy turning that situation around very quickly after a bad first season. There is no Ben Roethlisberger was established and had already won a Super Bowl. You're the guy getting the most out of the number one pick and rescuing a fractured heritage franchise.
Neither one of us said Dallas.
I don't think he likes going to a place where, even though Jerry Jones is actually way more loyal to coaches than people think, and then his persona
You're
suggests,
going to say it, and I'm going to agree with it. So say
he doesn't want to go to a place where he's not the biggest personality.
Well, I was going to say where he doesn't have the control over the things.
He has to. Yes, that's the other part of it. Jerry still wants to buy the groceries, and he is the de facto.
Jerry said,
GM.
I bought an occupation. I wanted to run a football team, not just the business of it. I wanted to do the drafting and the recruiting of players and all those things.
I don't think Mike would like the fact that Jerry likes to go and do a radio show where he might be critical of Mike every week.
And Mike would have to do the radio show once a week, too, based on how things work there.
So that would be like pulling teeth.
But, I mean, if it's really about that confetti game, like he said yesterday, Mike loved Dak Prescott out of college, and Dak was runner-up for the MVP just last season. And they've got more, foundational pieces there than they have here as far as the quarterback is concerned. And, you got Micah Parsons on defense.
Well, if it's about the confetti game, why wouldn't he want to go to Jacksonville, Pony? Where Trevor Lawrence,
he could watch it from London?
Where Trevor Lawrence has been bad enough that, again, the same thing would apply. You'd be seen not as the guy who inherited an already great quarterback, but the guy who got the most out of him. And also, you're in a division where it looks like at all times, at least two of the other three teams are going to suck ass.
I just think I just think it's a really compelling argument that a divorce is beneficial for everyone. It helps us move on and start over. And
how is it beneficial for him, though? Because inherently, anywhere else he goes, he's going to make more money, but he's not going to have the job security.
Because it could get him closer to winning a Super Bowl sooner.
Well, wait a minute. In theory. But I do think I'm the one who said I still think he wants to compete for that. You said he's happy just making the playoffs.
Well, that's why he's not interested in any of these jobs, is what I'm saying.
No, I know, but my point is, you said a divorce would be better for all parties, but that only makes sense if you really don't believe that he's just content to make the playoffs. Because then a divorce is bad for him.
I'm saying looking at it from the outside looking in and not trying to get into Mike Tomlin's brain or head or trying to get into Art Rooney's, I look at both people and think, I'm not in the relationship. I'm on the couch listening in marriage counseling to these two people talk. I'm thinking, it's probably better off for both of you to go your separate ways. That's what I'm thinking. There are people that stay in relationships too long because they don't want to deal with what a breakup does to them. They're just comfortable in it. It's not great, but they're just complacent. They're resting on their laurels. That's what it feels like with these two. Mike might be better off without Art, and Art might be better off without Mike. Together, what do you get? 9-8 every year and a first-round ass kicking.
Of the two of them, who do you think would be more confident in their future separated from the other? I think Mike would fully believe, I'm going to go somewhere and be great. I think Art would be terrified to have to conduct a coaching search, quite honestly. Oh, wait a minute. I'm not candidly. Florio said, don't say quite honestly because it implies everything you said before was a lie.
Donnie, put your 2 cents in on all this.
Just on why I think the Bears, because that was the team I picked.
Anything. This is your canvas that we have just started to paint.
Just these two, Tomlin just being completely put off by the idea of getting traded and going somewhere else.
Well, I also think based on what the topic just was, which person would be more afraid if a divorce did take place, I think it would definitely be Art. Because Art never had to actually pick who the head coach of the team would be. That was always done before he was the head honcho, and he would be going into a true first-time coaching search, and he would also have the pressure that, more than the pressure that he already feels, the last 3 guys worked out pretty well. I didn't pick either of them, and I can't screw this one up. My thought on the Bears was just that they've had the opening pretty much the longest out of a lot of the teams, that polls threw out there that we are exploring any and every avenue, although I think just given the history between he and Omar Khan, he might have Khan's number blocked, or Rooney's number blocked for that matter.
Or he just saves Omar in his phone as don't answer. You ever do that for anybody who accidentally acquired your number? Yeah, I had a couple of those.
Yeah, I got to be honest with you. I'm not really in the mood to give Omar Khan credit for things right now, for anything. Not even going back and giving him retroactive or credit for the Claypool trade. It was a great one. But we ended up with a roster where they didn't have a wide receiver after George Pickens and a lot of players that were making a lot of money, and we weren't getting production from them. So
I mean,
don't know.
I'll just be even more clear. You can't blame it on injury so much. You can't cite that as the GM did a bad job, but his first-round pick this year didn't play really. Okay. And his first first-round pick has been a disappointment so far.
I want to maybe are we missing kind of a big story here? It is crazy that Tomlin felt like he needed to put a no-trade clause in his contract. If you don't think it's ever a possibility, like there's no chance it would ever happen, you wouldn't need to put one in there. Do you know what I mean? Like, what's the point? Why is that
Isn't it just, couldn't it just be something as simple as I want to have even more power and say so? I mean, that's a power play at the bare minimum.
But we all agree that Art Rooney's petrified and scared to get rid of Mike Tomlin or move on from Mike. Right?
I think he is apprehensive about the possibility of ever having to do that, yes.
Yeah, so then why would Mike feel like he needs to put that in there? I don't get that part.
Even more control. I don't know. He certainly can't think that the minority owners of the team who are in Art's ear saying we want this, we want that, actually have sway and say so. Here's the only other thing I can think of. I'll give you the one other thought. Does he think Art is only going to be the principal owner for a couple more years before he turns the job over, to Danny? Presumably is the scuttlebutt that everyone thinks he's going to be the next owner.
But that would have to happen fast because Mike's contract is up in 2027.
I'm just asking.
No, I know. I mean, you're
just
trying
throwing
to float
ideas, man. That's like the worst kept secret is people feel like he is going to succeed and be the next, chairman of this team. Does Mike feel like he wouldn't have as chummy of a relationship there?
That's what we're pinning our hopes on. When the stewardship change happens, we get some new ideas and we get some fresh thoughts and we get a different way of doing business when the fourth generation takes over, right?
I got nothing else, man. Because I still think all of this at the end of the day still starts with the owner being okay with the way things are.
I do have an update on some Steelers coaching staff news when we come back. Plus, we'll go all access with Aditi. Can text us on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money from you. Here's a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Along with the other big Penguins news today of waiving Tristan Jarry, the Pens lost last night again on home ice to the Kraken 4-2. Seattle scoring 3 times in the third period to win the game. Pens in Buffalo on Friday. Puck drop set 4-7. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Donnie. Let's talk right now about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official betting partner of the NFL. Well, I'm pretty excited that I'm going to be in Buffalo on Sunday to watch the Ravens and Bills, and I'll be rooting for the Bills big time, but I am concerned that the Ravens now are a runaway freight train with Derrick Henry and Lamar starting to get some of these ghosts out of the way and monkeys off his back. Right now on FanDuel, all customers can get a no-sweat same-game parlay for any playoff game. And for that one that I'll be at, I would bet the Ravens to win. I do think the time is now for them. I think the Dean Pease effect, Donnie, I mean, that is just now so front and center with how well their defense has played and the changes they've made. So you'll get bonus bets back if your bet doesn't win. So you could bet this game with your heart and take Buffalo, and if it doesn't pan out, well, that's fine. You're going to get the money in bonus bets. FanDuel.com/Andrew. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Refund issued is now eligible bonus bets that expires 7 days after receipt. Max wager $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Mulsey.
Thank you, Pony. I want to tell everybody right now that if you're looking for a new ride in the new year, if you're looking to upgrade what's in the driveway or in the garage, you can start new at Mitsu by the Mall, Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. They still have great deals, by the way, and they've got a terrific inventory, best in the area when it comes to Mitsubishi. Terrific deals on the remaining 2024 Outlanders, price to move up to $8,500 off, or you can finance at 0%. I don't know of a number lower than 0%. The Eclipse Cross also available with 0% financing as well, and it's even easier to get into that new ride at Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills at Mitsu by the Mall because they're offering up to 125% of Kelley Blue Book value for your trade. Now is the time. Don't wait another minute. Get your New Year deal your way. What a great day. Shop Mitsu by the Mall or online at Jim Shorkey, NorthHillsMitsubishi.com.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number one Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Mike Tomlin has addressed rumors that maybe he should leave because the Steelers need a new coach or he needs a new opportunity. And the paradox is real. On the one hand, Tomlin hasn't had a losing season in 18 years. On the other, he's lost 6 consecutive playoff games and hasn't been victorious in that respect in 8 years. Here's the solution. Tomlin's seat should be hot. He has to win next year in Pittsburgh, but he's earned another shot to show how great he is. I'm Bill Ryder.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Saturday, January 18th, come see UFC 311 fight. Mahaka versus Sarukhan. Then Valishvili, Nurmagomedov. Only at Cheerleaders.
Hey, it's Chris Muller with a question. Was your goal to lose weight this new year? If so, are you already down 20 pounds? That's a serious question because I dropped 20 pounds my first 3 weeks alone with Awaken 180 weight loss. That's how fast the weight can fall off when you choose the solution for weight loss. Each week you look at the scale and the number goes down and down. Every morning you wake up, you feel better and better. For me, it was my joints. I knew I was going to need knee surgery, and even before the surgery, my knee felt better because it wasn't carrying around so much weight. Experiencing those results, and given how easy Awaken 180 was, there was no way I wouldn't reach my goal. And I did. 35 pounds total thanks to Awaken 180, and I've kept the weight off since. The only weight loss program I know that puts their money where their mouth is. They're so confident in your success, they offer free support for life, a one-time investment in yourself for a lifetime of benefits. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Colder with a snow shower tonight, the low 12.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
We're starting to see some congestion on the outbound side of 28. You'll be backed up from the upper deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge through the 31st Street exit. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
Check out 400 RVs, January 11th to the 19th. PittRVShow.com.
Hurry! The original Pitt RV Show with more than a dozen RV dealers ends this weekend. While you're there, go next door to Pirate Fest. Meet your favorite pirates and the parrot. Double the fun for the whole family. Visit PittRVShow.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Reportedly, A team looked into trading for Mike Tomlin, discovered there was a no-trade clause, and that was the end of that, per Adam Schefter. Tomlin got asked about that yesterday. He said, basically, save it, not worth your time, no point, etc. Time to go all access with Aditi. Aditi Kinkhabwala, NFL on CBS reporter. Aditi, if you had to guess among the 6 teams, Cowboys, Bears, Saints, Jets, Jags, Raiders, who do you think would be the most likely to look into Tomlin?
I'm here. You know what? I feel like there are several likely candidates right there. I mean, you could totally see the Jets doing it.
That's
you
who
could
I
see
said.
The Raiders doing it. Yeah. But, I mean, I remember years ago when there was talk of John Harbaugh being traded to the Jets, and John Harbaugh saying to me, why would I ever agree to giving up a first-round pick? He's like, I would never go to a team and give up a pick for my new team. So it's just the likelihood of that happening, especially when clearly no one on the Steelers side is saying, oh, the message has gotten stale or we need to move forward with somebody else. That's just not what the conversation is here.
Can I ask you why Mike would ask for a no-trade clause in his contract when he works for an organization who basically bends over backwards for head coaches?
Why not just cross all your T's and dot all your I's? I mean, I think that's pretty boilerplate. That would be pretty standard. I don't think that
So all NFL head coaches have no trade clauses in their deals? I didn't know that. I don't know
that I'm saying boilerplate in that I think it's more common than you think. I don't know that it's standard in every single contract. But it's not as simple. I mean, it sort of feels a little bit silly to sit here and think about that as a possibility. The bigger issue is, okay, how are you going to solve?
That's why I never thought it would come up, because Mike would just always assume he's going to work here for as long as he wants. He works for the Roonies.
Exactly. So then your point here is now, okay, so how do you finally make this turn team the corner?
I think most people would say quarterback. You have to find a quarterback.
Well, that's a piece of it, but that's not the only piece of it, Mulsey.
It's the biggest one,
You know
though.
what? Yes, of course it is. And at this level, basically, or at this point of what the game is, you're not winning without at least a second-tier quarterback. Not some slapdash, washed-up guy that was run out of his last 2 teams, and let's not act totally surprised that the offense completely fell apart. And the other piece here is that I've been hearing this chatter today that maybe somehow Arthur Smith is complicit in whatever the state of that relationship is. Let me tell you, Arthur Smith got every single thing there was to get out of that offense in an incredibly difficult situation. And I'll go back to what I've been saying to both of you since March. There's a reason that Seattle moved on from Russell Wilson. There is a reason that Sean Payton moved on from Russell Wilson. And again, very, very nice person, very nice human. But in terms of what you think he's capable of on the field and where he was going to take you, again, but even beyond that, we talk a lot about culture. And sure, coaches set culture, but every single great team I've been around has had really strong, sincere, and authentic player leadership. Accountability has to come from within the locker room as much as it does from the head coach. And that's an area where the Steelers have really, really been struggling.
Why do you think they're struggling
I was talking to They haven't rolled the roster. They don't roll the roster. It's funny because I was talking to an AFC executive, a very, very high-level AFC executive about this last week, and then we were discussing it again this week. When you are constantly having sort of a non-losing season, then there's no great imperative to significantly change anything. And you kind of keep rolling the same people out there. And this is not a knock on anyone who's on the team, but sometimes when you talk about having fresh messaging or a fresh breath of air or new voices or new energy, that has to do with players too. And player leadership has been an issue on that offense for a long time now. So what is this front office doing to roll the roster a little bit, to remake this team a little bit, to get some new blood on this team and in this locker room.
Hopefully trading George Pickens. Yeah.
How much? Wait, hold on. How much? Yeah, we'll get to that one for sure. How much is that front office also thinking about the people they get and not just the players? Because it's about puzzle pieces, and it's about how those players fit together in a locker room, not just about individual pieces of talent, which is exactly what you said. I said, Pony, Mulsey, I should have sent it to you. I wrote a story about the Bills last week, and I talked to Joe Brady, the offensive coordinator, Josh Allen, Brandon Beane, about how Brandon Beane made a move that a lot of people sort of raised eyebrows when he got rid of Stephon Diggs, one of the premier wide receivers in our game. Guess what? It made Josh Allen better. It made Josh Allen a quicker decision maker. It made Josh Allen and that entire offense function better. Sometimes you're better as a sum of your parts than just because of one individual name.
Do you think they should? And, well, here, two different questions then. Do you think they will trade George Pickens? Do you think they should trade George Pickens?
I think they should if they could find a buyer, which is, I don't know, easy. I know that I also told you this, guys, when he was drafted, that I had spoken to a general manager who said that George Pickens was bar none the most talented wide receiver in that draft, and he was not even on their draft board.
I know a team that's still playing who felt that way about him. There's still a team in the playoffs that didn't have him on their board.
And you know what? I was just talking about this with another executive yesterday who was with a different team at the time of George Pickens drafting than this GM that I was talking about. And he said same. And he, in fact, said to me that he left his pro day and he called his whatever VP of personnel or director of college scouting and said, are you sure we can't draft this guy? Because that's how easy it is to be infatuated with his talent. But he wasn't on that draft board either. And here's another thing. I tweeted this yesterday because I've been saying it on CBS's air for a while. You need to think about, so we talked about this a few weeks ago when I said one of the things that Brian Flores said about Mike Tomlin is how much patience he has as he waits for players to turn the corner. And he finds it admirable that Mike Tomlin has this patience. And in fact, with Brian Flores, I said, well, there are some players that I wouldn't necessarily have that same patience for. You have to think about the behavior that you're putting up with as you wait for this player to, again, quote, turn the corner. What is the message that is being sent to the rest of the locker room? How is the rest of the locker room taking that? And how detrimental is that to the entire cause? And so, again, when you talk about the Steelers maybe making some significant changes, that change is not going to be Mike Tomlin. And I'm on the record telling you over and over why, obviously, I disagree with Pony. I don't think that change should be Mike Tomlin. But I do think that some of the ways of doing business need to change. And if Mike Tomlin doesn't want to hold petulant players who are chronically late, who need constant placating on the sideline, if he doesn't want to hold those players to count, then somebody else in that building needs to. Somebody else needs to be the heavy. If he doesn't want to sit a player and take a game check, then the general manager needs to do that.
Buddy, you've been on sidelines and you've been in production meetings with coaches now for the last 2 years with CBS. If Russell Wilson ain't the guy, 3 years. If Russell Wilson ain't the guy and you have doubts about Justin Fields and have for a while, where should they turn at quarterback for next year?
I mean, I would still sign Justin Fields. I don't think that he would be very expensive. I don't know that he's your starter, but throw him out there and let him compete. I can tell you this, that the coaching staff really, really enjoyed working with Justin Fields, that Justin Fields was getting very, very solid coaching, unlike he had ever gotten in his career. I mean, he basically had 4 coaches in that room. And he was getting better every week. There was hope. There was some promise. Now, again, do I think that he's a high-level starter on the level of Josh Allen or Joe Burrow or Lamar Jackson? No, I don't. But every team needs a good, solid backup. And he's a backup plan. He's a something. He's someone that is familiar with your system. He is someone who is familiar with your building. He is someone that you are familiar with. But, yeah, you have to find a quarterback. And if you're reading the tea leaves of Mike Tomlin saying, well, you don't always have to find a quarterback in the first round, and that a lot of it has to do with solid coaching and a solid system around you and what you build around you, look at Brock Purdy, then maybe there's one to be found. Clearly, the Steelers are going to be in the market for drafting a quarterback.
Interesting.
And we do know this, right? Look, we do know this. Kevin Colbert was pretty careful in trading up, right? He traded up, I think, only 3 times in his tenure. One for Troy Polamalu, one for Santonio Holmes, and once for Devin Bush. Is that correct?
Yes. Oh,
Devin Bush.
wonderful
Right.
trade up for Devin Bush. Loved it.
Okay. Well, he's done it 3 times. But we do know this, that Omar Khan is a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more assertive. So maybe there's something to be packaged to go and get a quarterback if you fall in love with one.
Well,
If
last
not,
time well, forget it. I'm not even going to go down that road yet again.
but it feels like we're spinning our wheels
Yes.
when we're laying all of this at the foot of Mike Tomlin. And there's a lot that's valid, but
Well, if they're going to go
Tomlin will
after a
not be the
quarterback,
coach.
Aditi, if they're going to draft or look to draft a quarterback, 2 of the 3 people who are part of that brain trust, owner, head coach, and then GM, are the same people who drafted Kenny Pickett the last time and then cut bait 2 years into his tenure. So, why would I have a lot of faith as a Steelers
And surrounded
fan that
him
it was
with
going
Matt Canada.
Why would I have a lot of faith
Yeah, but
as a Steelers fan in that process?
That's all very valid. But remember, the plan wasn't to cut bait with Kenny Pickett. The plan was to actually put a real coach in charge, a real coordinator in charge of the offense.
Yes,
to
but
build
then the plan
a real
was to play
offense,
Russell
to build-
Wilson over Kenny Pickett. So how good of a plan was that?
Well, that was, but again, look, even Mike Tomlin's on the record saying he didn't necessarily do full research on that. He never picks up the phone and calls Sean Payton and said, hey, why are you paying the guy almost $50 million to not be anywhere near your locker room? Where did it go sour? How did you go from saying, okay, I still believe this guy has something, to you couldn't wait to get him out of the building?
Aditi, thank you.
I mean, again, that's part of the due diligence, isn't it?
Yes. I'll be in Buffalo on Sunday watching a real playoff game. See ya.
That's so much fun. Bye, guys.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Aditi's just got to go all in, and if she's going to have these criticisms, she needs to just join the club and
I'm not really sure why she doesn't
Mike
feel like
Tease.
you can move on from Mike, despite listing a bunch of things that he is
To
heavily
kill the
involved
snake,
in.
you got to cut off the head of the snake.
Well, I don't even think it's. I'm not going to use head of the snake analogies, but he's not the head of the snake. He does not. He is answerable to somebody.
Well, yes, but the other.
Yes, you can't force an owner out.
Donnie
Possibly force a succession plan.
Donnie has his segment next. It's the football debrief. We'll be back with that right after this.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt Hoops at Florida State tonight. Tip set for 9 o'clock. We will have the game for you right here on 93.7 The Fan, with pregame coverage beginning at 8:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Donnie. I want to tell you all about Universal Windows Direct, because I want your house in 2025. Your old pal Mulsey here. I want your house to be more comfortable. I want your energy bills to be lower. I want you to be more energy efficient. I don't want there to be drafts of cold air whistling through the house like it's some sort of ghost house in the Old West. I don't want any of those things. I don't want your windows letting you down. That's why you've got to call my friends at Universal Windows Direct if you have substandard windows. Their exclusive super spacer technology ensures that the windows are going to perform better and last longer and keep your home more consistently comfortable all year round, regardless of the weather. Right now, a great offer. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. No limit there, plus 36 months of no interest financing. And if you've already received a quote from another company, bring it to Universal Windows Direct. They're going to beat that quote. Call them today. Call Universal Windows Direct, 412-545-6003 to schedule your free in-home estimate, or visit universalwindowsdirect.com. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan brings you the Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show with Pony and Muller every Thursday at 4 p.m. Get the insight you need to win big. The Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
In the city of Pittsburgh, for all your sewer and drain cleaning needs, contact Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining at 412-872-4105 or visit us online at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Donnie's daily football story and topic coming your way next. 4:30 every weekday. It's the Donnie Football Debrief, unless he's a part of a Joe Starkey Donnie Football Friday, in which case it could be an intern Dom debrief. It can be a gorgeous Charlie Borges. It could be...
What if he does an Ernie Banks and produces us after working with Joe Starkey?
We have one of those on Friday. Could be a Seth the MILF Hunter debrief.
Seth's brand getting very strong very quickly.
What do you got for us, Donald?
The debrief, January 15, 2025. This is a date that should be in the minds of a lot of Steeler fans because today is officially 8 years since the Steelers' last playoff win. January 15th of 2017, the Field Goal Fest in Kansas City for Chris Boswell when they beat the Chiefs 18-16. Quick trivia. Pony probably looked at this game earlier. He probably already knows. Do you know who had the first touchdown in this game? It was a pass. Do you know the receiver that caught the touchdown?
Yes. In the Steelers-Chiefs game?
Yes.
Well, obviously it wasn't a Steelers player because they didn't score one. I think it was one of their, jabroni wide receivers.
I'm going to say Bob Jabroni.
It was a jabroni. It was Albert Wilson.
Yeah.
That sounds more like a director of, a random, comedy or something.
Bob Jabroni?
No, directed by Albert Wilson.
That put the Chiefs up 7-3, and then the Steelers went death by 1,000 paper cuts.
They just started chipping away in that game, Donnie. They were just chipping away.
Do you know who scored the last touchdown in the game?
Yeah, one of their jabroni running backs.
Spencer Ware. He led the Chiefs in rushing in that game.
I was there. Game got moved to a night game because of the ice storm. I stayed at Danny Parkin's house. We went out to a bar the Friday before the game. I was thrown out of the bar. I puked outside. I went home to his place. I convinced his soon-to-be wife that I had rallied and was ready to come back. I put on a new hat to sneak myself back into the bar. I was not ready to rally. I puked on people in the bar and got thrown out.
The new hat actually worked?
Yeah.
And so wait, his
fake mustache.
His soon-to-be wife was just chilling at home waiting for you guys? She was your DD?
Yeah.
Wow.
And I...
Narrator, he was not, in fact, ready to rejoin the party.
I coaxed her into letting me go back.
Here's my question about that. You had to have sounded lucid to her.
Yeah. She didn't know me that well then.
Probably wishes she still didn't.
So I could hoodwink her in a situation like that.
What did Danny say to all this?
It was just, at the time,
anywhere,
he thought it was just typical pony behavior.
Who else was there? Was it a Nick Wright involved?
No, Nick wasn't living in
was
Kansas
he in
City
Houston
then, and he didn't come back for the game. I don't remember. Probably, yeah. Yep.
Man, getting thrown out of the same bar within presumably about a 2-hour span while wearing different clothes to disguise oneself to get into the bar.
No, not different clothes, different hat.
Hat is clothing or accessory. It's one step below the Bobby Valentine disguise in the dugout because you threw up twice, man.
I think I threw up more than that. I think I went into the bathroom.
What the hell were you drinking?
I can tell you exactly what happened. I got put in first class because a listener...
So you're drinking on the flight for free?
On an empty stomach. I went right from the show to the airport. And then
listener got you bumped up to first class?
Yeah, and then I went right to the bar.
Must be nice.
And I was just in a festive mood.
Didn't they serve a meal in first class that you could eat?
Just small snacks.
It's first class. I thought they served you a real meal.
No.
Man, wine and cheese pony. I think a blue-collar guy could handle his booze a little better, Don.
A listener bumping him up, too.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's got people everywhere, this guy. You'd think with takes like his on Twitter, he wouldn't have people helping him out like that.
What the hell's that supposed to mean?
Did you say that the guy was going to lose his job and then he got a huge raise and rewarded you?
How many starters do you think we can name from that game?
I'm not even going to play this game. I'll screw up.
I mean, I have it up.
Ben, Bell, AB.
Yeah, so you got the Killer Bees. Man, Bell had a monster game, too. 30
So
for
this
170.
is the 2016 season. I'm trying to think who the other wide receiver would have been. Wheaton or somebody?
Eli Rogers.
It was Eli Rogers.
Okay. Was Wheaton even still on the team? I don't think he was. Pouncey would have been in that game.
Bryant was suspended.
DeCastro.
Yep.
Pouncey to Castro, what? Big Al?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Was Gilbert still on that team?
Yep.
Yes.
And then who am I missing? Left guard right now.
Foster.
You definitely know,
yeah. Big Ramon. Sorry, just blanked out.
Jesse James is the tight end.
There is also a third receiver they have listed.
In 2016, so
DeMarcus Ayers.
Yep.
Wow.
Who went on to play in multiple
DeMarcus,
football
put on
leagues.
Ayers.
He was in every incarnation of the UFL
Is
and
DeMarcus
XFL
Ayers from
and
Houston?
USFL.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See,
He played with Roberts at Houston.
They went down and they
I thought
were
Roberts
originally
went to Louisville.
No,
Landon Roberts.
Oh, Landon. I
they
think
went down. They went down there to scout Ayers, and they discovered a Landon Roberts.
That's right. Defensively, Cam.
No, he was hurt.
Oh, that's right. He was hurt.
Tua and Hargrave were up front.
Yep.
Timmons.
Yep.
Shazier.
Yep. He had a pick in that game.
Harrison.
Bud would have been in that game.
Bud Dupree.
Alvin.
Mike Mitchell.
Yes.
Oh, man, he was a buddy of the show.
Sean
Everyone
Davis.
liked him.
Yep.
Artie Burns.
Yes. 2 more corners.
Was Big Play Bill Gay on that team?
Yes, he was.
All right, my last guess is going to be Ross Cockrell.
Yep.
The Duke man.
Did we get them all?
Yeah.
I mean, he got most of them here. He let me have the offensive line. That's the easiest group. I couldn't even get Cam right.
Woo!
The Chiefs had a rookie Tyreek Hill, and they had a very young Travis Kelce.
Kelce came out afterwards and was so pissed at the refs, he said, where'd they find those guys? Foot Locker?
Yeah, because of the hold on Eric Fisher.
Yep.
Man,
2-point try.
Harrison gave that guy fits like no other.
Yes, he did.
Oh, Fisher Price. Oh, yeah, he was terrible against James.
I still have, so I have so many vivid memories from that trip.
Doesn't sound like you have that many.
I had to go do the show the next day in Ron Cook's hotel room. We set up and we did a 4-hour show the next day after that playoff game in Ron's
Did you have a multi-day hangover?
No, I was able to rally in that respect back then much better than now. Almost 10 years ago, 8 years ago, as Donnie pointed out. And I remember Bouchette and not Collier, Bouchette and Dulac were staying at the same hotel with Ron, and they were checking out because they could leave early. They didn't have to stay and do a show like Ron did. And I remember Ed looking at me and saying, "When it bleeds, it leads. You need to start the show with Antonio Brown. That's all people are going to be talking about
the
today,
Facebook Live.
Andrew."
Good instincts.
Yeah.
Good reporters'
Nobody
instincts.
cares about them winning the game. They care about their wackadoo wide receiver.
I love the old "when it bleeds, it leads."
Well, Andrew, as Arnold Schwarzenegger said, if it bleeds, we can
And
kill
then I
it.
remember driving to the airport in an Uber, and the guy listening to 610, their sports talk station there, and saying, "We're never going to win. The Chiefs are cursed. Alex Smith ain't it. Andy Reid ain't it. It's the same old
They're
with
going to keep
us."
bumping their heads on the ceiling, and it was the impetus for them to move up 18 spots to draft a guy who's probably going to go down as the greatest quarterback ever to play football.
Exactly.
But the Steelers are capable of such bold moves, too. Like when they move up 10 spots to draft a guy who's shorter than me to play off-ball
Everybody
linebacker.
likes to bring up my tweets where it's like, Mason Rudolph will be better than Lamar Jackson.
Yes, that is
Pickett
a
to
funny one.
Pickens is the new Montana to
Another-
Rice.
Man, these are both Rushmore-level
If
tweets.
T.J. Watt's name was T.J. Smith, he wouldn't be a first-round pick.
Again,
It's because of nepotism. for his
Continuing
brother.
to hit home runs here.
You can find in 2017, hours before the Steelers played the Chiefs in Week 2, I said 3 hours from now, people are going to see that Patrick Mahomes is the most talented quarterback in the NFL and is going to go on to have an MVP season before the guy had barely played.
He would have had 2 starts.
Yep.
He had beaten the Chargers, I think, 28-21.
I spotted
The
greatness.
last game of 16 and then the first game of...
So if they had consulted me on Mahomes, I would have...
April 4th, 2017, Patrick Mahomes visiting the Steelers is a pretty big development. You know the real story here, Donnie, is the numbers Pony now puts up on Twitter compared to back then. That got 3 retweets and 15 likes.
What?
Yeah. The tweet right above it from 2023, because search is broken, 77,000 impressions, 585 likes. There was a time Pony was a guy toiling kind of in the minor leagues of Twitter, too, trying to get, he was trying to get his name out there.
And?
I mean, it's obviously worked. You've broken the algorithm. You don't
You really
pay
have.
for
being
the
somebody that doesn't pay for it, you still get
Oh,
you've so much traction.
You had to have. You've broken brains.
People
honestly.
think I pay for it, but I'm like,
you can't hide that now.
Do you know how many tweets I put out there where there's like grotesque spelling errors and grammatical issues and stuff that I would like to get cleaned up?
You can delete tweets.
Oh.
Oh, like he doesn't know that. You play dumb on the Twitter stuff more than anyone I've ever seen. I'm sorry. I'm actually trying to find this tweet, but I don't need to find it to validate it because I actually do remember you sending that out, and I've seen that from you. It bums me out that you were that right.
Thank you for a debrief, Don. Made me sad, made me happy all at the same time. It contained multitudes. What did Jimmy Valvano say? Every day you need to laugh, you need to cry, you need to think. That's what that segment did, the Donnie Football Debrief. That's why it needs a sponsor.
Do you
brought to you by cheerleaders. That would be a good one.
Do you look back with any fondness? You love your life now, father, husband. Well, you weren't married yet at that point.
Yes,
No, you weren't.
No, I wasn't. I wasn't. I was on.
You were 8 or 9 months away from getting married.
Yep.
You look back at all, even though you love your life now, and say, those are the good old days when I could puke twice in one night and get kicked out of a bar only to sneak my way back in.
I've already had to have a conversation with my dad about this for Sunday.
That you can't go hard?
I said, we're going up for the game. No funny business tailgating in Buffalo with this Bills Mafia. We're not getting in the mix with the guy that's, gets
sprays ketchup and mustard
all over himself. We're not, chugging beers and funneling beers. This is a business trip. We get in there, we watch the game for 3 hours, we concentrate and focus on the game.
Yeah, and then
we get out of there.
This is very funny, Donnie, because I can imagine your dad needing to maybe have somebody have that conversation with him. If my dad was driving up to me with me for Buffalo for this game, he'd be like, all right, I'm dropping you off. I'm going to go read a book at the hotel. See you when the game is over.
I'm going to take notes during the game.
In the stadium on your phone?
No, I'm going to have my paper and pen.
Get the hell out of here.
I'm
They're
bringing
not letting
my
you
notebook
take a paper and pen in.
What, they think it's a bomb? They're letting me take a paper and pen in? Come on now.
You take it in. You think those fans won't just rip that up and throw it away?
The idea of you sitting there jotting notes on what?
The game.
Wait, are we leading that show the following day with hey, this is Ravens-Bills talk here on Pittsburgh Sports Talk Radio?
I just like taking notes on games. Like when I watched that Dolphins.
So do you sit and wait a minute?
When I watched Steelers-Dolphins last night from '79, I took some notes.
Get the hell out of here! Wow, Stallworth really clean breaks off the line.
He had an unbelievable touchdown in that game. 2 things happened in the game that I wrote down because I had never seen it before. 2 things. Number 1, the end zones at Three Rivers for a playoff game. One end zone had Steelers, the other had Dolphins. I guess for neutral site playoff games, or not neutral site, but I guess for playoff games, they used to put...
They would alternate them because sometimes the team...
No, they did in the early 70s, but
that's right.
in 79 they weren't, but still, they didn't...
alternated in zone colors.
Huh.
Each team got represented.
Yeah.
That is bizarre.
And then how about this one?
That should have gone away with actual home field advantage being earned and not just arbitrarily bestowed.
Barr kicks a field goal as time expires to end the first half for the Steelers. But there's a holding penalty on the kick. Penalty accepted, half over. On a holding, they didn't just move it back 10 yards and try again. Because the clock was at 0, that was the end of the half.
So is there a chance he meant to say declined?
No, the Dolphins wanted the penalty accepted. There was an offensive holding penalty on a field goal.
Mm-hmm.
That wouldn't
and
make
instead
sense.
of the line of scrimmage for the kick moving back 10 yards, I guess back then, half over, there's zeros on the clock.
Boys, I have something that can't wait until Donnie's update. We have a hilarious update to the Deontay Johnson saga. Back to Baltimore, says Schefter. The Ravens claim their former wide receiver Deontay Johnson on waivers today from the Texans per the league wire. This is a procedural move, and Johnson won't officially be, quote, awarded to the Ravens until after the Super Bowl, but he does qualify as an unrestricted free agent this offseason, and if he signs with another team,
they want the draft pick.
Factors into Baltimore's compensatory pick formula, potentially helping them obtain an additional pick in 26.
That's chess right there.
Johnson does not have the ability to play this postseason and likely won't step foot back into the Ravens facility, but now he can help them in the offseason. That is a gigantic FU to the player that helps you at the same time.
Yeah.
That is funny.
I love it.
You gotta tip your non-existent cap to him.
TJ Watt said something at Locker Cleanout Day that we're going to get into next. Quick timeout. We're right back. Here's a message from Mulsey.
It is a message from me. Thank you, Pony. Big Wednesday at the BetParx Casino and Sportsbook app. Pro football playoffs continue this weekend. Saturday night, 8 o'clock. Detroit, a 9.5-point home favorite. They're hosting Washington. Total on that one, 55.5. Could be a big-time shootout there. Sunday, 3 o'clock. Philly, a 6-point home favorite, hosting Los Angeles. I know some very prominent media members convinced that one's got upset written all over it. The total in that one is 44. Next Monday night, college football championship between Notre Dame and Ohio State. Ohio State, a 9.5-point favorite. Either way, whether your team scores or not, there's always another way to win on the BetParx online casino and sportsbook app. BetParx, the only app I ever use and recommend to bet sports and to play all your favorite casino games for real money. Download the app right now and enjoy all the action and excitement from the casino at your fingertips. New users download the app and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Casino bonus must be wagered. BetParx.com for details. You must be 21 and in PA, New Jersey, or Maryland for the BetParx app. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Join us for the Pittsburgh RV Expo at the Monroeville Convention Center, January 16th through 19th. Admission is free. Tour brand new 2025 RVs with the latest features, designs, and technology. There will be a full lineup of travel trailers, fifth wheels, motorhomes, toy haulers, and more with special show pricing. You can even enter to win a free RV. Don't miss the Pittsburgh RV Expo at the Monroeville Convention Center, January 16th through 19th. Learn more at campingworld.com/Pittsburgh.
When you're in the thick of a project, Harbor Freight is the place that always comes in handy. Whether you're picking up something for your pickup truck or a power tool for your project, at Harbor Freight, your dollar always goes further. And these days, when everything seems to cost more, you can take pride in knowing that you get hard-working tools at hard-working prices. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay and any voice line. Plus, Price Lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without auto pay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
When something happens to your kitchen, you might say,
"This is ludicrous."
But that won't fix your home. That will only get you the rapper, Ludacris.
Having trouble? Don't panic. Don't be alarmed. You need to file a claim? Holla at State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
That's right. You can file a claim on the app or call us.
Thanks, Mr. Chris.
No matter how ludicrous the situation, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Start your day with 2 breakfast bagel sandwiches for $6. Build 2 bagel sandwiches with your choice of egg, meat, cheese, and more in the GetGo app. And enjoy a doubly delicious morning of savings. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better, believe it.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $345 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $225 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires February 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden, and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Hey, Top Dog, I have a question. When you call them insurance companies, what do you say to them? Do you say it's me again? Like, what do you say? Do you tell them you want top dollar? Do you demand the number you want? Or do you just bite them? Like, straight from the rip, just bite them. Like, what do you do? What if they don't want to give you what you want? What do you do then? Do you take them to court? Or do you bite them again until they give you what you want? When you get what you want, what you do? Do you say thank you? Do you shake their hand? Do you smile at them? Do you laugh at them? What you do? How you handle that? Medical malpractice. That's your dog food. Car accidents. That's your dog food. Top Dog Law.
Hey, it's Chris Muller from my friends at Choice Cabinet. Whether you're a contractor or you're remodeling your kitchen, don't get stuck waiting around 8 to 12 weeks in some cases for your cabinets. Choice Cabinet has over 65,000 cabinets in stock. They're Amish designed, all wood with 10 different paints and stains, and delivery is available in as little as 3 days. Need cabinets? The choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
We're seeing a good deal of congestion on the outbound side of the Parkway East. You're backed up from the Birmingham Bridge all the way to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. The chances of starting your New Year's resolution decreases each day you put it off. Don't let another year go by not knowing how simple losing weight can be. Fast, sustainable, and proven weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.